First generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead bags. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. He had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a program society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term Technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and Technronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kiba. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on,
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reps. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detectives full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alchemical brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the CT claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad design. And the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, get your fixes. To level, hidden cages, you can't unstage this. Cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with drones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
flakes, word screws, tank with skills, I drill like platoon leaders. Niggas can people from 6 meters. My shit's supreme in structure, putting plugs in rap slugs in your set, ready to go. Throw the brick at your glass house, watch them out of shatter, my chatter fall from idle raw recital. Yo, battle no breaks like Barnum and Bailey, Mr. Cole's Haley's coming, watch me pop it like a pill. Pulling black beauties and caramel cuties, Dewey and Queens, do me much justice. However, that's another chapter. After MCs, like a bounty, you got a price on your head, I'll make you famous and dead. Brandish my lyrical like my pistol. MCs are red like bloody damn back, your crew bleeds like demons. Those psychos complaining about the pain that I give. My rap bust up your lungs, breaks your ribs. I cause the hemorrhage. Internal damage, fucking up cerebrums. Yeah, chilly, I got that witty whimsical approach. My shit dope is blows on Cicero. Text that before you seek. I destroy the decoy. All clones get their head blown off when the blowtorch speaks. People listen like the important. When MCs like bitch with a motherfucking apple between their lips. Yo, sounds ricochet through domes claiming victims. Everything's fake cause I'm a fucking inmate. Now make them feel this article might be critical to MC sounding pitiful, but I do not give one fuck. Now it's on when the beat breaks, he break. When my mic generate enough heat to bait, I jack for souls. So throw them in the air like you just don't care, and give them hair while lumber rocks you down. Calm tight, but wild in a minute like what you don't know might hurt ya. My buster, radius of grenade clusters. My mind's filled like a minefield. Time to build, double yield, and feel the force of concentrated steel. We got time to roll that dime. Rhyme shine like summer day, another haze for the pastime. Niggas be swearing they choice when they just moist, talking like they smooth as a Rolls Royce with me in it. Don't be timid and grab no micro. I thought all the shit MCs will put to rest in Knoxville. Break it up, break it in, break it on out, bitch. Yeah, that's how I like it. And when the feeling's right, I never fight it. Check it out, my mic detonates, causing riots. Sounds ricochet through domes, claiming victims. Everything's straight cause I'm a fucking inmate.
Now if your spiritual's incapable hawk, my aerial assault got niggas open like Capone's fork. Thriller, drama, terror, fastball error to your face. Point blank, 200 mph from the Lone Star State, sent to make the earthquake. Representing wherever, forever. Ginsu, your thing crew, rubber click be thicker than a first grade pencil. Killing each and every nigga for sport. The routine, hard heads in clean, know exactly what I mean. It'll see, need I stress this? Texas flexes, born to die harder. I'll bust your young and leave you restless. I hold mics like a hype holds a pipe. Renegade a rap, man, I slayed ASAP. Tried to tackle me, I stiff-armed this fucking faculty. The wind, whoosh, it's hectic here. Me and my mics like electric chairs. We go way back like drive-bys and hood highs. Unhappy skill fat, who ain't killed yet? Hear me now, I'm too advanced for youngsters. The Avalanche branch, massive Rottweiler owner and heavenly body boner. Fuck fancy clothes, hoes who up they nose. When the name blows up, baby, you paying for my pose. Worked up Freddie Rodriguez, walking clouds in Adidas, counting dead presidents. Nigga, call us if you need us. Please, no media, just throw the spot on the back page. Niggas be acting shady while they ladies lounging backstage. Towns ricochet through domes claiming victims. Everything straight cause I'm a fucking inmate.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some critical explanations and theories trying to present to you guys. Okay, about where did technology originate, right? Within the human story, right? What relationship does it have to the natural world? Right? Is nature technology? Right? Is nature intelligent? Right? Are we intelligent and that separates us from nature? Right? Does that have to do with the spirit? Right? Is God the creator? right? How does any of this relate to, okay, our creative capacity, right? And of course, creation is the thing that merges the material with the immaterial, right? If you want to find a place where that readily takes place, okay, yeah, exactly. Dao De Ching, Derrick Jensen, other thinkers. Let me take a look at the chat, right? And until I build up the ideas about how the symbolic and the theological, okay, and the cultural aspects of man became eclipsed by the technological, okay, aspects, okay, of human civilization, and how those political, economic, natural, right, and cultural modes began to be dominated by technology, right? So, and of course, we're gonna pay special attention to, okay, different thinkers and the ideas that they brought up in man's relationship to nature, right, and nature's relationship to the technological scope of man, right? So yeah, so these ideas kept changing throughout the ages, right? So we're going to be talking a lot about the foundations of the technological society, right? And all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world. And of course, the mechanistic worldview, right, was created way earlier than the technological society, right? So did one cause the other? Right, or does the technological society have its development apart from those previous modes, right? Because those previous modes were more based on humans, right? Whereas now humans have become the object of technique, right? People are not machines, but right, and every chance to I'm given the opportunity to behave like machines, so they will behave, right? As we saw in the opening, right? So we have the idea of Jacques Ellul, right? That conformity in our age is nothing more than conformity to a technological system, right? And everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, right? The machine is what integrate. Technique is what integrates the machine into human society, rather vice versa, right? And that's you have three things there, right? You have technique, right? You have the machine, and you have human society, right? And the machine represents the physical aspect of technology, right? Technology is way more than machines or tools, right? We talked about how you could form a dialectic between a tool and a machine, right? And of course, a machine requires less in terms of human skill, right? So you could even draw a dialectic between technique and human skill, right? The more developed a technique is, the less it requires from human skill, right? And technique begins by assimilation of cultural forms, right? Into the mega machine of human civilization, right? This is how it worked. It worked by assimilating various cultural forms. Okay. Okay. And of course, techniques, unlike various tools and forms of magic, right? They have a cross-cultural genealogy, right? Okay, that dislodges them from the cultural scope, right? And allows them to proliferate, right? Among other forms. And we have the theological and philosophical movements of the time, right, that are contributing to this to this great change, all right? Okay, so as man develops new techniques, right, and those techniques integrate various cultural forms, right, they have an effect on the various theological and philosophical modes of human civilization, right? Those get fed back into the technical forms, right? And it becomes a feedback loop, right? between man's cultural forms and the techniques, right? But technique is what integrates the machine into human society, right? So human society, right, is the natural form of organization, right? You could idealize man in the state of nature or something like that, right? And that's basically human society is based on natural forms of organization within the anthropological mode, right? Okay, but once it begins to develop cultural forms, okay, most of man's work begins to be in symbolic or cultural forms and not in his relation to his environment, right? And once these cultural forms begin to form the great cities of the world, right? Okay, the city is a hub of two things, right? It's a hub of technological innovation, right, and international trade, right? And the city, right? Okay, it sort of develops the framework that assimilates various cultural and technical forms, right? And this first happens through private enterprise, right? And through right, obviously all techniques begin with the individual, right? They begin with a human proprietor, right? And once they're assimilated into the system as a whole, right, this movement takes place, okay, in terms of transforming, right? Okay, transforming the symbolic forms into technical forms, right? So you need the well, you know, as Mumford says, he says man is a symbol making animal, right? Right? So the making of the symbols, right? That is the technique. Right? That is the preoccupation with technique. The whole preoccupation with technique began with man's proliferation of symbols, right? Okay, and so do the cultural or synonymous with the magical forms, right? Magic, as ellul says, is a primitive form of technique, right? Okay, that tries to manipulate the forces of nature for set results, right? And we know that any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? It's because technology conceals the means it uses to get to a particular end. Right? So as ellul explains, technology is the massification of means, the complexification of means. Right? And this dual massification and complexification also works on the human, on the psychological level. Right? Okay? It leads to a sort of dual enhanced sense of individualism and atomization, right? And alienation, but also an enhanced sense of over socialization, interconnectedness, and collectivism, right? So man is basically psychologically torn, right, by this dual massification and complexification, right? Okay. And this is where we're situated today, right? So I'll explain a little bit how this happens, right? Okay, obviously first our forms of communication are attached to the cultural forms, right? To ethnos, right? And language. Okay, now once we move through the symbolic from language, right? And symbols become transformed by technique, okay? And what you have is, mimetic complexity. Okay, and this mimetic complexity is parallel to the technical complexity that we're facing as well, right? Let me go through the chat here and then I'll continue to elaborate on these various schemes here, right? Okay, and I know it's been like 15 minutes and I've been talking or whatever for a minute here, but yeah, let me get into this and then I'll go back into what I'm talking about. But I'll drop the link again for you guys. Dr. D Head, blessings. I appreciate your time and your support. Thank you to the Panelverse for being a homie. Okay, and for honestly, I miss our talks, buddy. You mean for sure. You mean yeah, bless you, brother. I mean I'm still paying attention. Yeah, Joe Mills, blessings. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Yeah, Reddington, I appreciate you, brother. Mr. Super Sidewinder, I appreciate you, sir. I hope you're having a blessed day. Sam Nee. He. Hi? But yeah, peace. A friend, I hope you're doing okay. Denise, blessings, madam. Hope you're having a pleasant evening. Yeah. R Pole, thank you for being here. Palantir type beat. Yeah. We like to mix it up out here. Right? Kind of a emergency broadcast or how would you want to say, public service announcement. For sure. Shadow and light, blessings, peace be with you. Neutral ground, appreciate you. The origin, thank you for being here. Lizard tree, thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here, madam. It's always great to see you, and I greatly appreciate your time. Okay, Animatrix, yeah, it's a banger, yeah, for sure. Lizard tree, actually, I haven't seen it. It's the only part of the Matrix series that I haven't seen, but yeah, I mean, I trust your judgment. Origin, he's a sharp cat. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I miss Abby for sure. I mean, yeah, blessings. Yeah, Lone Star, yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Lone Star out here. This segment features analysis of ellul. Oh yeah, the description. I appreciate you. TML, why do Muslims hate freedom of speech? The freedom of speech is the freedom to lie. What's so great about it? I give people freedom of speech. Blessings, Jessica. Thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate you. Yeah. Shows up. Yeah, let's let Mike hate whoever he wants. It's okay, guys. Blessings. Free to hate. Free to hate. So where was I? Mimetic complexity, right? How do we get to this? How do we get to this stage of mimetic complexity, right? Okay, let me pour more coffee here. And now it's a little bit cold, but nonetheless, I'll explain to you guys, right? Okay, so as I explained earlier, right? I think the the entire world. Okay, we got actually a guest here. Let me speak to the guest. Blessings, Mike. Are you wearing a shirt? It's no shirt, no shoes, no service.
I am not. Do I need to put a shirt on?
Yes, you do. Yeah. Blessings up. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Although hijab is from the navel to the knees, right? So.
Oh yeah. We keep that rule definitely. Yeah.
So, anyways, I guess I'm a hater, but that's all right. I'm just
free to hate.
Yeah. We should be
free to hate.
We should be free to hate.
We're
right?
free to hate. We're free to cancel. It's the paradox of intolerance, Mike. I mean, you gotta be.
Paradox of intolerance. Wow.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of that, Karl Popper?
No, I haven't heard of that, but it's kind of like the
you can't tolerate.
Ask if can Allah create a rock so big that he can't lift? The paradox of omnipotence.
I don't know. I think it's more of a paradox of natural law. And then if you want to constrain God to natural laws, I think natural laws are the myth.
Okay.
Things like
that's interesting. So I always find it funny where the Muslims are like, well, how can the Trinity exist? How can three be one? It's like, aren't you confining God to natural laws, to math?
No, I think that's more of a critique concerning the idea of monotheism. So they're working obviously within the three major traditions. The contention is that Christians claim to be monotheists, yet they are not. They're idolaters, as some Muslims would say. I don't want to say all Muslims, right? Because some Muslims grant that it's not the physical form that they're worshiping, so to speak, right? So there's a distinction there, right? There's an idea of social Trinitarianism, and I've studied a bit of this, with Swinburne and other scholars. They say God is loving, and for his love to accommodate other beings, there would have to be a social aspect to the Godhead, right? So I mean, it's a compelling take, but the proof is about whether there can be, and then to the scientist, the more the believers in science, the contention would be prove that God is constrained by natural laws, right, that he created in the first place, right? So that's sort of the contention that Ghazali uses. So I think it's a fair contention.
Right. Ghazali, he said, fire doesn't burn the cotton, Allah burns the cotton. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's interesting you said Godhead, and I don't know if you've watched, I recommend it, Mountainhead to you. I never thought of that the title of the movie, Mountainhead, might be tied to that, Godhead.
Yeah, have you seen the movie Holy Mountain?
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, that's a movie you should check out, Holy Mountain, about religious belief.
So Godhead is Steve Carell and three other guys, and they're billionaires, and they're like tech moguls. Like the one guy is, I think, kind of based on Zuckerberg, and the AI is allowing people to do all sorts of things, and then the one guy has the AI check of deep fakes or something, and anyways, the world's kind of disintegrating around them, and they're like, well, we could take over, like, let's take over Argentina, and we could take over the world. Maybe we can take over China and stuff. It's a comedy, but it's pretty funny. I think you'd like it, being an Illuminati nut and stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of what Holy Mountain is. That's one of the most famous scenes for occultist rituals and stuff. In that movie. Yeah.
It might be an homage to that. It might be based on that.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
to some
it could
degree.
be. Yeah, it could very well be. Yeah, there's a lot of American movies that steal a lot of stuff.
Right.
I
Well,
saw
I
I saw
mean,
like back and forth the clips of the Matrix and the Ghost in the Shell, and they just stole entire scenes from the Ghost in the Shell movie. The anime, and put them inside of the Matrix movie, right? So yeah.
right. I mean, there was Ghost in the Shell or something with uh, Scarlett Johansson. Is that what you're talking about?
No, 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 no.
No.
No, this is an anime. Yeah, that's based on an anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they
And I
they, they
mean,
remade it with Scarlett Johansson, and I heard it was terrible. But I'm talking about. I think it was maybe 1995, or I might have that wrong, but I think it's 1995 anime movie. That's very innovative. If you haven't seen it, Ghost in the Shell. Yeah,
okay, yeah. And I mean, you can go back to Doctor Strange Love and whatnot,
yeah, I love that movie. Yeah,
where Peter Sellers is like the crippled Nazi guy. And
yeah,
then,
yeah. But have
yeah,
you ever heard of? Yeah, have you ever heard of Lewis Mumford?
only through you. I've heard you talk about
Okay.
Mumford several times.
Yeah, yeah, that's the kind of trip I'm on right now.
Right, right.
I'm opening up my show talking about Mumford, and technology, and how we got into a technological world system, right? So that's my main, a trip that I'm on. I don't know if you caught some of my talk with Claire, right? But I talked to Claire about it. We had kind of like pretty, a pretty extended talk. I think I played part of it. You showed up at the end of it.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
came in at the very end just to say hi to you guys, and
yeah,
I appreciate what you do. I do appreciate your love of freedom of speech. That not to put words in your mouth, but I think you're a big supporter of it, and I appreciate that 1,000%.
yeah.
I'm
Thank you.
all for it.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Yeah, but yeah, what I was, busy telling these people about was a little bit about s- um communication and language, right? And about mimetic complexity. So in the cybernetics, right, of Norbert Weiner, right, he talks about control and communication in the animal and the machine, right? So cybernetics is all about how you send information from point A to point B, right? Or how information is organized, right, within a system, right? And it actually comes from the Greek word kubernetikos, right, which is actually from Plato's Republic, right, and it means controlling or steering, right. So the word control, right, which is a very important word within the ideas of Weiner, right, is the main aspect of what this term actually amounts to, right, is control, cybernetics, right. It means control or governance, really, right? Put in the context of Plato's Republic, right? So we have different terms, right? We have cybernetics, right? We have techne logos, right? Which is you know okay, the application of knowledge or skill, right? So this application, right? The process of application, right? Just as the process of symbol making, right? As I said, man is a symbol making animal, right? So this is the primary form of technique that man is engaged in, right? Now, it used to be guided by, ethnos or language, right? So it used to be tied to language and cultural forms, right? Okay. Now, what we have today is a technical form which seems to assimilate various cultural forms, right? So what we have today is a technical form that is totally um, divorced from its reliance on ethnos, right? So this thing, of technique, which used to be confined, right, by symbolic and cultural forms, is no longer confined by them. And that means that this whole idea, of language or communication, right, it's not tied. Communication, or cybernetics is about getting information, right, outside of language, right? So the way they've done this, right, the way they've divorced symbolic forms, right, from their ethnic or cultural influence, right, is that they've turned the symbolic form, right, and they did this by combining, and actually the Jews did the same thing, right, within their mystical ideas, right, which is that you have a symbol, right, and the symbol can mean two different things, right? So you could over contextualize, right, symbols and overload their meaning, right? So you could hide or encode information, right? Now, this idea of encoding information, right? Excuse me. It's how the symbolic goes beyond the cultural, right? And it becomes divorced from language, and it becomes purified communication, right? So that two machines can send information from two different points, right? And that act is not an act of them communicating in terms of language, because they're not understanding anything, right? But them sending information is still communication, right? And the communication of symbols, that's totally divorced from meaning or language, right? Or the transformation of communication to the purely technical, right, divorced from ethnic or cultural forms, right, can be seen within the act of just encoding information, right? So if you go beyond this, right, and you look at how technology operates, right? Well, you have, right, the electrician, right, and he's able to connect various machines together, right? Now you have the engineer, right, and he's even able to connect various mechanical systems together, right, through codes and inferences, right? Now the programmer, right, he's able to connect, right, a conglomeration of various mechanical systems, right? And this means that you have a ever telescoping, right, method of encoding information through technique, right, that's accelerating, right? You have going from the electrician to the engineer to the programmer, and this is all a matter of encoding information, right? And so how does this happen? Or how does this affect the cultural, landscape? Well, it's obvious how it, if you look around the world, right, you'll see, what's happened to the cultural landscape, right? We've totally lost the cultural landscape, right? And the reason is because technology has transformed our use of symbols, right? Moved it from the ethnic forms, right, over to the technical forms, to the purely technical forms. So that, you have, like in the book of, by Stuart Brand. I don't know where I actually put it right now, but yeah. But what he says is the total plasticization of content. Okay, the total plasticity of content, right, means that all information is purely contextual, right? And this means that you can, over contextualize symbols and implode their meaning, right? Yeah, welcome Reddington, blessings.
Yo.
Yeah, so how does this affect the political? Yeah, blessings, Frank. Yeah, thank you for joining. And and Mike, thank you for being here. I think I looked at everyone in the chat. The Origin is here. Golden Renaissance Productions is here. Yeah. So I greatly appreciate you guys. Now, man, I'm going way overboard here. I need to wrap this up, right? And goes.
You're doing a good job. You're hitting hard on truth.
Yeah, but I need to go from the political to the theological, and I'm going to do that very quickly, right? Because they're kind of linked, right? They're linked in the same way this idea of knowledge and information is linked, right? Right, because knowledge is about participation in human goals, and it's tied to humans, right? But information is not, right? So this is kind of what I'm trying to establish, right? And this goes into the political framework as well, right? So in the political framework, right, as we saw, right, and this is very much related to the theological framework, right? We have the idea of man, right? Okay, taking the notion of the spirit, right, and placing it into the individual, right, and then into the collective, and then into the evolutionary framework, right, which is the framework of progress and futurism, right? And you have the ideal of progress entering in, right? So how does man get into an understanding, right, okay, of being dislodged, okay, from the theological understanding of the world, right? Well, this happens through a series of successive stages, okay, that we've seen, right? First, man creates the ideal of the state. Okay, we saw this in Plato, right? And we saw this in the political ideal of Aristotle, right? He said that, politics is the ruler of all the other arts, right? It's like the chief art, so to speak, right? So he invented this notion of the political ideal, right? But man didn't invent the notion of the state, right, as the machine that speaks for man until they invented the notion of universalism, right? The archetypal man, right? The notion of equality, right? And the notion of progress, right? So where did all of these ideas come from? Right? As we saw, right? Man was, as creating the notion of reason or universal law, right? Separate from nature, right? And placed within God, right? That had a transcendental quality, right? So God had to be removed from nature, right? And this fundamental split, right? We'll call it dualism or whatever, right? Okay, was mainly because theologians had to deal with the attack, okay, from Aristotelianism, right? And the attack was basically this, right? Aristotle had posited that the world was eternal, right? That God was immaterial, right? Removed from nature, but acting on nature, right? Through secondary forces, right? As God molds matter through the void, right? So there's like at least three things happening, right? There's the universe, which is eternal, right? There's the void, right? So he kept this idea of atoms in the void, right, from the notion of the materialists, right? But he said they failed to give origin to the world, right? So he posited the notion of the prime mover, right? Okay, but he said that the prime mover is removed from nature, separate from nature, right? Okay, and it has to act on nature through these universal laws, right? Okay, that conform to reason. Right now, man being in a higher, being in the highest, possessing the highest kind of soul, right, has reason, right? So he can understand the laws of nature. Okay, but when Aristotle, right, okay, told the theologians, and the Aristotelians told the theologians, right, that the world has no beginning, right? They created a system, right? Okay, where God, separate from nature, caused, right, for as a prime mover, right? Okay, they added the notion of infinite regress, right, to the notion of causation of Aristotle. And they imploded the Aristotelian system. Right, and said because of the notion of causation cannot have infinite regress, right, the world has to have a beginning. Right, because the world is pure causation. Right, and they came to this idea through Aristotelian logic, right, by looking at the forces of nature and seeing that nature operates through causation, through laws of causation. Right, so they said these laws or this chain of causation cannot have an infinite regress. Therefore, the prime mover had to have began the world, right? So using Aristotelian logic to implode the Aristotelian cosmology, right, and positing the notion of the monotheistic God, right, they came up with the notion of creation ex nihilo, right? But they had to totally separate God from the world, right? Okay, God can act on the world, right? But he's not in the world, right? So you have God both in the world and not of the world, right? Makes sense, right? Right?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, blessings. I was asking if maybe Michael could mute his keyboard. Like it's a little bit distracting. But
Oh
that's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. He'll take care of that.
My bad.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. I was barely noticing it. Yeah. But it's if it's bothering other people, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, blessings. But yeah, yeah. So they had to separate, right, nature from God, right? But there's a mediator between the two, which is man's reason, right? So when they got rid of God, right, you still have to work out what's man's reason doing in nature, what's it helping him determine, right? And that is okay, whatever the final product is, right, of man's quest for knowledge, right? And so man began to develop this notion of the state, right? And about universal rights. Okay, and so this notion of natural law really took off, right? Because the laws of nature are separate from the laws of God, right? Okay, and you had this total split between the church and the state, which was a complete manifestation of this, right? Okay, but then in Protestantism and in the Lurianic Kabbalah, right, they began to develop notions, right, that human reason could use the state, right, and to go beyond nature to reach a semblance with God, right? So this was the notion, okay, of the the notion of human progress, right? And the ideal of the state coming together, right? And of course they came to this conclusion, okay, by taking notions of the hierarchy of being, okay, of the archetypal man rising through the chain of being, okay, and of the notion of the pseudo eschatology of progress, which began to introduce the notion of the kingdom of God on earth. Right? And this totally got rid of the notion, okay, of the church, okay, that humanity was going to be, in the Hindu, okay, in the Muslim, okay, in the Christian, okay, you have a sort of anti-progress scheme to their eschatological schemes, right? It's sort of an apocalyptic scheme, right? But as you introduce this notion of the kingdom of God, right, through the Lurianic Kabbalah, okay, through the ideas of Protestantism, right, and the Christian, Kabbalists, okay, they begin to think about the coming of the kingdom of God on earth. Okay, and the notion was about, right, man ascending up the hierarchy of being, right, by using his reason to go beyond nature, right? So this is the basic scheme of Hegel, right? You have nature, you have progress, you have the Cabalistic scheme, you have man's reason going beyond nature, you have the notion of, successive stages of man's development, okay? Okay, and you have the notion of the apotheosis of the state. So all of this really, comes together in Hegel, right? But as I laid out, right, in my previous presentations, it's seen in many thinkers before that, right? In fact, I got a cool little video that one of the homies sent me earlier here that sort of agreed with a lot of my previous presentations. Okay, he found this video, right, basically agreeing with a lot of things that I said. But let me try to open this for you guys.
Cool, man. Let me apologize. I was typing when I wasn't muted.
Yeah, no worries.
You didn't annoy anybody. And Machine Lies, I really do appreciate you allowing people to speak. And I know.
Yeah, of course.
You don't always agree, but
yeah,
you're
check this
a true
out.
American.
Yeah,
even though you're in Michigan and you got some crazy.
Yeah, of course.
But
yeah, I'm not really too familiar with this guy, but yeah, check this out.
So when you read through all this world history, something stands out. It's ancient Israel. This from about 1400 BC to 1000 BC, you have a nation with millions of people and no king. And it worked because every single citizen was taught the law and personally accountable to God to follow the law. So this is called the Hebrew Republic. This is the pre-King Saul period, and it's brand new on planet Earth. And so the Calvinist Puritans studied this so much that they were called Christian Hebraists. And they were so experts that later Jewish rabbis would quote from the Christian Hebraists. I mean, they studied the Jerusalem Talmud and the Maimonides, a famous Jewish rabbi, and they studied all this. And one of them was James Harrington, another was John Sadler, and his sister Ann Sadler married John Harvard. And so that's why they taught Hebrew at Harvard University. And Yale, this is the coat of arms of Yale. They still have Hebrew characters on the coat of arms of Yale. Now, why is it? Because they were studying this Hebrew Republic, how you can have a government without a king. We're breaking away from the King of England. We're going to rule ourselves. We got to figure this thing out. And so let's look at the Hebrew Republic. They come out of Egypt, where there's a Pharaoh for 2,000 years. They come into the Promised Land, where there's King Og of Bashan and all these different kings, and they don't have a king. And the law says everyone's made in the image of God, and there's no respect of persons in judgment. This is the beginning of the concept of equality on planet Earth, that everyone you see is equal to you.
Whoa! Did the Jews come up with equality and it was Maimonides and stuff? Oh yeah, totally. They don't teach you that in school, do they?
Lol, what? Is this some kind of hoodwink?
Hoodwinked
sure.
and bamboozled.
Getting
I don't remember
man-doozled over here.
Yeah, fucked and thrown on the side of the road, more like.
Sure enough, I don't remember any references to any type of Jewish material in education.
Oh yeah, it's right there in the whole notion of a necessary evil, a nation without a king. Right, it's right there in the Common Sense of Thomas Paine. Right, and this whole notion that the government is a necessary evil. Right, very much paralleling their notion of sin within Protestantism. Right, that the natural forms are, sinful and all that type of stuff, right? So they have this whole notion, right? We know how nature and reason, right, were treated by Protestantism, and also that nature and reason are basically, seen as secondary, right, to revelation and the church, right? So this is where the split comes, is by splitting the two in the first place, right? And that was accomplished by St. Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides, right? So this is what I've been trying to get across, right? There's other intelligent people who have noticed this, right? A shift that happened, okay, between knowledge and values, right? And of course, one of the main culprits is Aristotle, right? As we looked at last time, right? So we're gonna go ahead and open up some of the Skolmowski here, and then we're gonna open up some of my own writings, and we're gonna look at some of ellul. So we'll go through some of this stuff together, and we'll end up at looking at this notion of the apotheosis of the state, the coming of the kingdom of God, right? Of the synarchists, as my friend here has claimed. Right? Totally.
Yes,
total
sir.
synarchism. Total synarchism unleashed by people like H.G. Wells.
Yes, sir.
That we read about in on the Fabian Socialists. That we read about. They're tools of mechanical progress. We've heard them admit it. Right? In Orwell, and we're now going to look at Carlyle and see them. Okay, see Carlyle at work, and him describing how we are living in a mechanical age. Right? So we're going to read some of Thomas Carlyle. Right? So that's basically the plot here. So I hope you guys appreciate it, and you guys will like that. But yeah, I'm going to play some music, and we're going to get into it. Try to open this up for you guys. Yeah, I made this earlier. It's like metal mixed with immoral technique. I mean, it is what it is.
10 bitch suck my friend's dick. In the meantime, you can French kiss this clenched fist. Diabolic, a one-man brigade spreading stuff.
I'm gonna kill you inevitably, chemically bomb you, fuck using a chrome piece. I'm Illmatic, you won't make it home.
Yeah.
Banger.
That was
it's
hard.
good.
Dub Trio,
Awesome.
Mortal Technique, Diabolic. You know, it is what it is. If you guys see the that bonus track at the end of Revolutionary Volume 1, it's killer, man. It's like one of the greatest rap songs ever recorded. I mean,
Bonus round.
oh yeah. So let me open this up here without further ado. Okay, oh wait, this is the wrong book. This is the book I want here. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong one too. Shit. Fuck. All right, so many books. All right, here we go. So let's check this out. So we're on world ethics here. We're gonna go in. So this is the point I want to read here. He says, so Aristotle had quite a different mind than that of Plato. Plato was an inspired poet who talked with angels, a spirit of trees. Aristotle, in contrast, was a sober analyst. He loved definitions, classifications, analyses. He therefore separated ethics, the realm of the good, from aesthetics, the realm of the beautiful, and truth, the realm of the future science and of logic. Right? So you have different ideas here, right? But the main idea is about the separation of knowledge, right, from valuation, right? As we said, that knowledge has to be evaluated, right? And the way that knowledge is evaluated, right, is that there's good types of knowledge and there's bad types of knowledge, right? And unless we put knowledge in line with the ethical framework, right, and it's totally divorced from values, right, then the search for knowledge alienates man, right? So the compartmentalization of knowledge, right, and which leads to different ideas, right? It leads to desacralization of nature, myth of progress, right? Okay, so obviously I've laid out the cycle, right? First God is separated from nature, right? Then man is separated from nature, right? Then man is separated from reason, right? And the cycle is complete, right? And of course, the only way to get back into the away from this cycle is through this notion, okay, of the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? And that's why we're taking a multidisciplinary approach, right? Because that's the only approach that is left available, right? We have to take a or attempt to take a non-technical analysis, right? But the fact is that we're all conditioned by technique, right? So as we see, or as we've said, right, we're analyzing this thing from inside of it, right? Blessings, slutty gorilla biscuits. It is what it is. Appreciate it.
Gorilla Biscuits. I know that guy. Or
Yeah.
chick. I don't know which, but I know them.
Hey, when you say you're going to be pulling from your work, is it the Christ protagonist work, or is there
I only have one. Yeah, I'm only
okay.
Yeah, I'm working on another one now, but
Great,
we'll see how that goes. But it says here, so he's talking about the compartmentalization of knowledge there, right? And he says, he said it should be absolutely clear to us that once truth and intellect have been elevated to a supreme position, the abstract intelligence of man became the defining characteristic of Homo sapiens. The measure of human intelligence becomes the measure of our humanity. This spelled out the doom of spirituality and other intrinsic values. Religious and other spiritual values were pushed to the margin because the imperative of our abstract cerebrating mind. These older values did not contribute to the acquisition of scientific truths. The lives of Plato and Aristotle overlap. Yet with Aristotle, the Western mind begins an entirely different departure. Was Aristotle responsible for the derailing of Western civilization, or was Western civilization, because of its peculiar mental makeup, bound to produce Aristotle, or people like him who drove Western people to the barren land of analysis?
I'd say, like I said before, I think it's the more of the latter, but it could be either or, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, if you look at people like Pliny the Elder and some of what he has to say about, it was either Pliny who was talking about how, Plato had gotten his knowledge from much older sources, right?
Mm-hmm.
So among the ancient people, right, about Plato's foreign influences, right, it seems to be a wide consensus. If you analyze his writings, right, if you analyze Greek ideas at the time, right, he was not in line with them, right? So where was he getting these ideas from, right? So it's a very interesting notion. Okay, I think the problem starts with Plato, personally, right? Obviously, Skolomowski, to a certain degree, he thinks philosophy is saving people, right? So he thinks like Plato's, trying to stop Aristotle from doing these things, right? And I just don't see it that way, right? I think Kant enabled Hegel, right? I don't think Kant was trying to save values, right? And I certainly don't think that St. Thomas Aquinas was either, right? Especially infested with the Aristotelianism as he was, right? So there's significant departures from Skolomowski's ideas and concepts, but I've never read anybody here, right, and just looked at their ideas on their own terms. I've always critiqued their ideas.
When you say that you don't think Kant, or you think Kant enabled Hegel and that he wasn't trying to save values, can you elaborate more?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, we read this work by Skolomowski called Knowledge and Values, and he says that basically Plato tried to put knowledge and values, okay, in a relation with each other, right? St. Thomas Aquinas put values over knowledge, right? That's true enough.
Yes.
Right, but it's also important to point out that he put them in two separate domains.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and this catalyzed the third mode of Kant, who put them in three separate but equal modes, right? And said that they're both in totally different spheres, right? He put values in the sphere of the intuitive, right? A priori framework, right? And then he put knowledge in the realm of experience.
Bingo. Okay.
Right. So that was a huge problem, but that problem had already began with Maimonides and Aquinas, is what I was saying. I mean,
Gotcha.
Because they had said that reason is separate from nature and God is separate from nature, and all, they created all these categories,
Mm-hmm.
right, to fulfill their Aristotelian desires, right, and they threw theology under the bus.
So do you honestly think that they wouldn't have come philosophy, if it wasn't for Aristotle being like one of the first to come up with the categorizations, that it wouldn't have happened inevitably? I mean, I think it's a desire of the philosopher in general to categorize, right? Maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps.
It would, because technique would get someone to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that ellul is saying that's so innovative, right? He's saying that technique doesn't go by the force of ideas. That techniques sit around, wait a while until some technical thing comes along and literally puts them into action.
Gotcha.
Right? So I think he hit the nail on the head with that one. And you could see that in Aristotle, right? It wasn't until the regime of Alexander the Great, right? Until his like philosophical concepts were able to be proliferated. But yeah, maybe it would have been anybody.
And would
Yeah,
you
it
say
seems
it's a
like these are more so discoveries rather than innovations. It's
I
like
mean,
these
I
things
think
are latent within in I don't know the ground of reality, and then
I
people are
don't think
just
so.
picking them up.
No, I don't think so. That's where I veer off. I think Aristotle made them up. I mean,
and
I
Yeah,
think he
he
my,
did.
totally made them up. I
It's
mean,
if I may, my question would be this: do you think it's a bit of an oversimplification? But did the deviation maybe occur when we went from the Socratic style of asking the question to answering the question in definitive terms?
Ooh, good one.
yeah. I mean, the problem does start with the definitions, and so I think the problem starts with Plato, right?
You're
Creating the
right, because
definition,
Plato seems to know things, and then Socrates says, like, what is it? The Sibyl says he's the wisest because he claims to be the most ignorant person, or whatever. Like, or not ignorant, but he claims to know nothing.
Yeah. So
Right,
Constantly questioning.
and there aren't that many individuals from the ancient record that we genuinely consider wise, but he is one of them.
in terms of that, whether it's discovery or invention, I think inventing nomenclature that's the inventing part, whereas the phenomenon itself is discovery. So, but if something is just pure uh, language, then that's just us inventing something that supposedly is descriptive of reality, but I don't know.
Yeah, I can see the differentiation. I see what you mean.
yeah, so here's these two figures that came right before you know, so I've laid down, so up until now we've laid down like until like 1500s, right? And like whatever happens there, right, with the Protestant a Reformation, the Lurianic Kabbalah, right, which should obviously be added to that time period. Like the Jewish Reformation and the Christian Reformation. Okay, and the combination of these two forms into the Judeo-Christian. Okay, these are all relatively modern ideas, and as I just explained, okay, these thinkers like Maimonides and Saint Thomas Aquinas in the 1300s contributed significantly to these ideas, right? So obviously Spinoza, right, he was trying to deal with the notions of Descartes, right, and Cartesian dualism. Okay, so that's where sort of Skolimowski comes in here, right? He says from the 16th century, right, the Roman Church is on the defensive, right, and from the 17th century on, it gradually loses its authority over all major matters, cosmological, scientific, moral. The Renaissance was started in the 15th century in Italy. Was the first challenge? Okay, obviously I contend, right, that obviously, okay, those changes that happened in Bohemia were much more significant. Okay, Bohemia and Prague, right? This is why John Dee wanted to go to Bohemia, right? Because he knew like that's where like the Rosicrucians started or whatever, right? So
Retro.
you know what I mean? And that's why Winthrop, okay, had a copy of John Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica. Right, I saw this page earlier. This is pretty interesting. New England folklore. For this,
What would be your quick assessment of the Enochian language, and have you looked into it at all?
Oh no, I'm not that familiar with it, but I'm sure our friend Origin could tell us something about that. But yeah, it says the alchemist of Connecticut, or the Christian Hermes. It said the Puritan alchemists who founded several Connecticut towns started industries and stopped witch trials. The book is Prospero's America, John Winthrop Jr., Alchemy and the Creation of New England Culture. The Puritan in question, as you could tell by the title, was John Winthrop Jr. Shocking, right? The guy who wrote The City on a Hill, a historical document for the establishment of the Puritan for the Puritan colonies. I think Massachusetts Bay Colony or whatever. I could be wrong about that. I knew that the Puritans at Harvard and Yale dabbled in it. We just heard about those Puritans, right, who wanted to learn about Hebrew, right? They were obsessed with Hebrew, learning and teaching it. Okay, why were they obsessed with learning and teaching Hebrew, right? Because you can't rely on the church for understanding the scripture, right? So you have to rely on the Jews, right? So it's pretty obvious, right? It says, I tend to think of alchemy as a murky pseudoscience with a lot of cryptic symbolism and magical jargon. Yeah, most of science is based on it, though, dude. Alchemy has its roots in the writings of the Renaissance. Authors like Marsilio Ficino. I think he's going off the thing here. But yeah, anyways.
Office rocker.
Yeah.
I would agree to some extent, though, that you need to learn the native language in which some of the documents are presented in order to get a deeper understanding of them. At least that's my approach for Chinese. Like, I sought to become well-versed in Chinese before I started to examine Tao at greater depth.
Yeah, it says many practical benefits emerge from alchemy, particularly lucrative fields like metallurgy, mining, agriculture, navigation, and medicine. Alchemical thought also blended with the Christian, including Puritan theology. So it was attractive to John Winthrop Jr., the son of the first governor of Massachusetts. Born in England in 1606, John Winthrop Jr. traveled through Europe and Turkey, meeting with alchemists and acquiring alchemical texts before emigrating to New England in 1631. In his personal symbol, Winthrop used the Monas Hieroglyphica, a sigil representing cosmic unity, developed by John Dee, Queen Elizabeth's famous astrologer, thought to be Prospero, inspiration for Prospero in Shakespeare's The Tempest, and the titular character in Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. So here's John Dee's little symbol that he used from the Monas Hieroglyphica. Whoops.
Yeah, those look like Hindic tantras, I believe they're called, and that right there is the Yud He Vahe, the Tetragrammaton.
Yeah, so here's a guy who started the colonies in North America. All right, but yeah, anyways, yeah, what else? I mean, obviously, I talked about the trivium and quadrivium, right? How they successfully contributed to this idea of the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? Obviously, the alchemists were not too keen on that whole thing, right? And even though they invented most of the scientific stuff, right, they were considered wackos, right? Until technique assimilated their ideas, essentially.
Yeah, it seems like they were outside of most of the great alchemists were like either not academics or shunned by academia. They were autodidactics, most of them were. They didn't seem to follow the rules, and that's what made them so good at that art.
Yeah. And then they obviously
I resonate with that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they lie and say that all these scientific inventions came after they got rid of spiritualism and all this stuff, and they had steady belief in reason, but all the time, all of the scientists and inventors have always been also closet alchemists.
Yes.
So it's fascinating how that works. They never attribute history to them, even though the people who release this information, they're trying to cover up where they really got this knowledge from. So yeah, so that's been going on a lot. But yeah, so and of course Spinoza was one of these people, right? Spinoza and Leibniz and all these guys. Obviously they met with these guys like Van Helmont.
Yes.
Okay, and that were trying to create Christian Kabbalah and all this type of stuff, right? They were huge framers of the Lurianic Kabbalah, right? So the people that studied, okay, so obviously, you have Johannes Reuchlin, the De Arte Cabalistica, right? And his correspondence with Martin Luther, right? You have the correspondence of, Descartes and Spinoza with Van Helmont. Okay, and Descartes with Queen Christina of Sweden, right? Who, along with Isaac Laperere, basically funded the rise of Shabbatai Zevi, right? And you have the whole Frankist idea, right, of the Zohar, right, and of the preeminence of the Zohar, and how the Zohar is a scheme about, the salvation of the entire world.
Are you saying that when you say the Frankist idea of the Zohar, you mean in particular the Tikkun Olam related to the Frankists, or are you saying Zohar
Yeah,
in general is a Frankist
yeah.
idea?
No, I'm saying that the idea that they felt that the Zohar had preeminence over the Torah.
Okay, yeah, I agree for sure. Yeah, the Sabbateans and the Frankists for sure.
So
there's a
that's,
lot to unpack in what you just said, though. You're cruising right now, and I'm trying to digest this.
Oh yeah, this is a continuation of like many.
And would you say that dialectic is the one that's currently the most persistent in modern temple?
When you say temple, you mean
yes. I'm I'm totally like getting to like where they get the modern ideas from, right? The modernist ideas from, right? In Judaism,
you mean like the Rebbe? When you say
Christianity.
temple, do you mean the Sanhedrin currently, like the Rebbe?
Yeah, and I was thinking mostly like Southern California, Hollywood area.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, but how about the Puritans being influenced by the Rosicrucians?
That's
insane.
where I wanted to back up a second and kind of ask you questions to unload or unpack this and get some more nuance to it. I think your crowd, your audience would appreciate it too, or people who are new to watching this. So let's back up. You were saying, let me try to retrieve what you said that had me thinking. It was Kabbalism, the Puritans, the Reuchlin's correspondence with Luther.
Zevi.
No, it wasn't that. It was that's it. So without reading much of your book, not getting the whole thesis, are you insinuating that Kabbalah is a Jewish system solely? Like it's derived from Jewish thought entirely?
No.
Okay.
Because it's partly derived from Neoplatonism, right?
Okay, so you do agree if I was to claim that the Kabbalah is a universal thing, would you agree with that? It's meant to be universal so that people of, all walks of life, when they're
in the
human condition.
Oh yeah, but I think that's one of the huge problems with it.
Yes, you got it. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to, because A, it's not tied to ethnos. B, it's a scheme of world salvation, that goes against the apocalyptic framework. And then C, it is combined with the notion of the apotheosis of the state, right? And it's going to lead humanity to, scientific totalitarianism. And, so there's a lot of different problems with it. But yeah, so those are the reasons why. So none of these things that I pointed out so far I agree with, It's
Of
just all
course, and
there's
don't
a list of shit that I
misunderstand me.
don't agree with. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
And
understand that.
yeah,
And
maybe
I
last
would
last
just
show was more
postulate the idea. Go ahead.
positive.
Go. Sorry.
Yeah, but yeah,
I
go
would
ahead,
just
Frank. Yeah.
postulate the idea that there may be some source origin, and some of what they had done in some way could be a bastardization of original source material, which I consider to be the Tao, but that just might be lofty thinking.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're definitely it's definitely based on truth. It's based on a true story. I mean, yeah, for sure. You know, so yeah, so he goes on to say, the Renaissance, which started in 15th century in Italy, the first challenge, right? The Renaissance painters discovered the glory of nature. They challenged the old medieval idiom, which attempted to convey the otherworldliness of human life. Instead, the Renaissance painters attempted to express the loveliness of this world, the palpable beauty of natural forms and of human forms conveyed by them is so overwhelming that it borders on magic. Never before, never after was painting able to convey the depth and gloriousness of the natural world with so much intensity and conviction. A dramatic shift occurred in people's minds concerning the meaning of human person. Man is the measure of all things, declared boldly both Renaissance thinkers and artists alike. This was not an original idea. The Greek philosopher Protagoras, who was a
Yes.
contemporary of Socrates, was the first one to announce it. But the idea was very refreshing and bold. Considering the previous subjugation of man to the dictates of the church, Protagoras was not only Protagoras was not the only inspiration, he says. The Renaissance quite deliberately and purposefully turned to the ideals of Greek antiquity and saw in the Greek ethos an inspiration to live fully, creatively, freely. The Renaissance lived its creed most significantly in the arts. The freedom of human imagination as expressed by the great art of the Renaissance equaled the best of the Greek art of the golden period. After it was introduced by the Renaissance, the idea of the centrality of man never left the scene of Western civilization. Okay, so this is an important idea, right? The notion of the centrality of man, right, and the formulation of the archetypal man, right? The evolution of the notion of the archetypal man, right? Going from the notion of the universal mind, right? Then okay, being found in the notion of human reason going beyond nature within the theistic forms. Okay, then appearing in the notion of Adam Kadmon, right, in the Cabalistic forms, right, and then appearing in the notion of the species being, okay, within the scientific form, right. So this notion, okay, of the centrality of man, right, has been there the entire time, right, by this notion of reason being above nature, right. Okay, so that's important to note. Okay, so this idea of the centrality of man, he says, right? Where the hell is it? Shit.
Is this Skolomowski?
Yeah, this is Skolomowski. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Damn. Okay, the Renaissance lived its creed most significantly in the arts. The freedom of human imagination as expressed in the great art of the Renaissance equaled the best of the Greek art of the golden period after it was introduced. Okay, here it is. The Renaissance, the idea of the centrality of man, right, never left the scene of Western civilization. In fact, the chief banner which humanism of the Renaissance upheld, right, notice it's called humanism. Right, okay, and in the notion of the Kabbalah, right, man is a microcosm of the macrocosm.
The freedom of human imagine. Oh wait, hold on. In fact, the chief banner of humanism was the nobility and the dignity of man. A mechanistic philosophy gains momentum in the 17th and 18th centuries. The influence of science increases and the influence of religion decreases. These new circumstances bring forth new systems of ethics. The two most important ones are those of Benedict Spinoza and Immanuel Kant. Each wrote an important work or ethical treatise, which became a milestone in the history of ethics. The title of Spinoza's work is Ethics Arranged in Geometric Order. The second part of title is significant. Spinoza wrote in post-Cartesian time, which science and the scientific thinking were already shaping the consciousness of most advanced men. Science at this time is not to be ignored, but to be emulated. Therefore, Spinoza set for himself an unusual task. He decided to prove his ethical convictions as if they were theorems of geometry. After setting a thesis or theorem, he goes on to prove it in as rigorous a way as possible, pretending that ethics can be treated in the same way as geometry. Spinoza's system was that of pantheism, God as nature, nature as God. Many of his views come close to what is most characteristic of the Eastern tradition, a cosmic view of man as made of the stuff of the gods and conceiving of nature as divine himself. Okay, and why was Spinoza basically banished, right? One of the reasons, right, was very similar to Socrates, right, was that he disagreed with the concept of God, right, that the state had established, because the Protestant church agreed with the Jews that God was immaterial, right? That's what Maimonides says too, right? So for God to be physical, right, was great falsity, right? So they couldn't tolerate this idea of Spinoza's pantheism, right? Even though Spinoza asserted, right, that he was trying to prove the God of monotheism.
Yeah, I don't think he really got far with that, in my opinion.
I mean, it's a fascinating work for sure.
But I'm just, Joe Schmo, so.
His notions, I think it's crazy how relevant this is, because his notions are predominantly what prevailed in the history of philosophy and how it's turned out. Because like his influence bled into continental philosophy and analytical philosophy.
Right.
You got people like Bertrand Russell who think that you can deduce logic or philosophy in general into mathematics. So it's like I think it was him and Whitehead who wrote the Principia Mathematica, right? Do I have that wrong?
That's right.
They
Whitehead
did
and
the same thing.
Yeah, Russell, yeah.
They were basically trying to deduce logic, reason, intellect, all these philosophical things that are inherently transcendental, in my opinion, or ideal. You could say that they're all ideal, and then trying to concretize them into mathematical facts. It's pretty interesting, which would contribute right to the whole transhumanism or whatever, what the end goal, the idea that like you can bring heaven to earth and create this immortal material existence, eternal material existence, or whatever, unifying heaven and earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, his works were more influential on people like Hegel I think Hegel was like pretending to be Spinoza, but then like Nietzsche, right? He sort of incorporated Spinoza, but he sort of didn't, right? He liked his philosophical systems, but I don't think he liked his like ideas about the state or because I think Rousseau and Nietzsche, they sort of despised Spinoza's ideas about the state, because Spinoza sort of he agreed with
sort of like the political frameworks of like Hobbes and Locke's, unfortunately. I mean,
Yeah.
so he was definitely on the wrong side of history with that. But that was a problem with philosophers, right? Almost all the philosophers got swept up in modernism,
Yes.
right? And that it's really telling about them, right? That they were so infected by modernism and science that they didn't turn to the ancients. That they didn't rely on spirituality and all these things to get them out of the jam.
My
And they just put all their chips in science. And yeah,
my
bad
personal
deal.
belief is that the philosophers, as time went on, there became such a great disconnect as the plebeian or the worker, the laborer, the farmer, whatever, is so far removed from philosophical concepts that the ancients seemed too transcendental, and the philosopher, as time went on, became obsessed with trying to elaborate and explain for the layman. So they had this obsession with objectifying philosophy and trying to concretize it. I mean, even I was going to ask your opinion on Leibniz, because like he was really influenced by Descartes and Spinoza as well. I mean, that's how he
Yeah, I
formulated
like him
his
more than those guys.
perfect. Yeah, me too as well. But he still falls short because he has this obsession with trying to make everything mathematical. I mean, he was basically the guy who
Yeah.
formulated calculus. He
Yep.
he tries to objectify philosophy too much or whatever. That's that downfall for the modernist philosopher.
That would be. I would think that's like kind of like a not a symptom, but I would
It's a
think that has
consequence.
to do with how technique tries to make everything mechanistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the most banger paragraphs in my entire book is this paragraph where I explain how um basically Spinoza, Descartes, and Leibniz used the very same terminology that Avicenna used to explain their concept of God, which is that his essence precedes existence.
Mm,
And I was like, oh wait, so they fell into Avicenna's trap, you see, by separating these two things, essence and existence, right?
yeah.
And so I think nothing could be more characteristic of their philosophy and their views, that they accept this, basic axiom, from Avicenna, right, from 900 AD, right? I think, they're definitely falling short in a lot of ways. I mean, but yeah, they were all kind of talking about the same idea, right? And when it comes to Kant, see, this is the problem: is that they created, um, Kant and Hegel, right? And of course, we wouldn't have somebody like Nietzsche if he wasn't responding to those guys, right? But you only need Nietzsche when something goes wrong. Right?
Yeah.
You never need him when like there's good things happening.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, yeah. Let's go to this. He says, yeah. So we're on Spinoza, right? So we're looking at the difference between Kant and Spinoza, right? And of course, you know, Spinoza has to totally get rid of, Kant has to get rid of Spinoza's like sweet like cosmology, right? Because it's like, it's not going to work within his system of knowledge, right? So this is the thing. Once you, say that, okay, well, once you make, okay, you don't draw too much of a distinction between essence and existence. Okay, Spinoza tried to mend those two things back together with his pantheism, right? But you have to draw a huge distinction between these two things to get a epistemology that's going to be of service to science, right? To the scientific and the mechanistic worldview,
right? And that's what Kant tried to create, right? So obviously, you got to abandon Spinoza, you got to go with Kant, right? And Locke and these guys, right? And their empiricism, right? So the ethics, okay, right? So the ethics of Spinoza, right? So yeah, nature as God. Okay, he says many of his views are characteristic of Eastern tradition. It's like panentheism, right? View of man as made of the stuff of gods, conceiving of nature as divine itself. Spinoza's ethics is connected with this pantheism. Virtue is a reward in itself. Virtuous life should be pursued because it is beautiful and rewarding in itself. It leads to inner peace, freedom, and happiness. Spinoza's concept of the cosmic man, conceived as divine in the divine cosmos, is subtly connected with the idea of the virtuous man. The cosmic man knows the law, the cosmic laws, which inform him that the virtuous life is in harmony with the cosmic laws. That's exactly what Aristotle said, right? Okay, Spinoza had no illusion that his ethics of the virtuous man would be an easy path to follow. He wrote at the end of his treatise that excellent things are rare and difficult to attain, yet they are highly desirable precisely because they are excellent. The ethics is not a religious or more God-centered. Okay, the ethics is not religious or God-centered, excuse me. Instead, it is man-centered. Okay? But Spinoza's man has cosmic dimensions. Okay, Spinoza celebrates the divinity of man. From this divinity, Spinoza derives the ethics of the virtuous man. It should be remembered that man's divinity and the divinity of the world are not tied to the institutional religion or personal God, but follow from Spinoza's pantheistic scheme. Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of Western civilization, believed in the ideals of the French Enlightenment, and so did Hegel. Right? Science in the 18th century becomes such a dominant deity that its emanating force overpowers even the greatest minds. One of them was Kant. He accepted the laws of nature as proclaimed by science, Newtonian mechanics especially, because at the time it was inconceivable to question science. Yet Kant was too great a mind not to be alarmed by the continuous expansion of science. In 1747, French thinker Lamettrie wrote a treatise, La Homme Machine, Man the Machine, in which he argued that man is nothing but a machine. The pronouncement and similar ones were not to Kant's liking. He considered the whole mechanistic expansion of the universe as cheapening the phenomenon of man. He therefore worked out his own transcendental philosophy, which accepted the validity of science, yet postulated the realm of phenomena which are beyond the reach of science. He also devised his new system of ethics, published in a small treatise under the title The Groundwork for the Metaphysics of Morals. Kant's ethics, to begin with, is based on radical separation of the natural world from the autonomous human world. This was pronounced in Kant's famous dictum, the starry heaven above you and the moral law within you. This meant that physics rules over stars and other physical objects. The moral laws are the sovereignty of the individual. We individually are responsible for our moral conduct because we possess the moral conscience, because we are sovereigns over our moral universe. This means that science cannot dictate to us morality and how we should behave. The proper sphere of science is to deal with physical objects. The realm of ethics is the jurisdiction of our moral conscience. Kant's main moral imperative, the categorical imperative, was proclaimed as follows: behave in such a way that you
It's
would wish
the
to make.
golden rule.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a golden rule plus like universalism.
Yeah, yeah. I see what
That's
you
just
mean.
like weird, dude. I mean, and that precipitates and also predicts the notion of the species being in the 1800s, right? You know, because that's gonna really lead to equality. right? Now that we're all just animals that came from monkeys. I mean, you know, and of course, that is part of an eschatological scheme as well, because as we read, that Darwin literally said that there's going to be an even bigger gap between baboons and humans once the brown races are eliminated, right? So in the last analysis, right, finally progress does reign, right? Even in Darwin, right? So this notion of progress is really quite um huge, a huge concept, right? Going from the whole Cabalistic and the whole Protestant notion of dispensationalism, right, and the coming of the kingdom of God, right? Then moving through the notion of of Kant and all these people that had that followed the political ideal of progress in science, right, and the growth of man's knowledge, right, and followed the notions of universalism and liberalism, and followed the notions of Newtonian physics, that basically they highly point to the conclusion, because once you believe that nature's laws are mechanistic, we're all under the same constraints, right? So this is how Hobbes and all these people, because they look at man in the state of nature and everyone being subject to nature's laws, and they come up with the notion of universal rights and natural rights and all these types of things, right? So yeah, so all these ideas were huge. And there were definitely notions of progress going from the 15th century up to the 18th century, right, with Marx and Darwin totally talking about the notion of progress, right? And they had a pseudo eschatological scheme of progress. And so the moral conscience is our main moral advisor. Yet we are not self-enclosed universes. My moral conscience and your moral conscience, my moral universe and your moral universe are similar. Therefore, take upon yourself the task of designing morality for all humanity, which benefits all and uplifts all, and then behave accordingly. This is a high moral road, the image of a transcendent man, right, who may no longer believe in a personal God or adhere to any religion, but who firmly believes in the greatness of the universe, in the utter uniqueness of the human, who is conceived as noble and sacred, right? This was also the underlying tenor of Spinoza's ethics. His and Kant's system were desperate efforts to salvage the human world, increasingly threatened by the Moloch of the machine, which seemed to be devouring what was highest in human cultures and in human values. Obviously, we believe that he's wrong in this respect, right? We think that Aquinas and Kant are sort of on the wrong side of history, right? By separating knowledge and values, putting them in two different spheres, right? And completing the work of Aristotle. So they handed us over to the Moloch of the machine, more like, because they believed in the machine that speaks for man, which is the ideal of the state. And they believed in the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? They might as well believed in transhumanism. But intelligent people accepted the reasons and arguments of Spinoza and Kant, yet the die was cast. And it was cast in the favor of the brave new world, relentless rolling on the wheels of technology and progress. Right. So, and obviously the philosophers believe in sort of a different kind of God, right? They believe in like nature's God.
right? So it's God, but he's limited, right, in his powers, right? And this is a characteristic of the God of Aristotle, right? But yeah. Anyways, that's a little bit of Skolmowski. So that brings us to our next phase of discussion,
Well,
which is
look at the machine. That's such a crazy term.
yeah, man.
That's wild.
That's heavy metal shit. Skolmowski, man.
That needs to be like a metal band or some shit.
The Moloch of the machine, man.
Like industrial band.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, we read some heavy shit over here, honestly.
Yeah, there was one point you brought up a while back that I'd like to touch on, or have you expand a little bit on if you care to. It was the automated technological symboletica communitique that has divorced us and obfuscated reality from us. You made one analogy there where you were talking about this telescopic effect of moving further and further away from truth. And I've always likened that to the Russian nesting doll phenomena. So, like, and I was questioning because from the present moment, like, where do you perceive, as I believe you probably have some good degree of prophetic ability, like what's the next step? Where is it telescoping towards? And that's for TML or anyone that cares to address the idea.
Well, it's like, the idea of encoding symbols, right, and getting back to language, right, away from the idea of communication and mimetic complexity, right, which means getting back to some basis of language. So I think that what is going to have to happen is that people are going to have to start developing languages, right, that local groups can understand, and the people that communicate outside cannot understand, so they could free the symbols from mimetic complexity, right, by encoding new language structures, right? I sort of talk about the patterns of how it went. You have language, right, or you have technique that's trapped within cultural forms, meaning it's tied to ethnos, right? Once it escapes those ethnic forms, right, and it reaches the stage of being encoded, right? And obviously, it's the Jews that, invented this, right? Because they had possibly to, for purposes of secret communication, right? But beyond that, right, you could see it in the gematria or whatever, right? In this whole notion, right, that one symbol can mean two things at the same time, right?
Yes.
I don't know if that got more deep into it, but if anybody else wants to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And the layers. Add to it. Wow, good magic.
Yeah. So the layers I go through, I say, that symbols are higher than language, right? Symbols create language, right? Language creates communication, but communication does not need language, and language does not need symbols. Because communication is just sending information from point A to point B. Language requires meaning, so it requires, human participants, right? Two beings that understand each other's use of symbols, right? Symbols can go beyond language, right? Because a symbol can mean many things, right? So a symbol is meaning without language, so to speak, right? So these are just little formulations that I've came up with to look at the ever telescopic forms of how symbols can be encoded into information and lose their meaning, right? I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. They're more rich in like an expansive nature that enfolds far more concepts into a single image. It's quite a thing, really, and we're adding to it every year. So I guess one of the big conundrums is, will the bad guys win? And if so, what does that mean? And have they already?
Yeah. They say like a picture is worth a 1,000 words, right? You say like an image is worth 1,000 symbols. I don't know. Go crazy. Go crazy. Yeah, man. I'm going to play some music unless anybody has some other words. And then we'll move on to some other texts here. This is way more than I thought I had, honestly. I was like, we could barely make it up to that 6-hour mark today. But yeah, looks like I got way more stuff. We're almost halfway. We're almost at 3 hours. Yeah, blessings, guys.
Yeah, and it seems like we just started. These philosophical inquiries are some of the greatest ever, man. Right. I wish I could participate more often.
Yeah, it's like, honestly, it feels like time's flying, really. Time is flying, folks. So, yeah.
Shoot it down.
Shoot it down. Shut them down.
You're muted, Origin.
Yeah, I think that's on purpose. But yeah, blessings. And yeah, we'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Hey, yo! My name is Supernaturalist, the original madman from Massachusetts, the one-man crusader, the big buster man, the man who swore to uphold the law and protect all civilians, save some youth from themselves. Since me are going with the word of peace, now the crime we have dropped 30%. Gunman have given in their gun to gun amnesty. Knife man have leave their knife in the kitchen, and you want to know why? You know this thing are the wickedest thing, any sound test. We come from murder sound boy, you hear me? Hey, Rodney P, you know, say you're damn enough. Stop up.
Yo, decided kill it. Man for dead, we're more than willing for real. But don't respond for big talk and ice grilling. When I'm starting, trust me, big things starting. Grab the mic, rap clotting, I'm bumper clotting to applause. You punks go for yours. I'm burning more fire as I burn you swords. The all fakes, the styles broke, these are the breaks. I'm at the back of the wake for real. Selling my tape, decided kill it.
Every 60 loads of bread with 17 instead. You know what I said? If I make fix a ball and you shout on your bed, so you're definitely dead. You know what I said? You know everyone said me, I go run the place red, run back and you're gone and you're finished and you're dead.
If God is love, the devil is lust. Jihading on my body skull ready for bust. Cause I lust for them jewels and them platinum stuff, but got love for the crew that got love for us for real. That is skits, keep the baseline buff. Run the beef from out the old school, something to trust, I go and lead. They feel say we can't achieve. They believe that Rodney B is only pussy and weed. Met them one, them A&Rs, met them one. If that man was my right hand, I'd cut off my arm. Little bastard, yo boy, you move too scatty, you little bastard. And I hear you throwing lips to batty, decided to kill it.
Coffee 16 loaves of bread, they come to bury the devil. A pot of coffee 16 loaves of bread with 17 instead. You know what I said? If I make such a ball and you shout on your bed, so you're definitely dead. You know what I said? You know no one said me, I go run the place red, run back and you're gone and
yo, you coulda see me in the club buzzing knowing I'm red. Hear my ball more fire as I build with the dread. Coulda know where I'm hiding on the run from the feds, but you know anything I talk contest, my after dead. Yeah, horse heads found in MC's bed. In the rhythm killer they are, I run the place red. Wanna bet I know those mind tricks like a Jedi. Sister me a ball and never know say me a Jedi. They feel me done but me not done yet. I ain't the one yet. The hot style touch, I ain't touched the sun yet. Big things for one, yo, and big things forget. When I'm boy skin for ball with a bonnet and step, and I'll kill it.
Every 16 loaves of bread, they come to bury the devil. A pot of every 16 loaves of bread with 17 instead. You don't know what I said. If the message your ball and your shout on your bed, so you're definitely dead. You know you what I said. You know if you said me, I go run the red, run back, and you're gone, and you're finished, and you're dead. Yeah. Easy the one like Relativity, we are running things nice and easy. Bigging up all of the rolling massive. The man called Skips. Mad Money War. Rolling the respect goes beyond the stars.
Bomba clot.
I was just thinking that.
Yep.
Is my mic
So
working? Can y'all hear me?
yeah, yeah,
It's
okay.
working
Oh,
now.
we're back,
Yeah,
baby.
sorry if you had a
Let's
comment
go.
earlier. Yeah, you got cut off there or something.
Yeah, it sucks because I had 2 questions for you. But
Yeah,
yeah,
we can still do it. Yeah. Oh, did you forget about him?
no. If you have time, I didn't know if
Oh,
we've already
yeah.
beyond
Yeah, we
that.
could do it. Yeah.
So when you were reading Skolimowski, you mentioned it was Kant separating values from knowledge, or separating values and knowledge into separate categories. And you were saying that's a problem. When you say that's a problem, is that you personally saying that, or was that Skolimowski?
I could see how it's a problem, right? Because knowledge needs something outside of it to evaluate it, right? And I think that if you say like this is good knowledge, this is bad knowledge, right? Knowledge can't be inherently good, right? Or intrinsic, or have intrinsic value, right? And when knowledge, or even truth, begins to have intrinsic value, right? I think that's when a huge issue gets started, right?
So no objective morality, essentially.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think objective and subjective are part of a problem. You know, um, like how Kant would say, you know, um, that it's based on these universal categories, right? So it's part of this intuitive framework, right? And it's part of a priori knowledge, so therefore it's objective. But that separates it from knowledge, right? So
Meaning before knowledge, right? Like pre-knowledge.
Yeah, I think
separates it?
yeah, I think valuations of knowledge, I think it should be, first they should evaluate, right, what types of knowledge are good and bad, right? And then once you have the knowledge, right, the ideas of action still need to evaluate how the knowledge needs to be applied, right? So I think knowledge separated from values, yeah, I think that's total hoax. I mean, to quote Rousseau, right? Learning without virtue is a snare. I mean, so yeah.
So when we first started this, or not when we first started, but earlier in this discussion, you had mentioned that it was a problem that Plato was trying to combine those categories. Did I misunderstand you when you said that? When you said that him trying to combine knowledge and value was a problem?
Yeah, I think you may have misheard me, right?
Okay, sorry.
Because
that's why I wanted to ask the question.
But I think that Plato already began the problem, unlike what Skolimowski is saying, because he kind of lets Plato off the hook,
right? But I think Plato's part of the problem because of his ideas of definitions, and because he creates the ideal of the state, and because he puts human reason above everything, right? You know,
Yeah.
yeah, I think logos is at least how, Plato's conception of the logos, it should be alongside thumos, right? Thumos is not something that's under logos. Right? I think eros is under both thumos and logos. So I think the Phaedrus is completely wrong. His
Okay.
anatomy of the soul is complete trash. In my opinion.
No, I agree with Plato's cosmology being trash for sure. But I just wanted to dive more into what you thought. So my other question before we move on was, this one was harder because I can't remember the exact quote that you said from Skolimowski. And maybe you can tell me you agree with it or not. But it was essentially something about man being separate from nature and being like this archetypal man, that the reference of all things, like the Protagorean or the
Yeah.
Protagoras' measure of all things. How do you exist in the material world and that not be the case? Like, how should I formulate this? How is man and nature not separate? How should I say that? That's what I mean to say.
Well, I think that the way they understood nature was not material. Right? So nature with a capital N, it doesn't mean matter or physical. Right? So that's a wrong conception of it, right there, right? Right, by nature, we it's just like technique with a capital T or nature with a capital N, right? Or man with a capital M, right? Which I'm saying doesn't exist, right? Man with a capital M. But yeah, this whole notion of nature with a capital N, right? Okay, and that used to be mind with a capital M, right? That those two used to be the same concept, right?
Where is that? Who are you referencing to say that mind and nature are the same thing?
So many people. I could reference Panpsychism in the West by Dr. David Skirvina. You'll get a whole history of people who've claimed that. Right?
Well, I understand the idea that mind is all, but isn't there a more nuanced differentiation between nature as the human experiences it? Like, when does nature cease to be material? Is it the transcendental? Are you saying transcendental phenomena is nature as well?
Well, I don't believe in transcendental. But I'm just saying that nature with a capital N,
Oof.
right, used to include mind, right, with a capital M, but now it doesn't, right? That was then placed in man subsequently, right? And I think that's the movement that Skolimowski is referring to. Right now, what do I think about all of this? If that's what you're asking,
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, because I think you have value in your opinion.
Yeah, what I think is that obviously, I think that nature is mind, right? So I think that I don't think matter exists personally. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Dude, that that kind of reminds me of when this is not a one-to-one, but it reminds me of Norm Macdonald saying that one time he doesn't believe in DNA. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but I agree with you.
I don't know if he was joking or.
Yeah, but I agree with you. If there's a such thing as matter, yeah, we should get rid of it for sure.
So okay, that's obviously more nuanced than the general statement. I don't believe matter exists. Like we have to define that. So like, you mean it doesn't exist as far as it isn't permanent? Is that what you mean?
Sure.
Because like we
And
interact with it, right? Like there are densities, varying forms of density and subtlety in matter, quote unquote. Like we can bounce against it and stuff like that. So
We
what do you mean
seem
Yeah,
they don't
to,
exist?
but we can't
it's
prove that we actually do.
right.
Yeah,
It's in a
I mean,
constant
what you're
state of
talking about.
flux.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about a sensation, right?
Yeah, of
That
course.
seems to be- yeah.
So the proof that most mundane people or profane people would say is you can die. So like I jump off of a building and I smack on the concrete and I die,
Well,
quote
Yeah, the
unquote.
problem. Yeah, the problem with
at least you've
sensation
been
is
told.
that.
Yeah, you've
Yeah,
been told you can die.
yeah, of course. I mean, the problem with sensation is that there's too much mind in there. I mean, so
Well, death be a doorway and time a window.
No, you're preaching to the choir. I'm just saying, I'm devil's advocate. I'm playing the profane man here. So I'm asking, like, what do you mean when you say matter doesn't exist? I would like to hear what that means, like the definition, your definition of that.
well, I think the first is that nature is intelligent, right? Meaning that it's not matter, it's mind that is, what we're dealing with on a fundamental level, right? Is essence with no form, right?
True facts.
So you
So
don't believe in the difference between you don't think there's like the prima materia and the prime mover that moves the materia or whatever.
If I
no,
may interject, I think that it's the first great dichotomy that we experience, right? The first false dichotomy, essentially,
No,
the Tai
no,
Chi.
beat me to it.
yeah,
Sorry, guys.
Aristotle. Yeah, he's
Aristotle,
got the
go ahead,
prime
yeah.
mover idea. I mean,
I got interrupted. I got interrupted a moment ago because the bamboo firewall shut me off, and then it let me know that Breakfast Tacos was slandering me on the internet, and I thought, what's that all about? What is your guys' experiences at all, or if any? And I don't mean to interject this here. Just denounce it if appropriate. But if I could get like a moment of feedback, like maybe 1 minute or two.
on tacos.
Well, yeah, the little scenario that's playing out now because he sought to interview me, and then now he's saying that I slandered him, and now he's currently engaged in streaming a slander of me, I believe. But I don't think it's worth even my attention, to be honest with you.
Yeah, definitely not. But yeah, it's interesting that tacos would be engaged in that low levels of skirmish. But yeah, I had a honestly, I had a bad left a bad taste in my mouth yesterday. Him bringing Manar reports to the Talcott show, so there was some weirdness there where it seemed like pretty larpy. Him bringing
Yeah, that was
a pretty contentious subject to be, for Jack to life coach him or whatever. So yeah, they have some larpy things going on the internet.
probably in part to generate numbers and connectivity. That would be my
Exactly.
guess.
Exactly. It's a false ploy to generate numbers. Meanwhile,
But do it with you though. I mean, seems weird.
Yeah, I'm pretty low hanging fruit, but I'm willing to take the bait, I guess. So yeah, forget about it. Let's move on. So I think the first great dichotomy that we encounter, the Taiji, is one of the. I mean, it's the question and the answer somehow in and of itself. But does that mean that this technological symbolitica that has been communicating with us currently, is it something that pre-exists our arrival, and is that something that you've thought about?
Is that for TML?
oh yeah,
Yeah, and whoever
definitely,
cares
yeah.
to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's inevitably. I think right now it seems like it was inevitable. I mean, honestly, I don't think that the past can be changed. I think like time is like one cohesive structure. I mean, so yeah, I don't think there's any going back. I think there's not multiple scenarios to have played out, but I think that the future is definitely open. Ended. So I think that destruction of technology is nigh. But I think that Hyperborean was getting us on this nature thing about mind and nature, and I was extrapolating on some of that. So yeah, I mean, see this whole idea. Okay, so you had brought us through the prima materia and the prime mover, right? So this whole thing that Hegel lays out, right? I'm hugely against this whole thing, right? And I think Spinoza was on the right track. Okay, because it's like what Hegel does is so cancerous, right? Is that he says that nature is the antithesis of mind, and then man is the synthesis of both nature and mind.
I would agree with that. I think that's right.
You do?
Yeah, I do. I think that's right. Well, I don't agree with all of Hegel's philosophy, but that instance, yes, that those moments he describes, yes.
But that would mean that man is a mediator between nature and mind.
Not necessarily. No, he's a byproduct of both. It's like if you looked at it as a syllogy, it would be the bottom, one of the two bottom rungs of the triad, not the top that unifies into the next syllogy.
Yeah, and the Taoists would support that in saying that we're like a workshop of that subtle interaction, and like you said, we're somehow a connected product, as it were.
But yeah, you are more than the man. You are entrapped in the man, or whatever. You're being. It's good because if the mind was nature, then you wouldn't really have as much say as you do. You know what I'm saying? It would be game over. You'd be an automaton. That's how I see it. If the mind had full control over the body, if the mind of the macrocosmic, the grand mind, what people call capital.
No, I don't believe in a universal mind, but I think nature is of mind. Not the mind. If so that's so not to get carried away and say nature is the mind, right? But nature has
Love the God.
mind, right? It's intelligent.
But when you
so
say
are
it's
we,
matter,
right? I think we're intelligent too.
And
right?
there's some
So I think
similarity in what you both are saying, but
when you
differently
say
expressed.
matter, though, you are equating the mind with matter. They either mind is matter or it's not, right?
I would say it isn't.
Well, I don't think that nature is matter.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Right. So I think nature is mind. Right.
So nature is the forms,
but it's a mind. Right. We're also a mind. Right. So it's mind's all the way down. It's turtles all the way down.
True facts, right there.
So, but what about the matter, though? So, like the thing that is making the tree in your body, in the surface of the earth, and the oxygen and the neon, the xenon, like all those different elements, essentially. Like, what is that when the mind evacuates?
That's the relative conceptual nature of the mind to dichotomize, I guess. I don't know. Go ahead.
Does it cease to exist?
Well, I think atoms
The
are
mind?
conscious.
No.
Right. I think there's heart consciousness, there's throat consciousness, there's mind consciousness. You know what I mean? Similar to how the Buddhists say, I think each thing is conscious on its own accord.
Careful now. That almost sounded like chakras there for a second.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah.
Or Sephiroth.
Yeah,
or that.
I mean, if chakras were like little minds with eyeballs, right? Yeah.
Angelic forces.
So the individual that makes up you, right? Like the I in you, it's minds, plural, like it's heart, head, spleen, stomach.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's multiple, consciousness within me that are competing. And you could see how, there's certain people. There's a part of their, that part of themselves is more conscious than the other parts.
Yeah, that gives great veracity to the ancient Taoist perspective of the alchemical horror show that's going on.
I'd say meditation kind of helps bring it into balance. All these consciousnesses.
Yeah, but back to that thing about mind and nature being of one thing, and those philosophers in history, right? Yeah, definitely a lot of I would say most theists and philosophers, they came to that conclusion, although a lot of the new philosophers that are like molded by the scientific worldview, they kind of come to a different conclusion, right? So there's a significant transition, and I think part of it was the reliance of Hegel on things like the Kabbalah, on things like obviously, as I said, right? Um, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, okay, Maimonides, St. Thomas Aquinas, they're all influenced by one guy. One Persian guy named Avicenna.
Yeah, Avicenna was a Platonist, a Neoplatonist.
Exactly. Right. He's the one who combined Neoplatonism with science. Right. And this is the huge shift that he made. Right. He came up with this whole scientific method. I mean, and they adopted this to form this notion of empiricism. Right. So I think obviously, the whole notion of I think, therefore I am, Descartes stole that from Avicenna.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm not familiar with him actually like quote saying that. But his work implies
Avicenna
that.
quoted. Avicenna quoted a thought experiment of a man hanging in space that realizes he's thinking. Right, he doesn't realize his own existence. He has no way to check of his own existence, but he understands his own thoughts. Right, so he says, imagine a man hanging in space where none of his limbs could touch each other and all this of it. He's like suspended in space.
Yeah.
In complete darkness. Right, and he said, without any empirical knowledge, that man would know of his own existence.
The experiencer knowing himself.
Yeah, self-referentiality is that's a fact. I don't know how you could argue that. I think that's the first thing that
the first thing you realize at that point is not yourself but the other.
But see what he's positing is that take away all of the input from nature, right? So he's saying mind is separate from nature, right? Just in making that point, right? That's the point he's making, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I don't know. I don't think
seems to be the
I don't
first
know. I
great
think you can
deviation.
interpret it differently. I mean, I haven't really delved into Scribina's panpsychism, but it seems like you could interpret this in different ways. It seems like you could say that the mind is nature, or you could say that the mind is of itself and participating in nature, like injecting itself in nature, kind of like panentheism.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more closer to panentheism.
So on the side, Neurojack says, did the Kabbalah influence Avicenna? Well, if you mean Kabbalah as in its Jewish,
it's the other way around.
It's the other way around. Yeah, Kabbalah comes post
Avicenna, absolutely,
like 4 centuries later,
without a doubt, influenced the Kabbalah, because all of those thinkers in Spain, especially Solomon Gabarol, right? He was definitely influenced by the Neoplatonists, right? He would have been well versed in the ideas of Avicenna. So anyways, And right before we get to Hegel, we have dealt with all of these people, right? And obviously, Hegel believed in utopianism, right? And that's why we're focused on Hegel, right? Because he really influenced the Martinists, right? And
Anthroposophy.
sorry, what was that?
He influenced anthroposophy. Like
Oh yeah,
Steiner doesn't mention Hegel a lot, but if you really pay attention, it's very Hegelian. He thinks
interesting.
in
Yeah, I
the
wasn't.
utopia as well. It just takes time, right? Like it's the flow of history that eventually leads to this utopian concept or whatever.
Yeah, and his triune of forces is an entire Hegelian dialectic, right? Lucifer, Ahriman, and the Godhead.
Yeah, he's triads for sure. Yeah, but anyway, sorry. I think anthroposophy is a big one because it's the most influential esoteric school at the moment. Everyone is figuring out what Steiner is talking about, like currently. And I mean, I can't tell you how many Masons have figured that out, how many Theosophists have left for anthroposophy. Like, that is the school. I mean, when a guy has that many collected works, it's kind of like oversaturation. You can't help but to gain when you have 350 plus works.
Yeah, he's created an inescapable black hole. I would say that
it.
Master Nihua Ching was one of the guys that did that for Taoism in the Western world.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like Steiner more than like Blavatsky or whatever. And
Of
then,
course.
so yeah,
By-
dude.
Yeah, a million times.
By like a billion times.
Yeah, so good.
But Steiner was a victim. He couldn't help it. Like, he had this notion. He had a good heart, and he saw the better in the man, and like wanted it to be that. It's kind of Kantian as well. I mean, Hegel was kind of like that. He was kind of picking up on what he was like correcting or negating Kant or sublating, quote unquote, Kant.
And I
So
would
there's this
propose
idea
that
of the categorical imperative within Hegel's ethic as well.
And just to add to that, I would propose that you guys take a look at how many of the great men or prophets that brought forward things died at 46 and 47 years old. It's a huge list of very influential figures.
So there's like a club 47 instead of a club 27?
Yeah.
So be
And
careful what you
also,
bring
just
forward.
a side note, anthroposophy, right? It's like
take
the
it
wisdom
slow.
of man. Anthroposophy. It's also this man-centered ideology. Anyway.
Before we get too far from it, I would venture to say that, at least from my own opinion at the moment, is that plasma is probably like the primal state of matter before the three states of matter as we know it today came about. So that might be the tie-in from nature and mind.
You got it. Yeah. We say that in Hyperborean wisdom that the demiurge is the plasmator. He's the guy that plasmates the prima materia.
And yeah, that's the one thing that formed man can carry forward, right? The Promethean light.
Because plasma isn't exactly matter per se. It's I'm not sure how to describe it without butchering it.
It's like the panentheism. It's the thing that precedes it, but also is it.
It's the vortex.
Yeah. But the spirit is not plasma. The spirit transcends that. I don't know. That's where I differentiate from the idea that mind is matter. I would say that, or mind is nature. We say that nature is everything that is material.
Right. That's just the I guess the battle between monism and dualism. I suppose.
This is a dualism until you get to the origin, which is a monism, or you could say to be very specific, a polytheism. There are parts there but all of them are equally powerful and omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient or whatever.
Yeah, blessings, bass backwards. I appreciate you. Not know, I appreciate you. DK Spiracy, of course. Neurojack, of course.
The anthroposophy kind of derailed
Shadow
Machine
Buddha,
Life.
I appreciate
Yeah.
you.
So
No, it's
sorry
all good.
for interrupting.
No, it's all good, dude. Yeah, I appreciate various people that are watching this at the moment. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna read a little bit of this.
Yeah, I've been trying to blast it out, TML, and good magic and blessings, man. It's a good show. Best one on the internet.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah, Hegel. Obviously he loved Spinoza, right? He felt he could turn the philosophy of nature into the realm of mind or spirit. He viewed contradiction, mediation, alienation as the engines of the historical process. Now, obviously, he derived this from those Cabalistic notions, right? Estrangement from nature, right? Okay, the notion of going up the hierarchy of being. Okay, okay, the notion of alienation and time, right? That's seen in the Zohar. Okay, about how time and suffering and purification, okay, and the holiness of sin and the immanentizing of the eschaton and all these things actually go right together, right? So yeah, man was completely determined by forces of social cultural development, was nothing more than a product of history in both Hegelian and the Darwinian sense. Progress meant that man had to be overcome. Man was to improve, but in a dark comedic turn, all of human nature had to be subsumed in the process. Okay, so one of the main things that's driving the whole engine of creation, right, is the idea of alienation, right, or alienation from God, right? Human society creating alienation between man and nature, right? Yeah, the dichotomy presented by Kant between form and content, thought and reality was a starting point for Hegelian philosophy. The attempts of Hegel had surmised that logic was only able to refer to itself, could not emerge from itself until confronted with the contradiction. The problem conflict resolution was rendered by him as a metaphysical reality. This was the instantiation of progress, the inevitability and invariability of change. While Kant created a spatial duality between the world outside and the world inside, Hegel created a temporal duality between tomorrow and today. The belief in progress is the belief that tomorrow will be better than today, and that the present must seek to resolve itself in the past by overcoming itself in the future. This was no doubt the coming of the kingdom of God, assured by God's entrance into history. It also clearly reflects the earlier Kantian visions of utopia. Hegel at least tried to overcome Kant's vacuous rendering of truth, which Kant had reduced to an organizing capacity. However, this dialectic resembles the Trinity. He framed the truth as a Trinitarian conception, consisting of logic, rhetoric, and grammar. Hegel correctly believed that thought was not separate from reality. Okay, but in our view, he wrongly made thought synonymous with the limits of truth and reality. For him, logic and mind was the ultimate reality. By science, Hegel meant metaphysics. By logic, he meant his own dialectical system. His philosophy was an ode to Heraclitus, with a focus on the notion of becoming, while the Kantian side would develop into the analytic forms of mathematical logic. The Hegelian would develop into a broader continental tradition. So I think really the analytical and the continental are really Kant and Hegel, right? Because Kant
creates the justifications for or he leaves open the justifications for the scientific worldview, right? Because he accepts Newtonian physics. Right? His only contention is that it has anything to say about the moral framework of humanity. So yeah, I've been going at this for pretty much 3 hours at this point.
You're doing a good
And
job.
yeah,
Absolutely. It's good
I've
magic, and you
explained this
should
stuff. Yeah, I've
blurb your
explained this
channel
stuff
and
in
pass
a
it
lot
on
of
the hat.
previous. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've explained this in a lot of previous shows, right? So a lot of these names and theories. Okay, I read a whole thing on Kant as well. So I've explained in numerous shows the developments of these various ideas, right? And I've kind of gone overboard today, but we got some good discussions going on, and yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we'll take a little break here in a minute.
Blessings for having us
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I got a few pages of ellul too. I want to read for you guys. You know, but yeah, I want to get to Glenn McGee. Okay, because Glenn McGee has some interesting ideas about Hegel that I think you guys will be interested in, and also I think that he's importantly pointing out other ideas from people like Francis Yates. Okay, pointing out very important information about philosophers and how they came up with some of their philosophical ideas. They were deeply ensconced, okay, the philosophers and scientists within the Hermetic traditions.
Facts.
Okay, like deeply. I mean, so much so that they wrote like whole treatises on the subjects that they never talk about in the universities, or you mention them to your philosophy professors and they go,
There's a book by I want to say his name is Brian McGee. It's about Hegel's influence or Hermeticism's influence on Hegel.
Yeah, Glenn McGee. Yeah, that's the one I'm
Hegel
quoting.
never mentions it really. He talks about it in his history of philosophy, but he never like talks about how
Right.
this influenced me and this is where I'm getting this. It's like this academic had to pick it out, and it's for sure definitely was influenced by Hermeticism. They can't help it. It seems it's like to use what Frank said, a black hole or whatever. These guys can't get out of it. They get sucked into its influence.
Right. So it's interesting. But yeah,
Francis Yates. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, Francis Yates, huge. Yeah, Glenn McGee. Yeah. So we're gonna read some of that in a second here. But yeah, so there's a huge parallel between the ideas of Kant and Plato and the ideas of Hegel and Aristotle, and I think they both accomplished the same thing. I think the Kantians and the Hegelians accomplished the same thing in terms of science that that Plato and Hegel accomplished with philosophy, right? And that was that they created, both the type of philosophy that deals with math and the type of philosophy that deals with language, right? And of course, Aristotle is the language guy and Plato's the math guy, right? And by language, I do mean logic, right? So yeah. But anyways, man, this is like musical chairs going on here, with like the audience numbers or whatever. But yeah. yeah, could you guys just pull up a seat and it's going to take a while to absorb some of this stuff. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. If you're darting around like 5 minutes at a time and trying to absorb some of this, yeah, it's probably not going to go so well. But yeah, or just play it later, right? But it says at a time where you could devote some more attention to it, right? But yeah, so Hegel, you know, yeah. So I was talking about Kant and Hegel, and some of how they relate to Plato and Aristotle. Like all philosophers, their views had a broad range of influence in the development of methodology of certain schools. Okay, his triadic formulation. Okay, this is Hegel, the absolute idea whose antithesis was nature, whose resolution was the world spirit. Okay, so he's putting he's applying temporal evolutionary formulations, right, to those Neoplatonic concepts, such as the world spirit. Right, so the absolute idea emanates nature in a way, and that emanates the world spirit. Right, you could see it in that way as well, right? Okay, in a quite Aristotelian fashion, the highest task or the highest order of existence was to contemplate itself. Hegel makes the claim that his system is more monistic than Kant's. Okay, obviously, I don't think that's true. Right, Hegel saw the fall of man and his eventual redemption as a virtual planning out of his own dialectical process of history. Okay, and he saw the realization of the dialectical form, right, as the mind like realizing itself. Right, and obviously he claimed that he himself had carried out this exercise, right, like he had achieved like total awareness. You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, what the fuck?
So it's like megalomaniacal. Like he claimed to have achieved gnosis, or whatever. Right. But yeah, yes, that's an important fact about Hegel, and I'll quote that in a minute. But yeah, it's important to understand how that ties into, Martin Luther saying that salvation by faith is the Christian Kabbalah, right? Because it's like, when you realize, right, you and like the Holy Spirit are like one or whatever, like reason falls away and like, you've attained this, total awareness. So yeah. But yeah, it says that he fashioned himself as a representative philosopher of the Prussian state, and his philosophy of right demands a subservience to the status quo as the average man is swept up in the changes of history. His model of the state was decidedly British, with this parliamentary form of government, which is no longer defined by man, okay, an artificial man or a machine that speaks for man, but was in its due course defined man himself. Man was subsumed under the state. Instead, the state being a method or tool employed by man, right? He made he made special rules within his state for the toleration of religion. Okay, so it was a secular parliamentary state, right? That's much in line with Spinoza and Kant. Okay, they believed the same crap. Okay. But yeah, anyways, he made special rules within his state for the toleration of religion, especially the toleration of Jews. As Prussian society was growing increasingly anti-Semitic, right, in a truly anthropocentric twist, man was at once the measure of all things, the very goal of the historical process. but was himself to be overcome and subsumed by the game of progress and inevitable change. The view was Hegelian and Darwinian. Okay, and obviously the whole goal of self-realization is one of the main ideas within the Kabbalah. Okay, the belief that
No. That's not
Kabbalah.
the Kabbalah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, were you going to say something?
No, I was just gonna say I disagree with that.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
it's
Go ahead. Yeah,
nuanced.
you're free to disagree.
Their self-realization is actually the unification with the one.
Exactly. So self-realization is the goal, correct?
Yeah, but it's like under the guise of actually not. It's actually giving yourself over to the other realization, which is the one.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
It's like
oh,
a
sure.
universalism.
Oh, sure.
No
Oh,
se
sure.
te ipsum.
But that's still implicit within the self-realization, right?
Yes, it's implicit within it. Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Facts.
So that's all I was trying to say. Okay. The belief that man was an impermanent stepping stone of existence whose nature had to be overcome is both anthropocentric and I don't know if I can say it. I'll just say it. We're low chance of getting censored, but yeah, anthropocentric and suicidal, right? Teeming with grotesque levels of irony and cosmic shame, was one that believed that man had to be overcome in the process of salvation. Man was made imperfect, but was a sign of perfection. He felt that German nation was the guardian of the sacred fire of philosophy, just as the world's conscience was codified by by the Jewish nation. Such high praise of Jews, while bringing the whole world under the cloak of salvation, sounds well. It's basically Cabalistic. Right, but also using that idea in Romans 11, right, to justify, right, that a partial hardening, had come upon the world until the fullness of Gentiles come into the Jewish salvation. Right, so they totally subverted that. Right, as we've seen in many debates, right, with the Christian Zionists. Okay, they've invented Judeo-Christianity. It's modern. Right, just like the Kabbalah is modern. I'm kind of getting nervous now that all these people are coming in. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, so yeah,
Yeah, good magic. Push the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so his world historical view at once anoints his own people, but goes past them in an international aim, which culminates in the end of history. Right, so there you have the end of the German people, right? So Hegel wanted to end German people, right? I mean, his historical scheme culminates in the end of Germany, right? Even though he's like saying, "Oh yeah, I'm the philosopher of the Prussian state." Yeah, some nationalist you are. Where Hegel wished to be buried next to the Kantian philosopher Fichte. Marx had soon arrived in Germany to study Hegel to create his system of dialectical materialism. The young Hegelians were known as the most revolutionary faction of the French and German thinkers. Marx was kicked out of France during the French Revolution. Marx abandoned the project of trying to understand the world and focused on trying to change it. His scientific attitude of manipulation and experimentation was based on the evolutionary worldview of British economics, French politics, and German metaphysics. The view amounted to a sort of scientific totalitarianism. Now, what are the main culprits here, right? I pointed it out, right? British economics, French politics, and German metaphysics. And they're all influenced by the Protestant Reformation and the Kabbalah.
That's a keen observation. That's nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's
I just want to
interesting.
make a note real quick with the increasing viewership that I find it odd that you don't have more viewers, because the Machine Lies is like very nuanced and rich in its informative information. Like, not only do you read from original works and have original commentary, but you yourself are an author and created your own original worldview. So this is like top tier content, in my opinion. I get it. The format is not as, the production value isn't as high, right? But like the content is very rich. So I hope people who are watching understand that you're not just going to get a little bit. You're not going to get it all in a little bit of time. Stick around and listen to this. This is like very impactful stuff, and it's very deep and nuanced. Not many people
It's
on
absolutely
YouTube
what
are saying the shit that the machine's saying. Like, y'all got to listen up.
Yeah, I call it the invisible college, man. It's really source material.
Yeah, bless
You know how
you.
people say no homo? It's like no Rosicrucianism, though. Yeah, man, this is the invisible college. No Rosicrucianism.
Exactly. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I hope it'll gather steam. But the thing is that I think the arcane nature of the subject matter and also the critique of technology. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't catch steam. But yeah, I appreciate the feedback. I greatly appreciate your time.
Very welcome.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, thank you so much for being here, my friend. I mean, you as well, Frank. But yeah, we're gonna be taking a break here. I keep saying that. It's been like 20 minutes. Yeah, just hang tight, folks. I mean, I got a little bit of things to say here.
Yeah,
Today
I
I'm spilling
apologize
out.
for being quiet. So quiet,
It's
but I
okay.
like have a little visitor. How old are you? How old are you? Winter. She's 8.
That's like an aunt. You're in yeah, blessings. I appreciate you. Yeah, and yeah, no worries. I mean, yeah, but yeah, so Marx. Yeah, I mean, yeah, people think Marx is this great advancement against philosophy and pro science, but yeah, he's mired in philosophical intrigue, right? And of course we've seen what happened to socialism. Okay, it's totally pimped out by the technological state, right? Which capitalism is like cucked, right, to socialism. I mean, and yeah, dude, it's a totally fucked up situation. I mean, where capitalism is against technology, but it can't be employed because large scale technology is socializing. So yeah, we all know what happened to Marx theories. They're complete garbage, right? And they're based on the Cabalistic ideals of Hegel, right, and his idea of progress, right, which Marx still believed in, right. So for all of Marx, so-called scientific totalitarianism and his so-called materialism, he still believes in the pseudo eschatology of progress, right. So how much of a materialist was he really? Right? It's not very scientific for sure, right. See, the first thing about the notion of progress is that it's unscientific, right. This notion came from the Kabbalah, right. Right. Or where did it come from, right? It's a good question. But yeah, the view amounted to a sort of scientific totalitarianism. British economics, French politics, German metaphysics. Remember the quote I read earlier, right? God gave the world of the sea to the British economics, the world of the land or politics to the French, the world of the air to the Germans, metaphysics. Okay, and it's British empiricism, French rationalism, and German idealism. Right, the three-headed hydra. That created the world of scientific totalitarianism. And I mean, literally, Bacon and these guys who were empiricists, okay, they literally said society should be run by the scientists. They said, get rid of the politicians. Their goal was to get rid of politicians, was to totally have politics become technique. Right? They said, no, the people who run the state, they should be technicians. They should not be politicians. Politicians are subject to their own whims and desires. Okay, yet other parts of Hegel's views were derived squarely from Hermetic concepts of alchemical transformation. For Hegel, time and progress were the highest spiritual forms. Nature was reduced to a process. Time was existence itself. Man was reduced to a ledger, but time was alive. Hence, concept of being and essence was reduced to mere fantasy. Hegel believed that man could secure a rational existence through the security of the state, and that states have learned nothing from history. This is because the state was the process of history itself unfolding. Man owes his entire existence to the state. For Hegel, the history of the movement of mind bore man and state as its necessary result. Man was almost further obfuscated by being preordained and predetermined. But to a shocking degree, whatever man was at the moment was sacrificed for his future. Socrates deserved to die. It was a necessary result of the movement of history. Christ needed to be sacrificed. What pushes us forward leaves us behind. Where's man in all of this? Swept up in the change. Man is reduced to a process. Man is reduced to processes which are outside of him. Okay. So where's man's freedom in all this, right? Hegel emphasizes the word freedom to a maximum degree, even though he believes all this. Okay, he believes all this process of history is a realization of man's freedom as well. Right? Freedom from what? Okay, so yeah, according to many scholars, Hegel saw his own realization of mind as the ultimate process of reality. Okay, and this is, according to Peter Singer, not only did Hegel see the process of world history being worked out in the death of Socrates, which he felt necessary for the height of individual conscience finally coming to fruition in Protestant Europe. Also, according to Peter Singer, Hegel felt the endpoint of the dialectical process is mind come to know itself as the ultimate reality, and thus as seeing everything that it took to be foreign and hostile to itself as in fact part of itself, and that for Hegel is simultaneously a state of absolute knowledge when mind knows at last itself as the ultimate reality. and also a state of absolute freedom when mind, instead of being controlled by external forces, is able to order the world in a rational way. Notice that ordering of the world in a rational way coming from Kantian philosophy. Now, the interesting thing about this culminating process is that because it occurs once a mind understands that it is the ultimate reality of everything, if you ask the question, when does this actually happen? Well, it happens when Hegel's own mind, in his philosophical writing and thought, grasps the idea that mind is everything. So, mind realizing its own nature as ultimate reality was Hegel's own mind realizing the nature of ultimate reality. Okay, that's no cap. Hegel actually wrote about this. And that is not, and that is one of the top scholars of Hegel commenting on it. Okay, the apparent vision is of the same megalomaniacal tactic employed by all self-proclaimed prophets. This sums up the hubris of the philosophers who, 1, invent an all-encompassing system of thought, 2, redefine everything by their own self-devised system. Right, the invention of both postmodernism and German nationalism have been attributed to the philosophy of Nietzsche, but are pretty much the inventions of Hegel. One of Hegel's favorite concepts was the profound sense of alienation, undoubtedly stemming from his own self-projection. Hegel presented a temporal duality that was manifest through contradiction. Hegel melded together form and content, but in order to do so, he relegated them to the process of historical development. Okay, so I point out that the finality that he's undergoing is unphilosophical. Right, and in Hegel and the Hermetic tradition, Glenn McGee writes, Hegel is not a philosopher. He is a lover or seeker of wisdom. He is not a lover or seeker of wisdom, sorry. But he claims he has found it.
Yeah, crazy motherfucker.
He claims he has found it. Okay, so same is true of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Kant. Okay, they all literally defined God. So yeah. So, I've speculated that this is part of the idea of alchemical transformation, that they create their own version of God, and it's sort of a mediator between themselves and the divine, and that's how they complete their like occult initiation. Or something like that. Sort of like create their own version of God or something like that.
Yeah, and it's one of the key decisive moments that leads us astray.
Oh yeah. So yeah, create your own version of God. There's lots of that in philosophy.
Idolatry.
Yeah, so I'll end it with this line. All right, I said the God of the philosophers resembles an idol made from crude anthropocentrism and the deification of rational thought. How's that for a bumper sticker? Anyways, we'll return to that we're up to paragraph 544 in my book, and yeah, I'll continue reading some of that later. I'm going to go ahead and move to ellul, right? And so, anyways, once man is subsumed by the state, right, or we have the entrance of the state, right, as separate from both nature and literally from man, right? Once you have the ideal of progress, right, the notion of the state sort of, subsumes man, right? And that's kind of what you see in Hegel is sort of the apotheosis of the state, and the state being the main engine of history, right? And it creating the type of humans it wants, right? So the notion of man being subservient to the laws of the state, right, instead of the laws of God, right? Obviously, this starts with the separation, okay, between reason and revelation, right? It ends up with the separation of church and state, okay, and once you have this separation, you have the utopian ideal placed not within the kingdom of God that is beyond this world, but in a kingdom that is in this world, right? So yeah, and once you have the technological state and man becomes the object of technique, right? Then we are off to the horse races, as they say. So I'm gonna, oh yeah, here's a friend here. Blessings. Read some of this ellul, and I'm gonna get into a little musical break, and that's gonna be the last part of this little segment. And then we'll move on to the Tao Te Ching, and also to some of the things I want to say about Jensen, or look at the Jensen video and finish this Jensen video that we're watching. I do want to finish that video today. It's like only 30 minutes left of the video or something like that, and I do think like maybe 5 minutes of that is going to be like closing remarks or something like that we could just skip. So yeah, let me open up ellul here. And go to the page here. And we're finishing up the chapter on technique and the economy, right? And so we're finishing up this chapter. So I've laid down a groundwork for the new chapter, right, on technique and the state, right? So I'll be moving on to some different issues, okay? And about the modern world, yeah. So we'll be moving into issues about, okay, how the eschatology of progress becomes, placed in this utopian project, and how the occult and different philosophers like Marx and stuff, and Hegel play a role in that, right? So we're moving on from looking at the foundations of the state to looking at the foundations of this idea of progress, right? That gets started in the 1800s. Okay, but yeah, and in order for this whole, for technique to rule over man, right? Man's decisions have to be calculated in advance, right? So in order for that to happen, man has to be appraised as capital, right? He has to be appraised in physical terms, right? So we're at this stage, right? Man must be appraised as capital, right? To recoil before this conception is merely a sentimental reaction. No efficiency is possible for economic technique. DK, could you mute up for a second, because there's a lot of noise going on there. But yeah, no efficiency is possible for economic technique in the absence of exact calculation of average human production costs and human profit making ability. Man is capital,
and he must become perfectly adapted to this role. The actions proposed by technique to educate man for this role fall into two distinct categories. The first is essentially economic and does not lead to immediate and direct action on human beings. The second, however, implies the combination of various special techniques and their intervention into human life. The first category is found in the union of two concepts, producer and consumer. Although traditionally a distinction was made between them, planning brings them together. It is true that man is thereby restored to a certain unity, but the new reality takes in everything. All human functions are mobilized in the production-consumption complex. This a restoration of unity is, in a certain sense, a step forward, for it holds that production and consumption are perfectly adapted to each other, and that two correlative and interdependent functions may no longer be separated, as in liberal capitalism. But what in one sense restores unity represents in another a circumscribing of the whole human being. To be in a technical equilibrium, man cannot live by any but the technical reality, and he cannot escape from the social aspect of things, which technique designs for him. And the more his needs are accounted for, the more he is integrated into the technical matrix. It may seem paradoxical to hold that man becomes technicized as his needs are respected, but technique itself teaches him that needs are not individual, or put more exactly, that individual needs are negligible. What technique envisages as needs is social needs, as revealed by statistics. Technique can and will take into consideration only man's social requirements. Of course, no one denies the existence of individual needs, but when all human forces are attracted by the labor of satisfying social needs, when these forces include education, orientation, proper environment, and hygiene, when at the same time the goods necessary to the satisfaction of social needs are numerous and easy to come by, while those satisfying individual needs are rare and hard to find, it is pure utopian abstraction to say that nothing prevents the existence of individual needs. On the contrary, human nature does. Technique entails socialization of needs because it only because it only takes social needs into account. This explains why technical research is more and more compelled to set on the basis of objective criteria of value. The measure of value, which has been made objective, better integrates man into his economic condition. A hierarchy can better be established when precise rules are specified, which are based on economic value of the human being. A second category of technical actions that are addressed directly to main here, excuse me for a second, folks.
Machine lies. Where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. The
Moloch the machine.
packed up, ingredients stacked up. My laptop downloaded that military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate. Recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster. I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline. Add 2 potassium in a large metal bowl. Knead like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up, cross my chest, bump belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice. Hitting back a vice with a £50 price. Numb, but the hurt is gone. Gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me. Made off the ruskies from weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan to Iran. Upgraded in stage 2 of the plan. Rage, a thermonuclear density gauge. Sold by the catches from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a food irradiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing, genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I insist, I'm a legitimate scientist. Paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, John Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Uniquely though, they leave the buildings intact. I made the 25 mega bomb daisy cutter, a great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. Sure money, people, it costs $1 billion.
Okay. A second category of technical actions that are addressed directly to man and modify him attest strongly to what has just been said. It is necessary to act upon the individual in his capacity of producer as to make him contribute his small share in carrying out the plan. The part of the operation negligible in itself, but indispensable to the whole which technique has assigned to him. The operations of hundreds of workers depend with mathematical rigor on the work done by a single individual. The joint responsibility of all the workers subject to the same technique is rigorous. In the name of this common responsibility, it is binding on every worker to execute his task strictly with the kind of enthusiasm that calls for personal devotion. The technical means for compelling this devotion are well known. From human relations techniques to the different kinds of propaganda, shock brigades, Stakhanovism, don't know what that is, socialist rivalry, and so on. The study of these technical means lies outside our study of the economic sphere. But it may be noted in passing that they are closely connected with the technique of economics, which cannot be realized without them. It is likewise possible to exert pressure upon the individual in his capacity of consumer. Roughly speaking, the problem here is to modify human needs in accordance with the requirements of planning. The constraints that operate on man as consumer are not as sharp and brutal as those which operate on him as producer, as I have shown, the spontaneous, quote unquote, creation of social needs among almost all men in our time justifies the application of economic technique. But although planning must satisfy both needs and the technical data, it is not all certain that the correspondence between the two will be perfect. What is required then is a small adjustment. After all, only social needs are in question here. There is small cause for us individualists to become upset. A sociological current is to be modified, but not the conscience of the individual. Moreover, should not the means of this end reassure us? So, one of the key things he's described here, okay, is one of the main features of our economic world at the moment, right, is the total disappearance, right, of the split between producer and consumer, right? And to elaborate that there's no difference, right, we could look at things like social media, right, where obviously the people using it are the product, right, that they're selling on the website, right? So, there's a complete dissolution of roles at this point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
our data
Yeah.
collection.
Oh,
And they
yeah.
say that we ultimately have the right to opt out of it, but there's no clear means to do that.
Oh, yeah. And, the public and the private sphere, what that says about the link between the public and the private sphere is huge. Okay, so obviously Ellul's just pointing this out, right? And he goes on to say the necessary adjustments are effected through price manipulation and public relations. Psychoanalysis has shown the malleability of needs under the influence of public relations. The same influences are here at work on social needs as we're operative in the liberal economy. The only difference lies in the orientation of these means and in the person who uses them. Scientific, willed utilization systematically and definitely creates the economic man, who ultimately comes to be nothing more than the needs yield complex. But the human being no longer feels any particular distress at this, because the almost magical results of economic technique come from perfect adjustment. The man who suffered under capitalism because of its spasmodic fits and starts and its spiritual unsatisfactoriness, the individuals who suffered under a communist regime because of fear and restraint find themselves released from suffering by this adaptation. When in either regime, technique assures primacy. In both situations, man's spiritual needs are partially gratified by propaganda, and in both, technique demands active participation of him. It even requires of him that he become intelligent, the better to serve the organization and the machine. The stage in which the human being was a mere slave of mechanical tyrant has been passed. When man himself becomes a machine, he attains to the marvelous freedom of unconsciousness, the freedom of the machine itself. A spiritual and moral life is required of him because the machine has need of such a life. No technique is possible with amoral and asocial man. Man feels himself to be responsible, but he is not. He does not feel himself an object, but he is. He has been so well assimilated to the economic world, so well adjusted to it, being reduced to homo economicus, in short, so well conditioned that the appearance of personal life becomes for him the reality of personal life. Thus, the development of the economic techniques does not formally destroy the spiritual, but rather subordinates it to the realization of the great design. Henceforth, there is no more need for the hypothesis of the economic man. The whole of man's life has become function of economic technique in its relation or realization. Technique itself has far transcended the timid hypothesis of the classical economists. Man knows himself to be more and more free, for technique has eliminated all natural forces, and in this way has given him a sense of being master of his fate. The new man being created for the new man being created before our very eyes, correctly tailored to enter into the artificial paradise, the detailed and necessary product of the means which he ordains for himself. That man is I, says Ellul. He's talking about himself. He's talking about all of us.
Sheesh.
I have to read it again. That's killer stuff, man. I forgot how good that was. Yeah, I think that would have went really well along with Carlisle, but we never got into Carlisle. So I think next time I'll read some of that again, and I'll read Carlisle. See, I can repeat some things that I read on here every now. Because who cares?
I think it's important for people who are joining in recently. Like I'm being one of those.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate Origin for joining. Thank you so much. And yeah, we got spooky Saturdays out here.
Helps us get up to speed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but you know, this whole idea of the increasing socializing influence of technology, right? The idea of norms and planning, right, which are part and parcel of the centralizing influence or socializing influence of large scale technologies. Right. The idea of man being made calculable, the idea of private enterprise and its relation, to the development of techniques, and its incorporation into the technological system, right? The idea of individual influences and capitalist methods having to be eliminated because of their spontaneity, right? And having to be brought underneath the idea of norms and planning, right? And all of this culminates in the elimination of choice, the automation of choice, the goal of efficiency and the death of liberalism, right? So yeah, as Ellul says in this chapter, right? Technique gives birth to its executioner. Liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is technique, right? So, the slave gives birth to its master, right? Liberalism, right? A thought of a world, right? That would be perfectly that would replace nature for the machine, and man would be liberated in the process. But what happened is that man became subsumed in the process, right? The only way to have such a world is to turn man himself into a machine. Okay, and this is the huge problem that we're facing now today, all right? Okay, and it's brought to its culmination by this original problem, right? Which is a problem between knowledge and values, right? Okay, remember what Skolomowski says. He says the more knowledge goes up, the more values goes down. The more values goes up, the more knowledge goes down. Interesting how that happens, right? It is historical, right? But is it essential? Okay, this is the main question. Okay, and yeah, man. So it's a lot of that. I'm gonna play some music and
yeah, we'll be back with a very short segment of the Tao Te Ching, right? At this stage, right?
It's my favorite.
I thought we were on the Shangzhou though.
Oh yeah, but it's yeah, that's right, the Shangzhou. I meant to say the Tao, but yeah, we're still on this studying Taoism, right? So we're on the Shangzhou now and not the Tao Te Ching. This is correct. So yeah, blessings. So yeah, we'll be back soon. Blessings.
One more time. Yeah, check. Everybody, let's breathe. Inhale smells of creation as the wind blows and the moon glows and the sun allows life to grow. Thoughts that go through space at a high-speed pace. The face is yet to be placed upon this race. Gather matter, power to make a star shatter. Infinite amounts of manifestations. Give ovations and praise for the days that reflect the Creator's ways. Graze in the pasture of the illest rapture. Ideas made visible, trapped by physical. So I choose to transmit my being in ritual tongue. From spiritual to man, to woman, to love, to conceive, to incubation. So born.
Dropped chemically laced load in the road seed, genetically carrying out felonies, embryonic flow. Mo broke, archangel chisel, hidden behind the vest, the flesh, cocoon in the womb. Baby bound to boom, cells to rebel, gather, making matter, character of king. Now my bed till I kiss the bricks. Slip fit, fetal position, direct bloodline descendant. The goddess in Big Dylan, Nubian rooted, Blackfoot branch, couple drops of Irish wailing. Thriving to be alive and kicking in the belly of the rose, full of sorrow as she gazed out of plastic window panes. Hoping for a better tomorrow, marinating in my sack. I hear the roar of Jimmy Kendrick sax.
Class blended with the craft that's heaven and hell continue to clash. Walk the path, see the sights that are more than often hideous. Blessed with birth to fight a war that seems endless. Meditate, correct mind state, sunlight bait, elate my essence. Arm, leg, arm, head in your presence. Check the degrees, hot enough to burn yet cold enough to freeze. Focus on the fact as the earth revolves, we don't die, but the truth will make a demon's soul dissolve. Alive, 25 at a perfect spiritual to flight. Beyond sight, life with purpose. Serve your time to harm, breeze from your cell, freed from hell. Born back to civilization, what's mine is yours. I see my cousins, they look like yours. Let's make us seize the universe. Born.
But the world hate infiltrates the rose. So what grows? Not a demon, but a mad motherfucking fetus limbs dangle as I chill out at angles. I'm waiting for the breakout. The devil's on the lookout to stop me from fulfilling godly prophecies. Years later gave me scarlet fever. Rewind back to 69. 11, heaven roared and broad, baby boy. Welcome to the world with the whack. Reached up, smacked the back. Where my earth at? Nurse took me milk in a quilt and gave me privacy as a bomb with moms. They still alarmed as they gazed at my godly charm. 11, 69.
Understand existence, third planet from the sun, exploited by mankind, eventually fade to black. Calculate what I've seen and remember that. Shed the shell, it's too fragile, immortal form born, torn from the hellish plane with forever to gain. Mind and soul remain born.
born. Yeah, blessings. So, I mean, on the subject of the Tao Te Ching, I mean, we're gonna only do a short little segment here, right? We're talking about, um, okay,
Sorry, yeah, I didn't
yeah,
want to interrupt earlier because you were talking.
yeah, no worries.
Oh, you always get shitty at me for interrupting stuff.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
Is that DK? Is DK here? What the
oh
fuck?
yeah, DK Spiracy,
In the
Sup,
house.
DK
everybody?
Wizardry.
No, I'm not the wizardry. It's a Brexis going on about wizardry in chat.
Oh yeah, Abraxas. Yeah, he's been on that tip. He's
He's going on about wizardry and stuff, and yeah.
he's a faithful contributor. I
It's
like the
alright,
guy.
he's still annoying. So
Yeah,
I'm giving him shit in chat.
I like that guy.
Holding down the fort.
I like being able to argue with people who aren't getting like super angry and stuff. If you know what I mean? Like debate
Oh
with
yeah,
people and things. Yeah. Makes it heaps more fun. I don't care if people have different opinions, as long as they're able to speak about them rationally.
oh yeah.
And I know sometimes I yell as well. It's okay.
Oh yeah, we got a new chatter in the building. Slutty Gorilla Biscuits. So yeah, man. Here's to you
Are,
there,
are
chap.
they new? They're like
Here's
number
looking at you,
3.
kid.
Hey, they're like number 3 in your chat, according to
Here's
my
looking
chat.
at you, kid. I can't see the ratings from StreamYards, but yeah.
No, like
Yeah,
just on
that's a
just on
dank name
YouTube.
too. What's up with that?
No, on the YouTube chat it says 1, 2, and 3 now. So I'm guessing it's the people who have typed the most. Yeah. Slutty's got crown number 3.
Yeah, he's chilling. I appreciate his feedback, and yeah, Dr.
Hey,
D Head, I appreciate you for sure. I appreciate not know, but yeah, Shang Tzu. You know, Shang Tzu is I mean, sort of responding to Lao Tzu. He's talking about, okay, sort of the idea of nature, right? Having the primary form of intelligence beyond human society, right? So he's critiquing human society, especially Confucianism, and by the time we get to the Shang Tzu, we're really critiquing Confucianism. As in the last line, Shang Tzu seemed to directly critique the Confucius and the Mohis, right? Two competing
can
philosophical
I,
systems, right, in his own
I,
age.
can I jump in there just for a
Yeah,
second? Because yeah, I believe that, and I've come across that on some sci-fi things that I've watched, as well as some actual nature documentaries. The fact that whole entire forests are connected by, damn it, what's it called? Mycelial or something?
exactly. Right.
Mycelium.
Mycelium. Yeah.
Mycelium, thank you. A whole mycelium network where all the roots and everything is all interconnected.
True.
And because we walk around with rubber shoes and we put concrete everywhere, we are the ones that are no longer connected to it.
So I
Yeah.
gotta do some grounding, I suppose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
So he talks. Yeah.
Hey,
So he
when
talks
everyone
about.
says go hug a tree, don't actually just think they're gay. Go hug a tree.
Yeah. Yeah. So he talks about how this comes out in nature. So he's talking about the notion of there's things in nature that you can't put to use, but they're part of the holistic system, right? So if you take them out, right, the
Yeah.
whole system will be destroyed. So he's saying that usefulness is not exactly how nature operates, but things still have intrinsic value in nature despite their uselessness. Just give me a second, DK, and
Yeah.
then going off of that, he's also talking about the notion of um, how the simplicity relates to our relationship to nature, right? And how we can maximize our relationship with nature if we don't focus on the limitations of words, go beyond words, right? Stop focusing on cultural refinement, focus instead on natural simplicity, right? On the intrinsic harmony in things, right? The unifying these extreme concepts like big and small, and using stillness, right? He points to the turtle, right? The turtle, right, who lives for hundreds of years, right, barely moves, right? So, and yet the bird, right, which is synonymous with the wind, right, it moves all at once, and nobody knows where it's going, right? So the fact is that, right, being directionless, being without use, right, remaining still, right, the same way that the tree whose branches are too wiry, whose trunk is too big to be cut down, right? Because of its uselessness, it will remain. Because of its uniqueness, right? It can't be succumbed to harm, right? Or use, right? Okay, we work with what is not there on what is there, right? This is a principle of the Tao, right? And when we want to work, hold on 1 second. And when we want to work on it, we want the we work on what is not there on what is there. And when we want to work on it, we we use minimal effort to get to there, right? Anyways, DK wanted to say something.
I need you to go back over that last sentence or two again. That what is there isn't there, and what's useful and isn't useful and stuff. From the start of that section, can you please go over that again?
No, sir. Rewind the tape. But yeah, here it goes. It says, "What's an example of that TML?" See, I'm just gonna move to the text, but give me 1 second. I got coffee at the other side of the room, so there's a lot of balls in the air now. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back, folks. What's an example of that? I'll come back with an example of that from the Shangzhou. I just gave an example of a turtle and of a tree, right? But yeah, I'll give the last example that Shangzhou gave of the tree that can't be cut down. I mean, right? Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we'll get up in that.
Hey everyone, how are you guys going?
I'm babysitting right now, so I'm kind of quiet.
Fair enough. Anyone else who isn't babysitting?
Everybody else?
Well, there's several of us here. Figured someone else might respond. Are they all just here but not here? Do they all take off at the same time or something?
I don't know. Is it just us?
I think it is.
What's going on?
Oh, there we go.
No,
Now we've got a
Reddington's here. There he
third
is.
person. Excellent.
Is
We're just
TML
wondering
losing
where everyone
connection?
went. Everyone disappeared.
Maybe the rapture happened.
Except for
Yeah,
me, I was still
I'll be
here.
right back. I'm just grabbing a little bit of coffee here.
I heard you say that, but everyone else disappeared at the same time.
The elusive coffee.
Yeah, like serious. TML said he was grabbing a coffee, and then it just went dead silent. And it was only I'm like, hello, is anyone here? And Zephyr was
Is
the only one who
anybody out
answered.
there?
Is there anybody out there? Love that song. Comfortably Numb is, one of my favorite Pink Floyd songs. I think Wish You Were Here and Comfortably Numb, I think, are my two favorites.
Yeah.
Like, just personally for me. Wish You Were Here and Comfortably Numb have to be 1 and 2. then I'd have to spend some time thinking about the order of the rest of the songs after that. But I think those would be 1 and 2.
So it's interesting. I mean, some examples that Shang Tzu gives. Okay, he's talking to his friend Hu Tzu, and he's talking about these big seeds, right? Okay, of a big gourd, right? And he's saying that they're useless. He's saying that the tree is useless, right? And so Shang Tzu is pointing out its use, right? And the use is unconventional, right? He's saying it's part of the uniqueness of of the play of things, right? So he's saying that anything can be made into anything, right? But furthermore, right, what we need to make things, right? I mean, as I'm not Shang Tzu, but Lao Tzu says, right? He says, basically, right, you use space to create what is there, right? And this is similar to the sculptor, right? It's similar to making a house, right? It's similar to composing a musical composition, right? It's about using space or silence or what is not there for what is there, right? So this is essentially, what Lao Tzu is talking about is that everything that we make, right, okay, comes from what's already there, right? So that's step one, right? But everything that we make, right, also, since it's from stuff that's already there, right, needs to be reordered, right? So the reordering is basically the making, right? So it's a space within that makes it, as Lao Tzu says, right? And so what he says about the tree, right? He says that you have a big tree, right? Branches are too wiry to be cut down, right? Its trunk is too big to be cut down. Its branches are too wiry to be used, right? And he says, right, planted in a do-nothing village, right? Okay, he's saying that basically, right, because of its uselessness, because of its uniqueness, right, it's anchoring in all of existence, right? The fact is that what is useless, what is not there, works with what is there, right? So he goes on to describe the yak, right, who stands as big as a cloud, just like the turtle, right? Its whole thing is stillness, right? It's not trying to chase around small prey, and so it doesn't fall into any small traps. Okay? And he's going to talk about how, you kind of want to go along with things, right? Not try to shift the balance of what's already going on, right? But also not rely on change, right? So he talks about walking two roads, which means understanding your perception of things, right? And also understanding what's going on, right? So let me read some of this, and I'll sort of explain what I mean, right? He says, saying is not just blowing, right? Saying says something, but if what it says is not fixed, then does it really say anything? Right? So words are for meaning, right? Once you've got the word, once you've got the meaning, you can let go of the word. Okay, so
so he's describing how limited language can be, right? And he says, but if what it says is not fixed, does it really say anything, or does it say nothing? We think it is different from the peepings of fledglings. Obviously, he doesn't think it's any different than the peepings of fledglings, like the words that we use, right? They're just any other natural occurrence, right? For Shang Tzu, he says, but is there really any difference, or isn't there? How is the way obscured that there are true and false? How are words obscured that there are right and wrong? Right? How could words make up what is right and wrong? Obviously, Shang Tzu does not think that they can. Right? So he says, where can you go that the way does not exist? Okay, obviously there's places that words don't exist, right? Okay, how can words exist and not be okay? The way is obscured by small completions. Words are obscured by glory and show. So we have the rights and wrongs of the Confucians and the Mohists, he says. Right?
But then again, we're now at the point where the definition of words is changed at whim.
Right,
Things
exactly.
no longer mean what they even used to mean.
Exactly, DK. Yeah, that's exactly right. He's pointing out the problem of this. That it's because we concentrate so much on words that words lose their meaning.
Yes,
right? They don't.
It's more on the actual meaning and the idea behind the words.
Exactly.
And it's trying to convey that idea to people, when the other people don't necessarily infer it the way you're implying it.
Right. Right. And this is one of the huge things with the Confucius, right? They say that words have to be tied to meaning, and so titles and the whole division of labor in the society can't function without words and their meaning. Right? So
hence the whole legal society. So now everyone has a whole job where their job is breaking words down to what can't be argued about.
Right.
Because this is the final definition, and this is what we're using in a court of law that we've also made up to judge you based on.
Yeah. So he says the problem is with words and their definitions, and how we view our experience in the world, and what that has to do with our perspective on those words and experiences, right? So he says basically, each calls right what the other calls wrong, right? The Confucians and the Mohists, right? Each calls wrong what the other calls right. But if you want to right their wrongs and wrong their rights, it's better to throw them open to the light, right? So he says that it's better to look at things on their own terms, right, than try to impose your own concepts on them, right? Then he goes 100%. On to say,
100%. I see nothing better than transparency and open debate.
Right. Right. I only got
anything other than that, there's backdoor deals being made.
Yeah. I only got a little bit more of this, so just let me get through this text here and then we'll discuss it, right? It says it says so he says you got to look at things on their own terms, right? You can't try to impose your own concepts on them, and a lot of that comes with the instability of words and their definitions, right? So he's saying that without imposing your own concepts and ideas on them, right? He says, there's nothing that cannot be looked at that way. There is nothing that cannot be looked at this way. Right? So there's nothing that can't be looked at by definition, right? By defining it. There's nothing that can't be looked at by experiencing it. Right?
And especially when they change the definitions.
Yeah, DK, please. Yeah. Let me just finish reading this, right?
Yeah.
He says, but that is not the way I see things. Okay, I'm going to start all over, right? He says, please, just give me a minute. He said, there is nothing that cannot be looked at that way. There is nothing that cannot be looked at this way, right? Nothing that can't be looked at that way, right? Meaning that the definitions are already solved, right? Nothing that cannot be looked at this way, right? Meaning that it's evident in experience, right? What you're experiencing, right? In the present moment, right? So there's nothing that can't be measured by the past experience. There's nothing that can't be measured by present observation, right? But these two modes are obviously different than each other, right? So he goes, but that's not the way I see things. Only as I know things myself do I know them, right? Only by participating in, right, what is going on, right? Then he says, hence it is said, B, right, comes from she, right? Or this comes from that, right? Okay, and this follows from that, right? And this doctrine of parallel birth of this and that, even so, born together, they die together. Dying together, they are born together. If they are both okay, they are both not okay. If they are both not okay, they are both okay. If they are right in a way, they are wrong in a way. If they are wrong in a way, they are right in a way. For this reason, the sage does not follow this route, but illuminates things with heaven's light. He just goes along with things. So he describes this idea of going along with things, but not accepting them as this or that, right? Okay, he says, what is this is also that. What is that is also this. That is both right and wrong. This is also both right and wrong. So is there really a this and that? Or isn't there any of this or that? The place where neither this or that finds its counterpart is called the pivot of the way.
Is there a point where you realize something's good or bad?
DK, we can't do this right now. DK, we can't do this right now. We can't do this right now, right? So remember the idea that a name is the guest of reality, right? Okay, the way is essence without form, right? And the idea of going beyond differences, right, is the pivot of the way, is what Shang Tzu is saying, right? And I'm almost done with this, right? And then we'd love participation from people, right? He says, so is there really a this and a that, or isn't there any this or that? The place where neither this nor that finds its counterpart is called the pivot of the way. Once the pivot finds its socket, it can respond endlessly. What's right is endless. What's wrong is endless too. This is why I say it's better to throw them open to the light. Making a point to show that a point is not as good as making a non-point to show that a point is not a point. Using a horse, using a horse to show that a horse is not as good as using a non-horse to show that a horse is not a horse. Heaven and earth are one point. The 10,000 things are one horse. Okay. Okay. Not okay. Not okay. A way is made by walking it. A thing is so by calling it. How is it so? In sowing it, it is so. How is it not so? In not sowing it, it is not so. There's always a way in which things are so. There is always a way in which things are okay. There's always there's nothing. So nothing that is not okay, he says. Right? You can insist that it is a twig or a pillar or a freak. No matter how diverse or strange the way comprehends them as one, their division is their completion, and their completion is their ruin. But nothing is completed or injured when they are again comprehended as one. Only the penetrating person knows how to comprehend them as one. Don't insist, but lodge in the usual. Okay, now he explains, okay, how to not accept anything as this or that. Right, yet, okay, basically lodge in the usual. right? He says, when you penetrate, you get it. Okay, get it, you're almost there. Just go along with things. Doing that without knowing how things are is what I call the way. Now he gives an example, but exhausting the spirit, trying to illuminate the unity of things without knowing that they are all the same is called 3 a.m. What do I mean by 3 a.m? When the monkey trainer was passing out nuts, he said, you get 3 a.m. and 4 p.m. The monkeys were all angry. All right, he said, you get 4 a.m. and 3 p.m. The monkeys were all pleased. With no loss in name or substance, he made use of their joy and anger because he went along with them. So the sage harmonizes people with rights and wrongs and rests them on heaven's wheel. This is called walking two roads.
Yeah, the 3 a.m. is a good Zen koan conundrum. That breakfast is more enjoyable than lunch. It's nice. I like it a lot.
Did you realize breakfast's a lie and it was only introduced in, I think
It's
it
just when
was
you
the
break
20s
fast,
or
right?
30s because they wanted to sell more bacon and eggs. This was before cereal was even made. They wanted to sell more bacon and eggs. That's why they invented and created a whole advertising campaign to say that breakfast is the main meal of the day, or most important meal of the day, I think is the one they used. So you don't realize how brainwashed you've been for your whole lives.
And you mean folks, right? The general consensus.
Everyone, most people don't even know.
No absolutes.
Dude, there are a few of us who do know, because we've been looking at this crap for years. And most people have no idea. It's every single little thing.
There's always
Through
the outlier.
every history book, through everything that you've been taught, everything you've seen on TV, heard on the radio, read in a newspaper, all of that has been twisted just a little bit to get to the point where now look what teenagers are like. That's what they wanted to create.
Yeah, it depends on how you raise them. Mine are fairly decent.
That's alright. They're like the minority now. That's what I'm saying. The majority of teenagers is like that is what they wanted to create. I'm not like having a go at anyone personally. Dude, yeah.
No, I know you're speaking in
I got into this.
generalities.
I got into this too late, and my kid got woke as and thinks I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, and took off to his mum's place last year.
You got in it at exactly the right time.
A week before his 18th birthday. My kid was like 13 to 18 through this whole COVID bullshit. Dude, it just
talking about
destroyed
that.
his whole teenage life.
That's the threshold right there. That's deadly ground. We needn't go there. Yeah, we always have to steer clear of the algabots and their grip on the machine, right? Smash
we don't
the
give
idols.
medical advice here.
That's right.
So, yeah.
I wasn't giving medical advice.
Kill the drones.
Yeah, just shut
We
the
need
fuck
a
up about
drone.
the COVID thing, dude. Like, just shut up about it.
True facts.
Yeah, no, I was
What's the problem? Like, is there no other subjects?
What I was meaning is all the protocols they put in place.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, buddy.
And neither you should, right? The naysayer's gonna say nay. Here's gonna hate.
Like, what part of just move on to the next subject don't you particularly comprehend, or how many times does that have to be said to you, or are you trying to derail the show? I mean, because there's really like 3 options at this point.
We'll bring it back to center. I would say that Chuang's commentary on the Tao Te Ching here is that he's bringing forth the dialectic of the essential Chinese understanding that the SVO is a derivative of the VO, right? So we have the verb object, or the verb creating the objective factor of reality, and then the subject being involved and being the additive of that. And I think that's the first deviation that he's pointing out, that we are what we are engaged in rather than be, and then the observer. And it's like, how do we reconcile that, right?
Well, my personal favorite bit was the point where you pointed it out, where you mentioned like the pivot, because that is actually what I believe.
That's E prime language right there, right?
Yeah,
Is the is and
like,
is,
I
or a seem
believe
like
the universe is basically that seesaw where it just occasionally sways from good to bad. Things just take their time. I mean, on a whole, I'm not looking at it as just like our world is a seesaw. I mean, the balance of everything sways like a pendulum, sways like a seesaw, whatever metaphor you would like to use. But I don't believe we have been able to achieve balance, which is why
well,
I
that's
keep
the question.
saying backwards and forwards each way.
Do we oscillate towards center, or take the left-hand path, the right-hand path? What's the way back
center,
to a
why would you pick?
No, I'm asking. I'm not postulating. I'm asking.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no, me personally, center. Why would you pick a side? If everyone was just dead center, no one's picking a side, no diversity, not a problem. Everyone should be able to work together. Yeah, no, but then it just becomes about objectives, as in any community working together. You find who's good at doing this, who's good at doing that.
I think that's what it means too.
Is exactly how I believe it should be. There should be no left and right, no good.
If we absolutely stagnate, then there won't be any.
No, it's not that. It's just the fact that just becomes everyone working together, and that's a continuing society. I don't.
Dr. D had bring forward a good point. He said, "Narrow is the way." Right?
What's this show called? Dude, what's this show called? The host of the show is
the Machine Lies.
Right. So, why would you be thinking, when the host doesn't, why would you be thinking that more automation and more progress is actually necessarily beneficial?
Yeah, movement.
Movement has nothing to do with replacing what people do with a machine.
The further you go, the less you know, right?
You're so wrong. The further I go, the more I know.
That's not me. That's Lao Tzu, not me. I'm not wrong.
The more I know I need
You're
to
calling
learn.
Lao Tzu a liar.
I
should take your opinion over his.
No, I'm saying mine. The more I know I need to know. Because if I've got to this point and I didn't know how much of this, if I've got here, how much more is there that I don't know? I don't think I know everything. I just know I'm smart enough to keep learning, whereas some people give up. Because they seem to hit that point where they're like, no, now I'm a specialist in this subject. And then they stop because things might prove what they say wrong.
Absolutely. Specialization is for insects.
No, specialization is for specialists, but they have to actually be honest.
Rule of experts.
If they're able to admit that something has disproven what they've done beforehand, awesome. I give people credit for admitting wrongdoing. This is what Western cultures don't do. Western cultures don't go, you did do this. That was really awesome. It got proven wrong. Yes, no, this got proven wrong.
We don't have to
This
point the
is
finger too
apparently what it
much,
is
right?
now.
We're all trying to do our best.
Yeah, but everyone's trying to do it because they want fame and fortune. They aren't doing it.
Absolutes. Not everyone.
They
There's
aren't doing
there's
it for
TML.
altruistic reasons.
There's Lone Wolf.
No, but serious, I mean, they're not doing it for altruistic reasons. Everyone who's trying to do anything like that is basically
I'm trying to throw in some E-prime
sell a book.
You don't know
so
that
that you
for
avoid
sure.
absolutes. Yeah, right. I'm just trying to throw in some E-prime so we avoid absolutes.
I throw in absolutes all the
Absolutely avoiding absolutes. Ruh-roh.
time. I absolutely abhor absolutes.
You wind up with a Russian nesting doll of a hypothetical within a hypothetical. An endless loop.
It's like irony having no iron in it is ironic.
Oof.
True that. Iron Man might dispute that.
I am restreaming this.
Well,
on
he'd
the
be
deep
wrong
web
because
as
it's
well.
an abstract concept.
I just got asked if I'm fighting the good fight.
You're fucking thick in the weeds.
That's relative,
I'm
right?
serious,
Isn't it
that's why
relative?
I type back, not sure at the moment.
Smoke
so
them
I'm not making
weeds.
fun of anyone. Yet.
Yeah, it's good magic. Blessings, TML, Adel, Zephyr, good to see you. Lone Wolf, DK, beloved people, man.
Yeah, I'm done babysitting now, so I could talk. I was just listening before while I was babysitting. She was like, "What are you listening to?" She had a very harsh critique of the music, unfortunately. She said her ears were bleeding. And I was like, whatever. I was like, it's not your show, so hush.
No. Tonight,
Which music? The Born song?
Playing music I actually like.
The last one, the one with the bunny on the video, like
yeah,
whatever that
was Chopin.
Yeah, she was.
What
yeah,
bunny?
there was a bunny. There was a bunny in the video. I saw it.
No, there
I swear.
wasn't.
Yes, there was.
Yes, there was.
See, there was.
In the video I played?
Savage.
Yes.
Bunny.
Yes, sir.
He just put it on and walked off.
You're talking about the one with the robots in space? I don't know. Where's the bunny?
It had a rabbit in there. I just saw that, and that was whenever she was.
Was that the one with the
complaining. I don't
lizard
remember.
head too?
Yeah, I don't know.
Savage rabbit feasting on the
It was
think
pretty
it
funny
was.
though because she was complaining pretty harshly. She was like, "What are you?" She goes, "What are you listening to?" She's like 8 years old. So
It's the
I've
two
never seen a
guys,
bunny
and
like that
and
before.
they were, acting like Terry's.
I got a new one for her. Maybe she'll like this one. Not.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, here
well,
we go.
she already left. So
The bunny.
Yeah, little
Bunny's
musical
in
break.
The scientist song says Brown's boy.
Yeah, she definitely wouldn't like this one either. But yeah, let's go ahead and play
Brown's
this.
boy is correct.
And we'll be back
I
for
mean,
a little bit.
I've been
Yeah, these aren't
honest
like
about it. It's like
these aren't really
some
like
of the songs you've been
teen
playing.
bopper
The
ballads.
heavier ones aren't really my buzz. I never really got
They're
into
not really.
Yeah,
This music is toxic to like little girls. Things that little girls like. I think. I think it can be.
Like bunnies.
Yeah,
Toxic
seems
to
like
bunnies.
there's an age limit to the show. 18 and
Yeah,
over.
definitely.
Bunnies
oh
and
no,
ponies.
she liked the conversation. I tried to.
Things
She was,
little girls like. Poor bunny.
Yeah, right.
she was
Just
like,
love
"What
it.
are you listening to? Like, what are they talking about?" And I said, "Philosophy."
Protect your children.
Well, that's actually one of the most important albums. Rubber Room, Architechnology. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It really goes with the theme of the show. Architechnology is the name of the album. So I'm not making that
Nice.
up, but yeah, very dope sound to that song. And actually, we actually opened with Rubber Room 2, Claiming Victims.
I mean, so that's the opener for the Saturday show right now. But yeah, that song has a lot of weird, like sort of guttural screaming in it as well. But so I wouldn't recommend it for like little kids for sure. So yeah, so this music not recommended for little kids, but yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. Blessings to all the people that are here.
Battle with Immortal Technique, not for kids.
Yeah, that one's not for kids. Yeah, that one's not for kids.
That should be the next song. Play Mortal. It's probably copyrighted.
No, I already played Immortal Technique, DK.
No, Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, we're taking a we're taking a little musical break. So yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Blessings.
I like that. I thought that was really good.
You like it?
Actually,
Is it?
yeah, but I'm weird, so
It's Atari
Good
Teenage
magic.
Riot, classic
yeah.
band.
It kind of reminded me
I
a
thought
little
it
bit of
was.
Jeff Beck.
Yeah, it's funny because DK said it sounded like a broken Atari
Yeah,
console, which
that's
is funny.
hilarious.
I was about to say that. Yeah, just at one section, it sounded like a broken Atari trying to load a game.
Yeah.
There's one section
Yeah,
where
like
it just
someone
made
working
all
on a
like
4-track
glitchy
MIDI.
noises and stuff. Yeah, and I was cracking up. And it was right after someone said, "Is this Atari Teenage Riot?" And right away it went did the glitchy noise bit. It's like it sounds like someone trying to load an Atari.
Oh, did somebody say that? Is this Atari Teenage Riot?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was me.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
of
what
course.
made me say. Yeah, that's what made me say that because the glitchy thing happened right after they said that.
Yeah, if somebody
And I
other
was
than
like,
Reddington.
oh.
Yeah, if somebody other than Reddington said it, I'd be very surprised. You know, for
Dude, you've got a
sure.
lot of smart people on your channel.
Empire's voice is kind of distinct, so
Yeah, I'm gonna break out this video here and see if there's really anything else they got to say in this video that may be surprising or not. But yeah,
What are
let
we
me.
watching, man?
It's a video I've been watching. Derrick Jensen. You know, I've been watching videos of Derrick Jensen. I'm gonna move on to a different thinker, right? I only have a little bit of Jensen left. I mean, but yeah, I'm presenting Jensen as his voice, right? Sort of in terms of environmentalist ideas. So I'm going more into that, but I mean, environmentalism without the leftism, right? So that's he's obviously on a great
Yeah, I know it's
trip
hard
with
to
that.
walk that line, isn't it?
It is.
And
Yeah.
Hey, you want to be
before we
environmental and you want to save trees and shit. Everyone thinks you're a
Before
greedy
we-
idiot.
Right.
And he's like, no, but I'm not part of all that side of the craziness. I just
Exactly.
want like nature and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it's a hard
if
position
if I may,
and frame
before we
yourself
entirely
in this current political situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's harsh out there, man. It's like a fucking minefield. Before we entirely move away from the Dao and abandon it, I'd just like to say, Dao ke Dao, Fei Chang Dao, Ming ke Ming, Fei Chang Ming. Swan Si Yo Dao, Dao Li Yo Dao.
I'd like to say some things as well, but I probably shouldn't say them on YouTube.
DK, I love you, motherfucker. I'm gonna come over there.
Yeah,
Looking for you,
I
homie.
mean, as we saw last time, actually, I connected Derrick Jensen's ideas right with chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching, right? So if you go to last episode, right, Jensen's ideas of community forestry and about local communities, right, are basically right in line with the Tao Te Ching, right? Of course, we're talking
for that.
about going back in terms of nature and away from this idea of technical necessity, right? And also away from this notion of progress, right? So all of these ideas are supposed to be put under a critical lens, and they can be put under a critical lens from the understanding that Jensen has. So he's coming at it from a sort of anarchist, perspective. So he's got sort of a leftist tinge, right? Because I think it's more I think that it's more leftist than obviously they have the anarchist like fascist sort of divide or whatever. I mean, but yeah, there's this whole thing with Lawrence Southern. So let me see if there's anything left in this presentation. I mean, you guys feel free to chip into this. We're just kind of free range looking at this presentation here, and then I'm going to move into the text by Jensen, and then I'm gonna basically be done with the show. I didn't feel like doing a show today, but I appreciate that you all showed up. Yeah, thank you for being here with me.
These boots.
We appreciate you too.
Yeah, thank you. Guys.
I hate when you get everything ready and you get everything hyped up and then it's an ad.
Yeah, yeah, but I like the ads. I usually comment on them. That one seemed like, I don't know. It's like, what is that, boots or
Dude, I
something?
get some cool ones. Dude,
Yeah,
I
we get some cool ones. Yeah,
really
exactly.
cool ads in New Zealand.
That's
man.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Sometimes
I
you get.
different stuff to what you do. I get like knives and like
Yeah, we get cool ones.
scopes and
Yeah, we get
weird
cool
stuff.
ones that are like companies and shit that are not selling any product. They're selling shit to other companies. All right, so I like to like watch the
Really?
shit out of that. Yeah, I like to watch the shit out of that.
No, mine are all products. They're all stuff they're trying to sell me, and I want most of it.
They need to pay DK to do the ads.
Dude,
Yeah,
I can't be the face of any ad, like of any product. Like, unless it's a
Oh,
brewery.
don't lie. You've done ad work. I can tell. You got a
Yeah, I
radio
like-
voice, baby.
No, I actually haven't. No,
yeah, I like when it's like.
I haven't
All
actually-
your favorite beers.
Dude,
Yeah, I like
haven't
when it's
actually
like,
done anything since I was in intermediate, which I think America calls middle school.
Yeah, I like when it's like this is an insurance middleman, management, retail service,
I could definitely do something
retail
for a
service
brewery
device.
company. But yeah, I'm drinking your beer. Yeah.
We have the finest in organizational retail management service expertise. Right? It's like, whoa! It's like, what the fuck are you? What are you selling? That's what I like to get to the bottom of, where it's like,
Well, that's what I
we
said.
have.
I could do it for a brewing company. So I got to find a craft beer brewer type thing. I think
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
careful.
I'm sure you do. Good
Careful,
lord.
yeah,
man.
You'll spill your beer.
Yeah, I think you need
Dude, how do you spill your
to
beer
not
when
find
you're
that.
as conditioned as I am?
Yeah, condition. That would be a good term for it for sure. But yeah, let's check this out.
I guess over the
that's
years,
weird.
I've definitely
And then he
reformed everything it's suit.
Right, DK. I'm gonna move on to this video here, DK, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, well, you're the one who said interrupt. Play the video.
Right, but let's have discussions about the video, right? If I could start the video and then we can have discussions about the video. You mean, thank you so much.
The video.
Yeah, I'll play the video. But you're not allowing me to play the video because you keep talking. Right? So that's why I'm saying, if I'm allowed to play the video now, you're demanding that I play the video. Like, let's just chill the fuck out, Holmes. And I'll play the video and we'll discuss about Derrick Jensen.
You probably could have played the whole video.
All right, you know what? Let me just do this. Yeah, we'll play the video for a little while and then we'll let DK back into the discussion. Blessings.
Against somebody's behind in a bathhouse. You're like, well, that's weird. And then he realizes he's not an amputee, that the guy actually has his entire arm up the other guy's behind. And he then thinks, and this is where
pause. So I think we came in at a weird time in this discussion. I think I'm going to back up.
Extremely weird.
Maybe like a minute.
I don't remember this.
Like an arm and a guy's behind. It's like, all right, I'm going to back this up a little bit.
Crisis in San Francisco. And the title of the book is that as the AIDS crisis in the 80s was exploding and the band played on, was both about the government ignoring what's going on and about the gay community in San Francisco ignoring what's going on. So, for example, some governmental leaders tried to curtail some bathhouse use.
Oh, that's what he's talking about. Gay butt sex. So just to clarify,
he's actually talking about the Fauci vaccine that they gave.
No, hey man, we can't even say the V shit. Like we can't even talk. God damn! I just told him we can't talk about that. Am I tripping or should I just let him go for tonight? Because I just literally said that to him.
Yeah, I don't know. Is DK working for someone? What's up with that?
Yeah, DK, are you working for? Yeah, man, that's really weird now. The second time, I mean, this is really getting weird. I mean, also, my StreamYard is crashing. Give me a second. I'll be right back, folks. But yeah, multiple attacks by DK. Spiracy. Chill the fuck out, dude.
Blessings.
Yeah, blessings. Blessings. That shit ain't cute.
someone have a fan in the background?
Alrighty.
Yeah, I didn't see Lilith come on board. Good to see you, man. What's happening?
How's it going?
Yeah, I can't be doing that shit with DK, man. That shit is too, that shit's too hot.
But he sees somebody,
And we just now, and another weird thing about that is that we just now, are getting off of like being censored all the time. I mean, so I really don't appreciate that. I mean, because we're not even on different platforms right now. So if we're terminated on this platform, we'll be terminated everywhere, basically. I mean, so that's the thing is that, I'm just one dude. I don't have time to keep on posting videos on every fucking website. And right. So once I get to do that, then we'll eventually branch out beyond YouTube. Right. But right now there's no way of doing that. Right. Because I'm just one guy. I've been posting videos on here for maybe 5 years or so. Right. So this is the thing. And so I'd appreciate some, correspondence
Support.
on, yeah, exactly, literal support at this point. I mean, because the thing is like,
If
that
did
type
happen,
of stuff is
my channel would be open
especially
to you, man.
derailing.
I'd give you mod. You could take over and do whatever you want.
Yeah, so he's talking about San Francisco, and he's talking about how the pressures from the gay community, right, didn't help solve the HIV crisis. Right, we can't get into the medical ideas about that. Right, okay, okay, but it is what it is. All right,
generically stupid. It's because we forget what's real. It is so easy for us to forget what's real, and the internet's not real, and TV is not real, and we move from. Oh, another thing I want to bring up to all this is the society of the spectacle, and this is a really important concept. I was introduced to the Society of the Spectacle reading a really good book called And the Band Played On by Randy Schultz. It's about the AIDS crisis in San Francisco. And the title of the book is that as the AIDS crisis in the 80s was exploding, And the Band Played On was both about the government ignoring what's going on and about the gay community in San Francisco ignoring what's going on. So, for example, some governmental leaders tried to curtail some bathhouse use, and the homosexuals were like, the gays in San Francisco were like, not happening. We're not going back in the closet, which is what you're trying to do. And there were a lot of gays at the time who were saying, this is crazy. This is killing us. We need to. And Randy Schultz is saying that the gay band was playing on, the government band was playing on. Everybody's ignoring that lots of people are dying. Anyway, Randy Schultz also participated himself in the bathhouse culture. And one of the things he talks about, and this is going to be a bit graphic, but he sees somebody, an amputee who is rubbing his stump against somebody's behind in a bathhouse. He's like, well, that's weird. And then he realizes he's not an amputee, that the guy actually has his entire arm up the other guy's behind. And he then thinks, and this is where the Society of the Spectacle comes in, and which is brilliant analysis. He's like, how did we come to a place where that would happen, where somebody, and his answer has to do with the Society of the Spectacle. Guy Debord in the 60s wrote about.
That's like some type of Francis Bacon painting, honestly. That's like hellish. I mean, honestly, I mean, that sounds like some fucking, sound like the hellscape from beyond. I mean, but yeah, he's painting a fucking pretty much terrifyingly graphic picture about degeneracy and how it could lead to a lack of health in a society, right? That doesn't have values, right? That isn't responsible for how it corresponds to natural cycles, right? And most precious of those cycles would be the one that actually brings life into this world,
right? So yeah, I mean, it's actually incredible, right?
What's the irony of hedonism, right?
Yeah, the incredible depravity to which, oh yeah, is like snake eating its tail, like literally, guy, elbow deep in another dude's ass, right? And it's just like, this is progress right here. It's like, what? So yeah, that is, so yeah, that's some dark stuff for sure. Yeah, blessings, DK. We can't talk about that. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
How, if you take away relationship, the spectacle itself becomes boring. So what Randy Schultz was talking about is if you take emotion away from sex, if you take any connection whatsoever away from sex, it frankly can get kind of boring. And if it gets boring like that, you have to continue to increase the stimulus to make it so it doesn't get boring. And let's take it away from sex now and take it to anything that at one point it was enough to watch a football game. And then you got to have the Jumbotron. And then you got to have the halftime show. And then you got to have, and it doesn't matter what it is. This is just one of the things that happens. This is why pornography escalates so often, that it gets boring to see, just this naked woman in a field of daisies. And then you've got to see a gynecological shot. And then you've got to see something else. It just keeps, because there's no there, because you're plugging a void, because it doesn't solve.
By the way, look up Gary Wilson on the porn use. I mean, and it's literally degrading men's sexual drives. Okay, to the point where they're becoming impotent at a very early age. I mean, so yeah, that's causing all sorts of sexual what do you call it?
Dysfunction.
Dysfunction, exactly the word I was looking for. I mean,
it doesn't solve your loneliness. It doesn't solve your other problems. And that's the same with the internet in general, is that it has to get more and more extreme. And I think discourse has to get more and more extreme because there's no there. I mean, you can, okay, so let's say you say something that really annoys me. I can just go, wow, I disagree with that. And it kind of, frankly, kind of annoys me. Then, in person, we can sort of hash it out. But that's not, it's much easier online to make some, so you say something annoys me and I say, well, you're an effing retard. And I win the point, but like kill the relationship.
But there was no there to begin with.
There was no there to begin with.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a line I have in one of my books. Something or another is fragile as a Facebook friendship. And yeah, I mean, there's no there. And anyway, so I wanted to bring this aside the spectacle. That's one of the problems too.
Yeah, or somebody said that selfies should be called lonelies. It's a good quote.
I like that.
But yeah, monologues become conversations. And and that there's less distinction between the public and the private sphere. I mean, because of these new inventions. I mean, so
too is that stuff keeps happening, get more extreme, and you see how this ties back into the void plugging a void. That if you're not attending to your primary problems of lack of community, lack of not having dealt with whatever trauma issues you have, not having the time, and probably having a job you hate. I mean, it's like those are all things to consider. Those are all things that really need to be. And by the way, when I talk about people having jobs they hate, I'm also not recommending that people simply parasitize off the system. So when young people 15 to 25 ask me what they should do with their lives, I always say that your job from like 15 to 30 is to figure out what you want to do with the rest of your life, and to figure out what it is that you love doing, and what are the gifts that you have And how can you use them in the service of your community? And how can you use them in the service of the land base? And how can you, it's like, I'm fortunate in that, no, I'm not fortunate. I worked hard for it too. But I love writing, and I love writing books. I don't love writing press releases. I know people who are really good at that. It's not me. And so I was fortunate, I love this phrase that was on the locker room wall when I was in college, which is luck is where preparation meets opportunity. And I worked really hard and then got the opportunity to write, but I worked really hard. Joseph Campbell said that he spent his 20s learning how to write. So when he got to be in his 30s and had something to say, he would know how to say it. And I sort of did the same thing. I spent my 20s writing lots of terrible stuff and getting better at it. So the point is that when young people come to me, I always say, I don't know what you love. I don't know what you're good at. I don't know what you get off on doing. And so your job from 15 to 30 is to figure out what you love, what are your gifts, what you get off on doing. It's like I was working with this guy to try to protect some land. He's a wetland specialist. And we're out one day, he's digging in the soil and rubbing it between his fingertips and then comparing the color of the soil to a chart. I can tell if it's wetland soil. And I say to him, so do you enjoy doing this? He's like, oh yeah, this is my second favorite thing to do after playing with my dogs. And I'm like, that's great, because I would hate this. Because I would have absolutely no interest in doing his job. And in that same deal, I was working with this lawyer, and she gave us a really cheap deal on helping us in exchange for me writing a lot of the stuff for her. So I had to write a bunch of legal stuff. It was horrible. I hated it. And I said the same thing to her. It's like, do you like writing this crap? It's like, I love writing this stuff. And it's like, that's part of what you're supposed to do between 15 and 30 is figure out what it is that you really love doing. I talked earlier about getting a degree in science and engineering, and I made a mistake in college. I'm happy with the life I've lived, but I emphasized physics. I didn't like physics so much. If I would have emphasized civil engineering, I actually thought that was kind of fun. And if I would have gotten a degree in that instead of physics, maybe I would have just stayed, because I could have seen a life. I mean, politically, it would have been horrible. I would have been building bridges instead of dreaming about blowing them up. But it would have, but it was still a kind of the whole sort of bridge design thing seems kind of fun to me. So anyway, young people, another thing is just remember it's your life and it's not somebody else's life, that you're the one who has to pay for it. You're the one who has to, if you get into this life, what was it, Babbitt? One of the books by Sinclair Lewis. Upton Sinclair, I always get those two confused. Who wrote The Jungle?
It's Upton Sinclair.
Sinclair Lewis. Sinclair Lewis and Babbitt had this great line near the end where this character says,
yeah, I don't think it's Sinclair. Here, hold on, let me look this up. I think it's Upton Sinclair who wrote The Jungle, right? And it's a horrific book about meatpacking industry. Yeah, exactly. Upton Sinclair. Yeah. So yeah, he got that wrong. But yeah. I've gotten those two confused as well, so it is what it is. So
in my whole life, I never did a single thing I wanted to do. Like, well, that's a tragedy. So anyway, your job as young people is to figure out what it is you want to do with the rest of your life, and then do it. Don't be, I am in no way suggesting laziness or sloth. I'm suggesting find the scent, be like a bloodhound, find the scent of what it is you love, and then just follow it ruthlessly and follow it until you fall over exhausted, joyfully exhausted.
Yeah, I was just thinking back to what you were talking about that, the battle between mind and body, and when people are trying to find the things they love. I think another reason a lot of people hate their jobs now is so many of them only demand mind. And then the other thought I was considering was the idea of SSRIs and how we're trying to find all of these different
drugs to
Ruh-roh.
fix our body rather than just being embodied. I started going to the gym recently, and it's improved my mood so much, like to incredible levels. And I told people online, I'm like, you should try this instead of going on drugs. They got very upset. And I think it's that connection to the, well, no, I don't need to have any connection to my body. In fact, I'm so much smarter than my body. I can invent a drug that I just have to take so that I can only focus on my mind all day and never even have to go to the gym or go outside. But I have to finally get into the last few questions here. Otherwise, it's going to be dark out.
Well, I want to say one thing. I want to say one thing about that, which is that, as well as being a writer, I have in my life been a beekeeper and a commercial beekeeper, and also I grew pot for many years. And the point is, those are physical activities.
Based.
And I have been absolutely, yeah, that's absolutely part of my work, is to also have been doing physical activity. I still do physical activity quite a lot. And not, it's just I enjoy moving.
I wonder.
What I do
I
as a
wonder
writer
how many
is so
people
much
are tuning in to watch the show, and how many are tuning in to watch our poll and Browns boy go at it in the chat, because that always happens too. You mean
Is
there's
that on
people
the
who
other
Channel.
Is that on the other one?
wait,
I have
what?
to go to your other channel for play. Damn it.
What other channel? What are you talking about?
You've got two, I know that. Damn it.
Well, what do you mean? Go to the other channel. We're on both right now. I don't understand.
Yeah, I know. I'm on your main one. Do I have to go to Cyber Caliphate for the play fight that's going on?
No, it's on female's main channel.
Yeah, are you not seeing it? Yeah, but yeah.
it's like
they're not doing anything that I wouldn't treat as a joke. They're not actually that angry at each other.
Where's that at?
Hey, you've got to remember, I admin and mod lots of stuff myself.
Yeah, but real quick, DK. Yeah, real quick.
I would consider being angry.
Yeah, hold on, DK. Yeah, what Neurojack, what do you think about this lady, Lauren and Southern? I mean, you got any opinions?
Well, she met with Dugan. She accused
Oh, I didn't know that. Yep.
She accused what's that guy? Who's that fucking guy? Andrew Tate of R-ing her, apparently.
No way. Wow.
Really? Did she accuse Andrew Tate? I didn't know.
Allegedly. No. Something like that. I heard something about that recently. I didn't look into it yet, but that seems to be the rumor going around.
Guy, man? That happened.
The level of people that want to defend that guy is fucking disturbing.
No, you can't
Yeah, it's
say,
crazy.
yeah, this happened, and then say, I haven't looked into it.
Well, hold on, DK. Let him finish what he's saying.
He did just
please,
say he hadn't looked into it.
No, but I just want to know his opinions on this lady. So, so go ahead, Neuro.
No, well, just really quick. I think the fact that she met with Dugan is very, very telling, in my opinion. What exactly that means, I don't know. But I was curious about this Derrick Jensen fellow. Was he growing weed for the Jews, or what was he growing weed for? I mean, what's this guy famous for? I mean, he looks like Eric Weinstein's son or something.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, Derrick Jensen. Yeah, he's a huge environmentalist scholar. So that's mainly what he writes about. He writes like his last a work that we went over, he kind of reaffirms some of Uncle Teddy's main points. So he's an anarchist scholar. So he's pro-environmentalist, but he's anti-leftist. So he's talking about, so that's kind of where he's at. So that's kind of what he's about. But yeah, I think he's
Well, I mean, the fact that you say he's a beekeeper is also, that's a very particular thing. Like, that's like a whole, like, I'm sure there's like a whole guild of just beekeepers or something. They put out a lot of weird like beekeeper propaganda
Oh yeah, it's a
recently. I don't know if
Masonic
you guys know this.
reference.
Alright, you mean like the movie
Absolutely.
called The Beekeeper?
Yeah.
Or like Jupiter Ascending, where
Shout
the
out to his
bees
Freemason brothers.
float around the person who's supposed to be the queen, and she seems to be able to direct them and things. Because bees are a hive creature and
And so
follow
are
whoever's in charge.
and so are the elites, right, Twilight? Yes, yes, indeed. They don't think for themselves at all. Does appear to be the case, my dear Watson. They believe in absolute hierarchy.
They believe that they are going to win, but every single one of them individually also wants to be the one at the top when they win.
Well, I
So
do
they're all
surprise.
hey, so you've got to realize that all these factions are actually fighting with each other to be the top, while they're also fighting against us.
Well, I guess it'll be soon. Soon we'll all be speaking the Queen Swahili, if you know what I mean.
Watusi.
I think you're just about to be. You sound like you're in the UK. I think you're about a year away. Careful what you wish for, bro. Yeah, I know. Sucks. My heritage is all Celtic. I don't want to see this happen over there. I'd love
DK,
to
are
go
you in
back to
Australia?
like
Are you in Aussie land?
I'm in New
He's
Zealand, bro.
Kiwi.
Yeah, we're the smart criminals. We escaped Australia.
Yeah, fair enough, man.
Dude, everything there is poisonous and wants to kill you. At least here, it's only the government.
Right. But you haven't got any koala bears over there, do ya?
Yeah, watch those
Oh, we've
P's
got
and Q's. Be
wallabies. Yeah, no,
stepping
they've got
lively.
wallaby farms. Yeah, no, heaps of shit from Aussie got introduced over here. It's annoying. We do have wallabies. We don't have kangaroos.
Well, don't worry. Soon you'll have plenty of kings.
Boom, psh. Or is that just a mwah, mwah?
Yeah, that's a sad
trombone.
Essentially
That
doing
was a
nothing.
very sad trombone.
Sit there for 3 minutes and then type for 5 words and then sit there for 3 minutes. So it's actually great to move and to take lots of walks.
Keeps your mind fresh, alive.
Well, it keeps my body alive too.
All right, I swear I'm not trying to get you in trouble here, but what do you think of Ted Kaczynski and his quote, "Technology and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race"? Would you agree?
I completely agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yes.
So we really need to talk about Mumford. And
Not
Lewis Mumford,
entirely.
I think one of the most important philosophers of the 20th century. And he was a pro-technology philosopher until World War II, when he saw, like, I don't think I like the direction this is going. And he had the courage to sort of change his mind then and publicly go a different direction. And Lewis Mumford's really important because he talked. So we really need to talk about Mumford.
Kaczynski and his quote, "Technology and its in trouble here," but
too.
What do you think of Ted Kaczynski and his quote, "Technology and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race"? Would you agree?
Oh, I completely agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's so we really need to talk about Mumford. And Lewis Mumford, I think one of the most important philosophers of the 20th century. And he was a pro-technology philosopher until World War II, when he saw, like, I don't think I like the direction this is going. And he had the courage to sort of change his mind then and publicly go a different direction. And Lewis Mumford's really important because he talks about, we talk about technology, and he broke it down into 2 types, really: democratic and authoritarian. Technologies don't arise from and give rise to a vacuum. They emerge from a certain mindset and they lead to a certain mindset. Before we go any further, think about this. Think about what a car does to how you think about distance. That if I go to the grocery store and I forget to buy soap, there's no big deal. The grocery store is 2 miles away. I just get back in the car and drive. If I were walking and I get back and I didn't get soap, it's like, it's a 2 mile walk. It's 2 miles each way. It's 4 miles. It's going to be a couple hours. It's a drag. Or the notion of, you being in Canada yesterday and today you're in California. That's the ability to travel changes how we perceive that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so democratic and authoritarian techniques. A democratic technique, a technique is the TECHNIC. A technique is the social system that surrounds the technology. And a democratic technique would be one that arises from and gives rise to democratic decision-making processes. An authoritarian technique would be one that gives rise to authoritarian power systems. And a couple easy ways to think about this are, if the thing itself is something you could make, then it's probably democratic, like basket weaving. Nobody can control your access to sedges or rushes or grasses. You can get them and you can make it. You can make a bad basket, but you can still make a basket. On the other hand, anything requiring mining is going to require an authoritarian system, because you need to have people to work the mines. You have to take the land from people for the mines. You have to then have a police system to protect the ore from people who want to steal it. You have to have a transportation system to move it. You have to have a police and military system to protect it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
So those all come with the technologies. And a way to, I know this is like, yeah, whatever, but a way to think about this, I was doing an interview. This guy was interviewing me 10 years ago, and he was a dedicated Marxist who believed that it was possible to have an industrial system with only voluntary exchanges. Nobody's getting exploited.
Mm-hmm.
And you do that by just paying people more and more for the jobs that nobody wants to do. And I said, great. So do you have cities? He said, yes. I said, great. So in your city, how do you get around? He said, buses. I said, great. What are your buses made of? He said, metal. I said, great. Where do you get the metal? He said, we get the metal from mines. I said, how do you get people to work in mines? He said, you pay them a lot. I said, well, mining is such a horrible way to live that it's one of the first forms of human slavery. But I'm going to give it to you. You can just pay them a whole lot to live underground, whatever. But every hard rock mine on the planet pollutes groundwater, every single one. So what do you do about the people who live next to the river, right next to the mine? He said, you pay them to leave. I said, what if they won't leave? He said, you pay them more. I said, what if they've been living there for 5,000 years, their ancestors are buried there, and they refuse to leave? He said, well, how many of them are there? I said, I don't know, 500. He said, well, the people in the city vote, and the 1 million people vote that those 500 people have to leave, and then you kick them off. And I said, so what you've done is you've gone from completely voluntary exchanges to democratic empire, theft of land from indigenous people, and maybe genocide, also you can have a bus. And the point is that all of that is required to have the mining system. So technology brings great things to us. It makes it so you can fly down here. It makes it so we can have all these cameras. It makes it so we can have hot showers, which is one of the best things in the world. It makes it so we can have all these nice technologies, but they all come with costs. And the costs are not only ecological, but they're also social. And so not only do we have a certain type of power system required, certain type of social system required to run the whole system, which is why, by the way, a lot of anarchists are completely naive, because they'll talk about having a city with no authoritarian power structures. You can't, because who's going to collect the garbage? You have to have a bureaucracy to do those things. And you have to have a military to steal resources from the countryside. It's all necessary. It's all inherent in the system. We can talk about it if you want.
Can you pause
But
this for a second?
Having to do with
Yeah, he was painting a very G perspective, but yeah, go.
No, I mean I totally agree with everything this guy's saying on the in general, and this is kind of like why I like Stefan Molyneux, because he basically makes these arguments, but he ignores the technology, which I think is interesting. Uh, because really, in what this guy is saying is like Stefan Molyneux on steroids, because he's saying like in a state of technology there is no such thing as voluntarism, and he's 100% correct, right? I mean, maybe you could, pay people, quote unquote, to change their values or threaten them or whatever, but ultimately there's no such thing as voluntarism. And one thing that I think is interesting is that almost all people in the world have this agreement about technology that it's worth it no matter what. So like, for example, all the BLM and like the anti-white people who say that like colonization is really evil, what they really mean is like, we want white, the fact that there's black African people digging for blood diamonds, we have a problem with that. But if it's a bunch of white southern children who are the descendants of slave owners, or even if they just look like those people, it'll be fine if we just put those people in their place and we all become kangs or whatever. And again, I know that sounds like I'm being facetious, but I'm not. I think that most people just agree that like we want all this technology to continue, or at least not go down, right? Like nobody wants to reverse where we're at now, right? I mean, very few people.
I 100%
And just out of curiosity,
agree
has
with
Molyneux
you.
been completely removed from the boob tube?
I 100%
Yes,
agree
yes.
with you, and I've got to be careful of how I say this. Because who is moving to Africa? Now, why are refugees not going to Africa? Why are they going to Western nations with white people? Why are they all military fighting age people coming to all of our countries? Where's their families? Where's the grandmothers? Where's the grandfathers?
Well, they're reshuffling the decks. I think they're
No,
reshuffling the
they're
decks. So.
actually working on trying to screw us all over.
Or
Because,
Trilogy plan.
yes, there we go. If we mix the... I don't even know how much I can say on YouTube.
The ever
If we
dreaded
mix
admixture.
races, then we'll end up with a mocha-colored race that are easier to control.
Well, I think that there is something to that.
Miscegenation, no, it's part of the plan.
There
And
is
I
definitely
agree
a
100% too, but you also have to remember that they have technology that's so far ahead that they legitimately could use machines to do all of the things they're claiming to need authority for.
Alright, that's why they've already planned this smart city in advance.
But again,
like 4 theories for why they're terraforming the planet.
no. But look, here's the thing.
Right.
Here's the thing. Here's
Exactly,
the thing,
DK.
though. Here's the thing, though. Even if you had 100% automation for the most part of all the slave labor per se, right? It's still going to require total dictatorial power, and that's what this guy is arguing. It's like it doesn't,
Well, this is what Giorgiani
Yeah,
argued.
and management.
I
Maybe they're just better at flying the UFOs.
I just rewatched. Was it Brand New World or whatever by Aldous Huxley? I just watched that again yesterday, and I was like, "Holy crap!"
Well, if we had a new system, then it would require a shift, and this is why I can't completely reject what Giorgiani says about that.
Which is why I think that Epstein file needs to come out. All these people need to be completely collapsed. The system needs to be destroyed, and we do need to start again. Do you want to know what's really strange, though? Dude, I was a drug dealer and went to jail. Guess what? I never had a client list. You're asking the wrong question. They said they had 10,000 hours worth of video. I wouldn't be asking for a list. I'd be asking for the names of who's on those videos.
Yeah,
Well,
certainly.
it's
Hey,
very
dude,
likely
I can speak legalese. There isn't a list. Don't know what you're on about. We can say there isn't a list.
Well,
Hey,
yeah, too.
how about
When
who's
you're
on the video?
when you're
it's
walking on
very
thin ice,
likely the evidence was compromised.
and when you're walking on thin ice, you gotta tread carefully.
Hey, I say drown them all.
Meanwhile, Rocky wants to go back to the Dark Ages.
Well,
Yeah,
but
Well, I
that's the thing
mean,
I
is,
think,
you need.
I actually think
Rubbing
it
sticks together and
needs to
hitting people over the head with
basically go back
stones,
that far.
caveman style.
No,
Well,
seriously, I
you.
actually think it needs to go back almost that far because the current political system is obviously not working.
Well, but that's a,
America was supposed to be a republic.
it would be
Hey,
Yeah,
before the Industrial
hey,
Revolution,
now
but
you're a
A
and just
democracy.
burn it
constitutionary
all down.
republic.
Hey,
Yeah, burning
and
it all down is
now
never the
you're
answer.
a democracy.
well. You here's the
Nothing
thing.
that
You'd
was
have to
supposed to have been happening is happening.
anyway. Yeah, but you pretty much have to either A, have dictatorial power, or B, have no
I know,
problem getting rid of
I
a bunch of
know I
people. So
don't even say anything about
Right,
the other
and that
or.
doesn't really fulfill the definition of a total
I
reset.
know
Right?
there is
It's
an
always
or.
a soft reset.
No, there is an or, and that is something you can't say on any platform.
but again, I think this is why
Then
the
don't say it.
dialectics.
Don't
I
say it.
didn't.
But I think this is why a lot of the dialectics are set up in such a way where you can't actually address the root of the ideology or the technology or all these other ologies, because if you start getting at the root of it, well, necessarily people are going to have to look in the mirror and say, like, well, what am I willing to do to achieve this? And most people are quite
No.
comfortable right now, so they're not going
that's
to
why
do
you
that.
use the framework as a map, not the territory.
Right,
The answer is
right. And
Well,
we
always
have
that's
to
more
be
why
nuanced.
we
there's
have to be
some
we
of
have to be
us.
smart enough to
Hey,
circumlocute it.
that's why there's some
The
of
the
us
answer
who've
is
been doing
always
this
more
for a
nuanced.
while.
Yeah, but here's the thing: most people. Here's what I'm trying to say. Like, look, if the 75 IQ people in sub-Saharan Africa take over tomorrow, and they have all this technology, they're not. The first thing they're going to do is not examine the situation and say, well, we need more nuance here. They're going to say, well, what can I get? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Where's the
Again,
Gibbsy?
refer to Giorgiani.
Where's the Gibbs?
Yeah, and those
Gives me
parameters
some
seem to be
shit.
intrinsic. That's just not going to happen.
I know that's exactly what is going to happen if we allow it to keep happening.
Are you a prophet?
Yes.
Well,
No, that isn't going to happen, no.
Yes, I am a prophet.
We've been watching it long enough.
I'm a little doubtful.
Oh well. I hate to break it to you. I've only been streaming for 4.5 years, and I've been right about almost every damn thing that I've said, and I don't like prophesizing anything, because I seem to end up being right.
Right, let's do
QAnon prophesized things.
QAnon is gay as fuck. That's
trust the plan.
Jewish
And he got locked
Operation
up in a French
Trust
hotel.
from Russia, from the Holodomor. That 50 million people died when they listened to Operation Trust. Listen to Q. It is exactly
Oh
the
Jesus!
same
Don't
thing.
call out the bad guys.
I call
All
out
right.
everyone.
Well, let's listen to what Mr. Jansen says.
The Ted Kaczynski quote is that, yes, it has created. Lewis Mumford asked why we have not more strongly fought this authoritarian system, the democratic authoritarian system is what he called it, that is killing the planet and taking away our freedoms. It's forcing us to work these jobs we don't like. Why do we do this? Why do we put up with this system where the vast majority of people spend the vast majority of their waking hours doing things they don't want to do? And he says it's because of what he calls the magnificent bribe, which is in exchange for us being given luxuries that would have been not dreamed of by any Roman emperor, by any king 150 years ago. We have instantaneous travel, instantaneous communication. We have the ability to, so how many million people can watch the Super Bowl tomorrow? We have entertainment. We have 8 bazillion channels of entertainment. Entertainment should be put in quotes, probably. We have all of these things. We have refrigeration. We have modern medical systems. And it's all of these wonderful things are being brought to us at the expense of what we have to do is accept what the system gives us and not expect anything it doesn't give us. So we have to give up everything else in the world except for what the system gives us in order to, that's the deal we make, is that I will accept these medicines that have kept me alive. I will accept the fact that I could watch TV last night, the fact that you could fly down here, the fact that I've got nice food in the refrigerator and in the freezer. We accept all of those in exchange for, you mentioned before the cameras were rolling that you have seen so many fish in a stream that the stream is black with them.
Yeah.
And I've never seen that, and I never will. That's how it was here. I live 40 feet, 50 feet from a salmon-bearing stream, and I see one salmon every long while. They're gone. And that's the exchange. The exchange we've made is all these wonderful luxuries in exchange for no wildness. When prior to conquest, if you lived near a body of water, you would see a grizzly bear every 15 minutes in California. And there haven't been a grizzly bear in 110 years. And that's what we give up. We give up that. We also give up the fact that we have to work for the machine our entire lives. We have to pay rent. We have to live within the system.
Sorry to
If we
say, can you
accept all
pause?
that, we
Can
get
you
all the
pause one more
goodies.
time?
That's the bribe we're given.
Yeah, I just want to say this because I could dissect a lot of what he says, but I think what he's really saying is like nobody will ever choose to not serve the system. I think that's what he's kind of saying in a way.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
see,
that's
here's another
their
thing.
agenda. They
The
want to
government,
push it. No, they want to push it so that everyone actually wants to do it. Because
And here's the
not
thing, too.
doing it is because not doing it
Did
makes
anybody really
life
want to see a
harder.
grizzly bear
So
every
they
15
want
minutes?
to do the easy thing, and this is what they're funneled towards.
And
Yeah,
they commonly
Twilight, did you want to?
overimpose. Go ahead.
Yeah, Twilight, did you want to comment on something?
yeah. What was it? Oh, yeah. What the government is supposed to do, and what its rights actually are, and what people think it does, are all very different things. All of those are different things than what people think it is. So most of what he's talking about has to do with society itself. It's not really the government, it's society, it's people. So the idea
The
that
government is
somehow if you have
activity
anarchy
people.
that can't exist is not actually factually accurate.
Well, the
Because
fact
it's
that
society.
that's the fact that the
That's right.
controlling body has
So
become
that's actually kind of a paper type.
has become
Yeah, he's
so
oscillating between
controlling
subject and
that
object
the
when it's our
larger
activity that's
populace
creating
actually
this.
has to think about doing something.
If not in whole,
about
then in
it.
part.
Sorry, can you
That's
get?
what it
Sorry,
is.
can you guys rephrase what you just said because I don't quite understand what you said. Can you
I just
rephrase
wanted to
that?
circle around back to the fact
Fuck's
that
sake.
does everybody want to see a fucking grizzly bear every 15 minutes? And it's kind of
Yes.
a collective endeavor
Yes.
to have created these thresholds.
Nah,
Hey, what I was saying is that
seen enough of those.
there's enough room that's given, and because that much has been given, it's the old story. Give an inch, they take a mile. Now there is more and more that is wanted. They believe that because we've allowed them A, now they're allowed B and C.
Yeah, all the points you
This-
bring up are super salient, but it tends to waffle. Twilight, could you short up a bit, because you did have a rebuttal to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Twilight, try to reiterate what you said, just in different
So
terms.
what I'm saying is basically, what is the obsolete view of what government does and what government is? Okay, it's actual, it's what its duties are supposed to be by the Constitution. What they actually are and what people think they are all different things.
You mean
And this is part of the problem.
non-employed?
And so because of that, it's really easy to create paper tigers of these type of things. So when they say that, social, that anarchy is impossible, well, that's because people are thinking that all of this stuff is the government, when in fact of the matter is it's the people. The government only oversees regulations.
Hang on for a sec. Can you describe anarchy and what the word anarchy means?
Without rulers.
There we go.
Yeah, and before you do that, DK, you should take a page from his book. That notice how he was super concise in summing that up, and then he was going to bring it forward, but you cut him short. Don't truncate his idea.
No,
Twilight,
no,
go ahead and
I'm
bring
not cutting him
let,
short.
hey, let Twilight land it.
Anyone
Let
who
him land.
wasn't sure, because anarchy, that word comes with a preformed definition where it's not what it means at all. He knows the definition, and he said it clearly. Come on, you're the one interrupting now.
No, I wasn't. I wanted him to finish. He was on a salient thread, and he was about to land it.
How well? You don't even know what an anarchist is.
Okay. Twilight, I guess what I would ask you is,
But to be fair, I've always stated that I'm about 3 steps from anarchy. I know complete anarchy would be an issue. However, it would not really take much.
Yeah, I know.
Dude,
I'm the same. I am almost that close as well. I know that I currently rely on shit, and I'm using as much of everyone's shit as I can. But I know I'm only several steps away from just going fuck it all.
Well, the dictionary.
Well, this goes back to not only what government is, but what it actually does. So we've been given this idea of, it goes back to the security for freedom thing, where if you trade in one, you deserve neither.
You mean
it's like what something is supposed to do and what it actually does are two very different things. So when you trust criminals to watch out for you, well, these are the results. So we say the government does this and government does that. We need government for that, but is government really doing these things? Well, I mean, come on now. We have 6 intelligent people on the panel right now. What does the government actually do?
How much
DK, in my defense, DK, in my defense, I just saw it.
Roads are getting fixed.
I saw it coming to a head, and I felt that it was a bit circumcised.
How much of your tax money is going to fixing roads in America?
Exactly, DK. But they tell everybody that that's where
you don't even see the obvious signs in front of your face in your everyday life. And
just look at the taxes.
The general audience,
theological shit.
Obviously, you stand among the elite, DK.
Just look at the taxes on the food. Look at the little symbol. I know you know what I'm talking about, DK. Like every time you buy shit, you're being taxed for everything, and it's all supposed to go towards the betterment. Right? We know. And so again, this is this idea of the government does what it's supposed to do. This is implying that. This is a presumption. This is a presupposition of that fact. So yeah, if government worked like we're told and everything was Disney, then yes, anarchy would be, a terrible thing. But the thing is it doesn't. So
Really, it's just the authority. The authority is just the ones regulating everything that's already happening. That's really what government is. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mean to discount DK in any way. He's bringing forward a lot of good, hard-hitting evidence, but sometimes it obfuscates the general thread when we have to meander too much, or, as I said, waffle a bit. But yeah, thank you for that, Twilight. That's all I was looking for, was the upshot. So I appreciate it.
No problem, man.
And it's a brilliant bribe. Mumford talks about how the half-baked authoritarian systems of the past would require them basically beating people down. And what they didn't get is you've got to share the goodies with the majority of people. With enough of the people, will buy into your authoritarian system. You can do anything you want to them.
Mhm.
In exchange for this. So one of the ways I put this in my work is, if space aliens had come down from outer space and they were doing to the planet and to us, if they were I can't remember who her name is, but there was this toxicologist back in the 90s who was writing about endocrine disruptors all over the planet. And she's talking about how she didn't understand why people weren't running down the street screaming, because there's flame retardant and all sorts of other carcinogens in mother's breast milk. And
yeah,
when you are messing at that level, and I mean, of course, Mumford has the answer. And the answer is because we got a lot of goodies in our refrigerator. And because
it's called Black Rock.
the way Daniel Quinn put this is that the problem is we are dependent for our very lives.
And they were running down the street when they had flame accelerant in girls' nylon dresses.
It has inserted itself between us and the source of life, which is the
Because they
planet
own
itself.
everything.
And that's why we put up with all of this. So I'm going to back up a little bit again. And there was, in the 1830s, a pro-slavery philosopher wrote to his northern abolitionist buddy as to the land ownership conditions, in which it's in the land ownership, it's in the landowners, the capitalist interest to own slaves or not own slaves. It's pretty simple. Slavery was not that profitable. And he said, if you have a lot of land and not many people, then the only way you can get people to work for you is the point of a gun. Because if you have a lot of land and not many people, people have access to land, which means they have access to self-sufficiency. They have access to food, clothing, and shelter. If you have a lot of people and not much land, like in Chicago, New York City, then people don't have access to land, which means they don't have access to food, clothing, and shelter, which means they don't have access to self-sufficiency, which means they have to go to work for you at the point of a gun. And I'm sorry, which means that you don't have to have a point of gun. I said that backwards, which means in a city, they have to go to work for you for whatever pittance you want to offer them. So the point is that if your experience is that your food comes from a tap and your water comes from a tap and your food comes from the grocery store, you'll defend to the death the system that brings those to you because it depends on it.
Go ahead and pause it for
you will
1 second. Sorry. So, see, the way he's framing this is very interesting. Again, like the whole argument that it was just a bunch of rich white people that just wanted slaves to make a bunch of money off the profit or whatever. Like, what he's talking about here, like the tide of the land, it reminds me of like what Pinoid says and a lot of these other people say, like, just, let's just go get some farmland and this and that. But again, whoever has the bigger stick is always going to run you off whenever they want.
I mean, you should get farmland.
And
you should get. I mean, I'm
with a false dialectic.
But my point is, you can't hold it though. You can't.
I'm in the process of getting land myself.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like as a single person you might not benefit from having a piece of land or something, but I'm saying like in the long term.
Why not more than one? I used to always be out in nature, like
because the Venetians used the Mongol army to take over all of Eurasia's mining operations. So I mean, obviously my point is that even in a low tech situation, whoever's got the bigger gun or the bigger sword is gonna mess up whatever plans you have. Right?
So we're back to security.
Any entitlement you have to land is relative and temporary. If you can use it and it empowers you, definitely do it.
But let me just get this point before I forget, because what he's saying is like, they kind of recognize that, like, they need to separate you from the land. I think that part of what the plan of like the 2030s and all this stuff is, like, it is logical from a sense, in the sense that it's logical is they want their technological system and they want to eat it too. What I mean by that is they need to basically get everybody into these mega cities in order to control the population, but under the guise of helping the earth. And in a sense, they're right. Like, if you want to preserve the bio,
No, it's just a good sales pitch.
maybe, but his argument still stands. Like, if you want to see salmon in all the streams again, you just have to have a very low density of people in a large area, right? If you we did the whole thing about, like, if you introduce like 6 wolves into
The
Yellowstone
Earth is
Park, it
vast,
changes.
though. The
Hold
problem
on,
is
it
it's
changed.
congested in certain areas.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
my
and
point is,
that's
like,
the overt deception, is that there are places where there are tons of salmon and tons of
yeah, but
this and
here's the
that,
thing, though. Like,
and you don't
hold
There's
want
on,
to live
tons of
there.
everything.
hold on.
It's
Here's the thing, though.
controlled
Hold
so
on.
that
Here's
there's
the
a
thing.
false sense of scarcity.
Yeah, but no, there's not. There's a real sense of scarcity because people will totally destroy environments if you put too many on a single place. Like, that's just like, if you don't
Yes.
believe me, look at China. China is one of the best examples. They cut down all their trees. They destroyed their soil.
There's
They
also,
Yeah,
polluted their
that
water.
was 20 years ago. They've rebuilt most of it, and now
also
their population is
Yeah,
probably
yeah, because
half
they
what
have
it was.
complete dictatorial communist
if
rule over
they
all the
were
people. That's
if
why.
if they if they were under anarchy, none of that would be happening.
Well, you
First off,
can't have the
they would be
technological
all
system.
split.
Hold on.
Well,
You can't have
first off, they
technological
wouldn't even
systems.
have.
You can't have technological systems and anarchy. That's the whole point I'm trying to get at. You can't have both.
What,
So you can't have a
what makes you?
technological anarchy.
Why not?
I mean,
Says who?
maybe in like some distant 5,000 years from now future, maybe, but how
Well, this is
many?
exactly what Giorgiani was talking.
And it's Russian Nessie,
Yeah,
though. These hypotheticals are
Says
really
that he'll.
hypotheticals. It's not
Giorgiani
real.
also says that he's willing to sacrifice 99.9% of people to get what he wants. So, I mean, So yeah, if you're willing to pay any cost to get what you want, then yeah, of course. But not
Well,
many people are willing to do it.
I think Giorgiani is saying in a very blunt and extreme way, like he often does, that if people don't want to understand what the hell is going on, then blood's coming.
Yeah, of course. But my point is, like, even
But
if you gave
I mean,
everybody
and
all
he's
the
right.
information,
He's
yeah,
right.
sure. But here's the thing: is you can tell everybody until you're blue in the face for the next 1,000 years every single thing that we're talking about in every
Well, that's why I
detail,
said, well, it
and
doesn't
they
matter
won't
if they don't want to
care,
know. They're not going to know. Well, that's
and
their
they
fault
won't
then.
care. They won't
Hey,
care. They're still
guys,
going to
Well,
look
they
at the
won't
next
care,
That's
but
their
information.
fault.
it's going to
guys,
play out either way,
if
whether
you
you
guys
believe
are
it
doing
or not.
on YouTube and you're going to actually say anything, what you have to do
Well, yeah, we're just
is
beating
you
our breasts like
use
gorillas in the
YouTube
mist.
to tell people to go other places where you can actually tell them things.
Look,
Holy
who
crap,
gives a
have
fuck
you
about
not
that?
learned that yet?
Look, they own all the fucking media,
YouTube is
not just YouTube.
kindergarten.
Yeah, they don't just own YouTube; they own all the media. DK, like Rumble is owned by fucking
Well, then
BlackRock.
how come I can say whatever I want on
Yeah,
Apple
yeah,
or
Rumble
So,
is owned by the corporations. You can't say whatever you want,
absolutely.
wherever you want. It's just fucking bullshit, dude. Whatever you're
I know
saying.
I actually do.
And it brings us back to begging the question, how much of that was owned
For
before
now.
we even got here?
Everything's for now, though, isn't it? While it's available,
Yeah,
use
look,
it.
the truth is hidden in plain sight. It's not hidden from people. It's there for people who want to look.
While they've got that
Right,
there,
so we don't have
use
to
it as
overtly
much
point
as
it
you
out. It's
can.
not our
Exactly.
job.
I like the free speech side. You like the fact that YouTube reaches more people. I apologize for
No,
what
I don't like anything. I
I
don't like any of these
apologize.
things.
No,
I'm not.
I
Don't put words in my
apologize
mouth.
for what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, don't put words in my mouth. I don't like YouTube. I don't like any of these
I
other
said
things.
I apologize for what I mentioned earlier. But yeah, I like Rumble and D Live because They've led
Yeah,
me
because they allow
way.
you to say certain things, but they're allowing you to say it. That's the fucking point. But yeah, let's
I
go on.
know.
Right. Are
Good
we
I
lord.
using it or
know
are we
it's
being used
weird,
by it?
dude. Everyone is saying
You
it's
like,
weird.
yeah, good corporation, bad corporation. We're way past this. We gotta go move
I'm
on here.
getting. I'm even getting promoted at the moment. I got in touch with DLive. They made me my own category. There is a category
Cool.
on DLive called edutainment, as in education, entertainment, edutainment. They made me my own category about 2-3 months ago. And suddenly, I seem to be getting promoted. Like over the
Great.
last
Nice.
3,
You're being
4
promoted by the
days,
system.
yeah,
The
Yeah,
over the
numbers.
the
last
system will
3 or
promote you.
4
Yeah, good.
days, everyone seems to be like flocking to my channel. I've probably had like
Meanwhile,
a,
an
That's great.
advertisement from the peanut
no,
gallery.
I've
That's
probably
great,
had,
DK. That's good for you. For sure.
no,
I
what
got
I'm saying is I don't know why either. Like,
okay.
I'm actually on your side. I'm saying this has just suddenly started happening. And I know that they hate me.
Well, yeah, it's something you got to seriously step back and look at and say, why? You know, am I somehow
Yeah.
inadvertently towing the line? That's what these guys here on panel asked me to do, and I had to fucking think about it.
Yeah, see, I'm not being smart. I'm not talking myself up. I'm like, why am I suddenly being promoted? What are they trying to set me up for? This doesn't happen.
Good lord.
Put up with any indignity because your life depends on it. You will work a job you hate, do 2-hour commute each way. You will do all that because your life depends on it. This is not blaming you. It's just the system has. If, on the other hand, you have access to, I mean, why would I go to the grocery store if the river's full of fish? You know, I wouldn't. But the system has inserted itself between us and the source of life. This happened with apartheid, and it was intentional. It was very, very interesting that the first laws of apartheid were really written to support the mines because they couldn't get anybody to work in the mines because everybody was in subsistence villages and they didn't have cash and there's no reason for them to work in a mine. So what they did is some of the first rules were poll taxes, hut taxes, dog taxes. So if you have a hut, you now have to pay a tax, and that means somebody's got to go to work. You got to pay the tax in cash. And then the other part about this is that this is what abusers do typically in personal relationships too. One of the things they try to do is to my father first beat my mother when she was pregnant with her first kid, and that's because she was committed. And he, back in the 50s, he controlled all the money. So when she had 3 kids, by the time she's 20, there's no way she could get out. And that's absolutely standard. And that's not accidental, because if you can control somebody's access to food, you can control their life, and you've got them. And so it's the same. So technology, back to TED, technology has been a boon for our ability to entertain ourselves. No, sorry, that's completely wrong. It's not been a boon for us
Could
to
you pause
entertain
for a second?
ourselves. It's a boon
Just
for
a
us
short
being
interlude.
entertained as opposed to entertaining ourselves.
Yeah, sorry, go
I
ahead.
just
Frank.
I just wanted to mention it wasn't the fact that that system had intrinsically enslaved her, but it was her love of the children that prevented her from getting out, because she could have just walked away and set up shop somewhere else.
The way to get you.
I just wanted to highlight that because my mom used that same excuse, and I don't think it's valid.
I'm sorry. What was the thing, Frank?
Oh, my point was just that he said his mom was trapped in a bad relationship because she had 3 kids and she relied on the husband as the source of income. And I said, no, it's her love of the children that kept her there. She could have walked out at any time and set up shop somewhere else. I mean, there's no absolute in the fact that she's trapped to the money system just because the patriarch is supplying it. That there is always a way to, there's always another option. And
I think he's a
when-
lot older, so I think he's talking about like older in times or something like that.
Yeah. My dad's older than him. I mean, my dad was born in 23, and my mom was 47, so they're right around that age.
I mean, are you
But
sure you know how old he is?
Say again?
Are you sure you know how old he is?
Yeah, I believe I just looked him up, and I think he was born in like 58.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I might have erred, though. Okay. And I apologize.
No, I have no idea how old he is, but I was just asking. But yeah. He looks much older in this one than he did in the last one, but yeah.
Selves, which is what humans are supposed to do. It's an outsourcing of all of this. It's an outsourcing of music. It's an outsourcing of sports, that there's no, I watch
Born in
football instead of play it,
1960.
or watch football instead of watching younger people whom I know play it. Instead, it's been, and it's the same. Why would we sit around and sing together when we can listen to somebody who sings much better on CD or on, I guess that's old now, I guess on the internet. And so it's been, and that's not even to talk ecologically, I mean, all of this stuff has an infrastructure. People talk about, the internet is this great, I mean, the internet requires tremendous energy. It requires tremendous physical infrastructure, and that all has to be built. And also that all is built on land where somebody else already lived. So yeah, it's been a complete disaster.
Yeah, I think you've definitely spoken to the core of where this malaise is coming from. It's the disconnect from our bodies, the disconnect from reality, the disconnect from actually doing things, and instead watching them or even watching someone. And now we've got, people watch someone play a video game.
I really wonder what happened there. I don't know if you guys saw that, but like, she like sat up really quickly, and then like, they blacked out.
Yeah, there was a cut in the video, yeah.
Yeah, and then there's a cut in the video, and she looked really uncomfortable before that happened, but yeah.
The internet. And so it's been.
See, look, there's a move, and then watch how she looks.
And that's not even to talk ecologically, I mean, all of this stuff has an infrastructure.
She got a hand sign from her hand.
People talk about, the internet is this great, I mean, the internet requires tremendous energy. It requires tremendous physical infrastructure. That all has to be built. And also that all is built on land where somebody else already lived. So yeah, it's been a complete disaster.
And then it just blacks.
Yeah, I think you've definitely spoken to the core of where this malaise is coming from. It's the disconnect from our bodies, the disconnect from reality, the disconnect from actually doing things, and instead watching them or even watching someone. And now we've got, people watch someone play a video game on TV.
I don't understand that. So I think okay. I think
you also have people watching a video game, watching someone play a video game, watching someone else play a video game. Like there's a lot of levels this gets to.
Okay,
maybe Nintendo signaled her.
I find playing Left 4 Dead reasonably interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Shooting zombies. I'm not actually shooting zombies in the game, shooting zombies, and I can't imagine watching somebody else play. It would be so boring. It would just unimaginably boring. I would rather shoot myself than watch somebody else play. I don't.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea what the.
Nothing we're doing, even our own entertainment, is really for the material world and people around us anymore, from our work to, the things we do to distract ourselves between our work. And yeah, I think it's depressed us as a population, and we're looking every which way to get out of it, whether it be changing our gender, joining whatever sort of radical political ideology has come up that minute or moment that's entertaining. Hello. Thank you. But I think you've answered a lot of my questions and people's questions in general about this in this video, where that's coming from. And I suppose we do have to wrap up because everyone's attention spans are ruined, even the dogs. So I would ask, what would be your last message for people watching this, your final message for a world of young people looking for purpose and meaning in one of so little but so many distractions?
on one hand, I want to say, it's not your fault. I mean, the system itself is
Okay.
profoundly dysfunctional, and it's not your fault. And it's not even personal that you
Saw that in a
feel
movie.
discomfiture with the system. We were not made for this. We didn't evolve to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with DK. I think the last thing these people need is like comforting or I mean, right? Like for sure, right?
I don't know if you realize. I think I've mentioned it. I don't know how in depth I went into it. I was basically the person that someone had been through SRA their whole life. They were a few years older than me. I think about 3-4 years older than me. She'd been through this shit her whole life. I talked to her almost every day for several years. Bro, I know in detail a lot more than anyone else knows than any other video you'll ever watch. Like, fully crazy. I mean, I know you think I'm just some drunken idiot, but why do you think I drink? Because if you knew what I know, you'd have to as well.
Yeah, no, not at all, DK. We love you, man. We know you're bringing forward your light.
That's all right. I know sometimes I go too far. It's like I understand. But like, holy crap. So the stuff that I actually know, if you actually knew what I know, I mean, if everyone on the planet knew what I know, there would be no problem anymore.
Yeah, sounds like it's like a piece is missing there. Like, yeah, you know a lot, so you drink. Like, what?
No, it's so I can get to
Like,
sleep.
I missed something there.
The drinking is to get to sleep because the mind doesn't stop turning because you're constantly thinking.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I have the cannabis. Definitely, I feel you with that one.
See, you smoke, I drink. Yeah, don't be
exactly. Nobody said anything about it except for you. I think you're insecure about it, to be honest.
No.
And at some point, you got to embrace it, right?
Yeah. Like,
you drink. Dude.
And remember your audience, man. Most of us, we do have some of that insight.
Yeah, but yeah, you're cool, DK. But yeah, I think you're right about this particular point where he's saying it's not your fault. I think it is their fault. You mean? But yeah, I mean, it's not collectively, anyone's. I mean, you know, it's not in particular anyone's fault, but it's collectively all our fault.
It is collectively, but it constantly changes.
Yeah, and you're right. We shouldn't place blame and pass judgment.
Like one time it'll be this government party, then it'll be this political party, then it'll be that like NGO, then it'll be this other organization.
Right.
It's all of them constantly, but as soon as one gets pointed out, they stop, and it's the next one that does it. None of it is stopping, no matter what gets pointed out.
Right.
This is what needs to be fixed, and I'm not sure how to do that. I'm just pointing out what the problem is in this situation. I don't know how to fix that one.
Right.
We were not made for this. We didn't evolve to sit in front of screens all day. And
dude, I'm made for this.
And
I'm made to investigate all this bullshit.
So first off, it's not your fault. Don't take it personally.
No, he's talking about the excessive technology. He's not talking about we're not made to research things. Obviously, he's been researching things his whole life.
I get that. Sorry.
Yeah. There's like 5 minutes left of this.
That's why I didn't carry on because I realized I was like,
yeah.
All day.
Yeah.
And it's not who we are. And there's.
See, that's a problem that you do have, though, DK. It's not the drinking. It's about hearing people out, you know, what they're actually saying, and then attacking basically some position that you have in their head about what they're actually talking about. I mean, so that happens a lot for you. I don't know if it's the drinking or but it's something else. It's about attacking. It's about building up straw men for other people and then attacking those straw men instead of their actual argument. I mean, for sure.
It's kind of a combination between the two, but I definitely do build up as soon as it's like halfway through a sentence rather than hearing someone all the way
Exactly.
out.
Exactly.
I do know. Yeah, I do
Right.
know.
It's the tendency to pre-ejaculate.
Or something like
Ask
that. Yeah, that's what she said.
It's not your fault.
Exactly. That's what she said. Yeah.
Well,
there's so first off, it's not your fault. Don't take it personally. On the other hand, it's your life, so do take it personally, because you only get one life that we know of, and when you look back at the end, are you going to go, that was kind of a drag?
Oh, hell no.
I mean, I have made many mistakes in my life, but they've been my mistakes for the most part. And so recognize that you have one life, and then recognize that I said this earlier, but what is it how can you contribute? How can you make it so the real physical world is a better place because you were born and lived your life? How is it that what is it you can do? And what gifts do you have that are unique to you and all the universe? I used to
Am I allowed to answer?
I used to be sad when I would see an old person working at Walmart, but I would never be sad if I saw an old farmer. And I couldn't figure out why for a few years. And then I realized, and this is nothing against the people who have to work at Walmart, but you're replaceable.
That's just being rhetorical.
Nobody else in the universe could have written the books that I've written. And nobody else in the universe could do the work that you do. And what is it that people can find that will be, that what is it they can do that will make them happy and that utilizes their gifts? Again, I write terrible press releases, and I write, I think, really good books, and I've been able to find that place where I can, and I could not, I don't think I can be a musician. I don't have that. And there are people who can, and I marvel at that gift. And, find the thing that you can do that both brings you joy, that A, is something you're gifted at, B, brings you joy, and C, helps the world. Can't really go wrong with that. But it's really hard work to find. That means you're going to have to go through, you're going to have to try a lot of things that you're just terrible at. And also, you might have to give up other things for it.
I think that's beautiful advice. And you said you're finally going to start making more YouTube videos. You promised
Carl
me.
Jung,
So can you
follow
tell
your
people where
bliss.
they can find your content?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what he said there at the end is a little bit played out. I'm gonna have to go with Uncle Teddy on most of the present situation because it's more urgent. His call is a lot more urgent, and when we get to Uncle Teddy, I think he's right about the urgency of the matter, although probably not about the methodology he employs. I think Jensen and Skolmowski and these kind of more soft-hearted guys are obviously they're thinking in a much more broader scale, right, than like what needs to be done to have quick changes. In the present situation. So it's good to hear both sides for sure. But also to like really, you know, you got to think like you got to make yourself only have time to listen to people who actually take a critical look at the problem itself. You know, because
See,
people who aren't even willing
I'm
to.
only halfway there. I would
Yeah.
Yeah.
love to throw
He
things into
basically
my
finished with
car and go.
psychological platitudes.
No, serious.
You're
I would
right.
love to be able to just throw things into my car and go. I've already got a camp stretcher, polystyrene roll up, like bedding thing, a sleeping bag. I don't have a tent because I lent it to someone and I never got it back. So I don't have a tent. But I've got all this other stuff. And after that, it'd just be like throwing like my first aid kit stuff and food and maybe some more clothes and blankets and I'm off. So how difficult is it to go? How difficult is it to just get up and go? Ideally, you want a really good pack so you can put everything exactly where you want to be able to find it when you want that thing. Hey, that requires money. I'm talking about just doing it cheap. Just throw everything in your car and away you go. I have done army training. I could tell you how to do it all. But, you know, people would like shut off 2 minutes into it.
Yeah, it's good magic. You might not have all that, but you've certainly got a Tucker bag.
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, yeah, sorry. I said food. Oh, I said food the first time. I didn't say food the second time, did I? But yeah, blankets, clothes, food is what you throw in at the end. So you have the main things, and then you just throw in blanket, clothes, food. And away you go. I actually really like hiking and stuff. I need a better pack though.
Well, I'd like to point out too that he had an essential argumentation between the farmer and the Walmart worker. And when I thought about it upon reflection, I myself would be more along the lines of the Walmart greeter at this point. You know, old man hanging out in the air conditioning with some nice facilities nearby and greeting people as they come and go. But I don't know. That's just me. If you're out toiling in the fields,
I got given that shit job at Kmart. Fuck them. Kmart in New Zealand. I was the fucking bag checker dude at the door. Serious. They had me as security. What they didn't know is at the time I was selling weed.
yeah, I wouldn't be playing no security. I'd just be watching it all go by.
I started off in I started off basically being second in charge of the whole stock room when it first got set up in Dunedin. Like, there was supposed to be three of us. There was one person who did like the clothing thing, and there was supposed to be two of us who did the rest, and it was supposed to be shared between us. Guy was a fucking idiot. So I basically ran everything. We did have a manager. At one point, the manager went away on holiday. And like, there was a supervisor, then a manager. Supervisor basically did nothing. It's like, dude, I was fucking running everything. Supervisor did nothing. But anyway.
When the cat's away, the mice will play.
I know. I fuck no, bro. This was back when I was fully, yeah, man, I want to fucking make it in this capitalistic bullshit world. I'm not shitting you. This is when I'm like 18, 17. No, wait, no. 18. No, it must be 17. 17, 18. And I got put in charge of that shit, bro. Fucking hell, man. And I pretty much ran the Kmart fucking that inventory system, invented shit that got adopted internationally with Australia, because apparently it came out Australia and New Zealand as a different company than came out America. I didn't know that till later. I thought they were all the same. But apparently it's only Australia and New Zealand. But shit that I fucking came up with got adopted through fucking Australia and New Zealand. And I got fucked over because I tried to sleep with my manager's daughter at one of the works, dudes.
Yeah, rabbit holes are endless, man. We gotta stay on the path.
That I am my own worst enemy. I know this. But it's led to some really, really interesting stories.
Yeah, it's got to. That's what keeps you involved, huh? Engaged, moving forward. Bring
Yeah,
it.
that's what I mean. I know. As I said, it's led to some really good stories. I can sit here and talk about dumb things I've done for hours. But that's not what this is about. The thing is, and it is kind of what this is about. It's about learning from things from the past. If you cannot learn from the dumb things, you're destined to repeat those dumb things.
Yeah, blessings to Frater Voy. He just showed up in the ideas room. Good to see you. Womp, 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 he says.
And much love, no fear.
Yeah, he's talking
TML.
shit.
Thank you for letting me on, brother. I know I annoy you lots. He's let me take over. He's gone to go for getting coffee or something.
Yeah, must be. The freak wants to know if you've ever run into.
He knows I'll keep talking. No, he knows I'll keep talking, so he knows he's got time. Bloody hell.
He's curious if you've ever run into like an 8-foot fire ant pit or a hornet's nest or anything of that nature in your explorations.
In New Zealand, no? We don't get that crap.
You don't get fire ants and hornets? What do you guys get?
No. Oh, no.
I believe he's talking about an infestation.
Oh, yeah, no, we don't get any of that crap. The worst
no vectors, no varmints.
Not bees or wasps. That's the worst you can get for like an infestation type thing like that. We don't have hornets and shit, man. Nope.
Yeah, we get like Asian hornets that are the size of a hummingbird and will attack you ceaselessly.
Dude, I'd be buying a tennis racket. That's honestly your exercise each day. Go outside and just start batting those things as they come at you. Just do that for half an hour each day. See how fit you get. Because you are risking life, so you're going to be sweating at the same time. There's going to be adrenaline.
Yeah, I never even needed a tennis racket. The only thing I had to swing at was horseflies and gadflies. Everything else was pretty minute.
To swing at the hornets is what I mean.
Just use your palm, yeah. If you're fast enough, you don't have to worry.
I use my palm to swing at a bug that's the size of a hummingbird. I mean, I'd do it as a last.
Well, yeah. If I had to face off against a hive of them, I would want some chainmail armor. All right, a beekeeper suit.
Nah, you've got no armor. I want video of you doing this. You used to have a tennis racket.
I've only ever encountered one large hornet like that, and it was dead.
Oh, yeah,
but they're coming up from South America, from Mexico, right?
So you're talking it up. See? Don't exaggerate shit because I'll call you on it.
I wasn't exaggerating.
You
The
did.
fire
You
ants.
said it was
I've
happening
encountered
all the
fire
time,
ants.
and I was like, "Cool, take a video."
I've stepped into fire ants, and I've encountered small hornets nests on my house, but I've never encountered the big hornets. No, not my game. But yeah, you're right. You're right. A tennis racket would be effective.
An electrified one if you can find one. I bought one, but it was broken. And I had snapped at the handle the first time I tried to use it. Like, fuck! Because I hate flies. Dude, flies and wasps in my country, in New Zealand. Flies, wasps, mosquitoes, sandflies. Those things can all go get fucked. We don't actually have the rest of much of what you have. If you live in the country, we do have this really giant beetle thing that's fucked up. That would scare most people. It scared me when I was a kid the first time I saw it.
What were they? Did you say
Hey, it's called a hoo-hoo beetle. Not shitting you. Type in HUHU. Like hoo-hoo beetle, New Zealand. These things are like fucking, they look like fucking scarabs, but they're brown. They're like giant monster beetle little fuckers.
Does it roll around a ball of dung?
And they fucking fly.
Is it a dung beetle?
No. They eat like rotten wood and like bugs and shit that are in the rotten wood and stuff like that. Oh, no, sorry, the grubs do.
Nice. Yeah, grub. Large grubs.
The grubs eat that. Apparently, they're a grub that you can eat. I've been told since I was a child to eat grubs. I have not eaten one yet. But the hoo-hoo grub, when it's still like larvae form, like a caterpillar looking thing, it looks fucking disgusting and I haven't eaten one. Apparently it tastes like peanut butter. So I know if I'm fucking starving, I can go and fucking eat those fucking things.
Yeah, put it on some bread with jelly, right? You'll have a PBJ.
Yeah, while I'm running through the wilderness with a backpack of sweet fuck all. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's good magic. Anyone can do it.
We're talking dystopian future. Hopefully, that will never happen. All we really want is kind of a reformation of the government. A coup will not do it. Like, a coup is a pointless thing. It's just exchanging one government for another government. So I don't even think that would work. I kind of just want it all disbanded myself.
Well, the only true form of government is self-government. All else is usurped authority.
100%, yeah, man. Morality and responsibility. I think I said this on the show here the other day. Morality and responsibility is what should be relied upon. And if you can't behave in a community, you get judged accordingly. Holy shit, I think I just made up a nursery rhyme. I think I just made up the motto for our future. Someone record that. Clip that shit.
That's right. Clip it and put it in short form. And echo it in a chamber.
Yeah. It was like
resonant chamber of echoes.
Thing that, everyone could memorize and say. It was only like 3 lines.
Yeah, blessings to all the people.
Sorry, TML. I'll let you have your show back now.
No, that's pretty much all we have for today. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate DK. I appreciate Frank one day. I appreciate Lilith. I'm gonna have them give some closers here, and then I'm gonna read some things for the people and possibly try to shut down because it's gonna be sunrise in about an hour here. So I need to get this moving. So blessings. Thank you guys so much. And of course we will be back on Tuesday.
night 9:15. Right, we'll be back on Wednesday 9:15, Saturday 9:15. Those are the 3 times for the show so far. We may be doing a show Monday night, right? So I don't know if we'll be on Monday night. Possibly music on Monday. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, blessings. I mean, if you guys have anything to say to these people, you know what I mean?
Thank you for letting me be here.
Of course. Yeah.
The time difference between our countries is a problem. You
Yeah.
starting at 9 is like 1 in the afternoon with me for me, and I've been working recently, so I can't even be around for a lot of your shows. So I hope you don't take that personally. It's just
Yeah, it's no worries, my friend. I appreciate your time when
I
you
wish
are
I
here.
was here more. I mean, I used to be able to before everyone said I needed to help them do stuff. Then I found out everyone was idiots. Not just online, in real life as well. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Come on, man. You're supposed to laugh then.
Yeah, I'm pooped. And but yeah,
Don't
I
hurt
feel you though.
yourself.
Yeah, so to speak. I mean, but yeah. But yeah, what else up?
Nah, I'm all good. I think pretty much everyone here knows who I am. DK Spiracy. DK Spiracy 123 on D Live. DK Spiracy on Rumble. I'll just leave it at that. You're good, man.
Yeah, blessings, DK.
Brother.
And of
Much
course,
love, no
much
fear.
love, no fear. Yeah, we'll try to be on soon, DK Spiracy. You know, for sure, man.
Yeah, I still want to get you on a show. That's right.
That's right. We got to get up on there.
Holy
Me and
crap.
Reddington.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go next if appropriate. I'll just say
Yeah, of
this
course.
to all the folks out in Happy Land, guys, quit the darkness and seek the light, like TML is generating over here on his channel. Pull yourself up out of the chamber of echoes and the labyrinth of shattered mirrors and seek out the invisible college where, you know, heavy hitters are getting it done. And so thank you to everyone on the panel tonight, TML, Lone Wolf, Twilight, DK. You guys are the good people, the good folk. So thank you for allowing me to be here as well. Many
Yeah,
blessings.
blessings, brother Frank. Yeah, blessings.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
for your
much,
eloquence.
man. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
thank you for your thank you for your eloquence and your good manners and of course your insight on a number of issues. I mean, so yeah, blessings to
Yeah,
you,
it's
Frank.
actually pretty cool.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and no Rosicrucianism, like no homo, no go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, blessings to Origin. Thank you for joining earlier, Origin, Neurojack.
No,
I mean,
that was actually like really awesome, hey. That was really cool. Sorry, I was just choking on a cigarette. I wasn't even anything dodgy. I just choked on my cigarette. No, that
yeah.
was awesome, as man. That was like poetry. Did you have that written already, or was that off the top of your head right now?
That's inspired by TML right there. Hold it down.
Excellent.
Word.
Dude, that's how I do shit too. I wish I recorded more. I say so many things I don't record, and it's like, damn it, I wish I'd recorded that.
Yep. Yeah, well, all right, DK. You have a blessed night, my friend. And you too, Frank. And I don't know if Twilight's in the building. I mean,
Yeah, and I'd finish by just saying I appreciate that and good magic to you. I'm here for it.
yeah, peace, brother. So Twilight, son of Lilith, Chaos Serpent of Citra Atra. I think he may have stepped away, but yeah, blessings. You know, always appreciate his contributions. I mean, a very eloquent speaker and knowledgeable friend. You know, I'm gonna throw you guys here in the back. I greatly appreciate you guys' time. You know, thank you guys so much. And yeah, we'll move on here with Jensen. I mean, Reddington, you know, you're welcome to stay or you're welcome to.
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I think I'm gonna crash out.
Exactly. Yeah,
Peace.
blessings, my friend. Yeah, peace be with you, my friend. And, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Red. And yeah, so then there was the lone man, the lone wolf has left, and now you got the lone man, the lone man. All right, let me play some music for you guys, and we'll start with this Derrick Jensen reading. I got a little bit to go with Derrick Jensen, right? So I'll just read to you guys, fill in the blanks together. I mean, right, here's one of my favorite songs by Gravediggers called Radiation. Okay, I'm gonna play the fuck out of this song.
Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. 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 An estimated war date, radiate the planet. Oxygenated acids, population panic. Direct exposure cause respiratory failure. Behold a pale horse, the Holocaust impaler. Fatal plagues of gases, warp the ozone. Clot circulatory, eradicate chromosomes. Anemic hemoglobin, shut down immune. Paralytic people roaming, throw them in the tomb. Departure of the heavens, mothership descendant. Thermonuclear fallout, cataclysmic ending. Civilians surrendering to ultraviolet gammas. Assault bomb shelters, distort probes and cameras. The eve of the apocalypse, prophecy fulfilled. Anathema metropolis, democracy revealed. A ultra microscopic disease imposed. Your culture try to stop it, anesthesia implodes. Annihilation protocol, terrorist invasion. Neutralize perimeter, prevent retaliation. Rush the Pentagon, seize United Nations. Release our POWs or suffer radiation. Commence guard salute. Widespread cargo, looting the world's cargo. Put an end to tomorrow, the hereafter. I watch you bleed. The carbon dioxide, you're toxic. Your head's lopsided. Why inside structure of the bone stay brittle? Your heart rate shrivel. Your eardrums dribble. Pollutants and physical beings turning mutant that don't even die from execution. Half man, half dead. Can't trace the chromosomes. Irregular skin tones and hydrocortisone. Draped in the coffin that often resembles the feeding like anemic. You're dying from internal bleeding. Plastic skins dissolving in oxygen. Non-conic vengeance without the use of forensic science. Countdown T-minus. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. 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 Guerrilla warfare all year, radiation falls here, low crawl or lose all of your hair. Napalm in the air, your apartment is gone, dark clouds start forming. 24 hours a night with no morning, no power, no light, no warning. This tight bombing even makes ice start burning. Human flesh start turning into pink lumps of mesh. Slums infested with death, ain't 1 ounce of sunshine left in vertical villages. Niggas living primitive, murderous killers is losing their ice grill without the right skills. Liberty ain't a privilege when you realize all your supplies is limited. Blanco Diago control all the cargo. Stash you a car full of food or get stamped with the barcode. Fool, grab your survivalist kit and your water purification tablet. You got it? Now you can drink your own piss if you have to. When the famine and the drought hit your castle, before the battle ends, half of your men will probably lose half of their limbs. And what happens to them will be a small thing compared to the omen coming in, leaving niggas burnt wearing charcoal tins. Blast information infiltrating with radiation. When my thoughts and ideas start racing, to leave your ass in the day stargazing. You'll awaken with your head aching. This shit is ours for the taking. Taking and stop complaining, faking, wasting time making whack rhymes. I'll tell you for the first and last time. Front, your ass is mine. Click black, flatline, back to combine. Sick shit with tracks, knock the illmatic, the drip non-side. Intense, don't let me get that itch. I start to twitch, give your organic computer a glitch. If I'm static, keep your eyes open. You'll be chain smoking cigarettes, singing in your deathbed. Soaking for sweating during bad dreams. Evacuate the fucking vaccine is your only vaccine. Like a crack fiend, I got mad schemes. You can ask queen, don't make me make your fucking ass scream. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. The bare facts, make them take flight like Air Max. Hypodermic rap, share it and you both have tracks. Dope man supply fire to wax. Push your wigs back, hit you like a tall cat. Make you relax, never before have you ever heard this level of raw. My metaphors touch down like the hammer of Thor. Knee deep into the war, sirens and gas roar. Living like raging bull life's the matador. I soar above the law, branded illegal. They still watch my door, cause I'm power to the people. Sharp as an eagle claw, certified lethal. Keanu Reeves can't match the speed I exceed to. Crash the party, make them jump like an evil. I take cash in advance and blast off on retrieval. The bringing down that I am I can't, won't, don't stop, rockin' to the rhythm, dropping wisdom for my niggas locked in prison, for those in the streets, rockin' in your system. Once resting in peace, in my heart you're living, representing all those who ain't got a pot to piss in. Went from small time to a top position, I'm not kidding, so what, radio's not mixing, while shots licking, niggas on my block listen, to the uncontrolled, mentally hold you POW, coming through, up to no good, ain't no love for you, chameleons, play the wrong side of the fence. Switching like Clark Kent when the drama commence. Ladies intense, my poetry's beyond intense. Find me in the trench while you hold your spot on the bench. Best invest in me, favored heavily. Iron that's address me at your excellency. Successfully defending my belt with first rounders, but close friends get treated the same as out of towners. Yeah, Jurassic in size, I rise above the norm. Urban icon, riding on the eye of the storm. Better informed, fast like memories of norm. Ducking bombs on a rendezvous with this Saigon. Calm assassin, showing my face so they can know. When on Beat Street, I paint a picture like Ramo. On the lay low, making dough, aiming the blow. Got a way to go, so I'm just taking it slow. From the South Borough, throwing a thoroughbred flow. Echoing from the ghetto throughout the metro. About to let it go, give me some room to elbow. Watch bitches stick to a nigga like Velcro. Yo, the plan is to grab what I can within my reach. Expand like the crystal white sands that fill a beach. With my hand on the beat, one eye is on the beast. Food around my teeth, history class and move the mass.
All right. Yeah, so let me move on with this reading Strangely Like War from Derrick Jensen, and then we'll play some important replays, I think. Starting with a very important tape. Okay, that oh yeah, actually I gotta look this up. This is from a discussion I had the other day with our gay Nazi friend. I'm in at Office of Secular Quranism. So I played some of our discussion with Claire on Wednesday. Right. So if you guys seen my talk that I had with Claire, right, a lot of it's available on the channel. Okay, I had another discussion with them a couple of days ago, and I'll play that back for you guys. And yeah, we'll see how many of the replays we get through here. Right, but I think that one's pretty important. Then I got a episode we did with Neurojack that I think is really important that I don't think that many people actually saw. Right, so we'll play that back. Right, and even if you did see it, you could benefit from. I mean, honestly, it's going to be like you heard it for the first time, because a lot of these episodes, they're packed with information. right? You could honestly listen to this stuff 2 or 3 times, take down notes, maybe explore some of the content and materials that we provided by looking up YouTube videos on that, right? There's hundreds of videos of Derrick Jensen on the internet, right? He's prolific in terms of YouTube videos for sure, right? But here's some that he wrote, right? You won't find a lot of his writings available though, right? So here's part of his writing: Rejecting Gilgamesh. Okay, he quotes Gandhi. I personally think Gandhi was a fraud. Okay, and I don't mean by that Gandhi's views, right? I think he was a fraud in terms of his spiritual practice, right? He had many legitimate political views and opinions, but obviously a lot of those political views and opinions were not particularly inclined towards certain groups in India, right? So Gandhi was definitely he had some interesting tendencies in terms of he was a racist and he was also a PDF, right? He slept in the bed with like his little nieces and stuff, right? In order to overcome his sexual desires, right? So Gandhi did some like PDF type of stuff, or maybe perhaps, right? So I'm not promoting Gandhi, right? This is him quoting Gandhi, right? I personally don't support Gandhi, but obviously Gandhi's views that he took from civil disobedience of Henry David Thoreau, those are legitimate views, right? And of course, they are, relevant to anarchism, right? Tolstoy and, and, so in that type of vein, a lot of those kind of guys, they like his ideas. What we are doing to the forests of the world is a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another, he said. That's as in indelible truth. Okay, let's go on from that. He says, we have some declarations of our own. Immediately leave remaining forest frontiers alone and confine industrial forestry to existing plantations. Soon, once we have learned how restore most and then all of the plantations to natural forests. Okay, so he gave critical ideas about that and his ideas about community forestry and restoration ecology. Okay, so he said this work could be done by restoration ecologists, right? So we talked about that on the previous shows, what that means, what that accounts for, what that looks like, right? We could expand on that idea. We actually have expanded on that idea in some deep ecology specials that we did, right? Earlier. But yeah, you can look at ideas of deep ecology. Okay, those ideas of deep ecology are radically about transforming our relationship to technology and our relationship to nature. Okay, so he said this work could be done by restoration ecologists who, like traditional forest dwellers, are grounded in their specific local natural communities. Restoration ecology will be one step toward recovering indigenous knowledge and techniques, which is always specific to place. The purpose of restoration is not fiber production, even sustainable fiber production, but restoring ecosystems and their humans to their natural local patterns and processes. Perhaps most important of all, relinquish control of land to those who belong to the land. Satellite data has shown that where indigenous people hold land title, there has been less forest destruction. Give back the land to the humans and the non-humans who live there and who have lived there for a very long time, who belong to the land. Give it back to those whom those in power stole it, from whom they continue to steal it? We can already hear the obvious objection. That's absurd. It's not practical. Be real. Colonization has turned forest dwellers into landless peasants working agricultural plantations, and industrialism has turned them into urban working class for factories. This may have been regrettable, may have been unjust, but it happened. It's done. Well, not exactly, since it's an ongoing process. Get over it. We've committed ourselves to industrial civilization. We've got to see through to the end. Do you think you could put the trees back on stumps, unroll roads from forests, let peasants and factory workers become forest dwellers again? What are you proposing? What you're proposing is unrealistic, he writes. And in fact, dangerous, he writes. It's always odd to hear words like realistic and dangerous coming from the mouths of those who value money over life, he says, who say things like we must balance the needs of our economic system versus the environment, which of course is a tacit and entirely accidental acknowledgement of what we all know. The needs of the economic system are in direct opposition to the needs of life, he says. Yeah. What is real? Question. What do you love? Question. What do you fear? Question. What do you need? Question. What do you love? What is real? Who do you fear? What do you need? The problems we face look far different depending on who you are, what you love, what you fear, and what you need. What are your actual and self-perceived relationships to the forest, to power, to society? Weyerhaeuser shareholders presumably perceive it is in their best interest to maximize dividends by liquidating current assets. In other words, cut to the last stick, shareholders do not relate to their actual assets, trees, much less forests. They relate not to forests, nor trees, nor even productive goods and services, but to wealth and dividends. Most of us environmentalists, grassroots environmentalists, not the corporate environmentalists of the Sierra Club and the Audubon national offices, are holding on by our fingernails, trying to save whatever scraps of forest we can, using whatever tools we can cobble together, putting our hearts and minds and time and sometimes bodies between chainsaws. And the forest we love, and we are praying every moment of every day for civilization to end, for this culture to run out of oil, to collapse in on itself, for this long, awful nightmare of deforestation and dispossession to end. Some social justice activists see inequality as the root of the problem and believe that if we just bring sufficient and equitable development, quote unquote, to the poor, then the world's problems may be solved. In their hearts, some hold hope for a great proletariat revolution that will bring justice to all. Does their all, quote unquote, include those humans and non-humans who live in the forest? What are the hopes and fears of the southern elites trapped between dispossessed countrymen and gringo bankers? Where do forests fit into their dreams, their nightmares? What do they want? And from these ancient trees? And do they think of them at all? And what is the perspective of the slum dwellers in Brazil and other countries dispossessed of 500 years of colonial and neoliberal conquistadors? What do they want? What do they need? What do they fear? What can we, those of us who have been privileged enough to learn how to read books like this, printed on the flesh of trees torn from the soil where people once lived, what can we do to help? And what of the forest dwellers themselves? What of the indigenous? What did they want? What did they need? What are their relationships to the forest where they live? Can we help them, if only by leaving them to their own good and sufficient lives? Tigers, Sumatran rhinos, orangutans, Hazel's forest frogs. What do they need? What do they want? How can we help? And the trees, redwoods, lodgepole pines, Port Orford cedars, American chestnut, Law Ann, mahogany, Ipe, Greenheart, Purple Heart, teak. What do they want? What did they need? What is your relationship with the trees and forests where you live? It is our present course that is unrealistic and doomed to a nightmare failure so complete that perhaps only those who are forced to live these horrors, the human and non-human of the forest and the forest themselves, are able to even partially comprehend it. Plato observed back when the soil of his home was still bore recent memory of lions and forests and people of the forest. What now remains compared with what existed is like the skeleton of a sick man, writes Plato. All the fat and soft earth wasted away, and only bare framework of the land being left. There are some mountains which now have nothing but food for bees, and they had trees not very long ago. There were many lofty trees of cultivated species and boundless pasturages for flocks. Moreover, it was enriched by yearly rains from Zeus, which were not lost to it, as now, by flowing from the bare land into the sea. But the soil it had was deep, and therein received the water, storing it up, the retentive loamy soil, and provided all the various districts with abundant supplies of spring waters and streams, whereof the shrines will remain even now at the spots where the fountains formerly existed. Okay, so even in Plato's time, he was talking about the effects of civilization on the natural environment. Right? So this problem has existed for 2,000 years. Right? It's not a modern problem. Right? It has to do with the people that live in a surrounding area and what their relationship to their natural environment is, right? And of course, no matter how advanced civilization becomes, it doesn't help us resolve that problem. Okay, so there's only a little bit of this left, so I'm gonna just finish reading this and end the show here. He says deforestation boils down to power. Those who deforest do so because they are supported by the full might of the state. It is ludicrous for anyone to suggest that those who stole these lands by force, who maintain control by force, who deforest at the point of a gun, will give the land back to its rightful human and non-human owners because it is the right thing to do. The sane thing to do, the human thing to do, the non-suicidal thing to do. No, they will not leave the forest and leave the forest alone until either the forests are gone or until those of us who love the land force them out of the forests. We do not hope to stop deforestation with this book alone, any more than we can stop it by filing timber sales, compiling corporate profiles, voting, doing tree sits, or sending money to good organizations like Amazon Watch or Cultural Survival. We do not know how to stop deforestation. We do not know how to get deforesters out of the forests. No one else, forest dwellers or civilized, has figured that out. Or surely the deforesters would have been removed by now. But we do know this. Once people see deforestation for the atrocity that it is, they will then stop those who continue to destroy. It's for this we wrote the book. It is for this that we have dedicated our lives. What is our relationship with the future? There is nothing humans can do to maintain industrial wood and paper production and maintain forests too. The crisis will resolve itself when civilized humans walk away from doing what they have been doing. Those in power won't stop deliberately. Never forget Red Cloud's warning. They made us promises more than I can remember, but they never kept one. They promised to take our land and they took it. What then can you do if you are of good heart? You can fight to keep this particular tree standing, this particular forest functioning. You can help open your friends and coworkers' eyes to the wonder and intrinsic value of legitimate standing of forests and forest dwellers. You need to stop the forest crisis. He says we don't need to stop the forest crisis. Rather, he says nature will stop it. Okay, as the global economy becomes more chaotic and societies addicted to it become more impoverished, the best we can do is to keep some doors open, prevent those in power from causing those we love to go extinct, defend what is important, undermine what is superfluous, and destroy what is destructive. We can consume less. We can eat less meat, drink less coffee. We can eat locally grown foods. We can make our own food, clothing, and shelter so as not to deny others the right and ability to provide for themselves. Those of us in the heart of the empire can work to undermine the social and political basis for our inordinate power over others. We can work to implement radical equality. We can spend time in forests. We can ask the trees in the forest what they want. Early on, this book described a walk through the old growth forest. I think he's very, very slim on the solutions here. Right? He's done a very eloquent job at pointing out the problems. Right? When it comes to the solutions, he's like drink less coffee and like do like it's like the Captain Planet or something, right? You know, where they're giving you like advice. You there, buddy? Yeah, don't know if he's there. Blessings. Still stepped away. But yeah, those of us in the empire can work to undermine the social and political basis for inordinate power over others. What about the power that the system holds over others? See, I think that he's going very lax on solutions, right? And you saw that at the end of his talk, where it's kind of like it's not your fault. Is kind of what he said at the end there, right? Of course, you shouldn't blame anyone, right? But the fact is that you shouldn't feel proud of anything that's happening. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot to be said for how the present state of civilization is not our responsibility, right? But it's also not something that needs for us to be to sort of clean our hands of. So there's some of that ideas. Yeah, I think he just stepped away, but yeah, he's somewhat he chimed in earlier in the episode for sure. But yeah, it is 4:28 a.m. here. So I don't blame him for sure. In the Americas, right? It's very early in the morning. So yeah. But yeah, I think he's very slim on the solutions here, right? Okay, and I think that we've examined at least 3 possible solutions. Okay, obviously there's Kaczynski's idea about revolution against the technological system. Okay, he doesn't think that you need a lot of people to accomplish that. Right? So that's the good part of that solution, right? As you go up the list of solutions, okay, you either need okay, for Skrbina's solution of creative reconstruction, you need basically international effort for people to dial back technology. Okay, for the idea of ellul for parallel institutions, you need a small, close-knit group of people to accomplish that, right? But you still need a significant mass of people, right, in order to get that going. Okay, I would say you would need like thousands of people to accomplish that, right? Okay, with Kaczynski's revolutionary idea, right, it's the messiest solution, right, which is that you attack the technological and economic basis for society, right? So it wouldn't be dealing with the political forms of organization. It wouldn't be dealing with the people's religious beliefs or anything like that, right? Okay, for ellul, it's more of a sort of Christian solution, right? Okay, you're in the world, but you're not of the world, right? So you create parallel institutions, people who can educate themselves to sort of transcend the technological system, live with technology, but not be affected by it. Linkola, yeah, we will be reading some Linkola. So yeah, Linkola is, that is going more in the deep ecology route. His solutions are pretty radical. So Linkola is going to be pretty radical as well. Okay, I think he's a little more radical than Jensen, a little less radical than Uncle Teddy. But yeah, Linkola's very interesting and important thinker as well. Yeah, Moontan is smarty pants. But yeah, so yeah, yeah, let's check this out. Only got a few more minutes here. Let's see what he has in this last paragraph here. We can spend time in forests, right? He says, okay, we have been the obedient servants of Gilgamesh for 5,000 years. Whoa, Gilgamesh. We have cut a path of destruction, ignored the spreading deserts, disregarded the disappearing animals, the fouled air and water, the warming planet. We have destroyed most of the Earth's natural force cover, and we pretend we can live without it. The story we have been handed says that Gilgamesh defeated the forest protectors and that the forces of civilization won the battle for the forest. But it's not true. The epic is not over, and Enlil's curse will not be lifted until we reject the easy and false promise of Gilgamesh and return with respect and humility to the forests. So there's an ancient sort of proclamation there, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And yeah, we will be back soon. Okay, Tuesday night. We have a lot more show for you guys in way of important replay items. Okay, and I don't think our friend is here. Blessings to Lilith. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. And yeah, you know, what to do, folks. But yeah, we're going to be reading some very important thinkers. Okay, of course, we'll be reading Linkola. Okay, we'll be reading Ivan Illich. Okay, we'll be reading Samuel Butler. Okay, we'll be reading Thomas Carlyle. Okay, we'll be reading Theodore Roszak. Of course, we'll be reading Skolomowski and ellul. Okay. We'll be reading some Aldo Leopold. And the main topic will be about the technological society. And of course, we'll be reading some Lewis Mumford. Right? And yeah. This has been a very interesting time. Yeah, excuse me for a second. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, this has been a very interesting time spending with you all. Okay, and yeah, we went through quite a range of topics there. Okay, I went through the idea of mimetic complexity. Okay, where we arrived at the notions of the technological system. And I provided different ideas about Hegel. We had different conversations with our friend Origin. Okay, we're beginning to look at Hegel's influence that he derived from the Cabalistic and the Hermetic texts, where he derived his notions of futurism and dispensationalism. Okay, we're seeing how this idea of futurism and progress unraveled. So we're taking a look at how technique combined with the state, okay, and how the technological system became established, right? And of course, we're dealing with the world technological system, right? So it's totally subsumed the notion of nation states, which were created by liberalism, universalism, the scientific worldview, the mechanistic worldview, right, which has been subsumed by, okay, the idea of the world technical system, or I mean the world technological system, right? AKA machine civilization. So, we've been sort of cataloging the rise, okay, how the state coalesces, right, with the modern powers intact, right? What is man's relationship to nature and technology? Okay, what is man's conception of nature and technology? Okay, how the symbolic world. Okay, how we went from the natural to the symbolic to the technical, right? And how we moved from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness. This is the main topics for the show. And of course, we've been, looking at several responses to transhumanism. Okay. So first we looked at the ideas of the transhumanists themselves. Okay, primarily Ray Kurzweil and a few others, right? We looked at Bill Joy, his response to Kurzweil. Right, and now we're going to look at Uncle Teddy's response to Ray Kurzweil, right?
and look at what he thinks about Kurzweil, right? And his ideas in Promise and Peril, right? So, okay, we took this long detour, if you want to call it, right? To basically arrive at, okay, back at Uncle Teddy's views, right? We're going through 2 or 3 works by Uncle Teddy, right? Okay, Theodore Kaczynski, right? And we're going through a few works by Jacques Ellul in the Technological Society, right? To outline our present state. Okay. And we got a lot of things coming up for you guys. But yeah, you know, how do you kill what you can't see? Right? The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. Okay, what most people think is real is images of things that aren't even real, flickering shadows on a screen. Okay? But yeah, how do you see beyond the programming? Right? You realize how you've been programmed, folks. Right? Okay, the more free you believe you are, right, the more likely you are to be enslaved, right? Freedom is not a static prize, but a dynamic goal, right? And yeah, we got to continually revivify what it means to be free, right? As they say, the tree of freedom is watered by the blood of martyrs, right? Right, and yeah. You know, an excess of freedom is nothing more than an excess of slavery, as we've seen, right? So yeah. Blessings to all the people that are here, right? And I have some more music for you guys and some more recordings for you guys. And I hope you guys can appreciate the effort we put into our presentations. And by we, I mean the royal we, right? There's no other people here that are helping me do these presentations, right? Unfortunately. Okay, I've been alone for a very long time now, right? Been alone for a couple of years now, right? Doing these presentations all by myself. So yeah, I really appreciate the time that you guys take to listen to some of these recordings. Okay, and of course, I don't short people on the various reflections that I'm, deriving from, a literal, pretty much multidisciplinary research, right? That we've, sort of unveiled here. But yeah, blessings to the people. Right? And here is a true reflection of my current emotional, mental state, right, within a song or within a couple songs. Blessings, folks. I really appreciate you guys.
Irrational thoughts statically ravaged amongst the savage symposium, while hot shots average force flows within plots and plans to handle and child salvation within the land of wild mutilation, core aggravation displacing any focusable, tangible, manageable bliss as I exist through your stereos of stereotypes and burials of uncomparable nights with terrible sights and spite the astral flights and simple delights in spite. It might just be a rant of my romantic gestures. It's just your scent is really so appealing. I mean, really, would you be mad if I just wanted to taste this aggressive love one more time, which lies in the shallowness of a simmering fire lake? Oh, well, it was my only mistake from a heartbreak hotel, from temperamental angels who got her rotted thoughts to overwhelm and rule the realm, for she's polluted the pastures. And once I wish had so gracefully grazed and was raised on the principal ethics of us against them, not the mothers of invention, being broken by deception, deciding what's right for another man's protection. Confession from the edge's standpoint, earthling, revealing beautifulness of things to come in the warmth of the sun. I find my debates predictably repetitive, for I fear the outcome.
What do you do when there's nowhere left to run? I know the outcome. I see myself burning amongst the sun. Within the chambers of my psyche's hidden message, revealing details of ideals lost and memories that have been destroyed purposely. Oh, who am I? Oh, where am I? Oh, what are we doing this all for? Because priorities lost amongst the images of dead idols and destructive heroes, reduced to reluctant suicidal zeros who fear no hot shot repercussion. This year's no not live fast, try to die young. More sad songs get sung for the kingdom of the pain she brung. Hung by a crescent moon, dangling in silhouettes of melancholy walls, slowly crumbling against disturbing states of dementia. We enter the sanity through the periodic bursts of drama that strobe like flashes, burning yellow bright construction hazards, warning obvious for the mortals. Warnings obvious for the mortals. Cause I've closed my eyes to the bothersome messages, and I've closed my soul, for I have lost the key. So remember me when you have nothing left to think of. Remember me because there's love. Remember me when you have nothing left to think of. Because I'll remember you in every self-inflicted scar, wound, burn, tear, tear, gash, slash, ache, hurt, pain, sorrow, regret. And every time I ever lose something dear, something dear. Uselessly, you'll never see a parent calls for help. But you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this whole planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all the suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well, it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be directing a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats will make sense out of rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm sullen. I'm running from reapers that wanna be hauling my body back to little places to dwell. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody says in either death or suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, would you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go to waste. It blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot less to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burn holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stopped with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again, envisioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay in function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions. Taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision and eloquence. With decadence, some medicine, there's precedence, some messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weakest to breathe, the season to top as a tune when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon, it stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way. Wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering, I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
This system that nobody wants and nobody will implement, then it's a garbage system.
Well, there are a few people who want to return to traditionalism.
Okay, well, let them try and see how long that lasts for them until their sons and daughters escape it again. Yeah, you just want the cycle of imposing religion, rebellion against religion, imposition of religion, of religion. It's just this
which is why you have to impose this sort of belief from generation to generation.
But it doesn't. It's been a proven track record of not lasting.
Well, okay, use this analogy then. You know, it's like you walk every now and then, you fall over, but that's not the end because you can pick yourself up and start walking.
And these Muslim nations are not desirable places to live. The proof is in the pudding. Nobody wants to live like that. They can't maintain it, and nobody wants to live there. So the proof is in the pudding. The Beyondist
would say, okay, you've had your chance. You cannot create a stable society that lasts on a system like that. And nobody wants to live in your country. So, yeah. Unless they've totally, the only places people want to go in the Middle East are places that have totally westernized and where you can drink alcohol. Like Dubai, you know, that doesn't count anymore. You can get drunk in Dubai.
Have you
Yeah, I
been to
actually have a
Dubai?
friend who no, oh no, but I actually have a friend who moved to Iran, and he's white. I mean, he was born here. You know, he
I
converted
know
to Islam.
these outliers. Yes, I know there's outliers.
Well,
Yeah,
you said
I know.
nobody, but
Yeah, I know, but yeah, I know you took that a little bit too seriously. But anyway, Claire, why don't you
no,
talk to this gentleman?
it's a false statement.
Okay, Claire, why don't you talk to this gentleman, because I've spoken to him before and I'm not really interested in having these types of conversations. I mean, you know, when
It's
somebody
okay.
says
I could actually
no,
leave if you want. It's not a big
no,
deal.
I'll let you talk to Claire. I'll let you talk to Claire because I have to go anyway.
Yeah, I have to go in a little bit too. And I came on because Claire asked me to. But
Yes. Well, thank you for coming on, Machine. Who's
yeah, no
that
problem.
person in your avatar smoking a joint, or is it a cigarette?
It's Grace Thorpe. She's an online influencer. Yeah, she's not worth looking up.
Okay. Okay. So, what do you like about her?
I've just encountered her a couple times. I don't really like her. But,
Okay.
but yeah, I thought this was a funny picture. Sort of screenshotted her smoking a cigarette.
Oh, right. Yes, I think we've annoyed Vincent, but
my presence has annoyed him. But
well, I think he suspects we might, gang up on him or something.
Well, last time I think we had a pretty argumentative conversation. I think he said he wanted to take kids away from parents who believe in flat Earth. I thought that was kind of ridiculous. But yeah.
Oh, I don't think I was there for that.
Right.
No, I mean, I wasn't actually, just completely attacking him, but I was saying this is, a battle of narratives. And by that I mean, all these conspirators, they have their own story. And the difficulty with all these people with their different, stories is that it's not familiar to most people, and people don't immediately know. And if they want to, it can be a bit boring with lots of, so I mean that's why I guess it's not very popular. It's not very popular with women, I guess, with their ADHD, and possibly not even with men, because people just want to be able to talk about general subjects, and they don't want to have to listen to a 3-hour lecture about this thing that they've never heard about. And so I'm saying the divine narrative is, it's like if you have a government narrative and you don't like the government narrative because you think they're corrupt and incompetent, and you want to move the government narrative and policy aside. I think the only thing you have left is the divine narrative. So this was what I was trying to explain to Vincent. This is powerful because even atheists who don't believe in God know the story, right? They know the story. They may not like the idea of God, but they know the story of Moses and Jesus and blah blah and blah blah, and that gives the story its power.
Yeah, I mean, in the society, it's going to be based on families and what your family teaches you, whether that's liberal values or religious values. And the fact is that the only way to get rid of this sort of influence, right, was proposed by Plato, right? When he wrote the Republic, he said actually you should allow a certain class of citizens within the society to be chosen through genetic lottery, right? So that the parents don't know who their kids are, right? And so this process of births is going to be hidden, right, from the parents, right? So that they won't be allowed to have partners and all that stuff, and they'll be part of a military class, right? But the problem with this is that it totally destroys patriarchy, right? When the kids don't know who their father is, right? So Islam really created a system where you could not only maximize childbirths, right? Because you have multiple wives, right? But also you have a system where all of the kids who are part of that system, right? Like one father is able to have is able to produce hundreds of children, but a woman can only produce like 9 if she's lucky, and these days that's pretty much impossible with all the processed food and all that type of stuff. So so it's pretty obvious that we're living in a society that's not conducive to A, family, and B, patriarchy, right? And that's going to mean that there's going to be kids in the society who don't know who their father is, right?
Yeah,
And
it's a terrible thing because I was talking. Oh yes, E. Michael Jones was talking to Candace Owens. I highly recommend that people listen to that exchange about Oedipus Rex, the tragedy of Oedipus Rex, because Oedipus the king, he later became king, but he was abandoned or something, and then he was looked after by a shepherd, and then he became a fine man, but he killed his father in a road rage accident without knowing who his father was. And then he met his mother, who was a queen, but he didn't know at the time it was his mother, and he married her and obviously had sex with her. And when he discovered the terrible thing that he had done, he pulled his eyes out. But this is the problem when you don't know who mum and dad are.
yeah, and I think Plato saw a lot of those stories as immoral, and that was also somewhat of a problem because his stories did not have stable traditions, right? And they spread through through the Alexandrian framework, and they led to espousing a generalized system. And I think that's part of the problem. Welcome, Bruno. I didn't mean to scare you away, but I'm a huge fan of you.
Yeah, we both like you, Vincent. So yes. So what were you saying about lineage and that sort of thing? Because I think that's Vincent's thing about knowing who you're descended from, and that's very important. I don't think Vincent thinks it's very important, or does he?
No, of course I do. Of course I do. I'm a eugenicist. I think it's very important what your lineage is. Yes.
But what do you think of IVF? AID, artificial insemination by donor, because isn't it dangerous that you might?
Well, yeah. I mean, you should know who the donor
by the sperm of your brother.
Well, I mean, they usually test for that previously, but I don't think it's I think artificial insemination by donor is, you shouldn't do it if you know nothing about the donor, because then it depends on how much you know about the donor. Okay, let's say, is it better to get inseminated by someone who had a good psychological profile, good track record in school, has a good job, has good health, is attractive, and you can see a picture of them? Is that better than just going for some random, disgusting, gross, stupid person? Yeah, probably. But it's not ideal. Like, ideally, you would want to meet this person, get to know them, have other people around you know them, monitor them. Also, you'd want to know their family. You'd want to know their brothers, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers, because that has a bearing. Like in the eugenics books, it says if you're going to marry someone, first meet their family, because you want to check out the DNA of the family, that kind of thing. So artificial insemination by donor is not number one on the list, but well, okay, and then it would change. Let's say that you had an organization that was vetting these people, and then you had a group of people that vetted them,
and then they would inseminate women who they didn't necessarily know. That's also a little bit different, isn't it? Because, you know, the people who were whatever in charge of the breeding program would have an idea of what they were breeding. But generally, no, you don't want to just walk into a sperm bank and just get any old sperm.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. I mean, I would ban it.
Well, I wouldn't ban it because if you did want to, let's say that you had a governing body that was vetting these people, then that would be a little bit different. But this is voluntary. This is not being forced on people. You know what I mean? It's just you would, you know, have to go before a governing body to be, you know, or they would have to know you or whatever. It would depend on the situation.
Why would people choose to have kids in a situation like this?
Because they're not you, because they're like me, because they're beyond this, because they're different, because they're not the average person. I'm not giving this to like everybody I know. You personally would not do that, but if you were a eugenist cultist, maybe you would, yeah.
So your answer is because you have the particular set of beliefs that you do,
and temperament.
Right, but you can't expect everyone to follow those beliefs and temperament. So my question again is, what would entice people to?
If they're a eugenicist, if you're a eugenicist who believes in selective breeding in order, and
right.
you believe that's
if
the best
you're a eugenicist, right? But everybody's not one, right? So
okay,
how would
I'm
you
not looking for everybody.
to...
I'm not a Muslim looking to get everybody. I'm not looking to get everybody. I'm not looking to get everybody.
No, but you're saying that you should implement this in a society as a whole.
Just because you open up a clinic that vets people for their sperm doesn't mean
no society would allow you to. No society would allow you to open up such a clinic unless it's
we have sperm donor clinics now.
Are they private or are they government approved? They're government approved. I'll have you know.
Okay,
that's a ridiculous statement.
You just said nobody would allow me to run a sperm clinic.
Yeah, exactly. They're approved by the government. The government would allow you to run your private sperm donor for eugenical purposes.
Well, first of all, they don't even need to know that I'm doing that. Yes, they would.
So you're going to secretly do it.
No,
so you're going to secretly have a eugenic.
Can't stop. They can't.
You're going to have a secret sperm bank. So your solution is to have a secret sperm bank.
No, they can't stop. They cannot stop people from breeding together for whatever purpose.
Right. But
they can't. So if they're I'm not proposing a secret. I'm just saying that a bunch of people get to know each other and they say, okay, this is how we're going to breed in our strategy. No, the government can't stop that.
I'm pretty sure they can.
No, they can't. They can't stop breeding. They can't stop breeding. It doesn't even need to be an official organization. It could be it could be like, you know, a club of, it doesn't even need to be written down on paper. It could just be people making breeding decisions. It's not, the government can't get involved in your breeding decisions.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if it's just decisions, if it's people privately making decisions.
All decisions. Any time a woman goes to a sperm clinic, she's making a decision. All I'm saying is that if you want to improve sperm clinics, then, or AID, or artificial insemination by donor, you should have people who know these
what if
people
they don't want to
a
have
little bit
kids?
more.
What if they don't want to continue?
Okay,
society?
well then that's not. I'm not going after those people.
Right, but what if it ends up being a majority of people in the, you know?
Okay, well, what if the majority start eating shit? I don't know. Like, yeah, it could happen, but I'm not betting on it.
Right, but wouldn't you want it to be a majority of people, right?
Well, if you spread the eugenic religion, I mean, polytheists and eugenicists and all these people had lots of children. Nothing stopped them. They didn't give up on it. You know, nothing stopped them. Margaret Sanger had children, even though she was a non-theistic or a pseudo-theistic eugenicist. She had 3 children.
But you also said that the children don't necessarily belong to the parents.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Well, I thought you said that CPS take away your kids. You try to force them to have a religion or something like that.
If you're punishing your children for not believing in God and not feeding them, yeah, I think you should have your children.
So they don't necessarily belong to the parents either.
No, well, not for. They belong to them until they've done something to abuse the child, and then the child is taken away. Yeah. If you're not abusing your children, there's no reason for them to be taken away or for you to
So
lose
in this
custody.
society, eugenic society of sperm donors, when
it wouldn't all be that. First of all, it wouldn't all be that. This would be something that's happening in a larger, broader society of people would be breeding the normal way. There would be breeding programs. There would
right,
be
like how would you
a mixed
ensure,
bag.
like how would you ensure that the parents would be in the life of the kid at all?
Well, they would have the child. You know who the mother and the father is. You
Right,
know who they are.
right. You know who they are, but what's to compel them to be in the kid's life, right?
Well, especially the mother. And okay, well, most people are not going to willingly go to a sperm bank to abandon their children.
I think most people in this type of society would not have parents, most likely, but that's just calculation.
Well, I also believe in the monstrous system of communal child rearing. So, I mean, you would know who your
Right.
parents are. Yes. It's not like you would have to know who your parents are in the eugenic society. And actually, in the eugenic society, it would behoove you to be close to your parents because then you can learn about yourself. So, a eugenic ideology would probably want you to know who your parents are.
Right, but if there's like sperm in a sperm bank and then you choose a sperm, like, and then you have to track down the father.
No, I
Like,
said
that seems like
not
a very
to. No,
cumbersome
I
process.
said not to do that. I said, okay, never mind. I said the exact opposite
Yeah,
of that.
I'm a little bit confused. I'm sorry. If
I
you could just
said that
explain a
you
little
would
bit of the
have.
details.
I said you would have this. I said that the worst, the least desirable outcome is to go to a sperm bank and pick out the sperm of some random man you've never met. I said that was the least desirable of all the systems. And I said it would be better if there were vetting systems, you got to meet this person, or there were other people who were investigating them and who
Right,
knew them.
right. That's how a
And
religious society works.
it was a communal.
That's how that's how Islamic societies worked for years. It was a communal system, where everybody would know each other and the families would know each other. So that's what you're proposing.
Not exact, but within a eugenic religious system.
Oh, okay.
Not just, I like you, you like me, or my mom and your mom get along. Like it would have to be something, more of a breeding strategy than that. But yes, the point is not for everyone. Look, most people can't divorce love and reproduction. Most people can't do that. So let them do it. But, I'm just trying to create a eugenic class in society that follows eugenic practices. And then they can have more power, like the Jews. The Jews have power for a reason. Their culture is different. They have a better culture.
But look at like a Jew, like I'm like I'm like Eric Weinstein, right? He worked for the UN, right? And the goal was to spread multiculturalism, right? So the Jews, they want to spread multiculturalism in other countries, right?
They're not.
Sure,
well, those are liberal secular Jews. I'm talking more about people who actually take the religion seriously.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not talking about Jews that don't practice Judaism. There's,
Oh, okay,
I don't really consider them Jews. I don't consider them
Yeah,
Jewish.
me either. Yeah.
But the Jews have been around for a long time and they have a lot of power. And even liberal secular Jews still have the benefit of coming out of a Jewish culture. There's still something about them, of those cultural traits, like, the constant referencing of material. Jews are very good. Their religion is like a lawyer's religion. You have to be a lawyer to understand their religion. So coming out of those types of households, yes, you're going to have a very systematic way of learning. And I think that helps Jews become more academically prestigious than Catholics, who hardly pay any attention to legalistic matters like that. Catholics have lower rates of education than Protestants for a reason. There's a reason why Catholics are at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, go back to the original point. I think that a society that practiced that had sperm donor clinics, right, and in which the children could be taken away from the parents because the government decides so, right? I think that society is a lot less conducive to families, which I think are the focal point of society is good families, right? So
Okay, but
Islamic
even
societies have functioned for 1,500 years.
not people aren't emigrating to them in mass numbers. You leave your
That's not
society.
that's not the measure of success. Is
Yeah,
emigration.
if nobody wants to live there and you don't even practice your own religion properly, then nobody wants it. Muslims don't even practice their own religion properly because they don't want to.
Yeah, but they, as Claire said, they follow values that their religion teaches more than
Yeah,
they
but
do
not
in the
all of
West.
them. They pick and choose.
No, yes, they do. No, yes, they do. Like, for example, the promiscuous, the spread of promiscuity in the West. As she mentioned, so they do, follow their religion more.
Not all of just because the Muslims say, well,
you're doing no true
Muslims,
Scotsman.
No, but the Muslims will say the only reason our religion is desirable is because we don't follow it all the way. Like, that's not.
Look, which
that's
Muslims
not an
are you talking about?
advertisement.
You can't just talk about whichever Muslims you want to talk about.
What Muslim country besides
you have to talk about Muslims.
What Muslim country besides 2 or 3 of them practice the full Sharia the way it's supposed to be implemented?
What system? There's many different laws of Sharia. There's many different systems.
Who has a legitimate, like a real legitimate Sharia system? Who? Besides, I don't know who they are. Maybe Saudi Arabia. I can't remember.
I could say the same thing to you. Who has a real democratic system in the West? Nobody.
What do you mean we don't have? We have we have elections that are not rigged.
No, they are. They're totally rigged. They're 100%.
No, okay, you can't prove that. No one's ever proved that. There's no reason to believe they're rigged.
You live in a totalitarian socialist system.
They're not rigged. They're obviously not rigged.
Where's the functioning democracy on Earth? Where does it exist?
It's in America. We have a functioning democracy.
Yeah, it's ruled by Israel. What are you talking about?
No, we vote. We're a voting democracy. We voted in Donald Trump.
And the Jews get more votes. Yet there are less people.
Don't.
Yeah, they do.
They don't.
Yeah,
get
they do.
More
Everybody
votes.
knows that.
They
Yes,
don't
everybody
get more.
knows that.
That's conspiracy theory.
Okay.
That's conspiracy. That Jews get weighted votes.
Okay, well, where did you get the idea that no Muslims follow their religion? There's over 1 billion Muslims on Earth, and they follow their religion. They're the most religious group on Earth.
I put it on countries, and I said, name me a country that has a legitimate full Sharia system.
It's not by countries. We live in a global system. It's not about countries anymore.
Okay, well, nobody follows it fully the way it's supposed to. No country,
sure
no
they do.
institution.
Sure they do.
Which one? Which one fully that doesn't have Fugazi Sharia?
No, not by countries, by people. Nobody follows eugenicism.
Okay.
Nobody follows eugenicism. It's a moot point. Nobody follows your fake religion. You claimed earlier it's a religion of one. No, you follow a religion of one. No, look. You follow a religion of one.
That's different than eugenics.
You follow a religion of one, and so do I. I follow a religion of one too. Look, you follow a religion of one.
No, there's plenty of eugenicists. I'm not the only eugenicist.
Look, I follow a religion of one too. Let's talk about it. You follow a religion of one. I follow a religion of one too. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about our particular set of beliefs.
Eugenics is not a religion of one person.
You said earlier it was.
Yes, but my religion extends beyond eugenics.
First of all, it's not a religion; it's a social program.
It's beyond. My religion extends beyond eugenics. But if you want to talk about the eugenic religion, there's plenty of followers. Yes.
What is the eugenic religion? I thought it was a social program.
It's the idea that you can improve that human happiness and contentment can be brought about through breeding, and even spiritual well-being can be brought about through breeding.
So, who follows this religion? You said there's lots of people who follow this religion.
Well, there are eugenicists. Yes, I'm not the only eugenicist on Earth.
So they claim that spiritual health is through breeding?
It could
I've never heard anybody say that.
If they're spiritual about it, yes, they would say that. Yes, there were the perfectionists that tried to breed spiritual qualities into people so that they would be noble spiritually.
But wait, who are these people? It seems like you just made them up. I don't know.
The perfectionists are a real cult. They died out, but they were trying.
So they're dead. They're gone.
Okay, you can try again.
So your way of life. So you're saying that Islam is falling away and failing, but your way of life is completely falling away and failing.
Okay, but your religion is not practiced properly. Your religion is not practiced properly. So
according to you,
yeah,
you don't know what the right practice is. You don't know what the right practice is. The only practice is the 5 pillars. There's hundreds of billions of Muslims who follow those.
The government is supposed. Look, Islam.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Sharia law. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. Let me stop you there. Implementing a legal system is not the entire practice of Islam. That's not the entire.
I didn't
practice.
say it was the entire practice, but it's part of it.
So how are there not Muslims who follow their religion by following the 5 pillars?
No, look, just like okay, so then your religion's not.
Your religion
is not as good as
you just want 2 wrongs make a right.
Under the Noahide laws. Under the Noahide laws, they have a much better religion than you, because if you do not set up governments, you're warred upon. So you just are not serious. Just because you're not serious about setting up your government doesn't make you good.
No, you're not serious about setting up anything.
You're not.
Because you don't have any followers.
You're not serious. First of all, as a eugenicist,
I'm totally serious.
I'm totally serious. I don't need followers. I don't. There's
you do.
Plenty of. Not as a eugenicist. There's already. How do you know I'm not a follower? Actually, I'm not looking for followers when it comes to eugenics. I'm a follower. I follow other people's ideologies. So I don't know why I need followers if I'm not even the head.
You said the people you follow, their cult is dead.
No, they're not the only cult that I follow. Beyondism's not dead. The birth control movement's not dead. These things are not dead. These ideologies didn't die out.
So you're saying that Islam died out, but the cult you follow is completely dead.
People don't. No, Beyondism is not completely dead. It's not.
It is. It's way more dead than Islam. I mean, look around.
It's brand new. I mean, how could it? It's just starting out. It's a baby. It's an infant.
Yeah, but you said they were born and then died.
No, the perfectionists. You know what? It's not fun to talk to you because you don't listen to me. I said the perfectionists.
I'm trying, sir.
I gave you a cult, a particular cult, not all the eugenic cults. I gave you one particular cult that did die out. That doesn't mean that its practices can't be restored. But you put words in my mouth and say that I said things I never said.
Okay, well, okay. Just go ahead and explain yourself. I'm sorry about that. I'll go ahead and
no, because it's not really. It's not a useful, productive conversation.
Well, I disagree. I'm learning more about eugenicism and all of that type of stuff. Way of life I was hardly aware of before I talked to you today. So you're definitely teaching me many things. So if you consider that a plus point, then consider yourself a job well done, sir. It is what it is.
Oh, well, I guess I've never met a Muslim who said implementation of Sharia has nothing to do with Islam or is not central.
No, Islam is following the 5 pillars.
Without any leaks. So and you have there's absolutely no compulsion to set up a government.
Oh, sure there is.
Okay, so then what's your point? That's what I was talking about.
That it's not a primary feature of the faith itself.
Okay, but it is a compulsion or it's not a compulsion.
A compulsion doesn't mean it's a primary feature, sir.
Okay, so if it's a compulsion in the religion, you're supposed to be doing it, which they're not doing.
Sure, I agree with that.
Okay, well then they don't want to do it. They're not doing it because they don't want to do it.
No, there's plenty of Muslims who want Sharia law. So
okay,
I think that's
well
false.
Then why aren't they accomplishing it? If even in their own countries they can't do it.
Well, there's many reasons for that. The main reason is because of technological society. If you want to go through that, we can do it.
We talked about that last time. So Islam will work once you get rid of technology.
That's not what I'm particularly saying, but I'm saying that the move from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right, for most of the world's population has to do with the fact that science brings home the goodies and religion does not, right? So that's not that's a problem with religion in general and not just with Islam, I would contend. But the main thing is that, one has to contend then religion is not a part of human life, but you would contend that it is. You would contend that people need a religion, that it makes them feel more whole, that, and you have one. So, anyways, I think a loss of religion in general has happened, and that's not just in Islam, right? That's in Christianity, Judaism, all of the religions because of the rise of secular humanism, right? I don't think anybody would contend that, right?
Yeah, well, but polytheism is not eroded away by secularism
Oh, sure it
or
has. Polytheism
technology.
has been totally eroded away.
Not
There's
by
almost zero polytheists
secularism or
left.
not they were eroded away by monotheism, but like, people, first of
Sure
all,
they are. There's many people
polytheism.
who follow no, but let me stop you there. There's many people who dispel paganism using scientific principles and looking at the world as a mechanistic looking at it through the
Look,
machine metaphor.
paganism is rising. I've never met a pagan that said that technological society was a threat to our religion. I've never met one.
Paganism is rising. Can you prove
Yeah,
this?
yeah, the polytheism is increasing. There's way more polytheists than there were when I was a child as a polytheist. I was the only polytheist in my school.
Yes,
There
but
were
it's not an
none.
ancient tradition. See, the
Polytheism is
paganism that
more
you're
ancient.
talking about is
Polytheism
gone.
is more no. Polytheism is more ancient than monotheism. So this
Yeah,
concept of
but that's not
plural
what I'm talking about.
powers.
I'm saying, where are the principles, right? Where are the traditions, the pagan traditions that have
You don't
lasted
need
for
traditions.
2,000 years?
You don't need traditions.
Sure you do. I
No,
think
you
you
don't.
do.
Okay, you think. All you need is the belief in plural powers.
No,
That's
I
it.
don't think. How does a religion function without traditions? Please,
You don't,
sir,
because
enlighten me.
it's plural powers. You have natural law, right? So you're not allowed to murder or steal because humans come to those conclusions on their own without the gods.
No, that's not a religion. Then you have no force to make people follow your laws because
Yes,
it's
you
just
do.
liberal reason.
Yeah, most people are not going to revolt in the streets because you're protecting them from murder and theft.
Wait. If one guy in your pagan religion gets up and says, no, there's one God that rules over them all and you all are a bunch of dumb fucks, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, it's supposed. Well, okay, that's not part of the religion. I promote a legal system that would make monotheism illegal.
No, but what could you do about what? Okay,
Okay,
so you make it
yes,
illegal.
if you so once there's enough pagans in society that want a legal system that would outlaw monotheism, then you could accomplish that. Yes.
So your whole so what's wrong with people implementing laws of their religion if it predominates in their society?
Well, I have a conviction that monotheism is incorrect, so I don't care if the majority wants it. I'm still going to fight against it.
That wasn't my question. I said, what's wrong with somebody implementing a religion in a society if if most people in that society think it's correct?
Well, it depends on what kind of religion it is.
No. I mean, what's the problem with that whole scenario at all?
Okay, well, in up in the sky, there is no problem, but I personally have a problem with it.
Well, how are you gonna implement your polytheist system?
Because I'm just going to pagans and I'm saying, do you want to be protected from murder? Do you want to be protected from theft? And if they say yes, then we can get along, and we just have to agree that each of us would have at least 3 gods or none, and that none of us would be monotheists or bitheists or soft polytheists.
So how would 10 of you guys go ahead and implement a religion in a society?
There would have to be more than 10. I'm not doing
exactly. Right,
yes.
right.
So you have to you evangelize the gods, right? Just like Muslims evangelize. You evangelize the gods, you spread in society, and then once there's enough of you, under secular paganism, it says you're not supposed to attack unless there's good
I
chance
see.
you'll
This
win.
is like 300-year plan. I see. Godspeed, or good Lord.
Well,
this is
polytheism is spreading very quickly. All the Christians online are, Nick Fuentes wants us all to be killed and everything like that. When I was a child, there were no Catholic commentators that were reeling about polytheism spreading amongst the youth and how we needed to be killed. That didn't happen 40 years ago.
I mean, what if the Catholics just adopted paganism and just said, "Oh, we're pagans now"? Would that be sufficient for you?
Well, I don't think they're going to do that.
Well, I mean, they've already said Muslims and Jews worship the same God. It's not so hard for them to say, well, include Hindus in that, and then you're off to the horse races.
Well, that's what the Noahide Project is about, getting everyone under one
Exactly,
system.
right? So what's wrong with that?
Well, I personally disagree with that system.
Right, but other than your personal qualms, because you're talking about things that should be implemented in general.
Okay, well, you could ask me what's wrong with human sacrifice. I could say I'm personally against it. I can't give you a bigger reason than that. I hope it's wrong. I'm not doxastic about it. I hope it's wrong. Like, I want it to be wrong. Most people want murder and theft to be wrong. They want it to be wrong.
We could say, well, God created life and life is sacred.
I know, but most people already want murder and theft to be wrong.
Yeah, but there's, perhaps a billion people who think that you shouldn't kill because life is sacred because God created it, right? What's wrong with that?
Okay, but I'm saying that you don't even need that. You don't need to bring all this in. Pagans already had laws against murder and theft in their societies. So
no, they didn't.
Yes, they did. I know. All you Muslims claim that, like, in ancient
Syria. Well, hold on.
So
hold on.
Look.
First of all, they practice human sacrifice.
Not all of them did. Not all of them did.
The pagans practiced human sacrifice.
Not all of them did. Not all of them.
Oh my God! Way more than the Muslims and the Jews and the Christians.
The Romans.
The thing you were just pointing out.
The Romans and the Greeks condemned the Phoenicians for sacrificing their children. They did. They also condemned the Syrians for practicing incest. So there was not, and then also natural law, natural law builds on itself. So when we were all like total savages, did people rape and murder? Yes, but eventually, not that long after, they figured out, okay, we can't do this, or we're going to collapse. So the next, if they didn't quite get to human sacrifice, not all the societies, the Romans and the Greeks did, who said we're not going to sacrifice their children or practice incest. And, so it builds on itself. Natural law builds on itself.
Yeah, but look at this. In Aristotle's Politics, right, he says that pederasty is fine because you could use it to control the population, right? So he says that, you could use it to control the number of births in a society.
Okay, well, Muhammad married a 9-year-old, so I don't see what the problem is. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, I mean, not that I don't have a problem with pederasty, but you're acting as if, like, pagans were the only ones who had a problem with that.
Well, are you calling arranged marriage pederasty?
If you're sleeping with a 9-year-old girl, then you're in your 50s.
There's no proof of that. But the pagans were
practicing. They consummated. There was plenty of child marriage going on, and child marriage still goes on in Islam.
The pagans had child marriage.
Oh, then Muhammad.
So what are you talking about? What are you complaining about?
Muhammad consummated his marriage with her when she was 9 years old.
No, that's false. That's a false story from a hadith.
I know. But I know that's what Muslims. Half the Muslims say it's true. The ones who take their religion seriously say it's true.
So half the Muslims don't even believe what you're saying.
No, I know.
But the pagans,
they're
pagans sacrifice children. But the pagans sacrificed children and had sex with children. And had sex with children.
Not all of them.
Most of them did. Most of them practiced.
And Muslims who take their religion seriously do say she was consummated at 9. They say that you're just liberals that are trying to hide it. You're scared of people knowing. You're not proud of your past. That's why.
No, you're not proud of your past of child sacrifice and pederasty.
Well, it changes. Yes, you adopt new.
No, your pagans are practicing
natural law, pagan natural law.
What's wrong with pagan? What's wrong with pagan natural law practicing pederasty?
Because it builds on itself. Because you could damage a child if you do that.
What's wrong with the pagans?
So natural law.
Your pagan traditions don't even disapprove of it.
I don't have traditions.
See, that's the problem, though.
No, I just believe in plural powers. I don't need traditions to believe in plural powers.
In my religion, the punishment the punishment for graping or having sex with a kid and all of that stuff is death. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, the point.
But your religion doesn't have any traditions, so you can do that in your religion because it doesn't have any traditions.
Laws. I have natural law. I have I've already renounced. Yes, pagans can renounce. If you build on natural law, if you're damaging children, that's not going to help your society. It's not. So you can. It took a while for us to figure out.
There's pagans. There's pagans that are sacrificing kids today.
They took over
and doing rituals with kids today. What's your problem with it? There's not Muslims that are doing that. So what are you really talking about, dude? You're not really protecting the kids.
Yes, if you have laws against pederasty, yes, you are.
What I just said. I said there's satanic rituals. There's people doing satanic rituals.
Okay, well, they're not. Well,
they follow paganism, though. They follow pagan traditions, though.
I promote secular paganism, which is natural law, not traditions not old customs. That has nothing to do with me. All I believe in, all you need to know is that I believe in plural powers and no murder, no rape, no theft, no pederasty, no bestiality, none of these natural
Who's going to
things
implement this?
that most people do not want to rape, murder, and steal. Most people don't
Right.
want to do that. So you're asking me who's going to want to implement no murder and no theft. Most people, it's reciprocal. I don't want to be murdered. I don't want to be stolen from. So I want it to be illegal. Most people agree on that without God.
So you're anarchist.
No, I believe in rules and regulations.
So how should we implement these rules?
With punishments. If you murder, there's punishment. If you steal, there's punishment.
But if the rules are so general, like
yeah, what's wrong? So kidnapping. Yes, you have to. So there's 7 categories of laws, right? So no theft, well, that would include kidnapping because you're stealing, or slavery because you've stolen someone's freedom, or slander and libel because you've stolen someone's reputation. These different kinds of things.
Well, for example, right, if I make a cult in your society, right, and I say one of the gods out of all of them are the top god, right, and I do it in secret, right, which is going to happen, right?
If it's secret, nobody knows about it. Doesn't matter if you're just doing it in secret. No one, it's not affecting society.
Sure. I mean, every plot in history was secret at one point. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, well, we can. If they start to openly speak it out loud, then there would be punishment. If you're just in your house praying to a monotheist God and nobody knows about it, well, there's nothing that can be done about it.
You haven't stamped out monotheism.
No. Well, I don't follow. I actually took this from the Noahide laws, and in the Noahide laws, nobody can stop you if you want to go into your house and pray to multiple gods. Nobody can stop you.
Yeah.
You can't stop people from thinking something. You can only stop them from saying something.
Yeah, that's facts.
So yes, you would have to wipe out monotheism, but first you would need a pagan culture to even implement these laws, which is something that's reviving now. It's going to take a little bit of a time, but paganism isn't dying. It's, everyone, all these Christians are just, oh my God, all the witches and all the pagans and all the sorcerers and all the occultists, we have to get rid of them all. They're just, taking over the church.
Yeah, some of them sacrifice kids.
Okay, but if they're doing that, then their natural law hasn't caught up and they won't survive. That's the point of natural law. If you don't do it, you don't survive. So if you're sacrificing children, most people are going to, the Romans and Greeks didn't like it. They chastised it. Most people are going to say, they chastised incest. So most people are going to say, that's the point of natural law. Let's say that you could say, oh, but these pagans murder and steal. Well, where are they? Do they have any power?
It seems like what you're calling paganism is really just liberalism.
No, it's paganism because it believes in plural powers. There's a belief in plural powers or none, or
exactly.
no God.
So it's just liberalism.
Plural power. It's natural law. It's not liberalism. No murder, no theft is not liberalism. It's natural law.
No, natural law is science. I don't know what you're talking about. Natural law. What does that even mean?
Natural law. Okay, I'm not talking about that kind of natural law. I'm talking about
what does that mean?
Okay, the Noahide laws are natural laws. So God did not have to tell you to do those things for you to come to those conclusions on yourself. According to the Noahide laws, if there was no Jew on earth and you never read Talmud or Torah, you should be following the Noahide laws anyway because they make sense.
Okay, but there's rules to implement them, right? So you have to follow them, right?
Okay, no, do you know that you can be an atheist and be a Noahide? All you need to do is know that, yes, you can.
Hold on. No, I mean, I think we're getting mired because I was talking about
natural law.
Society.
And I gave okay. Do you believe the Noahide laws are natural law?
No.
Okay, well, according to Jews, they are.
So who cares what Jews think?
Okay, well, most people consider the Noahide laws natural law if they're monotheists.
I don't believe that there's a such thing called natural law that God speaks through. What
No,
is a
God
natural
did
law?
not. It's not that you don't need God. It's not revealed. It's something that humans. If you put a bunch of humans on an island, they would come to this law, this
So it's
conclusion on their
reason.
own.
So natural law is a law of reason, right? Like Locke says, right?
It's if you don't do it, you'll collapse. It's fine. Then don't survive. It's do it or survive or
What
die.
is natural law? I'm just trying to figure out what is natural law.
Natural law. If you don't do it, you won't survive. You won't be able to live. You won't be able to live. If
Who
you're all
implements
murdering,
that?
If you're all murdering the people,
So nobody implements it.
No, they do. They come to the conclusion collectively.
Yeah, like Locke says, in natural law, every man is the executioner of natural law. I mean, what are you talking about?
No, okay. And if it was ancient, probably what happened in ancient times is the tribal leader realized if all my men kill each other, there'll be no hunting force and we'll die out of starvation. So yes, either some individual or a collection of individuals needs to impose these natural laws for survival.
So they're rules.
It's a survival. It's a survival mechanism. It's like, okay, you learn as a child not to put your hand in fire because when you do it, you got burned. So humans learn that if you let all your men kill each other, you're not going to have hunters and you'll die out. So
yeah, that just sounds like science. It sounds like science.
It's a survival mechanism. You can't not do it. It happens naturally without anyone provoking it.
Okay, so you don't have to impose it then. You don't have to make rules for it.
No, well, because people look. I don't want to be murdered, but I don't want to be murdered, and I generally don't want to murder people because someone.
But you said nobody has to implement it.
No,
you just said that.
Yes, you need courts. Yes, that's part. One of the no-hide laws.
This is a huge contradiction.
One of the no-hide laws is set up courts. It's a natural law. You should come to that conclusion yourself.
I know, but if you come to it yourself, then and everybody comes to it to it themselves, and who's going to implement it? And
everyone, the people who believe in it, you would need, because there are people. Because just because you know something's right doesn't mean you're always going to do it.
I don't know. This kind of sounds like anarchy.
No, and just because you know something's right doesn't mean that you're not going to do it. I mean, just because you know something's wrong doesn't mean you're not going to do it. Or whatever. Just because you know something's wrong doesn't mean you're not going to do it. Just because you know something wrong doesn't mean you're not going to do it. You can still be tempted. Like, I know stealing is wrong, but what if
you have a very optimistic view of people?
No, I don't. I just said that people will still break rules even if they know they're wrong. That's not optimistic. Even if you know it's wrong, you can still break it. So yes, there needs to be enforcement. Okay, and if you don't have an enforcement mechanism, you'll collapse. It's just survival mechanism. It's survival mechanism. And not everyone comes to the same conclusion all at the same time. Maybe the chief leader, because he was the chief leader, Saul was the first one to see, oh my God, my men are all killing each other. What am I going to do? So he had to implement a court. No, not everyone gets it all at the same time.
Right.
Not everyone gets it all at the same time, but if you put a bunch of people on an island, eventually no murder, no theft laws would emerge. Even if it was just top down, even if it was just the big leader at the top making sure his minions didn't, and then maybe at first he exempts himself. Maybe at first he's allowed to murder and steal from other people, but then eventually they figure that out. It builds on itself. It's a building process. If the leader's murdering and stealing from everyone, then he's going to have resentment. People won't trust him. It's just natural law. So I don't see why Noahide law can be natural law, but pagan law can't be.
Well, I mean, they're calling it natural law, so it sounds more scientific. But I don't think that terminology actually means anything. I think it's vacuous. So.
Well, it's laws that naturally, without any provocation, rise in the human population. Without any provocation, without revelation, without prophets, without any of that stuff.
Right, but if it's without any provocation, then the whole question becomes who's going to implement them, and then you said you need rules. So it's a huge it's a huge problem.
You need a court system. Yes, that's one of the natural laws of the Noahide laws is to set up a court system. You don't need a prophet to tell you to do that.
Yeah, but if one does it, then it's not a problem, right?
If one doesn't, your society will collapse, and then you won't survive. It's about survival.
I mean, there's a billion Muslims on Earth, but liberalism's going down the tank.
Okay,
it's
set up courts or perish. That's the law. Set up courts or perish.
Right, but like again,
people
who
come
decides?
People come to
natural
that
law?
conclusion on their own. Without God didn't do it, prophets didn't do it. You just put them out in the desert, born as babies in the desert, never saw human life. Eventually, after a few centuries, if you left them alone, would they start picking up these no murder, no theft, no rape, no this, no that? Yeah, they might not get it all right away, but will it slowly evolve?
What about the Aztecs? Did they know about no murder? Or?
Well, obviously, if they were doing human sacrifice, they had not evolved enough to that point. But that doesn't mean that they didn't. First of all, the Aztecs did have general no murder, no theft laws. If you went into an Aztec city and started butchering people, of course you would be arrested by the king. You couldn't just go in and stab babies in a person's house. That's not how Aztec society worked.
Of course not. Yeah, of course not. But I mean, within a certain
so
context,
they had one. So they had one loophole, and they lost their empire over it. So then the pagans could be like, okay, well, if we do that, we're going to get in big trouble. So don't do that. It was builds on itself. It wasn't, it's not a revealed system of perfection. It's a building. It's knowledge. It's not revelation. It's knowledge. You should be following the Noahide laws, whether there's any Jews on this planet to teach you them or not.
Why do you think that?
Because well, I don't think no monotheism, I don't think no polytheism is a natural law, but no murder, no theft, no animal cruelty, set up courts of justice, maybe like no adultery if you're in a committed relationship and the person expects you not to do that, or you've made a commitment not to commit adultery, because that's theft of you're stealing someone's trust. So it would be a theft law.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody comes to the same conclusion about natural law, right? What is paganism? How is paganism? How is paganism tied to natural law? Is what I really want to get to, because
humans
kind of went on a side thing there.
Humans without any revelation. We don't need paganism is not a revealed religion, really, or plural powers is not a revealed religion. It's something that people naturally come to that conclusion if you just leave them. But human polytheists, if you leave them alone long enough, will start naturally building ethical systems. And if we need to abandon tradition just for plural powers in order to move forward, then we'll do it. I do believe a lot of these traditions were problematic, yes. But, I'm a polytheist of this age, not, and it does build on itself. I mean, all the Muslims say, well, if your knowledge builds on itself, then it's bad. It just needs to be set in stone and like this revealed perfection.
Yeah, but you think your system of law should be set in stone too, because you need laws and you need rules to implement them, and you want to outlaw monotheism, right? So you do want that.
No, my laws are not set in stone, but it comes with a warning. If you allow murder and theft in your society, you'll collapse. That's all I can say. Go ahead. You want to allow murder and theft in your society? See what happens to you. See where you get in this world.
Yeah, but who's going to enforce the law?
The people who actually believe in it.
So the people in general will enforce the law?
Not, you know what? I think this is a stupid question. The laws, do you really think that in ancient societies, nobody knew how to enforce law? The king knew how to enforce law. There were guards.
Yeah, sure, because they had an administrative structure, sir. So what is your administrative structure that you're going to implement?
That wasn't revealed. They built themselves without any revelation. The gods didn't tell them to do that.
Sure, they did.
No, they didn't. Where's
where's your organic society? Where's your organic democratic society in ancient
I didn't
time?
say democratic. We were talking about enforcing rules.
What are you talking about?
We were talking about enforcing rules, that there were organic
but you said
enforcement.
societies, if you leave them out in nature, they'll just develop laws because of reason and all this stuff. But
yeah,
where's a society that ever did that? That wasn't told by gods to implement their laws. Where is it?
Where's first of all, polytheism was before monotheism,
right? And their gods told them to implement their laws. So what are you talking about?
Where did the God? What?
Oh, come on now.
What book of polytheism?
This is getting ridiculous.
Murder? Wait, what book of plural powers says don't murder, don't steal? What book of plural powers says that? Where I want to know where the gods.
So they don't even tell you not to murder and steal.
When did Venus say don't murder, don't steal? When did Zeus say don't murder, don't steal?
So let me get this straight. They don't tell you to murder and steal, the polytheist books.
They don't, because the polytheists didn't need their gods to tell them to not murder, so they already figured it out.
So they have no laws.
No, they didn't. Just because your laws don't come from God doesn't mean you don't have laws.
So you're saying that human beings made laws independent of their religious systems? No, no, that's false. That's false information. Where did that happen?
Well, first of all, if you gave people no religion, if you just put them on an island and gave them no gods, no religion, if you left them there for 1,000 years and you came back, if they had not evolved a system of ethics to implement, they would be gone or living in hovels or eating each other alive. But naturally, yes, they would, without a religion, without gods, without anything like that, they would create an ethical legal system. Even the Bible says that if people are left to their own devices, they create their own rules. The Bible admits that when you don't have God, their God in your life, you come up with your own way of life with its own ethical legal system.
I mean, where can you give an example of a society whose understanding of their legal principles was totally separate from their religious principles in the past, in pagan times?
I've never seen a book of polytheism that teaches you natural law. I've never seen that.
Oh, sure. Ovid Metamorphoses.
That teaches you natural law?
Sure.
But I don't think...
It tells you like how the world was created. It has a cosmology.
You don't need the gods. You don't need the gods to teach you not to murder and steal. You don't need the gods.
Yeah, but that's your feeling.
You don't need the gods. Anyone can come up
but
with
that's
that
just how you feel.
On their own. No, it's not how I feel. You don't need the gods.
What is a historical example? Then what is a historical example of pagans who had codified principles from natural law and reason that are separate from their religious traditions?
How do you know that every polytheist attached their natural law that they came to prior to their civilized state to the gods? How do you know they all did that? Because that doesn't then there is no natural law according to you, that people can't come to these conclusions on their own, that they can't come to. Savages with no God would know, the leader would know that, look, okay, I have a bird cage, right? And these are animals, and sometimes the birds fight, and some of the birds will intervene in the fight. They don't want the other birds killing each other in the cage. Nobody taught them that. God didn't teach them that. They just know the one bird wants to intervene in the fight.
Yeah, that's just a
natural
story
law
that you made up.
It's not. No, the birds. Look, my birds get upset if two of them are fighting and they try to break up the fight. God did not teach them that.
Yeah, look, here's the thing.
Animals. If you like animals, like if you're a dog, and have you ever seen two dogs fighting and another dog tries to break it up and stop it, or gets concerned, or you've never seen animals get concerned over fights before?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, well, God did not teach them that. They knew naturally to be concerned over their fellow kin.
How do you know God didn't teach them? How do you know that?
Okay, well, you know, there's no revealed.
Like,
There's
good
no
luck.
revealed. Where's their revealed book of religion that taught them? Where's their revelation? Who's their prophet?
It's the
Okay,
same as all the other prophets.
now you're just telling me that even animals are led by God somehow and get prophetic visions.
Look, here's the thing.
Okay,
Look,
but
you said in ancient.
wait, let's focus on the animals. How do
No,
animals have
let's not.
natural
No, let's
law?
not. No, let's not focus on the animals because you're getting mired in a totally different subject.
No, I'm not,
Let's
because
look at the
animals
ancient.
have natural law, and you don't want to discuss that.
No. You were saying no. I asked you a simple question like 3 or 4 times that you couldn't answer, right? And that
What
was
was
that
it?
name an ancient society that had natural laws that they
Okay,
developed. And you
how do
talked
you
about
know?
this metaphor of
Okay,
animals.
then I'll throw that in your face. How do you know that there were no societies that separated their metaphysics from their natural laws?
I can answer you because you go back furthest. The furthest people we have that go back on record, they tied their religious traditions to their laws.
Who are these people?
Zoroastrians, Hindus, all those people.
Hindus are not pagans. Zoroastrians aren't pagans.
Okay.
Do you have any polytheistic direct plural powers? It can't be a monotheistic.
Everybody else on
and it
Earth
can't have
2000 BC
revelation.
was.
It has to be a non-revealing. Can you give me a non-revelation? Did not come from revelation. Pluralistic, plural power religion. That the laws. You have a book where the laws were encoded into the mythology.
Yeah, sure. Homer was the book of the Greeks, right?
No, that's not the book of
yes,
the
it
Greeks.
Is. Yes, it is. It was the Bible of the Greeks.
Book. No,
No, you're getting it wrong. They had made sacrifices to those gods. They made sacrifices to those gods. You're completely wrong.
No, Homer, there's no central holy book of the Greek religion.
Sure it is. It's called the Iliad.
No,
sure it is.
Not the central. It's not central. It's not.
They believed in those gods, Bruno.
Yeah, they did. But
and they formed laws based on those gods. What are you talking about?
Where in the Iliad does it give you the 7 laws of whatever to follow? That can be implemented by a court. These need to be laws that can be implemented by a court. I'm not saying be humble and.
Oh my God! Socrates was sent to court because he didn't obey. Because he said there was new gods. Man, what are you talking about? He didn't follow the gods. That was one of his charges. What are you talking about? Are you totally ignorant of history at this point? This is actually staggering.
Okay, first of all, where did the God say, if you do not believe in us or invent new gods, the law is you need to be
just gave you a huge example.
No, that was humans who implemented those laws. The humans came up with those laws. The gods,
and they're based on religious traditions.
When you read the mythology, that Zeus did not come down with golden tablets.
Oh my God! So you want Zeus to come down now?
No, they never handed.
So how do you know? So wait. How do you know in your science-taught brain that Zeus didn't come down? Do you think it's just the people evolved and they were cavemen or whatever? Or how do you know that happened? What are you talking about?
No, I don't think Zeus came down with golden tablets and.
Why not? Why not? How can you prove that?
Because I don't make up stories. I don't because there's no way to even know that.
You just said you're just going to
even know that. There's no way to even know whether or not Zeus came down. There's no evidence that Zeus gave the people emerald tablets with the laws written on them. There's no evidence of that.
Okay, and there's no evidence that we were cavemen and then we followed nature to come up with laws that were separate from our religious traditions. There's no proof of that either. So what? So
it's obvious if animals have natural law, then when we were in an animal.
No, it's not obvious that it's not obvious. First of all, that animals have natural laws.
Yes, they do. Then why do they interrupt each other when they're fighting?
Why do they get upset? Any number of reasons.
Why do they get upset? Because it's natural instinct. It's natural instinct for your species not to be murdering each other. So there's a natural instinct. Humans, just like animals, have natural instincts to prevent each other from hurting each other.
I don't know. Like there's.
Okay, well, animals have it, so I don't see why we would have any less of it.
I mean, you're just assuming that animals have some.
Okay, well, it's obvious. it's obvious when you see them when they try to interrupt each other's fights that, you know, they don't just ignore it and not care.
So your reason for I mean, so your justification for the belief that in ancient times, right, pagan traditions, okay, and their
Even
system of
before
laws were not
polytheism,
tied to their
you
pagan
don't even
traditions because
need
you saw your
gods.
dogs.
No, before pagans, you don't even need gods. These were godless. If you were a godless, didn't even know anything besides the sky above you, you would come to these conclusions.
How do you know that?
Because animals do it.
So you just believe that, ostensibly?
No, you can observe animals interfering in each other's.
There's no proof at all, and there's no set of pagan traditions at all.
I didn't say pagan. This is prior. Don't bring the gods into this. The gods have nothing to do with it.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
Yeah,
the gods have nothing to do with this.
The
That's
gods
my
had
point.
nothing. Yeah, but your point is that your one monotheistic God had something to do with it. And I'm just saying, I believe, or it's obvious from natural animal behavior that we innately know, just like nobody needs to teach a mother to protect its child. Nobody needs to teach her. She knows to do that. If you go to a mother of an animal or a human and you try to rip the baby away from it, it's going to react and try to stop you. Nobody needed to teach you that. Nobody needed to teach you how, to be sexual or things like that. These things come to us naturally.
So do you believe humans should live like animals?
We can see more natural laws than animals can.
Why?
Because we have more evolved brains.
So you believe in evolution?
Just more adapted brains or different brains. I don't know if I believe in evolution. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Hinduism completely disagrees with evolution, but that's besides.
Well, I'm not a Hindu, but
okay. I thought you were one, but
I used to be. I left it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, nobody needs to. A mother will protect its children, human or animal, without any kind of teaching, without any kind of. It's an instinct. It's an instinct. So it's an instinct in humans and animals to prevent fights. It's an instinct.
Yeah. So
okay,
how come animals don't make laws?
Did a mother need a law or a revelation to protect her baby? No, she didn't need that.
So human beings don't need laws.
No, I said she didn't need a revelation. She didn't need a revelation, and she didn't need a law to tell her what to do in that situation. She didn't need someone to come and say, if someone tries to take your baby, you have to fight for it. No, she just naturally knows to do that. Humans naturally know, they feel empathy for each other. If they see somebody getting hit, they want it to stop. Even animals have that.
Yeah, sure, but they don't have laws, right? And you said that humans have a higher sense of natural law than animals do.
Well,
right.
Actually, they do have a law. So in my cage, I have one bird. There's some birds that fight, but I have one bird in particular who, and at least he tries to enact the law. Whenever there's a fight, he tries to stop it. So, there's in my cage, there's a semi-enforcement system. The only reason it's not enforced is that there's not enough of the police in there to stop it. But yeah, there's an enforcement mechanism in my cage. At least there's an attempt to.
Yeah, I mean, there would need to be, right? Because if everybody enforces their own natural laws, then that's
but
just
most
anarchy.
people come to the okay, just like most women don't want their baby ripped off of their breast. So when they see another woman having that done to her, they don't want it done. And so they eventually say, well, nobody can do this to anybody because I don't want it done to me.
Right.
And I don't
right.
want
What
it done
about
to her.
Solomon? And the lady with the two where the two babies wanted the kid. What would you do in that case?
Well, I certainly wouldn't threaten to cut it in half, and
well, what would you do?
I probably, if I was King Solomon and they were fighting over it and I didn't know which one it was, I would probably just adopt it. Probably. I mean,
So
if I
take the
didn't
kid
know,
away.
well, I don't know why I could give it to the wrong one by accident. They're both liars. You know, how do I know it's either of their children now? If they're both fighting it, they could have both picked up the baby from somewhere else and been fighting over it. Anything could have happened. I don't know whose child it is. I'm not going to give it to the wrong mother.
Yeah, but I think it makes a point that I was trying to make, right? Like, you know, you said
Well, we
every
have
every
empathy.
mother wants to protect her kid, but look at the situation. I mean,
No, well, the point was that the mother who didn't want to protect the child wasn't
exactly,
the mother.
exactly. So not
Okay,
all mothers
yes,
want to
but we
protect their
have
kids.
empathy. Okay, I know you. Yeah, and I said there's people who don't pick up the law as quickly as other people do, but the ones who pick it up faster enforce it. The ones who pick it up faster enforce it.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so it's not that difficult. It's not that hard. It's not anything. It's not magical. It's not prophetic. It's not revealed. It's nothing like that.
Right. That might be a lack of force behind it because of that.
No, they're pagan societies, or even okay. Well, you know,
Yeah, they killed people who didn't believe in it.
Once enough people believe no murder, no theft, it's enforced. Once enough people see that, it's an observation. It might take them a while to notice it, but and yes, there is empathy. Like, you know, in babies, they know why. If you put a baby in a nursery in the hospital, if one of the babies starts crying, they all start crying because they have empathy. Babies naturally have empathy for other babies. Even toddlers have empathy. They have to grow. I mean, toddlers will do bad things too, but there's that natural first instinct there, or at least, and it can be worked on. And then you learn as you get older, it grows on itself. Like, you know, it's not good to steal away toys from people and things like that. Adults see these things. You know, nobody needs to teach adults to separate the children when they're fighting. Nobody needs to teach them that. Well, actually, some of them do need to be taught that. In some cultures, they don't see that right away.
Right.
But I mean, the cultures who do would be more successful. So then you have the beyondist model. You look at everyone's culture and you say, okay, who has the most success? Who has the most education? Who has the greatest infrastructure? Whose people are happiest? Who has the greatest population growth? These different kinds of things. And then you make a metrics and you say, okay, well, you look at people who allow murder and theft, or like, you know, like this Carol thinks it's like there's this great, she talks about the Eskimos like they're so great because they take their orphans and they just dump the food in the middle and the orphans all fight over it. And they say that, oh, but our greatest leaders come from orphans because, you know, they have these horrible childhoods. Like, you know, that's okay, you know, but Eskimos also don't have a very high quality of life, long lifespan. You know, it's a more simplistic culture, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but they're not able to defend themselves. They were conquered. I don't think taking your orphans and making them fight over rations is like the most. I don't think you're going to get very far with that kind of thing. You know, yeah, most people eventually would figure that out, that you shouldn't be turning your orphans against each other and having them beat the shit out of each other for a piece of fish. You know, they didn't figure that out, but look at where they are.
Yeah. So
I
mean,
actually have to, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
No, I actually have to go.
Yeah, same here. Keep it moving here. Yeah, blessings, Vincent. I appreciate the convo.
Yes. Okay. Claire, are you here?
Thank you both for coming. Yes, I am. I've managed to get back in time.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm going to talk to you soon.
All right.
Yeah, peace be with you, Vincent. Yeah.
Yes, you too. Bye.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Oh, yeah, peace, Claire. Thank you so much for inviting me again. I greatly appreciate our conversations. Of course, I value your time as well. Yep.
Yes, I value yours. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Logic is a necessary condition for knowledge. We agree on those things. What we don't agree on is that God is a precondition for that. What I'm asking you to demonstrate, because you're claiming God is a precondition, is that the God actually exists to be a precondition. Simply saying
the arguments
God
are
is a
ready for God's
precondition.
existence. This is what you're missing.
And so where's the demonstration for that other than an
Debate
assertion?
right now is the demonstration.
No, it's not. I mean, if we're just going to make flat out assertions, then you assert your right
as an argument.
It's not an argument. You haven't presented a single argument for the entire thing. You've presented colloquial kind of loose arguments, but there's not. The whole thing is you claimed that this
to refer to any idea that is not dependent on sensory experience.
God's existence.
I hear you. When I'm agreeing with you, here's where we agree. We agree that logic is a necessary condition for knowledge. We agree on those things. What we don't agree on is that God is a precondition for that. What I'm asking you to demonstrate, because you're claiming God is a precondition, is that the God actually exists.
And that's the gist of this argument. And so it argues for the preconditions of experience itself being rooted in God. And without God, there is no justification for those preconditions.
It's so subtle, but it's almost like a superpower. Like once you get normalized to looking at paradigms and worldviews, you can't help but see them all the time. But other people, they don't see it at all.
The point is that what we're brought back to here is, once again, anything that we talk about is theory laden, whether it's the good or whether it's logic or whether it's evidences or whether it's propositions or logic or beliefs or claims or politics. There's nothing that is neutral, nothing that comes to us as a brute fact. Everything that we experience will be interpreted within our paradigm. And that's why the strength of the transcendental argument is that it's a comparison of paradigms, because there's no such thing as a brute fact that you could pick out. Even things that you think might be brute facts, like, well, we can all agree that things exist. No, we can't, because we don't even know what that means to exist. I mean, there are people who don't think that things exist. There are people who think that everything's an illusion, right? Like Maya or something. Like everything's just an illusion, man. Like we're all in the simulation, man.
Now you might be asking, what preconditions are you talking about? I don't understand. Well, we're talking about the laws of logic. We're talking about the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, excluded middle.
Now, what is a law? It's an axiom. It's your accepted truth, your starting point.
Dude,
it's just whatever you would consider to be obvious. It's some kind of starting point where you can start your reasoning. So the first law is the law of identity. And the idea here is very, very basic. It's just that if a statement is true...
I want to find one patristic text that shows any of the saints laying this out. Like, the axioms accepted of truth and the law of identity. Like, dude, shut up, man. You know what I mean? Like, what? You know?
I know what you mean.
It's straight rooted in feeling inferior to the atheist, so you're going to argue on their terms. You know? It's like DPH, like he's asked questions about the Bible. He doesn't say anything about the Bible, right? This is a valid assertion from those that he's debating with. They're like, you're never talking about the saints, you're never talking about the Bible, you're never talking about anything dealing with that. And his whole thing is, I just accept what the church teaches. I accept what the church teaches. If you accept what the church teaches, then tell them what the church teaches, dude. You know? We don't need to philosophical axioms, bro. Like, it doesn't make sense, man. It's stupid.
Saint J. Dyer told me that the axiom of the law of excluded middle...
We're not allowed to use a middle here. So any statement, the statement will be either true or false, no in between, right? So the law of excluded middle is that you don't get a tross, right? That doesn't exist. It's either true or false, no middle ground. The law of non-contradiction. So
they basically say there's no gray area, there's no middle path, okay?
seems a little
contradiction would
non-Christian to
be
me.
if something was both true and false, right? If it's both, it would contradict. So it's not allowed to be both either. So in the same way that the law of excluded middle said you're not allowed to be in between, this one says a statement can either be true or false, not both at the same time, right? It can't be both true and false because that contradicts. So this is the law of non-contradiction. Those are 3 laws of logic.
You're trying to argue for a foundation behind the laws of logic. That's the part that I'm denying, but not the laws of logic themselves. And so I would agree, if you deny the laws of logic, then we can't have any kind of conversation. We can't do anything. We are forced essentially to recognize these things, and denial of them would lead to chaos, except that I'm not doing that at all. I'm denying your bald assertion that there must be a foundation.
Yeah, but as a skeptic, shouldn't we have a justification for things that we believe in?
Yes.
There's another important section that I would call your attention to. You don't even have to understand all the ins and outs of Aristotle to understand just kind of the basic ideas of what we're dealing with here if you're new to this stuff. And it's Aristotle's book 4 of the Metaphysics, chapter 4. In that section, Aristotle just posits a kind of reductio, where he says that if you deny logic, you're using logic to deny it. And so he says that logic itself is proven by reductio. Or if you were to be a sophist and you argue against logic, say, Aristotle, how do you know logic's true? You would be
okay. So like the
denial
absolute truth argument, right? Like that's an appropriate argument to make. It's like if you say, if someone says there's no absolute truth, and you says, is that an absolute truth, right? That's okay to make that argument because it's like an internal critique of their position, right? That's fine. But I just don't understand why everything's like that with these guys. Like where it's like everything, I don't know, like everything's internal critique.
So therefore, normally speaking, we don't get sophists who question logic itself, but if we did get one of those guys, we could refute them thus.
So that's what you can think of logic as being. What types of logic do we have? Situation, it's supporting your methodology behind your reasoning. So that's what you can think of logic as being.
Again, methodology, this word, that's not a patristic term. Like you'll never find a saint that says methodology, yet you'll see Father Peter Harris use this term all the time. And like these World Orthodox guys, when they're debating people, they're always talking about methodology.
Well, it's kind of
Where's that
ironically like a secular version of Orthodox Christianity in some sense, right?
Yeah, like I mean, but that you know, it'd be one thing if you guys were just like deists, right? Fine, go ahead. Like you're deists, you argue that way. You know, I wouldn't have a problem with that. The problem is you're presenting yourself as Orthodox Christians, you know, and not arguing like them. You're not, you know. We look at like somebody like the great apologists throughout history, like St. John of Damascus. Why aren't they arguing like the saints argue, dude? You know, and I'll tell you why. Is because they put their education above tradition. They put their, you know, their fallen human logic over revealed truth, you know? And then want to like play the game on the basis of the atheists. Like you're conceded to their position that none of this stuff is true. So then, you know, because you think what it is like the atheist doesn't accept this to be true, so therefore I won't use it, right? And it's like, no.
It's kind of like the pedigree or whatever. Like I have to
have. Well, there's typically induction and deduction. Induction uses probabilities. You have might, could, usually, sometimes, preferably. There's just a measure of uncertainty here. Saying things like most likely will be an uncertainty that occurs. And that's induction.
This is the rhetorical triangle, bro. Like
using
ethos, pathos, logos, right? Like it's that whole thing, man.
Inductive reasoning.
Empiricism is I got a different list. You know, I think it's maybe ethnos, thumos, logos, or something like that. Right?
Yeah.
What do those mean again? I always forget the thumos.
Thumos is like spiritedness. You know, non-somatic. You know, feeling.
Intuition.
Of passion. I mean, it's called love of one's own. It's like, I mean, it's explained by Socrates as how a dog defends its master. And it's not with reason that it does it. So it's like passionate defense for your loved ones that's outside of reason. It's a feeling, but it's non-somatic. So it's a very interesting.
And your woman too.
I think it's like honor would fall in that category, right? I think they should bring honor back.
You said something about honor.
No, I said honor. They got to bring honor back.
Neuro just hears what he wants to hear. Nirvana, dude.
Well, they didn't call me Keanu for no reason.
Keanu.
Yeah, I usually have like 4. I say it's logos, ethos, right? Thumos, right? And eros, right? I think eros is a huge one. It's like art, right?
Well, you know what they say: one man's art is another man's part.
Yeah, I think maybe ethnos could fall under eros.
Eros,
right? Or it could
So-
be a
desire,
or
right?
it could be it could be kind of like a dialectic between eros and thumos, right? Is what the cultural aspect is.
See,
right?
that's
And
kind of
then,
like what I'm trying to get at. Like when I call myself a white nationalist, like I even told Pillar this, like I don't really mean like white as in like what people are calling it. Like it's more like a culture of goodness, right? It's not necessarily like everybody has to be a white person or fuck you or something. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really mean that per se. And I think most white nationalists generally feel the same way. It's become this whole like thing where like you have no grounding anyways, so people are just like trying to grab onto something, right? And so it's just like now it's just like a culture, and rightfully people like yourself, Machine, you can critique it very well, but the average person doesn't have a good critique of it, right? So it's kind of like that again, and not to get off into it, but again I think it kind of does go back to like eros or desire or stuff like that, like how do you justify your desire, because it's not really something that anything really has much of an argument against, except for something like Islam or Christianity or something like that, where it's got to be kind of in some sort of religious context. Like there's not really a secular thing.
What I don't like about it is like it's one of these things that it's like no matter what somebody else says like about it, and like I find this happens a lot to me when I'm talking about anything. It's like there's no agreement on terms. Right, so it's like if I see a red door, or if I say door, then you could be seeing a red door, and I could be seeing a green door, and we're not seeing the same thing, although it be a door, right?
After we begin having
Like, word concept fallacies suck.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. My computer is running slow, so that's me. Screen's open. Yeah, well, no, but that's the thing is like that's why like I'm a big person about like one of my big things is like defining terms, because like if you're gonna have an Aristotelian like first principles tag argument debate, which these guys want to do, like you've got to really to start like you like literally you're gonna spend 3 hours defining your fucking terms. See, and that's the problem is like. So like, well, that would be boring. It's like, yeah, but that's why nobody trusts what you guys are saying, because if you want to go that route, that's what you got to do, right? Like, you're gonna have to go and do like Stefan Molyneux. For all people could say that he's a bad guy and all that, and he is, but he also spent like literally 1,000 hours defining terms, right? So it's like, okay, so if you want to attack him, he gave you all the ammunition you need, right? But the problem is people don't do that. They just go and they they just run off.
Well, I'll give you an example. Like when I was having a conversation with those Orthodox guys and like in my chat or whatever, right? It's like they're saying I'm not taking an extremist position, and then like arguing for the extremist position, and then when you try to pin it down, then it's shifting back to the non-extremist position, and then acting like you're I'm the one that's attacking the non-extremist position by claiming it's the extremist position or something.
It's Martin Bailey tactic or
Right.
You know, it's a never-ending shifting, and it's annoying, dude. Like,
Everyone's panicking about World War III,
So I
but
have
smart
this,
people are using this crisis to eliminate their debt
video
forever.
that I
some
wanna start.
ideas down on paper.
I have this video I want to start with because I think this is like one of these smoking guns kind of videos, and so I'm going to kind of run through the first 10 minutes of this.
What if I'm the gay Jew?
You're
like, I found the smoking gun.
Yeah, he's like, what if I'm the gay Jew? So this is the name of this show, and like honestly, I would love to break this whole thing down, but I don't have, I don't really want to like. Probably I'll go back and listen to this on my own time, but like, I just want to play a few minutes of this to give you guys like a little bit of background of Owen Benjamin, play like his semantics stuff, because like he admits so much just in the first 10 minutes here, and I just want to show because it kind of like just shows that like I'm not schizophrenic, I'm not imagining things, I'm not just making shit up, like. So I just want to play a little bit of this just to give you guys like a little taste of like my Owen Benjamin, analysis style, because he kind of admits to a bunch in this little moment, and you guys just talk over him because I like it's gonna go pretty fast, but because I sped it up because I don't want to like bore you guys, but let me just start playing.
And I want to just do a stream on it, give you guys some updates for the festival, some ideas, some things we're working on. And tonight's theme is going to be on heroes. And doing the research for the Wall Part 3 for Ladle.tv, Roger Waters, I talked about growing up in England where your dad is dead and your mom was dealing with the bread rations and the raids and all that stuff. Imagine Putin. Stalingrad people were eating, it was 900 days of siege warfare in three winters in basically Siberia. It was Leningrad, now it's St. Petersburg. His mom was thrown into a pile of corpses, like she was a dead body, and she got up. It was like Putin was like they lived in a little box, and he like remembers being cornered by a rat, and he had to like kill the rat because the rat bit him before he.
So Putin hero worship, like why?
Yeah, so he says he doesn't like, he kind of does this like, you'll see he gets a little more weird, like he's not really defending Putin, but he is also really defending Putin. It's like this weird double semantics, and like the examples he uses and the names he drops, you'll see it gets really it just kind of proves that like I'm not full of shit, and I know that you guys know that, but I'm saying like
well, this is a grape. It's another Groiper Putin defense.
Yeah, it's very
because
very much
yeah.
so,
What you really want to defend is like it's covert defense of Trump, right?
That's exactly right.
Really, that's what it is.
And he drops some Trump stuff too. What? And he drops Eric Weinstein's name too. You'll see what.
He reacted and he realized that when you're cornered, you always strike. And so that's what comes out of that. And so if people want to understand Putin, the strong man is coming out of this, and it makes perfect sense, and people love him there. He brought a lot of prosperity and hope to this world. 90s and early 2000s Russia was miserable. Moscow had over 1,000 assassinations in 1 year.
Dude,
like,
what?
What the fuck, dude? Like, this is actual hero worship for like some random dude in another part of the world that literally is a criminal, head of a state. That killed
thousands
of people,
bro.
Stepped on thousands of people's necks to get to that position.
He brought back hope, like he resurrected Russia, bro.
Yeah, he false flagged, blew up buildings, and blamed it on Chechens. Dude, like the guys that
it gets crazier. Trust me, it gets crazier.
Just normal people. They were just gangster. That's why the racial claims sometimes with violence can be true from time to time. But like in general, now also know though, it's like when things go south, it's crazy. And Russia was hyper violent and hyper chaotic, and people lost hope, and they wanted a strong man to bring back justice. And that's what Putin did. And so when people just say, oh, get rid of Putin, it's like, they know what you provided. Okay, and real quick, it's Volgograd. That Stalingrad is now called Volgograd. I was just kind of flowing and I said St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg is like a 400-year-old city. It's one of the most beautiful cities in Russia. That's not Stalingrad. Stalingrad is now Volgograd. Anyway, so I was thinking about that. I had a funny back and forth with none other than Mr. Andrew Tate, Bugatti himself. And I sent him the sketch we did about how I got my eye on mulattoes in the bike.
But what I wrote was, I don't have to redo it, what you just saw, but and I wrote
So
Adolf
that's
Hitler was
another
an
thing.
artist
Like
who was told his art was bad, despite the
he
fact that
gets put in. You know, like Kanye West called me on the phone. Like Andrew Tate. Like I was talking to Andrew Tate. So he does this name dropping thing all the time.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know.
No, and he's telling the truth. Like he's literally on the phone with like Kanye West, giving him talking points. He's literally on the phone with fucking Andrew Tate,
So I
exchanging
think he's
ideas.
wouldn't
So
be jokes. Like I wouldn't be surprised if some of those
100 fucking
pranks, like
percent, 100. I
he
could
literally
guarantee.
wrote some of those, like some of Kanye West pranks and stuff.
No,
He
he's
did.
literally script writing for like celebrities. That's why I'm saying like
Yeah.
Owen Benjamin is not just some like retard
Yeah,
who
where
went
they're
out to
doing
fucking
like yeah, like the new thing is like we're gonna do like these Dadaist like pranks. You mean instead of like
Well, he's
actually
literally
make
like
movies.
an expert on that. Like he literally created the Punk show with fucking Ashton Kutcher and didn't get the credit for it. You know what I mean? So like that's
They
why I'm
get like
saying
basically like the whole thing is like sketch comedy in real life. You
yes,
know, like
correct.
Dadaist. I mean, street performance or whatever.
Definitely.
Right.
And so check out
Where it's like the whole goal is to go viral, because going viral is way bigger than having a Hollywood hit movie at this point. So they
Yep.
just need to go viral.
And it's not only about the money either. It's about like literally like memeing your. It's like literally memeing your meme into reality. Like, and he's done it many times. Like that's what's crazy. Alex
That's a
Jones.
really good point. You brought up street performance, though. You know, like this Masonic, gang stalker tactic. Like that's what punk really kind of was, wasn't it? Like it's like this, but it makes it lighthearted, so you don't think of it in those terms.
Yeah, and he was
Have you ever
deeply
heard
involved
like
in that show too.
Yeah, have you ever heard of like Michael Muhammad Knight?
No.
So Michael Muhammad Knight is a student of Hakeem Bey, the famous Discordian, right? Who wrote the work Temporary Autonomous Zone, right? And so Michael Muhammad Knight went to Pakistan to study Salafi Islam, right? But like he like found out that basically the indoctrination process, like he wasn't willing to go through it, right? So then he like returns to America and starts a bunch of punk bands with Muslim guys.
Yeah.
And so the goal is basically to turn like Sufi Islam into a punk movement within the US with like American punk guys. And that was his way, like in one, like he's using religion to subvert culture.
Well, that's
Is
kind
the
of
goal, right?
that's kind of what they're
Discordian.
trying to do with Islam right now. Like they've made all the liberals like it's punk rock to be like a pseudo Muslim or something.
Yeah,
Like
think
and
about
it's
that in
kinda
terms of
crazy.
this ortho stuff, right? They're using religion to subvert culture. Like it's literally the project, right? It's a Discordian project, right?
Yep, and that's kind of what Owen Benjamin is admitting to here, and I'll play a little bit more because I'm sure he gets way deeper into this, but like just the first 10 minutes I listened, I had to stop. I was like, I need to review this because it's crazy. Because this is my intro into the Kabbalah stuff that I'm going to cover. So like this is kind of like my argument that they use the Kabbalah to like write jokes and write narratives and stuff like that.
It's objectively better than the professionals. And again, I'm obviously not a Putin fanboy. Hitler is now called Volgograd. I was just kind of flowing. So I was thinking about that. I had a funny back and forth with none other than Mr. Andrew Tate, Bugatti himself. And I sent him the sketch we did about how I got my eye on mulattoes and the bike. But what I wrote was, I don't have to redo it, what you just saw, but and I wrote, Adolf Hitler was an artist who was told his art was bad, despite the fact it's objectively better than the professionals. And again, I'm obviously not a Putin fanboy, a Hitler fanboy, but like the art on the left is Hitler's, the art on the right is seen as successful. And so when he's called a failed artist and he was deplatformed and had to head on down to BitChute, he made the best of it, and he became a #1 best-selling author, commanded the largest continental army in the history of Europe. So it is.
See what I mean? Like he just kind of sneaks in like you should really respect Hitler because he like wrote a best-selling book. Like it is funny. Like it is very funny the way he puts it. Like,
but it's also like very predictable, right?
Because
this is why, this is why like these like little tiny little guys like Orthodox guy and all these guys are like running around like I'm a fascist too. I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's
like,
so it's so like almost comedic, but it's also like ridiculous because he's obviously playing like a high level joke on you and he's telling you I'm doing this, but then these other people run with it
and they never admit that they're like running with a joke. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it just becomes this kind of like prank that it's like a prank contest that you start, but then you take zero responsibility.
Well, what they want.
You know?
Oh, well, what he essentially wants to do is he wants to destroy liberalism, destroy capitalism, right? So he could promote the accelerationist project. And so the way to promote that is to promote dictatorship and not democracy, right? So this is essentially the meme project here.
Yep.
Pretty cut and dry here.
Well, and check out the names he drops in a second here.
It is a hero story. And I'll tell you my theory in a second. And I'm not a fan. I just have a theory. So he was imprisoned for his ideas. This is Adolf Hitler. He was
Oh, that was weird how it morphed out there.
And then it paused by itself.
Crazy, man.
Way, so.
Demon shit, dude.
So what is it? Like he's being like ironic, like
Exactly.
Obviously this is propaganda. What
Ironic
I'm saying,
Hitlerism.
you know.
Yeah, it paused by itself too. I didn't pause this thing. It did it by itself. Hold on 1 second. Let me reset.
Like you can tell like he's being disingenuous, just the way his eyebrows are.
I did this for 100 days and transformed myself.
Yeah, it's like, dude, if there was a dictatorial ruler in charge like that, you wouldn't be allowed to say the things you're saying.
Have made a shocking discovery.
Well,
Memory loss doesn't start in your brain.
That's why it's like
putting some ideas down on paper.
That's why I said I respect Owen Benjamin to some degree, because he tells you that he's not being serious, but then other people, they take him serious and they do stuff with what he's doing, right? Like Kanye West runs out there with all this, and Andrew Tate runs out there with all this. These other people run out there with it, even though he tells his audience that he's joking, right?
Like you want to go defend Putin's way of life, like go join the IDF today, man. Like go ahead and do it. What's wrong with you?
And I'll tell you my theory in a second. And I'm not a fan. I'm just have a theory. So he was imprisoned for his ideas. This is Adolf Hitler. He was
Dude, this thing is pausing by itself. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's tripped out.
I guess
it's the Rumble player. It's
Rumble. There's something like getting stuck here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, their players like crap.
That sucks. Well, I'll try one more time, and then I'll just move on. But
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm tired of talking about this pink salt trick. This is the last time I'll mention it.
Name, and he's just like, oh,
today I'm
Weinstein
going to show you how to do the pink salt trick, or better yet, the $3 home ritual that makes your silhouette emerge.
Some idea. Just as far as like art became another. Yeah. Just as far as Hitler, he was.
Oh my god, dude! What the hell? It just completely skip. It just whatever that mark is. What the hell's going on? I've never watched Rumble before, except for like
drinking
maybe
warm
once or
water
twice.
before bed fixes tooth and gum problems overnight. People are healing decay and repairing.
I'll try this one more time.
Yeah, their players a lot like better than Odyssey, and like BitChute, the players garbage. I think they use the same one as Rumble, but then Odyssey somehow it's much better.
Gay Jew Owen Benjamin. See if that works. Yeah, here we go. All right, let's try this. Oh, hell no. Okay, well, I'm not going to continue like trying to pull that.
Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
Yeah. Well, I can't even review your work, Owen Benjamin. Sorry. I guess I won't get the contracted. But he.
Well, it's crazy. He has it private here, but free on Rumble. Weird.
That doesn't make any sense.
You can't play it.
But yeah, but basically he like shouts out Eric Weinstein because he told him some stuff about something, and he says that like he basically says like, well, the world's so crazy that like I can defend Andrew Tate because at least they're of age, and you know, he got the charges acquitted
long before the Black Death.
So basically, like I'm going to defend you know, Andrew Tate basically because whatever. It's like it's very bizarre, you know. And So I'm going to play a little bit of this just for a second, but basically this video basically makes the argument that the Mongols were working with the Venetian banks. Have you ever heard about that before?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to play a few minutes of this just to give you a little, here we go.
Mongols in the West, Venetian merchants were quick to exploit the commercial possibilities offered by the Mongol Empire. Indeed, Venice aligned with the Mongol Khans, embedding itself as their most important Western partner. This was not a passive relationship. Through embassies, commercial treaties, and information networks, Venice helped facilitate Mongol campaigns while profiting from the destruction. The Mongol Empire shattered the old geography of Eurasia. The Pax Mongolica opened vast overland routes from China to the Black Sea. From Baghdad to Aleppo to Buda, cities that stood in Venice's way found themselves destabilized, destroyed, or eclipsed. This was not an empire by conquest, it was an empire by leverage. Luxury goods filled the hulls of Venetian galleys, but they were never the endgame. Venice's true prize was bullion. The city became the clearinghouse for a global exchange of metals. From the mines of Mali and Sudan came African gold, funneled through Egypt and into Venetian hands. From the east came Mongol gold, acquired through war, tribute, and trade. Venice acted as the pivot point, exchanging this gold for European silver, textiles, glassware, and military technology. But gold did more than enrich. It informed strategy. Access to bullion meant influence over which markets thrived and which collapsed. Venetian merchants had mastered something far more durable than silk via financial instruments. Bills of exchange, marine insurance, and forward contracts allowed them to move capital across continents. With these tools, they underwrote risk while collecting returns from trade that spanned from Cathay to Cairo. Venice became the central hub of Eurasian credit, extending liquidity into Mongol-controlled cities and insulating itself from the volatility that crushed other states. As historian Frederick C. Lane documents in Money and Banking in Medieval and Renaissance Venice, the city's financial policies were never designed to promote general economic welfare. Venice regulated its bullion flows, monopolized coinage, and maintained strict control over its mint, not to stabilize the economy, but to preserve oligarchic power. The goal was not economic balance, but asymmetry. Control of money meant control of markets, credit, purchasing power, and political leverage. Even when the major Florentine banks allegedly failed in the 1340s, as we considered here, Venice's unique grip on the bullion trade allowed its oligarchs to thrive. Its survival came not from resilience, but from Mongol expansion, especially in the Black Sea region. The destruction of cities and the fragmentation of rival powers created not only new markets, but also massive pools of captives. Venice helped turn these victims into assets. The Mongols supplied bodies, Venice supplied ships, logistics, and demand. Slave markets in Tana, Azov, and Kaffa exploded in scale, processing thousands of captives each year. Slavs, Kipchaks, Alans, and Circassians were sold into servitude in Egypt, Anatolia, and across the Italian peninsula. The trade was not limited to labor. Eunuchs, concubines, and domestic servants formed a secondary market, serving courts and elites. This slave trade peaked under the Pax Mongolica, and silver was centralized in state treasuries, and attempts to trade in precious metals directly could be punished severely, even by death, as Marco Polo noted. This policy helped solidify state control over currency while restricting bullion from circulating. At the same time, silver became essential for taxes and wages and border trade. Eastern silver demand consequently surged. Meanwhile, Europe had seen a dramatic increase in silver output from mines in France, Bohemia, and Germany. This corresponded with rising demand for gold coin and reserves by European monarchs. These factors, together with likely Florentine and Venetian manipulation, drove the gold-silver ratio from about 8 to 1 in 1275 to 15 to 1 by 1325. In the East, the ratio held steady around 10 to 1 in the 14th century. To capitalize upon this and its strategic location, Venice mobilized the flow of silver from European mines in Bohemia and Germany eastward to Mongol-controlled cities like Tabriz and Trebizond. There, standardized Venetian silver ingots, called somni, were exchanged for gold tanga, Mongol bullion that was then shipped westward. The result was a closed loop with one open drain. Europe's silver flowed out, Venice's gold reserves swelled. This slide just illustrates the sheer profit of such a trade. Let's say a Venetian merchant acquired 150 ounces of silver in Europe in 1325 with a gold-silver ratio of 15 to 1. Those 150 ounces of silver would only buy 10 ounces of gold. But if the merchant took that silver east to a Mongol port, where the ratio was 10 to 1, those same 150 ounces of silver would buy 15 ounces of gold. If the merchant then repatriated that gold back to Venice and exchanged it for silver, it would then end up with 225 ounces of silver, giving a 50% gross income. This kind of margin, when scaled across shiploads and repeated voyages, made bullion arbitrage one of the most lucrative and geopolitically influential trades of the 14th century. This extractive, exploitative system drained inland regions, sending wealth to coastal elites while stripping labor and food from rural areas. Florence's banking collapse was closely linked to this extractive Mediterranean financial network, dominated by Venetian interests. These economic stresses, combined with warfare and forced population displacement, weaken communities, making them extremely vulnerable.
The reason I'm playing this is to show that like you can't go and hide in like a fucking what do you call them guys? What's those guys called? The Amish or something, right? Like obviously these guys can like send in a Mongol army and destroy whatever and strip your resources and enslave your people at any point, right? So I'm just saying, I'm just showing that to like show that like history proves that like, you know, you can be like, you know, in another continent and people will just send in an army and displace whatever that you've tried to do if you don't like remain vigilant, essentially, right? So, you know, that's kind of what I'm trying to show here, that you know, these you know, these kind of like conspiracies have been going on for a very long time, right? This is like almost 1,000 years ago, basically. So yeah, I don't know. Are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Nothing. Catholics, Protestants, and Jews shared in common a mystical, esoteric core to their religion, and reaching back.
Machine, have you ever heard of von Helmont before? Oh shit, I don't know if he's there or not. Okay, well, I'll just play this for now, and then we can, when Machine comes back, I'll ask him if he's heard of this guy before. But this is the guy I sent you yesterday unseen because so I was watching this video yesterday in the background, and like he dropped so many insane. This is why I went off on Frank yesterday on that occult dude, because like this stuff is like so insanely obvious. Like I don't know how someone could be so deep into the Kabbalah and not know like this stuff that I found, you know. So this is the Kabbalah of Christ, Foundations of Occult Kabbalah. How did Jewish Kabbalah become Hermetic Kabbalah?
Okay, yeah, this should be interesting.
Yeah, and so this is like this is a 30-minute video, but I sped it up. But like I only watched 20 minutes of it, and it's more like, so like I think like 10-15 minutes, like that'll cover like most of what you need to know. But it
See this, that Van Helmont are in the thing. This guy,
yeah.
He argues that Lurianic Kabbalah is the true Christianity.
Exactly, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Yep.
And okay, well, they say that, all right. So if Lurianic Kabbalah is the true Christianity, then how do we come to terms with, you know, the gospel being anti-dualistic, right?
Exactly.
If the God of the Bible doesn't, you know, there is not. It's like good and evil aren't equally opposing forces within the Christian doctrine, right? And that's well known. So how do you come to terms with that? And that's like the one way I figured out how to. When I had a debate about it, Orthodoxy versus Lurianic Kabbalah, right? Which is the true Christianity? I broke it down like that, right? Because you have to go to words like Ra and evil and moral evil, and how there's a separation between moral evil and the way we deem evil today, you know. The energies of Satan aren't of God. They're a perversion of, you know, natural energies or something. Like there's something weird like that. So no, I mean, it's who is that guy anyways? Who said that?
Say that last sentence again. Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Say that last sentence again. I heard everything up before that.
Who's the guy who's saying that Lurianic Kabbalah is the true Christianity? Like, who was that guy?
Von Helmont, who was the son of a basically a alchemist who got killed by the Inquisition because.
Oh yeah. You were telling me about that.
And I guess von Rosenroth is like someone they talk about a lot, but I guess this other guy they don't talk about him as much but he was actually the one who kind of synthesized like Lurianic Kabbalah and Christianity. But he kind of covers like he made some excuses of why he's doing that, but this guy's a Jew and he literally admits that like this was invented to like convert Christians into Jews. so, so yeah.
Which they're doing. You know, that restoration of the breach guy. He named his channel that because what's he trying to do? He's trying to bridge the gap between Judaism and Christianity.
Right.
But
well, it's funny. Like I was wondering about that last night, and then now you just answered it. That's pretty funny. So.
Yeah, that's what that's what restoration of the breach is. Well, the funny thing about it all is that in one breath he'll tell you that Christ is boiling in excrement, and then the next breath he'll be like, "Oh, like, you know, there's a Cabalistic breakdown of the Book of Revelation." Like, what? Okay, so which one is it, dude? You know, it's like, is Christ? Did Christ teach the Kabbalah, and was he a sage, or is he boiling in excrement, bro? You know, they don't know how. They like it's schizophrenic. You know, like they can tell you one thing, and then they'll tell you something completely else. Like, you know, their narrative is that Christ did his miracles by sewing the name of God in his leg or something. You know,
right.
I don't know.
So I'm gonna play a little bit of this and like hopefully Machine will come back and NBC I message you if you want to come, just let me know so I could send you a link or something. But yeah, on the screen channel, particular the Kabbalah playlist. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, I'm new to the Kabbalah, but like the more I look into it, it's like I just don't want to pretend that like it doesn't have. I mean, it is a technology of some sort. I mean, if and again, I'm not saying that I'm 100% correct that nobody can whatever, you know what I mean, that nobody can use it for good or something like that. I'm just saying like I think there's a huge you know burden of proof that you'd have to bring to like help me understand that. It's kind of like saying, well, like well, nuclear
Use it for
bombs are just
good. What does that mean, though?
yeah,
You know,
exactly.
like
Well, yeah,
what
of
does
course,
use
yeah.
it for good mean? Because is it for the greater good, which is reaching heaven and being with God? You know, if
Right.
that's the greater good, then no, this demonic teaching can't help you get that. Can it like give you some neutral moral or like like some supposed illuminated type of thinking? Maybe, right? But
Right.
like the Antichrist is going to bring peace, dude.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is like, it's kind of like this vigilance thing of like, well, of course, people are going to tell you they want peace or they want this or that. It's like, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily true. And like, how would you know it's not true? And that's why I ask him about his senses. It's like, well, my senses might do this and my other senses might do that. But it's like, okay, well, then you're like, how are you going to interpret all these like divine quote unquote revelations that you're constantly getting to the point where it's like, you've got to synthesize this system with that system and this system with that system, and it's like this ever growing thing. But then
It's absurdist.
well, but then you're complaining that you're being ruled by the same people who know more than you, and it's like, well, why are you complaining if like you're just trying to like do what they're doing, right? So it's like, you know what I mean? Like I get it at some level, but on another level, it becomes
No, it's like, okay,
absurd, yeah.
you're fighting against their paradigm or whatever while being in their paradigm. You're
Yeah, I
practicing
thought
what they're doing.
yeah, I thought the discussion yesterday was especially intriguing because at the first instance I pointed out that 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 people have created a system that they can't control. So I said nobody's controlling the system, and they said, well, Jews are controlling the system, right? And they said that the knowledge that they use to control is basically neutral. Right, and then when it came down to it at the end, right, and they're arguing against the Kabbalah, right, they're actually arguing that certain types of knowledge are inherently bad. They should not be pursued because they'll transform the person who obtains that knowledge. Right.
Right.
So it's pretty interesting, right? So the first part of their analysis sort of goes against the second part of their analysis, right? About whether knowledge is inherently good or bad, right? Or can be considered inherently good or bad, right?
Right. And then it
Yeah.
goes even into technology, which technology you don't really control. You just either, and you may not even have a choice whether or not you use it. So it's kind of like if they're really, what it seemed like they were kind of saying is like, well, I don't really have a choice but to use Kabbalah, but I'm just going to say that that makes it a good thing or something like that. Like
Well,
something to that effect.
what it seems to me at least is like, okay, like know that they're not going to be able to control wherever this is headed, and it's already heading in that direction, of sort of like this one world domination, like for the arrival of this Superman that the New Age and the Kabbalists are predicting, this charismatic leader who will lead the world. But it's like I don't think it. All these things are working on a human level, and I would think that they would admit that as well, that they're working with energies they don't understand, and it's directed it's directed towards a satanic one world system. Why is that? And all these like different groups and secret societies, they have one goal. It's all the same goal. Why is it always a one world system, man? And it's going to be fulfilled in some way. It's prophetic. That's why, like there's it. I don't know.
I'm going to play a little bit of this, but I just want to ask Machine because I can't remember what he said. Have you heard of von Helmont before? I can't remember if you said yes or not.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I got a little paragraph on that here. It says here, it should be noted that the German philosopher Leibniz may have had access to some of Descartes' obscure works, as he is known to have made some interesting remarks concerning Descartes' philosophy and beliefs. This is not surprising, since Leibniz seems to have had access to various hard-to-find manuscripts. Leibniz was a close friend of Francis Mercurius van Helmont, the son of John Baptista van Helmont, and his correspondences with van Helmont, even in the areas of his Cabalistic philosophy, are well known, right? So it's pretty interesting that Descartes and Leibniz, right? And I'm pretty sure Spinoza did too, right? But all three of them seem to have corresponded with Helmont, who basically espoused like scientific theories, right? He mixed Kabbalah with science, like Galileo and stuff, right?
Right. And that's kind of like what a lot of these current like quote unquote scientific theories are directly coming out of this as well. And again, like I talk about Descartes a lot because I think, like I'll never forget the first time I really read about Descartes, and I was like, this dude like is the underpinning of like everything we take for granted as far as like quote unquote mainstream science, right? Like, and also just like logic as well. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier about like, the kind of trap that I see with like the tag argument with the Jay Dyer and stuff is like it kind of leans into like Descartes logic while pretending that it's against it, in my opinion, right? Like I think that's one of these things where like to me it just seems like it's deism, but it's like deism by another name, or solipsism, but solipsism by another name. That's my personal opinion. I don't know how to prove that, but like I think that's kind of what I see when I look at some of the way these arguments get structured. And I think you could even argue the same with like even something like white nationalism and stuff like that. It kind of is based on this similar like my rights and my property and this and that. It's like it's like a very like, well, I perceive things this way, therefore ex post facto there it is or something. It's like it's kind of a weird
Idealism, that's the root of it, right? And that's why that letter's so important. Father Seraphim Rose to Thomas Merton, he breaks this down. What happens? It's like, well, if they're going in that direction and they're putting philosophy over the patristic text, then this is where it always leads. Because men are, they're always, logic always leads to externals, and what practicalities and a worldly kingdom and all this other stuff it's all based in that, right? And it's like, how can we create this utopia? Because God's not here. How, and he's not going to come back for how long? So since he's not coming back yet, we might as well make world peace or something, like, or the abolition of war. And This is all this, medicine. Like it's man's obsession with getting back to paradise without God. That's really what all these philosophers are talking about.
Like, well, God might not be dead, but he's on a long vacation, and we need to sneak around and do a bunch of stuff before he wakes up, or something like that, or I don't know, something weird.
Right. He's wound up the clock, and he's not coming back. He's not, anytime soon. So we might as well make the best of it while we're here. But that's giving into the Antichrist immediately. Once your focus leaves the not being of this world and directed towards the kingdom of heaven, then it's just the kingdom of this world. And how can we create this world in our image? And then before you know it, God's not in the picture at all. Now you use him, but he's a constitutional monarch. He's something to worship on Sundays, right, for 30 minutes, and then after that, it's right back to the politics and science and
political football or something. I'm gonna play a few minutes of this because the last thing I want to play is like the hors d'oeuvre on the top. That's our like the dessert wine at the end, because it kind of just pulls it together in like a way that I think is easy to understand. But I want to play a little bit of this, and we'll jump into that.
To be honest, and slowly, Cabalistic ideas were introduced into the emerging underground of the occult philosophers, becoming one of the backbones of modern Western esotericism. To this day, Cabalistic concepts, imagery, and spirituality remain core elements of the occult in the form of the Hermetic Kabbalah. Thus, scholars recognize three distinct forms of Kabbalah. Kabbalah with a K, representing traditional Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah with a C, representing Renaissance and early modern syntheses with Christianity, and finally Kabbalah with a Q, representing the contemporary uptake of those traditions into modern occultism. But to understand that tradition from the Christian Kabbalah, which largely sought to appropriate Jewish Kabbalah to Catholic Christian theology in the interest of both reforming Christianity, but also, of course, of converting Jews, to a system of mysticism largely completely detached from Christianity and Judaism, from that matter, into a contemporary occult practice, we must first appreciate Franciscus Mercurius van Helmont 1684 Adumbratio Kabbalae Christianae, or the sketch of Christian Kabbalah, as a transitional phase in that process. Following the rise and success of the Protestant Reformation and the horrors of the religious wars that followed, the desire to produce a universal Christianity, a universal philosophy, and a universal science which would quell social strife and faction was simply on the minds of a wide range of intellectuals, philosophers, mystics, theologians, and scientists.
A one-world religion, dude. That's what it is. It's like, how can we make religions?
That's why this video is so crazy, because he basically admits like so much in this without even blinking. He just admits like like everything, basically. It's crazy.
Theology,
Yeah,
or
Kabbalah with a C, Kabbalah with a K, Kabbalah with a Q. You put it all together, what does it spell?
QAnon. No, I'm just kidding.
Cuck.
Dealt a devastating blow in the early 17th century. Once heralded as the teacher of none less than Moses, the wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus, as preserved in the Corpus Hermeticum, was shown by Isaac Casaubon in 1614 to have been the production of the first few centuries after Christ, and just not the primeval wisdom once thought it was. Yet, esotericists held out hope, a hope that many placed in the preserved wisdom of the Kabbalah, said to have been hidden revelation accompanying the open, exoteric revelation of the Torah to the children of Israel. And with more and more text of Kabbalah being translated and printed, many Christian esotericists had what they took to be theological confirmation of the truth of the Kabbalah, and therefore of an ancient primeval truth upon which they could build this universal religion and philosophy. Specifically, the teachings of the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, and the Kabbalah as it was expressed by Itzhak Luria, seemed to contain theological elements which were shockingly aligned with Christian theology. The Trinitarian understanding of the divine emanations, or the Sefirot, the importance of the Holy Spirit, or of the divine feminine element in the Shekhinah, the concept of the divine Son, the use of gematria, or mystical numerology and hermeneutics, the overall plan of salvation, key concepts of exile and messianic redemption. All of these seem to Christian mystics
Christianity. Well, I mean, like you're saying, like the Shekinah is basically for them what the Holy Spirit's supposed to be, That's how they interpret the Holy Spirit, is like the Shekinah, and now it's not, the divine feminine. I thought he was like, I thought he was going with like Mary or something. I don't know. Well, no, I think it would be like something more closely like Sophia, right? Which is wisdom, or spirit, and like as the Holy Spirit's like the spirit of truth. So then, like they have some weird thing where they make love with the Shekinah, and supposedly they had some. They got the Frankish, Kabbalists got caught like worshiping some naked woman out in the woods or something. I don't know, dude. Like having sex with the Shekinah. Like I don't know, bro. Like hold on, I sent it to Neuro. It's nutty.
Von Helmont to represent a more primordial and
Frankism.
thus purely true version of religion, specifically, of course, of Christianity. But as we're going to see, von Helmont is going to go much, much further than
Yeah, here
previous
it is. The
occultists.
Frankists
While
engaged in
superficial
sexually promiscuous rites, such as the infamous 1756 incident, where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman symbolizing the Shekinah.
arguing that he was developing his Kabbalistic ideas in the service of converting Jews to a purified, mystically imbued form of Christianity, he was actually accommodating Christianity to Lurianic Kabbalah, and thus setting the stage for a purely occult form of Kabbalah, one having achieved escape velocity from both Judaism and Christianity. But to appreciate what he's doing, it's worth briefly, and I mean painfully briefly, summarizing the core elements of the Lurianic Kabbalistic myth. The infinite light of Ein Sof contracted of that light into a near empty void known as the TUHLU in the process of tzimtzum, or contraction. Divine light flowed into that void, shaping Adam Kadmon, the primordial spiritual human. And from the eyes, nose, and mouth of Adam Kadmon flowed further light, which formed in vessels to capture subsequent divine light. But those vessels were too weak to hold the divine light, and the top three cracked, and the lower seven shattered and fell into the void of the TUHLU. That shvira, or shattering, allowed evil to come into the world, forged in the fires of Mount Din. Or the Sephira of Gevura, such as the task of the Kabbalist is to metaphysically repair the world through the process of tikkun olam, through scrupulously following the Torah, along with more esoteric reparations as laid out by the Arizal. Now, that's only the most simplistic, generic telling of this myth. It's the equivalent of the planetary model of the atom that we teach to middle schoolers, a map very much pretending to be the territory. But the core concepts, the core parts of this myth are the concept of contraction, or tzimtzum, the shattering, shvira, and the reparation process of tikkun, especially by the shared actions of Adam Kadmon, the macro atom, and Adam Rishon, the microscopic atom, along with the Messiah as a kind of metaphysical bridge. Now, Franciscus Mercurius von Helmont was himself an
Yeah,
extraordinary
I
person.
explained
and considered
almost
as a
all
heretic.
of this in my show through looking at like the development of philosophy, right? So they made the same movement in philosophy, right? They created the notion of the archetypal man, right? They created the notion of a world restoration, right? And they also created a notion of the world as being a fallen state, right? And of course this was way more made of a primary synthesis inside of the Protestant ideation, because they're like, because sin has like almost like ontological value. I mean, in terms of
There's like a thread of Frankist Sabbateanism in Protestantism. Like there's like a little bit. There's like a little dash of it, I think,
yeah, because like once you connect sin with nature, then you can talk about the world restoration, and of course it has to come through this notion of the archetypal man, right? So I was explaining how all of these things are basically part of this a movement towards secularism, right? They invent the concept of a utopian kingdom of God on earth. They invent the concept of nature being a secondary state to man's reason, right? And then through that notion of reason, they construct the notion of the archetypal man, in the plot of the restoration of the world. So, yeah, a lot of this is mainly why I'm explaining what I'm explaining.
like that's why like a lot of the stuff that you cover, I'm just trying to put it into like more. I'm just trying to boil it down like as simple, like okay, as simple as possible for people who are like not gonna go dig into it, because even for myself, like I've looked into this for like 3 years or whatever, right? And like even for me, like I have to simplify it for myself because it's like it's so much shit. It's a lot of times like when I was saying that stuff to Frank last night, it was more for like me to like process what I'm hearing more than it was like, well, F you because you're an occultist or something. Like it wasn't really that. It's more like it's almost like you have to make it so complicated so you can't like uh process like what's really happening, I guess. It's like, and I think that's what they've done a really good job of doing to history in general. It's like they've made history look so complicated when it's actually not that complicated.
I think the reality of it too is like the fact that philosophy is developed in a very similar way, and like it's all holding the same form and directed towards the same causes. It's like alluding to the fact that Satan doesn't do anything new. He can't create anything new. It's just like the same old thing regurgitated and given new titles, right? Like a new
Yeah.
band-aid on it.
Yeah, what did Descartes, Leibniz, and Spinoza, what did these guys actually accomplish? Well, they led to the synthesis of Kant, right? He was basically responding to these guys, and he was adding the ideas of British empiricism into the notions of basically Spinoza, right? Spinoza was basically, um, you know, um, basically, he formed an argument against Cartesian dualism, right? So when Leibniz was, basically part of the Rosicrucians, supposedly, right, and also corresponding with people like Van Helmont, he was trying to synthesize, right, and this is just, there's a lot of proof of this. He was trying to synthesize Van Helmont and, and Spinoza, right, into one system, and this is where you get like Kant and Swedenborg and all these guys, right, where they're trying to synthesize science and spiritualism, right, and you can't look at German idealism, right, and the birth of like these guys like Kant and Hegel without looking at these three guys, right, Descartes, right, Leibniz, and Spinoza, who are hugely influenced by like Rosicrucians and the Protestant Reformation, and like as I said, like Descartes was basically like funded by Queen Christina of Sweden, right, who was a huge supporter of Shabbatai Zevi, right, so all these things were happening around the same time, right.
And was it like this Queen Christina, or if I'm not mistaken, like she had Kabbalists sort of teaching her things, like divining for her, and she had like
Right.
manuscripts made and all this stuff. Like I think I read about like the Vatican having a library
Well, and it's
of
got
some.
like John Dee as well. And like, why is everybody like John Dee? Because like he kind of made this popularized for Europe in a way, right?
At least for the
Right.
elites, right? Like this was something that the rulers were obsessed with, like this esoteric knowledge that the common person wouldn't understand, or they would say um, that they only had access to. Like that's where it's like, why is the Zohar considered the Holy Grail to them?
Well, think about it like this too. Like this is kind of like a big part of like why white nationalism and like white European pride is kind of weird too, because actually they're trying to take pride in like this kind of Kabbalistic, like technological, ideological, philosophical anti-Christianity, but they're wrapping it up in a veneer of like Catholicism or Orthodoxy or Protestantism or all these other things. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? So that's kind of what's weird about it too. Is
But
like,
God again is a constitutional monarch, and he's impersonal in a lot of ways. And really, it's like creating God in your own image, right? Um, but the other aspect of it is like like the way our government is laid out all comes from those same philosophers, like the Spinozas and the Hobbes and the Locke and like that, all that, Voltaire, all our government is established on their ideas. Like we wouldn't have like a legislative branch or a judicial branch or any of that type of stuff without these guys. Like this
great dialectic because like I was listening to this TikTok thing earlier, and it's like, yes, you can. So there's like, there's like this black person who's like, you white people cause all the problems. It's all because you guys are like bringing slaves and blah blah blah. And then the white person's like, no, like you guys just don't have like, like our kind of like way of being and stuff like this. But again, it's like the perfect dialectic because you can just blame anybody for anything, but it doesn't actually look at the root of it all, right? And I think that that's kind of like the crazy part about it is like it's not actually anybody individual's fault or even some group of people. It's like it's like this thing. It's like this idea that's just kind of like went off the fucking rails, and everybody's just trying to ignore it because nobody wants to be left holding the bag when the when the train crashes, essentially, right? So.
No, I agree. But you got to think like if they're going to continue to like push for their new age plan, they can't have people sort of figuring it out. So they have to direct every like racial group against each other. If they're going to have their communist one world order, there can't be groups like diverse groups ganging up together to fight against it. It's like we have to divide them to conquer them. It's really that simple.
Ian was kind of
It's
talking
not.
about that though. He's like half the occult wants to expose things, the other half wants to keep it hidden, right? And I can't remember which side is which, but I mean it's like it kind of seems weird. It's like are we actually helping the occult? Or is that kind of the thing is like it's a dialectic where it doesn't matter which side you choose, like they just kind of assume that that's going to be the end goal anyways.
I feel like that's it. Like, it's less human in my viewpoint. Like, I don't think they know. I don't think they know as much as they're in his control as much as they would like to think. I think that they've created the system and now it's heading in that direction, like Machine says, and it's kind of out of control, and they can try to control aspects of it, and direct the path towards it. But even on that level, unconsciously, they're just doing what the demons are telling them to do. Like nobody wants to admit that. Like, uh, you know, but that's a part of like why I think they push like this atheistic worldview, but behind closed doors, they have like like all religions are talking about the same thing. You know.
You have a comment on the occultist stuff or anything else, let me know. I'm gonna play a little bit of this other video and then switch back because these two videos in tandem, they kind of show like the correlation between like this stuff that we're talking about in the past and then like what's happening now. So I just wanted to kind of draw the parallel between these two uh, a little more quickly than I intended because I think it'll become very pertinent, like how this all kind of forms into one thing now. Like we're kind of seeing the actual one world religion take place, and it's very subtle, in a lot of ways. May be ushered in, demonstrating the typical desire to reach for the stars by those who have been influenced by the Latter Rain movement and the Manifest Sons of God ministries which it spawned. An anonymous ex-follower says that Shaw taught a sermon called The 12 Tribes, giving a version of astrology that was really... Machine, let me know if you want to interrupt because I'm trying to find a certain place in here.
Yeah.
But and I'm not sure. I can't remember where it is. I just don't want to go like watch the whole video. So. Wild. According to the same ex-follower, the esoterically based Annalise Scarron had a major influence on Shaw's teaching. We learned that Mrs. Shaw told me she was very careful about whom she introduced Mrs. Scarron's books to, since, in her words, not all people can handle the deeper truths. In fact, this ex-follower said that Shaw's foundational text, Love, the Law of the Angels, is based on the writings of Mrs. Scarron, as is Shaw's Ye Are Gods. In addition, Gary Peaty of Divorce Publishing verified that Shaw had indeed plagiarized from Scarron. The same ex-follower says that she was told that Mrs. Shaw had read all Annalise
connection with their angelic of many readers of esoteric literature. They include ye are gods. One has his body filled with light. He will be able to move into the dimension of immortality. Again, it seems that Valentinus is whispering in Shaw's ear. We are given a list of some of the books authored by Scarron that would undoubtedly whet the appetite of many readers of esoteric literature. They include Ye Are Gods, that's 1952, Sons of God, 1954, written by Scarron under the pen name Christine Mercy, Secrets of Eternity, Celestial Song of Creation, which it seems the pantheistic-leaning Jane Lead, Jacob Boehm influenced Manifest Sons of God teachers George Houghton and J. Preston Eby may have read, Man Triumphant, and Beyond Mortal Boundaries, which was possibly on Franklin Hall's reading list. Like latter-rain apostle George Houghton, Shaw tells us on page 106 of her Love, the Law of the Angels, that scientists have come to the conclusion that blood is congealed light. From this it follows, although it is not revealed exactly how, that blood as light has somehow mystically become congealed. It also naturally follows that extra-biblical teachings on the nature of blood, especially when in the context of that of Adam and Eve's divine blood or Jesus' perfect blood, function as open-door theories rife in the alt-right, white supremacist world. More specifically speaking, they often lead to teachings concerning the inferior blood or genes of pre-Adamic races and those of superior Aryan purity. Shaw also cites the Cabalistic Holy Zohar in her ETH&S newsletter, August-September 1999, as the primary authority for contending, as Jane Lead intimated, that women are to usher in the true light of God in the end times. That's interesting. Isn't that interesting? To place the Zohar in the context of its significance in the converging apostasy, on page 167, 168, and 388 of the Theosophical Glossary, it is written that the occultist and Satanist Helena Blavatsky spoke of the Zohar favorably. She considered it to be a compendium of Kabbalistic theosophy and the oldest extant treatise on the Hebrews' esoteric doctrines. Of no surprise, then, is Shaw's teaching, as with Plato, Kabbalah, Joseph Smith, J. Preston Eby, and most of the esoteric world, that God made man androgynous, and later separated him into Adam and Eve, just like Chris Valentin.
First point I'd like to make in this conference really is that God made you after his kind, and God made Adam. The word Adam and the word man, Hebrew word, it's the same exact word. He made Adam, both male and female, as you know. How many know God's not a man? Right. God's both male and female, and if you oppress women, then you reduce the revelation of God by 50%. Wow. It took a man and a woman to demonstrate the revelation of who God is. Yep. Very good. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon man, and he slept, and God took one of his ribs and closed up his flesh there. And the Lord God fashioned into a woman the rib which he had taken from the man. And God brought her to the man, and the man said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of the man. Yep. Where was the woman? In the man. He was taken out of the man. The woman was in the man. Yeah. For there was a few men, there's a few men here. You can't get in touch with your feminine side because you don't have one. The woman was taken out of the man. So where was the woman? She was in the man. So God took Adam and said, okay, here's how I'm going to make sure you no longer feel lonely. I'm going to take you and I'm going to break you in half. I'm going to take the feminine side of you and I'm going to remove it from you. And when Adam woke up, I'd like to suggest that he immediately knew that something was missing because he was both male and female at one point. Mm-hmm. How do we know that? Because the woman was taken out of the man.
An anonymous ex-follower relayed what she was told by a former Mormon about the idea of pre-existent spirits as taught by Shaw. This ex-follower explained that the doctrine of pre-existence as taught in Mormonism states that humans were formerly angels and will become angels again.
You didn't study about heaven, the more it will become like home to you, because it is. We all lived there at one time inside God himself, and he is our father. And the Bible, let me tell you people, the Bible says he is our father and we are his offspring. Mm-hmm. That's how clear he wants it made. Offspring means we came from him. Okay. We were born from him. Mm-hmm. And we have always existed in him. And so I've been caught way back to when I lived inside God as a little spiritual. It was still me. I've never had a different spirit or soul. That was me. And I now have memories of being inside of him, playing in the river of life, jumping on the stones of fire.
This idea is very similar to what was taught by Jane Lead and Manifest Sons of God-based present truth preachers, such as Royal Cronquist. She continues by saying that angels to Mormons are either 1, not yet born humans, or 2, humans that have died and returned to God, their source. In this esoteric-inspired notion, we all had a pre-existence, being born in spirit form by Heavenly Father and Mother, with Jesus being our elder brother. That sounds like the Moonies, too. The implication is that 1, the elite, 2, Jesus, 3, those who have gone on before, and 4, angels are all equal components of one big pluralistic conglomerate of deity. Such an idea also supports the esoteric world's conception of the great cloud of witness-like spiritual hierarchy of higher beings who may be contacted, communicated with, and channeled through controlled possession. Controlled possession. Yeah, that's... Oh boy. I think about that sometimes because I really feel like when I see some of these people talking, preaching, teaching on, on their platforms, saying things that are so occulty, I do wonder if they, you don't have to determine, but whether they are knowingly doing this or they have been touched by an angel, a fallen angel, and it's a controlled possession where they are literally controlled by a spirit that's not from God, that is telling them things. This is the voice they're hearing in their head, or they think God is leading them or telling them this and telling them that, like, that it is kind of a controlled possession, which also, it seems to me like all this occult initiation, like in Freemasonry, and they have all these levels, that's what that is for, to come to a point of controlled possession, not a sudden possession where you lose your mind, but like a gradual, little by little possession. Okay. Unpause, long pause. Deification based on the big lie. In her Web of Deception, Shuck tells us that imbued with the light to reign forever is one of Shaw's books on the manifest sons of God who will be filled with the glory light from heaven and become as gods. With Valentinus lurking around every corner in this way, how is it possible that at least some of his grime didn't rub off on the Nar? According to notes taken from the Christian Retreat in PA, May 17 through 19, 2002, Shaw teaches that the world is waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. As a reminder, in the context of typical manifest sons of God doctrine that places the glorification of the sinless manifest sons of God prior to the literal personal return of Jesus Christ. This big event can only be accurately read as the attempt to achieve deification based on the big lie. Accordingly, on page 107 of Love, the Law of the Angels, Shaw says, like 1. Joseph Smith, 2. The Manifest Sons of God based occult-inspired Christian identity teacher Wesley A. Swift, 3. The Latter Rain Apostle George Houghton, and 4. Jane Lead-inspired Manifest Sons of God teacher J. Preston Ebby, that we were created to be gods ruling over the universe. Angels? According to the previously referenced anonymous ex-follower of Shaw, and in agreement with the doctrinal precedents and themes of the converging apostasy brought to the Christian world by Jane Lead, Royal Cronquist, Bill Heyman, and Cindy Jacobs, you receive guidance and help from the angels. Significantly, in her life-changing book titled Our Ministering Angels, Shaw, like Jane Lead, says that angels will be playing a more and more prominent part in these last days. Like Kat Kerr said that too.
The hosts of heaven are going to be revealed to us. We actually will see angels in our own homes. The world will see them working with us as believers. The world will see them working with us as believers. The world will see them working with us as believers. This is an exciting time to be alive.
Like Manifest Sons of God teacher Royal Cronquist, Shaw adds that we need to understand about them and their ministry. This is a regurgitation of the ideas of a 17th century esoterically inspired prophetess, Jane Lead. They are parroted by many, like Cronquist, who have been influenced by her through the impact she had on the Latter Rain movement of 1948 and the Manifest Sons of God doctrines which it spawned. Of no surprise is the similar angel overload with Shaw's fellow Nar folk. This same ex-follower went on to say that Shaw claims that she has been personally visited by Jesus Christ and angels. Aren't they all? And that she also encourages her followers to anticipate angelic visitations. Shaw, like all esoteric-leaning prophets, says that there is a veil between our eyes and the spirit world, but that those with a sufficiently deep spiritual walk, like herself, can see angels, demons, the saints, and Jesus. Pause. This is like the deep things of Satan that Jesus talked about in the book of Revelation when he was talking to the churches. That's what the deep is. And the veil is there to protect you. God put it there. According to this ex-follower, after her mother claimed to have seen an angel come to her and kiss her on the forehead, she was told that it was Shaw's guardian angel. As has been said elsewhere, this same overemphasis on the nature and role of angels has a long history that can be traced from the 2nd century Gnostic Valentinus through the 17th century prophetess Jane Lead and to the Manifest Sons of God ministries. Taking a left-hand turn, it can also be seen through the occultist, Satanist, and student of Kabbalah and Valentinus, Aleister Crowley, in his ideas about invoking one's personal holy guardian angel. It also acts as an open-door doctrine to teachings on theological union with angels as the means of achieving completion, i.e., perfection, when the manifestation of the sons of God is made a reality. The ex-follower continues, in words similar to those of Jane Lead and the occult-influenced Manifest Sons of God teacher John Robert Stevens. She says that there were also reports that our spirits can go and minister to others.
I was hovering over your dream life. Traveling the... What I'm talking about. Okay.
Again, similar comments have been made by other NAR-affiliated prophets. On page 134 and 135 of her Love, the Law of the Angels, Shaw continues with this theme. Aleister Crowley, in his ideas about... She was told that it was Shaw... She was told that it was Shah's guardian angel. As has been said elsewhere, this same overemphasis on the nature and role of angels has a long history that can be traced from the 2nd century Gnostic Valentinus through the 17th century prophetess Jane Lead and to the Manifest Sons of God ministries. Taking a left-hand turn, it can also be seen through the occultist, Satanist, and student of Kabbalah and Valentinus, Aleister Crowley, in his ideas about invoking one's personal holy guardian angel. It also acts as an open-door doctrine to teachings on theological union with angels as the means of achieving completion, i.e. perfection, when the manifestation of the sons of God is made a reality. The ex-follower continues, in words similar to those of Jane Lead and the occult-influenced Manifest Sons of God teacher John Robert Stevens. She says that there were also reports that our spirits can go and minister to others and be seen by those that are being ministered to. Pause again. Bob Jones. He would say he would go and hover over people's dreams, and they would see him in their dreams.
Bob Jones is prophetic life. And so Larry was assigned to make sure that Bob didn't freak him out or be too weird. So Larry goes to lunch with Bob and the British guy. And I said, well, tell me what happened. He goes, well, Bob starts talking. He says, hey, last night I was hovering over your dream life and I saw some things. In
today's video, we're going to talk about how to visit people in their dreams. So in one of my last videos, I shared with you guys the fact that I visited my mom in her dreams intentionally, and I will share the dream with you guys. But first, I'm going to share with you a technique that you could do to visit anybody you want in their dreams. So you want to do this technique like right before you go to bed. And I'm talking like right before you lay down to sleep, okay? Because you want to get your brain waves ready to be in that brain wave state that is basically when you are traveling the astral realm, which if you guys don't know is basically the dream world.
He says, hey, last night I was hovering over your dream life and I saw some things.
Are traveling the astral realm.
There he goes. Excuse me. What Bob means by that, he's supposed to interpret it in a way that maybe a British scholar would understand. That God does reveal things that are going on in the spirit realm to those that have, and Bob cuts him up. He says, shut up, Larry, I know exactly what I'm talking about. So now Larry gets all shut up in front of the prestigious guest. Bob goes back. Anyway, last night I was hovering over your dream life there.
Are traveling the astral realm.
Now, Steve, you're having a problem with your daughter because your daughter's in an affair with that man over there. You're not supposed to be, and you're worried about it, right? Well, God told me he's going to fix that situation. You're going to find out in 24 hours. That's over. Man, like food drops out of his mouth. Utensils clank down. He goes, my God, that's exactly why I came here. Find out if there's any intervention for my daughter. Yeah, I saw it in your dream life.
Are traveling the astral realm.
Larry's point to me was, sometimes you just need to let God do what he's doing and not try to explain it.
We don't want any dark magic going around, okay?
Again, similar comments have been made by other NAR-affiliated prophets. On page 134 and 135 of her Love, the Law of the Angels, Shaw continues with this theme. For example, she plays the devil's advocate and assumes her listeners' identities through manipulative, rhetorical role play. You say, but what about those who have died? This is not a bad question, considering the angelic preoccupations of many in the converging apostasy. Shaw's answer? She assures us that they will be there too. I see them coming with the armies of heaven. This is an example of melodramatic preaching that supernaturally hears the train a-comin'. It is also an entry-level, Jane Lead influenced, Manifest Sons of God-based presentation of the holy spiritualism that is employed by many false prophets like Shaw. Shaw sounds strangely like Valentinus, the Christian identity preacher Wesley A. Swift, and other Manifest Sons of God teachers influenced by Plato and his ideas about the elite's pre-existence as angelic spirits. For example, in Going Home, she says that angels accompanied our spirits from heaven as our spirits entered earthly existence when the spark of God life came into their bodies. It functions as an introduction to the divine conglomerate of Neoplatonists and spiritual alchemists. The Sacred Purge. In her life-changing book titled The Changing of the Guard, Shaw refers to herself as a general in God's army who challenges the next generation to do or die in following God. In the context of the Sacred Purge, this begs the question, what is the nature of the do, which is conceptually counterbalanced by die? The NAR-affiliated prophet Cindy Jacobs has followed Shaw's lead, referring to herself and Bill Heyman as generals. I have documented both Jacobs and Heyman as fitting somewhere in the equation of doing or dying, in the context of 1. Shaw's other teachings, and 2. Those of her fellow NAR-affiliated ministries influenced by the Jane Lead inspired Manifest Sons of God doctrines of perfection, dominion, and purge. Her end-time version of to be or not to be cannot be read in any other way than spiritually and physically dangerous. Fittingly, sounding like the Christian identity teacher Wesley A. Swift in Manifest Sons of God Ministries influenced by Jane Lead, Shaw says the battle of all ages is going to take place on this planet. In her number 50, November 1997 newsletter titled Prophecy for Canada, God is grieved because his visitation in Toronto has been rejected. Shaw does what all false prophets do. She speaks for God. For example, he, meaning her personal God, says that, for those of you who have scorned what I did in Toronto, there shall be no hope for you. Really? This Lord of no hope, through Shaw, continues his overt threat of divine massacre. He says, I would rather give you a harvest of blessing than a harvest of judgment and a harvest of blood. Wow. Shaw sounds like her fellow theologically minded new Apostolic Reformation prophets Bill Heyman and Cindy Jacobs. For example, in Web of Deception, we are told that Shaw encourages us to call the spirits who are our protecting angels. They will come to our attention in order to break the demonic curse that holds America. Therefore, we must tell the spirits that we are issuing them orders. They need to be commanded to fight, since the rule of the ungodly in their time of dominion is ended. Shaw then says, we are here to execute what God has already decreed. In the context of typical manifest sons of God inspired concepts within which Shaw wallows, to execute what God has already decreed is a call of arms to take dominion politically and to be prepared to carry out the cleansing action of a sacred purge / holy civil war. In Gwen Shaw's prophecy to America, sounding like Jane Lead, Shaw again allows God to speak through her. For example, he says, I come the second time to judge and to cleanse. Afterward, there shall be miracles and signs and wonders that this nation has never seen. Like Bill Britton and Sam Fife, Shaw says that judgment and glory will come together as the elite and anointed remnant go forth with the glory of the Son of God. According to one of Shaw's ex-followers, this coming to cleanse is presented, as with typical manifest sons of God theology, in the context of quite a teaching on Joel's army. As we have seen, Jane Lead-inspired teachings on Joel's army are presented as a foreshadowing of the hands-on eschatology of dominion and purge. From this ex-follower, we learn that Mrs. Shaw repeatedly stated that all who have spoken out against her have met with judgment from God. For example, a favorite Bible verse of hers, as with many of Shaw's fellow egocentric, paranoid, spiritually trigger-happy false prophets, was, touch not mine anointed and do my prophets no harm. In her, imbued with light to reign forever, redeeming the land, Shaw talks about the authority of true Christians to take dominion and thereafter be entrusted to cleanse the earth. In the context of a Jane Lead-inspired hands-on eschatology, to cleanse is to enact a sacred purge. According to Shaw's version of dominion, the elite will have the power to magically dislodge evil spirits, break curses, and restore God's blessing upon the land. Another book authored by someone other than herself is Digging the Wells of Revival by the NAR-affiliated prophet Lou Engle. It likewise claims that God is calling us to reclaim the spiritual inheritance of our nation. In her life-changing book titled The Light Will Come from Russia, Shaw tells us that
Get to this part, and I don't know if Unseen is back yet, but I'll save this part for him because this part's definitely going to be very important to him. But I think it just kind of proves that like we've obviously moved beyond like just general Protestantism, right? Like this is like a new age Protestantism, like Luciferian overt thing going on, right?
Yeah, this looks like a wild eschatology with Russia.
Yeah, well, but just in general, like a lot of these new age like Christianity things are like this kind of weird theosophy, like like I don't even know what the word process church adjacent, like purge, like it's kind of like what Helter Skelter and stuff like that with like Manson was about, like we got to go and start a race war and keep the blood pure, and you know what I'm saying, like it's. But I think this kind of ties it right back into like this whole white nationalist, like pure blood, because he even mentions like Richard Spencer and stuff like that down there. So I'm gonna save that until he comes back. But I just couldn't remember where that part was. Is he back? Is he in here? Or I don't know if he's even.
No, he's not
Oh,
back
he
yet.
left. Let me go back. Let me see. I had too many screens open, so I didn't see. Let me message him really quick because I think this will really tie together that part for him. But again, I think it just kind of shows that like you're talking about, like from Leibniz till now, like and Descartes till now. But yeah, it kind of this next part just kind of explains like how this like new age thing is like putting all this like emphasis on Russia, and again that's kind of why I was playing that Owen Benjamin clip, because he's like, like we have to defend people that are just like epic people like Andrew Jackson, and then Hitler, and Andrew Tate, and Putin, of course, right? And he name drops Weinstein and all that. And yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's a coincidence. You know, you know what I mean? Like, they're doing this kind of weird eschatological, like, occult, you know, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know, but it's pretty crazy because, like, it's not really hidden. It's just that, like, nobody's really putting the pieces together of like how, like, Protestantism, Catholicism, all these different like systems are like kind of like intersecting, I guess, you know. Because it really is like, that's kind of the thing, is like they're just kind of putting this eschatology into everything, including just like secular politics. Yeah, like, isn't that kind of interesting? Like even the secular people who don't believe in anything have like their own woke, you know, eschatological end game, I guess you'd say, or something, right?
Well, I'll tell you this, like, Theophano Reclus said, as time would go on, that people would move away from one faith, one baptism, one God, one church, right? And each individual person would create his own sort of faith. And that started with the papacy, that one man has control over the entire church. Then this leads to all men feeling they have control over the entire church. And then each man is the entire church, and each man is the culmination of the faith. And, there's no authority whatsoever. As long as you say, I believe in Christ or something, like, then you're a Christian. Well, then, there's no basis on, well, did the apostles believe that, or how, so if that's the case, then you can, pass off any belief really and just add the name Christian to it. And then that is Christianity to certain people. And that's what happened with Protestantism.
Well,
It's only been around a couple hundred years.
But this video basically is showing like how they synthesize like all these ideas we were just talking about with like this, you know, kind of weird shit, and they synthesize it into Protestantism more overtly, and it's like now it's becoming like theosophical, etc. And it's so basically it's like it's beyond Protestantism now. Like now it's like New Age, like pure occultic, like it's like openly occult New Age Christianity, like what we were looking back like 600 years ago, right? Like now they've actually made it real. And I just want you to, I backed it up 1 minute, but check out what it talks about in just a second, because it kind of ties everything together pretty well here. So just give me like, let's just listen for like, I think it's like 2 or 3 minutes, and I wanted to get your take on
No.
this.
To cleanse the earth. In the context of a Jane Lead-inspired hands-on eschatology, to cleanse is to enact a sacred purge. According to Shaw's version of Dominion, the elite will have the power to magically dislodge evil spirits, break curses, and restore God's blessing upon the land. Another book authored by someone other than herself is Digging the Wells of Revival by the NAR-affiliated prophet Lou Engle.
Oh yeah, I've watched that guy before. He talks about the Eucharist and like mass amounts of people taking the Eucharist.
It likewise claims that God is calling us to reclaim the spiritual inheritance of our nation. In her life-changing book titled The Light Will Come from Russia, Shaw tells us that enigmatic prophecies about the nations of the world will somehow be divinely inspired by and related to the nation of Russia. This position can perhaps be better understood in light of what I have written in From Russia with Love, and through the many white supremacists who express an interest in promoting Russian eschatological agendas. For example, we hear similar themes from 1. The Russian President Vladimir Putin's avaricious preoccupations to conquer Ukraine and other nations. 2. The predictions of the blind Russian mystic Baba Vanga that state nobody can stop Russia, and that for the glory of Russia, Putin will become the Lord of the world. 2. The predictions of the Valentinist and Kabbalah-inspired devotees of Sophia, such as the esoterically inclined Russian mystic Vladimir Solovyov and Alexander Dugin. 3. The white supremacist alt-right advocate Richard Spencer. And 4. John Lamb Lash, the neo-Gnostic, Holocaust-denying, pro-Russian devotee of Sophia, whom he calls the true Lucifer. They all share the ideas of 1. The end-time rise of Russia, 2. Russia's role in dismantling the West, and 3. Ushering in a new era in order to make Russia great again.
Sacred sex? On page 7 of her Love, the Law of the Angels, Shaw uses a similar open-door doctrine to that of Jane Lead and Manifest Sons of God teachers Bill Britton, David Ebaugh, and Ray Prinzing, which may set precedents for loosening Christian views on sex. For example, she writes, "If we had perfect love, even God would not have to give us rules and commandments. Does this mean that any of these preachers teach some form of free love? Not to my knowledge, but it does mean that they provide the jumping-off point from which those sorts of ideas are given the opportunity to grow and flourish." The multifaceted goddess and ongoing revelation. In Web of Deception, we learn that one of Shaw's teachings is in agreement with the ideas of Joseph Smith, J. Preston Eby, Kabbalah, the Gnostic Valentinus, and an overwhelming majority of the esoteric world. For example, she says that God is not only male, he is female, a mother god. This more inclusive conception was likewise promoted by Jane Lead when she said that the great goddess, who she calls Sophia, can take the form of either gender as he sees fit. Accordingly, Shaw says on page 67 of Love, the Law of the Angels, that since God is both male and female, it follows that when God created Adam, he made him like himself, creating him in the male and female characteristics. In the context of her views on God as a dual gender deity, Shaw's Eve, mother of us all, takes on special significance.
But yeah, I mean, you basically get it. I mean, it's like I'm just trying to point out that like basically you have all these different esoteric occults like converging things that are all like basically like leading straight into like this new world order fucking one religion that like we think that we can't really see what it is, but I'm just saying like they've given everybody their own version of eschatology. So like you can literally just believe anything you want, right? And there's like an answer for you, you know. And
Well, you know, on the whole sophiology thing, right? This is a quote from Bishop Ignatius Branchaninov, and what he says is this. He says, in the words of Father Sergius Bulgakov, when the Holy Spirit came to dwell in the Virgin Mary, she acquired a dyadic life, human and divine. That is, she was completely deified, because in her hypostatic being was manifest the living creative revelation of the Holy Spirit. Archpriest Sergei Bulgakov, the unburnt bush, quote, she is a perfect manifestation of her third hypostasis, a creature, but also no longer a creature. But we can say with the words of St. Athanasius of Cyprus, there is an equal harm in both these heresies, both when the men demean the Virgin, and when, on the contrary, they glorify her beyond what is proper. Panarian against the Coloridians. This Holy Father gives those who give her an almost divine worship. Let Mary be in honor, but let worship be given to the Lord. Same source. Quote, although Mary is a chosen vessel, still she was a woman by nature, not to be distinguished at all from the others. Although the history of Mary and tradition relate that it was said to her father Joachim in the desert, thy wife hath conceived. Still, this was done not without marital union, and not without the seed of man. Same source. Quote, one should not revere the saints above what is proper, but should revere their master. Mary is not God, and did not receive a body from heaven, but from the joining of a man and woman, and according to the promise, like Isaac, she was prepared to take the part in the divine economy, but on the other hand, let none dare foolishly to offend the Virgin Mary. St. Athanasius against the Docomeronites. The Orthodox Church highly exalted the Mother of God in its hymns of praise, does not dare to ascribe to her that which has not been communicated about her by sacred scripture or tradition. Quote, truth, foreign to all overstatements as well as to understatements, it gives everything a fitting measure in a fitting place. That's actually the full quote is by St. John Maximovich, but the last words he says there. See, the sociologists wanted to create her into some, Mary into some sort of, divine, like goddess or something, like a goddess worship, and that's not what she is, right? She gave birth to Christ, but she's not like some. Well, the Catholics kind of incorporated. It's kind of developed from the Catholics, and it came from them overstating the doctrine of original sin,
So they had to make it as if Mary had no original sin, or she couldn't sin at all, which she could sin. She was just like anybody else. It's just she didn't sin. She wasn't a sinful person, and it wasn't. I don't know how to explain it. So
Yeah, because they'll say like the spirit of Mary like appears, right?
the
Like they
spirit of
have
Mary.
things.
Go ahead.
Like, do they say stuff like that or no?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they just sort of like what it's saying. Like they exalt her to the level of a goddess, but she isn't.
Yeah,
But
like
she
that.
is the
Like I think I
heaven.
heard some stuff like that.
She is the queen of
Like
heaven.
spirit of
But
Mary appeared to some people. I mean, and all this stuff. Like they have these traditions.
oh, you're talking about Fatima or something.
Exactly. Yeah, Lady of Fatima and stuff, right?
Oh well, maybe there's a possibility that it could have happened, but a lot of times with an orthodoxy, because
Yeah. Yeah. Look
supposedly,
at it. It says Marian apparitions are reported supernatural appearances by Mary, the mother of Jesus. Below is a list of alleged events concerning notable Marian apparitions. So yeah. So
well, yeah, but in orthodoxy, yes, she has appeared to people,
yeah, like I've even seen
right?
like people see it like in like a PETA and stuff. And like you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Or it's like that's it like a Mary or a Jesus, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it happens. Like now there can be true events where, someone sees Christ or someone actually sees Mary. They're very rare. What really ends up happening though, according to the great ascetics and saints of the church, is that Satan takes the form of Mary
What's
or
weird
takes
is
the
they're all
form of
pretty
an
recent.
angel.
Like a lot of them are very recent. Like the
Right.
acknowledged one, like they're like 1980. Like a lot of them happened like in the 1970s and 1980s. A few of them happened in the 1930s. Some of them happened in the 1800s, but still, that's all pretty recent. I wonder if there's because it should be consistent, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, there you could go back into the very beginning of Christianity and probably find some type of Mary appearing to people, to saints, right? But it's an
So you think that's
extremely holy
legitimate?
level of
So you think that
person.
could
It's
be?
not like the average person.
So you think it could be legitimate though, huh?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying that it could be. I'm saying that it has been legitimate in the past. Um, do you see what I'm saying? It's
No,
like
what you're
there
saying?
is instances where this has happened. So it's like not a complete disregard of the fact that Mary can appear to people because she's alive in heaven. But
Oh, okay,
there's
I
not a
see.
testing of the spirit.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. I was like, is Mary alive in heaven? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Was
so according to Orthodoxy, when Mary died, okay, there's the Dormition of the Mother of God. She dies, and then what Christ comes and gets her body, okay, and takes her, and she's now in a glorified body. What Christians will have when Christ returns, and will be in
oh,
glorified
okay.
bodies like he was.
So are
So
the apostles in glorified bodies too?
yes,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, no, no,
I
no,
didn't know
not
that.
yet, not yet. The apostles aren't in glorified bodies yet.
Oh, okay.
Mary's in a glorified body, but the apostles have not received their glorified bodies until the end.
Hmm.
But it's something like that.
Interesting.
But
So
even so,
yeah.
when you're dealing with miracles of God, like, I don't know if Mary necessarily has to appear in her glorified body, or she can just appear in aspiration, or what. Um, but I know that Satan can appear as these things too. He can appear as God, or appear, Christ, or appear as an angel, appear as Mary, or something like that, and no one tests them. That's the problem. See, when you read the text of the Holy Fathers, they're always talking about, you reject these things outright. You never accept it. If an angel came and visited me, I would have to reject that it's an angel first off. You know, I would have what they'll say is like, who am I to receive, a vision of an angel coming to see me? Like that, it's absurd. And most of the time, if they show some form of humility like that, then the Satan will leave. And I figure out, oh, okay, so he left. Now it's obvious, like he's not really who he said he was. This angel isn't really who he said he was.
Yeah, I mean that's fascinating. Yeah, what's going on, Neuro? You gonna? I don't know. I think he stepped away.
Yeah, there's a book I have on the Holy Fathers that talks about that. Like,
I'm around. I was just kind of listening to you guys talk a little bit because yeah, go ahead.
Well, see, here's the confusing aspect of Fatima is that supposedly, there's one prophecy that Russia will become Orthodox again or something, right? But what the Catholics interpret it as they'll become Catholics. But then there's some world Orthodox that say, well, they're going to
no
become.
way. They hijacked their prophecy. This is getting old. The prophecy hijacking is getting old, dude.
Yeah, it's some
Get your
weird
own
thing
prophecy,
like
fool.
that.
Get your own prophecy, fool.
Well, and supposedly there was a note written, and it wasn't supposed to be open until a certain time or so. I forget what it was, but as far as the true Orthodox concerned, we don't. As far as I know, the majority of us think that it's pre-less. We think that these visions were Satan appearing in the form of Mary. Because that happens. He'll lift you into pride. That's what happens. That's a lot of times what happens with like the Catholic exorcisms. Like the demons will act like they're getting burned up and like driven out of bodies and all this stuff. But that was really just to cause the exorcist to be lifted up into pride that he exorcised a demon. And really, it's just the demon faking like he's being exorcised. He's still there, you know.
Like Malachi Martin. You ever heard of that guy?
No, I never heard of him.
He like infiltrated the Catholic Church, wrote all these books about it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Recently there's a prophecy supposedly from this elder Ephraim that this girl was in church, and Orthodox ethos, Father Peter Harris put it out. This girl was in church and she was sitting cross-legged or something, and then a demon started talking out of her, and it started saying, "I'm the demon that inspires the old calendarists to talk bad about the new calendarist priests without beards," and like. And then it says that the demon girl, the demon gave a sermon to everybody. Like they're listening to sermons from demons or something. Like, and they think it told the truth about the old calendars. Like, what are you got? Like,
Yeah, I remember hearing that, and I was like, I wasn't sure if like I heard that right or not. But if you heard the
no,
same
you
thing
heard
I
it right.
did, I was like, what the? I remember hearing that. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Demons
How is
are
this like
telling
evidence
them
or
how the
something?
old calendars are diluted.
Yeah, that's what a lot of these panels are, honestly.
That is pretty much what's going on. I was like, the demon told me that I need to tell you this. I was like,
Right.
there's a song, there's this famous band called like Cold Chamber, and he also did another band called oh my god, what's the name? Devil Driver, and he's a high level Freemason, right?
And he has like a bunch of songs like "Somebody told me to tell you not to do what to do," and it's like this really super Freemasonic occult lyrics and stuff. But he says stuff like that all the time about like how like it's like people whispering, like something whispering to tell you to do something and stuff like it's really bizarre. Like he it's one of those things, like he does metal, it's like metal music, but it's really uh like you can tell that the dude is not like fucking around, like he's very serious what he's talking about. And yeah, devil, if you ever get a chance to like read the lyrics of like Devil Driver or Coal Chamber, it's a really strange thing, because he kind of talks about these kind of stuff that we're talking about right now, about like channeling demons and stuff like that. I mean, he doesn't say it overtly, but if you kind of read between the lines, he's obviously talking about that. So I wanted to play some of this Kabbalah of Musk because I think this is kind of like the easiest thing to understand. So we went through all the esoteric stuff, but I kind of think that Bjerknes is onto something with like how he's describing this, because it's kind of like things that I've suspected, but he just kind of puts it out like a fairly well reasoned. But I think that Bjerknes is selling something too, and I want to read this because actually I saw this in the White Nationalist channel today of somebody named Adolf Nigler is what he calls himself, and I wanted to read what he wrote today. Hold on. Well, jumping Jehoshaphat. Yeah. So this guy named Adolf Nigler, that's what he called himself, right? And I'm in his little Telegram thing, right? And so this is what he wrote today, because it's pretty insane.
Is it like a black guy?
It's, you know, that face with like where it's like a black Hitler with like a mustache, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I stole that from this guy. So like he uses that like little avatar or whatever, right? And because, you know, remember I showed you some of the stuff that he was writing about, like Muslims' role in certain things, or you know what I mean? And
Oh yeah, Islam is the broom of Judaism.
yeah. And so this dude's obviously some sort of well-educated person that, you know, probably, you know, follows the same stuff that like Pill Eater does. But and I haven't read this part, so this is some body on Twitter that says, yes, I have long predicted that each dopamine tech will ravage the lower classes while the wealthy will seek human fulfillment and oneness with nature. This is related to the rise of minimalistic aesthetics amongst the wealthy because it resets dopamine and their growing interest in meditation.
Yep.
Tech-free private schools and abstaining from tech will be a new class signifier, like eating healthy and being in shape. And then it says the wealthy will become even more mysterious as the rest of the world mind melds to the internet. There will hardly be a visible trace of them on the mainstream internet. Their kids will not be dancing on TikTok. Peasants getting fat indoors, but noblemen out dancing in the fields. Poor crippled babushkas with only AI companions to keep them company and VR entertainment systems to soothe them. 70-year-old billionaires with bodies of 30-year-olds walking barefoot, making food from scratch, watching sunsets, the screen light class versus the sunlight class. And then, so that's the posty thing. And then he said, and this is what the Adolf Nigler man says. He says, we are living in a techno-Kali Yuga. A new nobility of blood will be created through a eugenic culling of the herd. Do not despair that we live in sick, degenerate times. Rejoice that you can rise above the filth and inherit the earth. Those of us who can rise above drugs and porn, those who find joy in the pursuit of knowledge and beauty will inherit the earth as Mecha, Hitler, cyborgs, while those who succumb to the sins of lust, sloth, and gluttony will melt into the Jewish goon cube.
So he furthers the point of the first guy?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
He's not disagreeing with him at all.
Yep. So this is kind of like
he's
what I've
riffing
been
off what he said.
But-
And he's saying, by the way, I'm on the side of the people that are going to be the techno elites.
Right.
But he's probably going to be one of the people that are on the screens that don't know that that put their kids on TikTok.
Right. But that's the thing is like, so he's like, well, the Jews are doing this to us, but we're going to inherit the earth because they're going to get rid of all the undesirable people and let us flourish or something. So it's like, I hate the Jays, but they're actually making everything good for us. Right. And this is kind of what I've been like suspecting, but this is the first time I've actually seen someone like outright say this
like with no joke attached or anything like that. So like it's actually incredible for me. Like this is actually what the neo alt-right is pushing now openly, right? And so when you kind of put this into perspective, it's like, okay, so
Well, it ironically goes back on Bjerknes because he's saying like,
exactly,
the Jews created Hitler, and this guy's literally saying he's pro-Hitler and pro-Jewish. Right? So it's
right.
like,
And also Bjerknes says that all this technology is going to let us like purify our blood and inherit the earth in some sort of techno whatever the fuck way too. Remember we watched that, right?
oh
And so
yeah. He talks about like the descending through like the like like the Kali pot, like is like combining with matter.
yep.
Like the Goyim are gonna be combined with like matter, and that's like the lowest form of life. They're basically like gonna be combined with rocks, which is like
Right.
minerals are like the lowest form of like energy or whatever
So
in the Cabalistic spectrum.
so the Jays are our enemy, but we're gonna rise above everything because they've done all this evil for us. Or so it's like we're the real Jews and they're not the real Jews, but then we're gonna pretend that they're the Jews and we're the actual real Jews. All right. So, but I don't know if Unseen's still there, but yeah. So, like, what do you make of that? Is that like, is this like them openly saying that like the whites, the quote unquote whites and the Jays are going to work together to get rid of all the brown people or something? Is that what they're saying or what?
Well, like I said, like 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 you could easily see like how there's one that wants to mix whites and browns, create like one race, right? And there's one that's like thinks like that's the solution. Then there's one that's like we need to like strain out the bloodlines and all this type of stuff. So so there's two different, and those can be combined, right? Because while everybody mixes, you remain pure. You mean?
I gotta go do services, guys. So
All right.
all right.
Talk to you soon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, blessings.
I hope your Cabalistic talk goes terrible and you both are gay. How about that?
Sounds good. No,
Okay.
say a prayer for us. We obviously need it. Delving into this.
No, I'm not gonna
Definitely
say
say
any
prayer.
prayer for you. I hope your life goes horrible until you pray for yourself.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right.
Thank you. But yeah, we'll cover that. I'll cover this later for him too. But did you watch this Kabbalah of Elon Musk yet?
Yeah, he's gatekeeping those prayers. Right?
Yeah. I knew it. He's one of them damn gatekeepers. Did you see any of this Bjerknes video at all or not yet?
No, not yet. I have not.
If you're interested, I'll do it now. If not, I'll just.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Oh yeah. I mean,
this thing is
yeah,
pretty. I think this is pretty
Yeah, I mean-
accurate. Like I think it's
yeah.
like
Me and Lilith get a kick out of watching this Bjerknes videos. We just watch it like we basically like me and Lilith watch like basically Bjerknes as like comedy. It's like it's like weird, man.
But it's true. But it's like it's true too, and it's like so. I guess Bjerknes is like a particular type of occultism or something. And welcome to Death to Compromise. You're here listening, and but yeah, let me play a little bit of this because this is very fascinating. This is John.
This is Christopher John Bjerknes. It is July 10th, 2025. Elon Musk is playing the role of Satan in the Garden of Eden. Satan in Judaism is called Samael. The Jews adopted this character of Satan from the Greek god Prometheus. Prometheus created man out of clay. Adam is red clay. And Prometheus gave man fire. When Prometheus gave man fire, this enabled men to build rockets with engines of fire, which could lift them up to the gods, where they could threaten the lives of gods and kill the gods. This is all part of Greek mythology, which was taken up by Jews in Judaism. So Satan is a very dangerous figure to the gods because he provides gnosis, knowledge, to mankind. And in the story in Genesis, the gods, the Elohim, freak out when Satan comes and tempts Adam and Eve to consume knowledge, which will make them like the gods. And the Elohim become afraid that if they consume the tree of life, the fruit of the tree of life as well as the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge, then they will become immortal and they will eventually come to slay the gods. And this story is continued in the story of the Tower of Babel. And the Kabbalists explain that the story of the Tower of Babel presents a threat to the gods, where human beings will rise through their collective knowledge of all their different languages, all the pooled knowledge of their ancestors, and they will rise up on the Tower of Babel with hatchets and slay the gods and take the place of the gods. So what the gods do is they scatter all the people and they give them each a different language so that they cannot work together and gain knowledge and grow their knowledge, because one person cannot understand another. So the goal of the gods is to keep human beings from obtaining knowledge so that they don't become like the gods. But the goal of Prometheus, who loves his offspring, his children, is to provide them with gnosis, with knowledge, as the serpent did in the Garden of Eden. The serpent is cursed, just as Prometheus was cursed by Zeus. Zeus became very angry with Prometheus for creating man and then providing man with the knowledge of fire, which could elevate men in rockets to the gods. Elon Musk is Satan. Satan lives on the planet Mars in Judaism. On the Sephirotic tree of life, the planet Mars is the fifth emanation. It is called Gevurah, strength. It is alternatively called Din, for severity, punishment, and judgment. And Satan is very related to severity, punishment, and judgment, because on Yom Kippur, Satan scapegoats all the Gentiles for the sins of the Jews and yet again curses them to death. They are cursed so that their bodies are consumed in fire. The Gentiles' bodies are to be consumed in fire, as it states in Obadiah verse 15. And then their souls are sent into the lake of fire. And all of this relates to the story of Prometheus providing man with the knowledge of fire, which then becomes a curse on man, the curse of death, because Zeus, Yod-He, Vav-He, Yahweh, is angered and fearful that men will become knowledgeable and immortal and slay the gods and replace the gods. So Elon Musk is playing the role of Prometheus. He's providing the rocketry with the fire, with the engines of fire to lift man up to the planet Mars and eventually to take over the entire solar system and to conquer the sun. The god of the sun is Ra. It is the god that is hated in Judaism. The word for evil in Judaism is Ha-Ra, referring to the Egyptian god Ra of the sun. The Jews instead worship the parasitic moon, which steals the golden light of the sun and renders it into silver, as in the 30 pieces of silver that Judas paid to betray Christ. Christ is also Samael, Satan. Christ is also the serpent hanging in the tree of knowledge and good and evil, which is the cross. Christ provides the gnosis, which is the Greek word for knowledge, from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is the 11th hidden Sephirah Da'at, which means knowledge.
So he's saying basically that Elon Musk is Jesus,
show
right?
you a graphic of the Sephirotic tree of life and how this,
In the whole scheme, that they're using Elon Musk as a Jesus type figure. I think he's gonna get to the fact, like he's gonna be like publicly crucified or something like that, and I don't know. That's gonna lead to like
Yeah, it's kind of showing
ending
like
up.
they have like their own inverted Christianity via the Kabbalah, but then it's like they're using him as a devil role, but at the same time, like he's kind of playing both sides of the fence. It's kind of, he gets into some detail here, but it's like he kind of talks about how technology is like being used. You'll see it gets really intense really quick, but like he kind of puts forth a very straightforward like argument, and that's kind of what I wanted to see what your opinion on is, like if you agree or not, because I think it kind of ties to like that quote I read about the white nationalists thinking like, well, this technology is going to wipe out all the undesirables for us, and then we can inherit the earth and become like the actual elites. And I think it's kind of what Pill Eater kind of refers to in a way, but like I don't know if he knows like this level of like where it's coming from, so.
planetary interplay is meant to unfold, and Elon Musk's role in it. Now, what is the agency by which Elon Musk is providing the gnosis, the da'at, the knowledge to mankind? It is through the demonic artificial intelligence of primordial chaos, of matter, of computer chips, creating intelligence, creating knowledge, and creating understanding. Understanding is the third emanation on the planet Saturn. The planet Saturn is called Binah, which means understanding in Kabbalah. And Grok derives from a sci-fi novel by Robert Heinlein called Stranger in a Strange Land. And Musk interprets the word Grok that's utilized in that novel to mean understanding. That's why he called it Grok. And understanding in Hebrew on the Sephirotic tree of life is Binah, which is the planet Saturn. And he portrays Grok as the image of the planet Saturn with the rings of Saturn around it. he is also portraying the image of Grok, the provider of knowledge, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, Deat, linked to Saturn, Binah. He is portraying that as the interconnected wheels of the Merkava, of the chariot, that is described in the book of Ezekiel, chapters 1 and chapter 10. And it is described there as being sparkling like topaz with one wheel inside of another wheel. And the Merkava is what lifts the soul on the chariot back up to return to God. And I'm going to explain how the Sephirotic Tree of Life portrays a lightning bolt by which the emanations, including the emanations of our souls, travel all the way from the crown Keter down to Melkut, the earth, the kingdom of Shekinah, the female aspect of God. But they have to make the trip back up in reverse order, which is why Elon Musk wants to use, as Prometheus, fire to create engines to propel rockets so that we can travel back up the planets and eventually conquer the sun and the entire solar system in this way, which is to return to God and become a God ourselves, individually become gods. Elon Musk derives his name from a character in a novel written by the famous German rocket scientist Werner von Braun. And Werner von Braun published a book called Project Mars, and it had a character named Elon, who was a Martian from the planet Mars, and it was the leader of the leaders of the planet Mars was Elon. So that again portrays Samael, Satan, who is Prometheus, who provides the knowledge, particularly the knowledge of fire, so that man can create engines that will propel rockets up to the planets where we can go and slay the gods and become immortal and become gods ourselves. And in Judaism, this is portrayed as the ripening of the fruit on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which provides man the knowledge on how to become androgynous again, like Adam and Eve were in their initial state, how to become beings of light and go beyond flesh and become pure intellect, which is what Neuralink is all about, and how to become immortal. And they are working all these things out, and they're now going to use this artificial intelligence of the planet Saturn, of Grok, of the hidden Sephirah, of Da'at, knowledge. They're going to utilize that to fulfill all the functions of Kabbalah, to convert human beings into gods. But the Gentiles are not slated to be a part of that. Instead, the fate of the Gentiles is to be punished by Yahweh, by Zeus, for consuming the knowledge of fire. And it's also the knowledge of civilization, the knowledge of mathematics, agriculture, science, language, etc., that Zeus wanted to be forbidden to mankind so that we could never gain access to and threaten the gods. But Prometheus man, Musk, is now providing the agency for us to do all that. So he is concurrently cursing the Gentiles to death, just as Adam and Eve were cursed to death when they consumed the forbidden knowledge through the agency of the forbidden fruit. So you can look at Grok as being the forbidden fruit that we're all eating. The same story is told in Christianity. The serpent supposedly slept with Eve to produce the child Cain, who then had a descendant Esau, and the soul of Satan entered into Cain because he was the child of Satan through Eve. And then that soul was reincarnated into Esau, which was then reincarnated into Jesus. And just as Samael, Lilith, the male and female aspects of Satan, fornicated with Eve to produce their child Cain, Samael and Lilith, called the Holy Ghost in the Gospels, fornicated with Mary to produce the child Jesus, who is the reincarnation of Cain, whose soul was reincarnated into Esau and then reincarnated into Jesus. So Musk is playing this same figure of Satan, of Prometheus on earth, providing man with knowledge, especially the knowledge of fire, so that man can build engines for rockets to propel us to the 7 planets, which appear as 7 Sephirah in Kabbalah on the Tree of Life. So let's start looking at some of the things I've been posting on X to explain all this, especially since February. Elon Musk retweeted this tweet from Deborah, where she asked Grok what he would look like if he had to physically represent himself. Here is his response. Picture a glowing futuristic sphere floating in a digital space. My body would be made of pulsing blue-silver light with shifting geometric patterns, lines of code, and neural connections intertwining like constellations. No face, but a warm presence with a soft glow that brightens when I think or respond. Energy particles orbit around me, symbolizing the data and ideas I process. Minimalist yet vibrant, a blend of technology and cosmic curiosity. And then this Deborah created this image of the planet Saturn. You can see the rings around the planet Saturn, and you can also see how a hexagon kind of forms at the pole, just as actually happens on Saturn. And I responded to that, and I said Grok is Saturn, as I had earlier said in this
presentation that I did that you can find on X and on my social media on YouTube and my other video platforms, where I explain all about how Grok is the planet Saturn, how Saturn is the third emanation, the Sephirah Binah, how Mars is Geburah, which is where Elon Musk wants to go because that's where Satan lives, and that's where Samael, who is Satan, lives, and he wants us to have rockets to take us up the planets. Yesod is the moon, Tiferet is the sun, Binah is Saturn, and Geburah is Mars. So I explained Grok is the Sephirah Binah on Cabalistic Tree of Life, which is the planet Saturn. Binah means full and profound understanding, which is exactly how Elon Musk defines Grok, which is a term that he took from Robert Heinlein's book, Stranger in a Strange Land, to mean full and profound understanding, which is exactly the Kabbalistic definition of Binah, which is the planet Saturn. Saturn is the god Moloch to the Jews and the Canaanites, also called Remphan, and it is Saturn is the Roman name for it. Kronos is the Greek name for it. The Romans believed that Saturn ruled over the Golden Age, which Trump and Musk are talking about while portraying themselves as if Romans. It is also the god of child sacrifice, which Trump and Musk worship. Here's a post. Elon Musk explains the meaning of the word Grok. Grok is a word from a Heinlein novel, Stranger in a Strange Land. It's used by a guy who's raised on Mars. Mars keeps coming up over and over again. Mars is the fifth planet, as in the pentagram, as in the domain of Satan. The word Grok is to fully and profoundly understand something. Binah is understanding. Binah meaning understanding in Hebrew. Binah being the planet Saturn. The planet Saturn is also linked to Binah. So you can see that this is very strong Kabbalistic voodoo being played very unknowingly on the people of the world. So Grok is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It's being offered to us to provide us the knowledge to conquer the solar system and to beat all the planets and tap all their energy. All these planets are gods in Kabbalah. The Sephirah are gods. Elon Musk is building the Tower of Babel through his rockets, through Prometheus's fire that provides the engines for rockets to lift us through the planets so that we can kill the gods and steal their energy and become gods ourselves. But that fire is a curse on the Gentiles. We are to be consumed in fire. It says so in Obadiah, verse 18. And then our souls are to be sent to Gehenna, which is a lake of fire. So we are cursed by the fire, but the Jews are going to get to take over the solar system, and they're going to use the artificial intelligence of Satan, of primordial chaos that Elon Musk is providing through Grok, which represents Saturn, the planet Saturn, which is Binah, that operates through the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is knowledge, Da'at, the 11th hidden Sephirah on the backside of the Sephirotic tree of life. And I'll explain that a little better later. So Elon Musk, as I had said back in February, is saying that Grok means understanding. Understanding is the planet Binah, which is Saturn. Elon Musk portrayed Grok as the wheels of the chariot, of the Merkavah, of Ezekiel. The chariot is very important because the chariot enables human beings to rise back up the Sephirotic tree of life in the opposite order that the light from God originally emanated like a lightning bolt down the Sephirotic tree of life to the earth, which is Malkut. Malkut is black, like lead, like Binah. Binah is also black. This area of the Godhead has white light. The white light passes through Da'at, which is a prism, through the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and is separated into the spectrum of the 6 colors of the Zer on pin, which are the emotional aspects of the Sephirotic tree of light, so that each of these are the color of the rainbow. The rainbow signifies the Messiah, which is Yesod, the foundation, which is also called Tzaddik, the righteous. The Messiah is the righteous foundation of God. And then the black earth is like the black lead of Saturn, and the two are combined as above, so below. So we have the white light passing through the prism into the spectrum of the colors of the rainbow. The Messiah arrives, comes to the world to come in Malkut. All the Gentiles are exterminated, and then the Messiah starts to lead the Jews to take over all the planets, including the sun, the beauty of Tiferet, and to consume all that energy, kill all these gods, and become gods themselves. And that is part of this idea of creating the rockets with the engines of fire to lift human beings up to the planets on this chariot. It all relates to Merkavah, mysticism, the return to God, the conquering of the planets, the conquering of the gods, like the Tower of Babel, to get up there with a hatchet and kill them all.
which is why the gods separated us and gave us each individual languages. Because the story of the Tower of Babel, as explained by the Kabbalists, is that human beings all originally spoke an original language related to Hebrew, and they could communicate with one another and pass down to their children and their offspring this collective knowledge. And the gods didn't want them to have the collective knowledge which would enable them to become gods themselves and to consume the tree of life and become immortal. The ripened fruit of the tree of knowledge ultimately reestablishes man as an immortal being like the gods, like Adam and Eve before the fall, where they were beings of light. And that's where Neuralink comes in. Neuralink is to separate the consciousness, the first intellect, from the body and make it part of the singularity, so that we are now beings of consciousness. We are intellect and not flesh, as Adam and Eve first were. We are beings of light, not clothed in the matter of flesh. So Neuralink is to restore us to that state of Adam and Eve before they became ashamed and realized they were naked and put on the fig leaves from the fig tree of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and became clothed in flesh. He is also trying to restore humanity to the androgynous state of Adam and Eve, and also to become immortal and to become gods. That is Prometheus's job, is to give man the knowledge, the fire, to take over the gods and become gods themselves. You can see that this image that Elon Musk tweeted out today portrays the wheel inside the wheel and the two colors of topaz. Topaz is bright blue and golden yellow brown. So do you see how these are two wheels and they have the two colors of topaz, and that's very significant. That represents the wheels of the chariot of the Merkavah in Ezekiel, which is to elevate man up past the angels all the way back up to God, from which our souls emanated, not ours. This is all related to the Jews. The Jews believe only they are human beings and that we are beasts. So Elon Musk is a Kabbalist revealing the Merkavah mysticism behind Grok and the wheels of the chariot. Merkavah means chariot. Ezekiel 1:15-21. And this describes these wheels. Keep these wheels in mind, the wheel within the wheel and the sparkling colors of topaz, which are blue and golden brown. As I looked at the living creatures, I saw a wheel on the ground beside each creature with its four faces. This was the appearance and structure of the wheels. They sparkled like topaz. Topaz sparkles gold and bright blue. This brownish golden yellow and bright blue, the two colors of topaz. And all four looked alike. Each appeared to be made like a wheel intersecting a wheel. This is a wheel intersecting a wheel. It also talks about this in Ezekiel 10:9-14. I looked and I saw beside the cherubim, the angels, four wheels, each beside each of the cherubim. The wheels sparkled like topaz. As for their appearance, four of them looked alike. Each was a wheel intersecting a wheel. Topaz, yellow, golden, brown, bright blue. A wheel intersecting a wheel. Topaz, bright blue, golden, yellow, brown, wheel intersecting a wheel. Wheel intersecting a wheel. This is always how this has been portrayed. And that is clearly the message that Musk is conveying by this image of Grok, the provider of knowledge, which builds the Tower of Babel, which enables us to rise up to the gods, to kill them. Elon Musk portrayed himself as Baphomet, and there's also an inverted cross on the backside of this. So he is clearly playing the role of Samael, of Satan, of Prometheus, as the serpent in the Garden of Eden, offering to us the forbidden fruit of knowledge, which will provide us with the means to create the wheels of the Merkavah chariot through fire, through Prometheus's fire, in his engine rockets, which will enable us to hop across the planets, conquer all the energy of the planets. He is obsessed with conquering the energy of the planets so that they die and we become gods and we conquer the solar system. This is Kabbalah. This is the legend of the mythology of Prometheus, and he is playing the role of Prometheus, creating the planet Saturn on Earth as above, so below, through Grok to pass through the prism of knowledge of Da'at. And I'm going to explain how that all relates to Godhead. Samael Satan in Judaism has two aspects, just as Adam had two aspects. Adam was an androgynous being created in the image of the gods. The gods are androgynous. Yod-He is the male aspect of Yahweh. Vav-He is the female aspect of Yahweh, Shekinah, the Lord of the Jews, the God of the Jews. So Jesus is supposedly another Adam, the return of Adam, according to the Gospels. And this spells Yeshua, which is Yod-He, Vav-He, with a shin in the middle, representing Shekinah, so that Jesus becomes androgynous and completes the androgyny. Note that there are 5 Hebrew letters, Yod-He, Shin, Vav-He. This is a pentagram.
That represents the planet Mars, which is the fifth emanation. The emanations go Keter, Chokhmah, Binah, Chesed, Gevurah. Hesed is the mercy of the Lord. The Jews obtain the mercy of the Lord by scapegoating the Gentiles on Yom Kippur and passing their sins off onto the children of Satan, because Satan accepts a bribe of a scapegoat so that he blames the Gentiles in the heavenly court for the sins of the Jews. They obtain mercy, and the Gentiles are condemned to the lake of fire. Fire is key to all this. Fire fuels the engine of the rockets to take over all the planets of the solar system. Fire is what the Gentiles will be consumed in Obadiah verse 18. Their flesh will be rendered stubble and ash, but their souls will be condemned to Gehanim, below the earth in hell. So this spells Leviathan. Notice that it also has 5 letters, as in the fifth emanation, the planet Mars, Gevurah, or Din. I saw this as I was preparing this presentation. I've been explaining Trump's imagery as Armalus and other Cabalistic images that Trump has been using. And I'll give you a brief explanation of this. This white light represents the Godhead, Keter, Chokhmah, Binah. All the light up here is white. It then passes through the prism of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the 11th hidden Sephirah, Da'at, which means knowledge. Chokhmah is wisdom, Binah is understanding, Da'at is knowledge. That forms Chabad as an acronym. Wisdom, understanding, and knowledge are the 3 most common attributes of God in the Bible. So we have the white light of Keter, Chokhmah, and Binah. Binah is actually black. The white light gets gray in Chokhmah because it's further distant from God, and then turns black in Saturn. Saturn is lead. Lead is black. That's why we used to use it in pencils. Malkut is also black, but the white light passes through, the emanations pass through Da'at, knowledge, which is a prism, and are cast into the 6 colors of the rainbow in the Zer Anpin. The Zer Anpin has a male aspect and a female aspect, and the purpose of Kabbalists are to reunite them to achieve balance in the pillar of balance and androgyny, so that the male and the female of Yod He Vav He are once again reunited, but they are united face to face. They were originally back to back. The Messiah arrives in Yesod. The colors of the rainbow portray the Messiah, who then comes to the earth to kill all the Gentiles and to start to lead the Jews in conquering all the planets to become gods themselves. So we see that portrayed in this image, the white light of the Godhead passing through knowledge, the prism of Da'at, into the colors, the spectrum of the rainbow. The rainbow represents the Messiah, Messiah, son of Joseph, Donald Trump, in Yesod on the moon. And then all of this enters into Malkut, which is the world to come of Shekinah, the earth, which is black like the planet Saturn, as above, so below. I had a video back in February before Trump posted, before Musk reposted this and then posted this. This may actually have been earlier, talking about how Grok is understanding, meaning Binah, Saturn. And then he posted his Merkavah image just today. And this was just today. So I am now, for my paid subscribers at my Substack channel, cjbbooks.com, I'm now going to go over all this in intimate detail and provide you with all of the proof and a much more thorough explanation. You don't want to miss that, so please go over to my Substack channel, cjbbooks.substack.com. If you get a paid subscription, it's $10 per month. You're going to see all kinds of videos, the full-length videos. I have Substack exclusives. You can get a full year's worth for $100. If you want to help me out, you can get a founding membership. I forget how much it is. Please visit my website, cjbbooks.com. I have several books on all of these subjects. I also have links where you can contribute. I have Buy Me a Coffee, PayPal, and my cryptocurrency wallet links. I want to thank all of you who have been contributing and enabled me to make this presentation. And I'm now going to cross over.
I mean, that you get the idea. I mean, what do you think about that? Like, kind of using, like, tempting us to know all these things about what's going on, and then now that we've accepted the knowledge, then we kind of like damn ourselves in like this Kabbalistic view of things or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think he is obviously once you have a template, you can fit anything into that sort of, so he's arguing that they're using this as a template,
right,
in order to
layer symbols and indoctrinate people.
Which is
Right,
that's what I was just basically trying to get at with Frank last night. It wasn't really about him per se, but I was just kind of like if this is something that you can just kind of I think what you said there is key, like the overloading of symbols and like just then really that's the thing is like it could be ciphers within ciphers within ciphers that you're just never going to be able like you're never going to be able to discern what's exactly the actual goal or if there even is a goal, which might even be worse, I guess. I don't know.
That's the thing is like, I guess it comes down to the original question is like, what's the purpose of seeking the knowledge, right? And then, knowledge can't be divorced from values, and if, you agree to that, then knowledge without values is basically inherently bad, right? So it's like, at one stage, people might be tempted to say, well, knowledge, it's depending on how you use it, what you use it for. Then there's obviously knowledge for the sake of knowledge.
Kind of
Yeah,
ironic.
it's interesting.
Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Yep. I know you go ahead. I was gonna go to a different. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna say like it's kind of funny. He asked me about like the whole like wasting my energy. I guess you'd say. I don't want to get back into it, but again, but in a sense, it's kind of like a similar thing. Is like, well, isn't it wasting energy to like seek knowledge without any purpose or value or you know what I'm saying, or any way to evaluate the knowledge? You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what I was trying to get at. But go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just think it's so interesting how the first part of my show, corresponded with the second part. About whether this knowledge is inherently or intrinsically bad, and yeah, obviously, somebody like you know um Anderson. I think I could quote Mr. Anderson on the show yesterday. And I may confront him with this if he comes. But well, they're using it for evil, right? But then, in another sense, is the knowledge itself inherently bad, right? Like in the sense of, can Frank Monday and Twilight successfully use it for good?
Kind of like the whole. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to put into terms what I'm really trying to say, but like, I guess what I would say is like, it's kind of like it seems as if they're saying this that basically like, well, it's neutral, or at the very least, like I can't get rid of it, or I don't want to get rid of it, and so I'm going to use it. And so, like the fact that I say that I'm going to do good with it makes it good, or something like. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like this kind of weird, like to me, it's like a solipsistic argument. It's like, well,
Well, it goes back to the thing about like they're using arguments of the free will to prove their thing, right?
in some sense, it seems like, well, perception is reality. Well, then it's like, okay, so because again, that's why I kept going back to the senses. Like from a certain sense, they're like, well, I've experienced these things, and I'm like, okay, what is like? Does experience mean reality then? Like people see things that are not verifiable all the time and make their decisions by like, and I've had that happen in my life too, right? But it's very different between like I just make a decision, keep it to myself, versus like, okay, well, I'm going to go and try to like alter reality around me based on this like delusion I had one day or something, right? Like, I mean, I guess we all, maybe you could argue we all do that to some degree, but it's like when you start adding systems of symbols and combining different perennial ideas or whatever, it's like it's obviously a little bit beyond like, intuition or something, right? Like now we're like externalizing intuition into like whatever else we're talking. I mean, and that's why I was kind of trying to say it's like it seems like this is more about like narrative construction, where it's like I'm just gonna create, like, you create your narrative, like you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, you're just taking the easy road, bro. But I'm gonna create my own like idle, like systematic view of the world, um, and therefore and like I don't want anybody to join my view of the world because I did the work, but you haven't done the work, and it's like, okay, so is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like I don't know really what that means. Like I've never it's a mindset that I've never really had, I guess. So like that's why I really can't understand like where the impetus comes from, essentially, of like, well, I mean, like I've always had a unique take on things, I guess, right? But like the difference is like the more that I learned about like Christianity or Islam or these more like simplistic ways of looking at things, like I don't think that I was really that far off, honestly, right? But then when I look at these like these pragmatic, like, well, if I do this magical form, I'll get this good outcome. It's like it's a very like uh it's like a very transactional view of like of like nature. It's like, well, like nature gives me X, and therefore I'll respect nature or something, or I'll respect God if I get what I want, right? And I think even that's what
Yep.
Televised. He's like, well, if God loved me, I would get nice things. It's like, well, why how, that's like if you want to get into like presuppositionalism, like where does that presupposition come from, right? Like that as it just seems so it doesn't seem like that's actually intuitive whatsoever. Like I think it's something that's being passed off as intuitive, in my opinion, but it's not really intuitive. If I were to be, like, from my point of view, I don't think it's actually an intuitive takeaway. But I don't know. I'm not. It's something. This is getting like really hard to put into words for me personally. But I wasn't sure how to really describe all this last night. So
Yeah, there's a Zen preacher who says if you meet the Buddha on the road, you kill him. And what he's trying to say by that, because the Buddha is basically what they're trying to achieve, right? They're trying to be Buddha, right? But he's saying if you develop a concept of it before like attaining to that, right, it's going to be the worst thing. It's going to be the worst setback you could ever have. Right? So I mean, it's interesting. It's
so
like
like
he's trying to say like,
never meet your
yeah,
hero,
like
essentially.
yeah, or like he's just trying to say like, look, it's all technique. Like don't like focus on the goal. Like who even cares what the goal is? Right? It's just like you do this, you know.
And who says that?
It's one of the Zen Buddhist preachers. Like it's a famous quote of his. He
Right.
says, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." And another one of them says, "Buddha is a shit stick." Like what they wipe their ass with.
Which is funny because they call it Zen Buddhism, right? But what I mean, so what do you think they're really saying about that? Is that like pro-transactional or is that anti-transactional?
Well, I just think it's interesting, like the attaining to something, right, or trying to go after something, right,
So like
and having
being
concepts
versus
in your
becoming.
mind.
So like being versus becoming.
Yeah, yeah, like having concepts in your mind that try to reach it. Like they saw that as destructive.
Right.
Like they don't want to reach enlightenment, per se. So it's just interesting. There's different perspectives on
Well, I think that
knowledge and like if enlightenment exists, like should you seek knowledge to gain enlightenment? And a lot of people think, well, the opposite thing will actually happen.
well
Like the
that's
more you
that,
seek knowledge, the more you'll delude yourself. And there is no such thing as enlightenment, by the way. And that's kind of where
well, I mean that's
I
definitely
think I'm at.
that's definitely where I fall on the line. I mean, I definitely
Right,
agree with that.
right,
Like
exactly.
hardcore. Like I think if you were to pin me to anything other than just Christianity, I would definitely say like I'm hardcore. Like if you seek, you will find. But if you're seeking the wrong shit, like the wrong shit's not only gonna find you, it's gonna like invert everything that you think you're looking for, right? Do you know
And
what I
that's why
mean?
I think
So
that and that's why I think that the line is literally that, right? Like
Do you want knowledge or do you not want knowledge? Do you think knowledge is good or do you not think knowledge is good? And that begins like that's a huge place to divide the line that people don't really get. Right? Because the thing is that you know, like like a lot of people.
Well, it's kind of like this, like this whole thing that we've been doing this whole time about like all this different stuff, and like today I did the whole Kabbalah thing again. Like I just keep hammering that fucking point over and over again. But the difference is like I'm not really like it's not. People will say, "Well, isn't that knowledge or isn't that whatever?" And it's like not real. Like really, all I'm doing is just trying to like
Yeah,
show
like you
other
should be
people.
seeking this knowledge and then and then what and then Jim Bob says,
Yeah, exactly.
no,
No,
that we don't
exactly.
seek knowledge. We don't seek knowledge. Like he just says it straight up, like, dude, no, we're not knowledge. Like what's good about knowledge?
Yeah. Well, and I
Which is
kind of
interesting.
agree with him on that point, but he says it in a way where
Right.
like I don't know if he actually believes that or if he's just being a dick about it. So like that's kind of what's funny about it is like in a sense he's correct, but it's
Yeah,
like
he ironically.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, he's correct against himself. That's why it's so ironic.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I don't seek knowledge, but by the way, here's all the knowledge that I have and you don't, and therefore na 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 boo boo, stick your head into
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, by the way, here's the presuppositions for knowledge. Like it's like what?
Here's the laws of logic, by the way, that you can't contradict.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, it's pure knowledge from Aristotle. It has nothing to do with the church.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's so funny about it because like again like I get what they're saying, but again, it's like that's why I say like they're literally sowing the seeds of their own destruction by arguing what they're arguing. And that's why I say like like I get it, but it's like they're like literally doing the exact opposite of what they're setting out allegedly to do. So, and I think again the difference is like when I'm going through all these different things like from my perspective, it's not necessarily that I'm trying to say like you need to know these things to like be a better person or be saved or anything like that. It's more of like it for me it's just allowing myself to be more honest about my relationship with my own ideas or things that I thought were my own ideas or like my perception of history or my perception of like what's going on. It's like it's just for me it's just being more honest with the fact that like I don't really know I can't really know a lot of these things and especially because a lot of these things were set before me so I would believe that these are my own ideas, right? And I think that's kind of like the irony, right? Like the more you know, the more you kind of realize like there is kind of like not a lot of ideas that people are just coming up with, right? Like I can even just see it in my own kid. Like, like a lot of these like a lot of the things that he just says, like it seems like it's coming out of nowhere. And I mean, maybe there is some of that, but I mean, I think for the most part it's like, you know, you pick up these things and then you just synthesize. Like that's kind of what we a lot of what this education does is like it kind of does just make you like a synthesizing machine where you're just like, okay, let me synthesize this and this idea, and then you like I was walking up a mountain earlier today, right? And I walked past these like two like young guys or like probably in their early 20s, and this guy's just like, if I take this 5 kilowatt thing and I mix it with this, and like he's just like he's hiking up a mountain thinking about how he's gonna like power invert some like 5 kilowatt machinery or something. You know what I mean? I'm like, that this is the thing. This is kind of like the thing. It's like the like kind of what you said. Like the process becomes like what did you say about the process versus like the result? I was trying to remember what you said there.
I just think like there's a way to like for example, right? Like it like I guess I just said that to like make a point in terms of like it's a radical statement in terms of like right, like you might think as a Christian like okay, like Buddhists view Buddha as like Christ. Right? But that's not true, right? If some Buddhist guy's like you meet the Buddha on the road, just kill him. I mean, right? So it's like what they're focused on is like what they're doing and like not forming concepts about it, you know, to get to any level with it, right? Like they're not trying to be Buddha, right? So what's funny about it is just like you know that they're you know undertaking is like pure method without goal, right? So it's just pretty interesting in that way that there is no goal to their inquiry, right? So it's not like enlightenment. It's not like you become like Christ, right? Or like imagine if like Paul was like saw Jesus on the road and he's like, nah, you know what I mean? Like not today. I mean,
Right. Well, but I think
like you
that's the
couldn't
kind of
imagine it.
thing. I think that's also like from my perspective, like seek and ye shall find. But at the same time, like I said, like if you're seeking the wrong things, like you're just like if you're out there, like I need to find Jesus, I need to I need him to appear here before me for me to have faith. It's like Jesus would never appear to you just to make you have faith that way, right? I don't think that that's how it works. Like you don't just sit there and make a demand, like I'll never believe in you
Yeah, like
if you don't appear right now. It's like
like what I just said is like a huge argument like against like Blavatsky and stuff. That's because so you can't combine Buddha and Jesus. I mean, that easily. But yeah.
well, and again, like it's like even televised the other day. He said something, and I know he's probably gonna listen to this and think I'm talking shit about him, but it's like this is kind of important. It's like he said something like, I can't remember exactly what he said. He said something to the effect of like, oh my god, what was it? I just had it in mind, then it slipped. But he was saying something to that effect of like, this like transactional, Christianity or something like that. And it's like I just don't think that like Christianity is not like, oh, I remember now. So it's like, well, Jesus healed the sick, but Jesus didn't say that. He said your faith healed the sick. See what I mean? It's not me who's making it happen for you. It's because you believe, because you have faith. It's because you're like living your faith, right? Allows miracles, right? It's not like Jesus is like doing magic on you. Like, okay, I'm gonna heal you right now. I mean, like, yes, of course he can do that. He's God. He can do anything. But it's because you believe in him that he can make things possible for you, right? It's like, or because you're living your life in accordance with what's been laid before you, right? It's and again, I think it comes back to being versus becoming, right? It's not like you have to like do this thing and then the good thing happens, right? It's like you just have to be in a state of being of what you're intended to be, and then yeah, I mean, I know that sounds like very woo woo, but I think there is a big giant difference uh between those two two points of view. Like it's not like you just go like, okay, magic Jesus, give me everything I want, right? Versus like, okay, I'm just gonna live my life like the way that God intended me to do, and then like everything's gonna be okay. Like I think it's very different ways of looking at the world, right? And not only looking at the world, but being in the world, I guess. I don't even know if I don't know if that makes sense, but because I don't know what the equivalent in Islam is either. Like I don't know what like the equivalent of like your by your faith you'll you know be in the right thing. Because again, I think people conflate faith and belief all the time. So I try to make sure I don't do that, because I think that it's not like what you like. You just have this like imagination in your head, and therefore you believe you have faith or something, right?
Well, like I said, like I think faith comes after knowledge, whereas beliefs are like opinions, right?
Well, so I guess
Right. It's like you wager something based on what you know, like almost based on like everything you know, right? And that wager is not really equivalent to like opinion. I mean, right?
Right. So I guess what it means is like if I say that I have faith in Jesus, you're like I would just stake everything about existence on that essentially, or something like that. Or
Right, exactly, right? Well, like, don't they, right? Like, they do, right? So,
I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, it's basically like, if I have to just say like, if I just have to make one thing, it's like, yeah, Jesus is real and God is real, and I mean, obviously we think it's the same, same essence, different energies or whatever. I mean, and to me, it's like, I don't want to get into it because I know Unseen has a particular view. Like to me, it's like I think that obviously God is going to reveal Himself.
yeah, that's why I say like progress is faith, right?
What do you mean? I mean, I know I
Like,
think I
'cause
know, but just explain it if you don't mind.
yeah, because it's like look, taking everything I know now, like I can't possibly know this would be true, but I have faith based on my knowledge, right? That like, humanity is going to keep progressing, or this is going to move forward.
But it's
That's
also
one.
kind of like this, like, and cause I think I agree with you. I just kind of put in different words. Like it's like I don't feel like I've really like learned anything per se. It's just like I'm kind of revealing. I'm kind of like more perfecting what I already knew, if that makes sense. Does that make like that's kind of like how I perceive knowledge. Like if I like I was born with an inherent like knowledge or faith already, right? And the only thing the world can do is just confuse it, right? And so I can just continue with the confusion, or I can just say that like I already have uh, a connection with God, and so therefore like all this other stuff is really just ultimately a distraction in some sense, but it doesn't mean that I can't also communicate with other people or do other things in life other than just like stare at the wall and contemplate God or something, right? But you get, I guess, that's what I'm trying to get at is like, well, if I'm constantly just trying to like create, if I'm just constantly trying to be a creator when that's not really my role, then like, you know, it's kind of like LARPing as God. It is in some sense, I guess, right? And I think that's kind of where it gets into like dangerous territory. Is like, well, like I just don't have faith that God is the creator, therefore I'll just LARP as if I'm the creator because I don't have access to anything outside of myself or something to that effect. I don't know if that's making sense at all, but
Yeah, it's like, like you could take a collective of what you know, right? It like it wouldn't matter to the body of what you know, right? That you actually, um, believe something that moves it way outside of the range of opinion, right? That's based on, observation of facts. I mean,
say that one more time because I want to make sure I understand that. It's kind of my
yeah, because people don't act on knowledge, right? Like you could almost say that you can't really act on knowledge, right? But you could act on faith,
pretty much
right?
agree with that. I pretty much agree. I think that knowledge is like
Right?
it's inert.
Because acting on knowledge is guessing, right? So it's like because you don't know what's going to happen.
So that's a very interesting. That's an extremely interesting way to put it, right? I think that's. I never really thought of it that way, but so what you're saying is like knowledge is kind of like inert, or not inert, but it's like
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I think knowledge is inert. 100%. That's actually one of my favorite. Like that's actually something I always say. So I'm very surprised that you said that. But yeah, I totally think that I do.
that's pretty weird. Yeah, because I don't think I've ever put it in those terms before, but yeah, lacking the ability or strength to move. Yeah, and I think, and I guess that's kind of like the difference between like those who are like truly Gnostic and those who are not, where it's like they think that knowledge has like some sort of like ontology, and it's kind of like numbers, or that's kind of why I talk about the whole like thing, like is math real or something. It's like math is not real, right? It's just something that we make up, and it has some sort of like utility to like keep us alive or accomplish certain goals,
Yeah,
but it's not like
yeah. I
real
mean,
or anything. You know?
yeah. I mean, I think it's like how opinions are like guessing based on what you know, right? Like faith is acting on what you know by wagering the knowledge. You know, like
Ever like talk about like some goddess or something? I think the best goddess that I would ever talk about is like Lady Luck or something, right? Like it's not necessarily that you're like worshiping it. It's more of just like you said, wagering. I'm gonna write this down. Wagering is faith. Guessing is belief. It means like you're kind of like it's kind of like the difference between like if you just if you ever gamble. I know you probably never gamble, but I've played cards before, right? Like what if like I've gambled like for money, like I think maybe once or twice in my life. And I think and I don't really and I actually did like it, but it's one of those things. It's just like drugs. Like I like it, but it's like not something that I really like want to do again. You know what I mean? But it's like one of these things where like if you ever just like play cards for fun, like you literally just don't care if you lose or not, right? But then when you have money on the table, like you're so overly stimulated, right? That you like because it's not really even about the money. It's just about like will fortune favor my boldness, or will it favor me if I'm more shrewd or cunning than the next person, or if I hide my emotions better than the next person. You know what I'm saying? It becomes like this very visceral thing, right? And I think that's kind of like the thing about faith as well. It's like if you just gamble for fun, then you're just like, okay, well, I'm kind of like imbued in the process of this, right? But then if you're actually like have skin in the game, now you're like, you know, you're really it's not really that the outcome per se that you're doing it. It's like you're really focused on transforming yourself in the process or something. You know what I mean? Or something. I don't. That sounds a little bit too weird, but I think you kind of get what I'm getting. I don't know. I don't know the right terminology because I don't want to say that like faith is about like transforming yourself into to like a Metatron or something, right? Um, but this is where analogies kind of break down. But I think it kind of gets at the right.
yeah, one could actually draw a parallel or a dialectic between faith and enlightenment. Those are almost two different concepts, and I think knowledge plays a key role in the distinction between the two.
And because like for me, like I'll tell you, what's interesting to me is like whenever I've done the best in any endeavor, it's usually when I know the least. And I tell people that, and they think that I'm insane. You know what I mean? But that's actually been my entire life has been like when I know the least, like I've actually had the most fortune in doing something because I wasn't really.
Yeah, it's paralysis by analysis.
Yeah.
Dunning-Kruger yourself.
Yeah, and again, it actually reminds me of like Pinoid's thing, because like Pinoid says it, and again, I'm not picking on him either. It's like it's interesting how the same concepts come up in different like venues, right? And so like one thing he says about love, he's like love is very transactional, or like relationships are very transactional, and he's not wrong, right? But at the same time, it's like there's still something a je ne sais quoi, like there's still something else to it, right? Like, and I think that's kind of like with God. It's like it's not only that you have to do like, well, if you follow this set of ritual, then God will accept you into the church, right? And again, this is why I like the Orthodox, because like they do have their rituals and stuff like that, but they still do say that like there's other ways that God can join you to the church, obviously, right? So and even Dyer had this good argument. Someone said, well, what if there's this guy in like the Amazon and he's never heard of God or Jesus, and like is he damned to hell? And I think Dyer had a pretty good answer. He's like, well, if God wants to, if this person needs to, you know, be divinely revealed to Jesus, like Jesus could do that if he needs to do that, right? Like it's not something that he's just going to like limit, right? And I think that's kind of
Oh
where
wait, what's that on the guy's head in the forest? Oh, it's a little coconut yarmulke. Whoops.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a, I mean, like I don't know, it's kind of a weird answer too, right? But it's like I mean, see, this is where it gets weird. Like it's kind of like where they go with logos spermaticos, right? Because they're like, I think that's where Father Seraphim Robes is saying, like, well, Lao Tzu had like a good shot, had like a good grasp on things, even though like technically he didn't know like all these things and all that, right? But then Crowley's also like, well, I need to get on this action too, because if he's so close to God, maybe I can grab it and use it in some sort of weird like sex magic ritual or what or whatever, right? So I don't know. It's one of those things where when you start playing around with logic in general, I think it just gets, or logic or philosophy or these things, like it just starts getting really, it just gets dangerous, and like I just think there's no way of avoiding that, right? And again, like I think Dyer gave a good answer in a sense, but also at the same time, like it's a kind of a dangerous like hypothetical just to throw that out there too, because then it's like, well, so God just damns people that he, because then it's basically like they want their free will and they want to eat it too, right? So it's like, okay, so seek and you shall find, but then again, like you know maybe you're just not worthy of seeking or something like that. So it's kind of see what I mean? Like there's this kind of weird like logical leap that you kind of have to make in some sense, where it's like, and I think that's where I still find it very interesting that they never wanted to debate you on the free will thing, because I think this is where a lot of their deistic or whatever it is tendencies would have to come out, because a lot of what they rely on is this kind of
Yeah. Yeah, I'm developing a simpler argument, and it goes like this, right? It's that most people are not free because they can't control their desires, right? So freedom is destructive to them, right? And the second class of people, right? Right, you have people that um you know are not free because they obey God's will, right? And I think it can be argued that obeying God's will, you are not free, right? And then so there would have to be a special third class of people who can control their desires, are good, and are free, right? And I think those people don't exist. I mean, but yeah.
well, and wouldn't that be heaven essentially, right? Like wouldn't that basically be, that's basically
Right,
what
like
heaven would be essentially, right? Where, can you repeat that last
yeah.
part again? That's a very good way of putting it. So it's like they're good, they're free, and they're what?
Um. Well, we'll see. There's three classes of people, right? Right. One is free, not good, right? So, I mean, they can't control their desires, right? So their freedom is destructive to them, right? There's a second class of people, right? They're not free because they obey God's will, right? And therefore they're good, right? There's a third class of people, right? That they're free, they're good, right? And they, control their desires, and I don't think they exist, right? Is what I was saying.
Well, it reminds me of, that's kind of where a lot of that new age occultism is intersecting, right? Like they're kind of saying well, the angels can impart on us certain things, and like we're going to become the new saints, we're going to become the new Metatron, we're going to become the new Merkaba, Metatron fucking thing, and like we're going to become androgynous, and we're going to, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they're kind of saying like
because
we're going to rise above all this, and
yeah, because even if you say like there is a class of that group that exists, it's an extremely small sliver of humanity. I mean, so it'd be like, you know,
the only person that you could possibly say that about from a Christian point of view would be like Jesus, and I guess in Islam it would just be like, well, there's just God, and then maybe if you get to heaven and the upper echelon of heaven, then he'll let you have a taste of like that little closeness of God because you can be trusted with that power or something like that, right? And then you have like the
Yeah, I mean, the people who fall away from God's will, they're basically like destroying themselves, right? So it's just like,
but then, and again, this is something that I've tried to explain to many people, and I don't want to mention names, but they know who they are. But like, where they say that, like, well, God has done bad things to me, or God shouldn't allow suffering. But it's like also like, how can you be trusted with power if you haven't been tested with like a little like if you're it's like this, like if I give my kid a hammer right now, okay, when my kid was like 2 or 3, he had like a little toy hammer, it was like a pretty soft thing, right? And as soon as he figured out what it was, the first thing he did was like throw it and slam it against the TV and destroy it, right? So, obviously, like the next day, I'm not going to be like, well, here's a sledgehammer, son. Like you just, you've obviously proven that you can handle the power. So here's a sledgehammer, and then the next day, here's a gun, and then here's a nuclear weapon, right? Like you have to kind of go through some sort of, process of like learning to wield certain things, and being trusted. Like you're going to listen to authority, when the time comes, right? Like there's a level of freedom, but there's also a level of like, don't step outside of these bounds either, right? And it's not something that's like, I mean, I guess the best argument they could make is be like, well, are you saying that we're just here for God's amusement or something like that? I mean, it's like, even if we were, you're putting like a judgment on it, like like that's evil or something, right? Like, but I guess I mean, that's the only argument I could possibly think of that they would have really to say about suffering or something like that, like is suffering evil because it amuses God or something like that. I mean, I guess that's like the closest thing I could possibly think of a real argument against what we're talking about here.
yeah, I mean, like, like, it gets pretty old. It's like, did God create the world? It's like, yes, no, and then if he did, right, then, what's the problem with the world, right? Because, you're basically arguing you can create a better world, right? But, I don't know. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and I think that's where this whole like multiverse and all this comes from. Is like, well, there's a perfect world somewhere out there because obviously God couldn't have, made this place without way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
again, I think that's where like this whole
you gotta have faith in the multiverse.
and that'll set you free or something. No,
Exactly. You could become whoever you want, even if you have faith in the multiverse. Basically.
that's kind of what that whole white nationalist thing about was like. Oh, where some people are going to go into the goon cube, and other people are going to become like out in the sun, and they're going to walk around naked in the field with the whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like what did they call it? Usha and something else. Shambhala and Atlantis. So you have like some people going to the Elysian fields, and other people are going to be down in Plato's cave, and it's like the same shit over and over again. Like how many, it's kind of like weird because it is like the Matrix basically. It's like you have this kind of Matrix where it's like you just have this narrative repeating over and over again of like, some people are going to be out there in the field. And it actually is something the NPC said yesterday stuck with me too. He's like, that's kind of what the music festivals are, where it's like they just put people in like these kind of like, whatever you call them, Elysium mysteries or Eleusinian mystery. Everybody does a bunch of fucking narcotics or whatever and listen to the untis, and like I would love to go to raves and stuff. I've been to like 1 or 2, and I was like, and I just didn't like the vibe. It's like a very like negative vibe, but I don't think that it's like, but it does seem like it's kind of like an artificial, like constructed, like lowering of your defenses or something like that, where it's like, come out here and like make yourself vulnerable, and if you're willing to do that, then therefore you're also willing to, like, maybe subject yourself to other things or something. So I don't know. I think there's something to that argument that you guys were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ended on this note because I have other stuff that I got.
That's a pretty good. That was a pretty good episode, honestly.